seeing red. Is it such a ghostly revelation? I may have fucked up all my chances. Fucked up all my chances. It's easy, it's hard to preach, cause I've been burning trees and watching fall. If we cannot breathe out, we go forward. Sure, I was searching for cure, fishing a little wildlife. And when I'm low on fuel, I'll still be running till my back broke. Halfway, lost hope and I checked it. Hard roads, I didn't think I'd come back fast, cause I was running roads so many nations. Even when it's so sweet, I ended up seeing red. Ghostly revelation. I may have fucked up all my chances. Fucked up all my chances. Been around the globe, looked around, nothing fitted. Seen high and lows, but you won't even get it. Been around the globe, think it's time to admit it's not the end, but the road, and you won't even get it. Been around the globe, looked around, nothing fitted. Seen high and lows, but you won't even get it. Been around the globe, think it's time to admit it's not the end, but the road. I was running. I was running roads so many nations. Even when it's so sweet, I end up seeing red. Is it such a ghostly revelation? I may have fucked up all my chances. Fucked up all my chances. Yes, I was running. I know. I know.
Rising of the ashes, coming from the ether. All I hear is static. Breathe a little deeper. Fallen, broken, a million light years away from home. My eyes opened, and now I've come to claim life. Oh, never let it go. These wings carry me. Live this fantasy. Running through the fire, gonna let it burn. I am the Messiah, gonna let it burn. Running through the fire, gonna let it burn. I am the Messiah, gonna let it burn. 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 Found me in the darkness. Now they see me shining. Calling me a goddess. Thunder and the lightning. I'm falling, I'm faster. Making my way back, I'm close to home. I'm fighting harder, because I've come to claim my throne. Never letting go. These wings carry me. Live this fantasy. Running through the fire,
Niece, what you finna There's do? No defense, I'll buy it if I want it. I'm going supersonic, come on, beg for it. Alright, okay, running out of luck. Too much in my club, Nishi run it up. Why you always tripping like you top? Cause you not my team pop. Shawty, I know. Why you always tripping like you top? Cause you not my team pop. My team pop.
Who really got the block, sipping to rock in a cop car, They say they wanna party with us, 12 asking how much be that boofy, it's a la, My feature price bigger than your bank account. You talk about it, but don't show us that about. These boys only flexing with that allowance. We swimming in the down. I'm only f***ing you if your toes cute. Brown skin, goddamn, that's my soul food. I'm winning for the record, check your memo, bro. Generation of destruction, you'll remember us. LSD used to do promethazine. I'm only THC, NSC is my new lean. We no longer up next, on top. Like your girl, when she counting my checks.
There's no defense, I'll buy it if I want it. I'm going supersonic, come on, beg for it. Alright, okay, running out of luck. Too much in my club, Nishi run it up. Why you always tripping like you top? Cause you not my team pop. Shawty, I know. Why you always tripping like you top? Cause you not my team pop. My team pop.
Yeah. Let's talk. Look, ayo, we rose from the dust to the sun. They claiming that we the one, never one-on-one. Teamwork till we done. Sent on a mission, we got ambition. Never scared, we won't run. Never one and done. Some sit back and some like to hunt. I pick my teammates up when they fall. And if I ball, we all ball. Crashing balls, crossovers and all. Just call us the balls. Don't fear nothing, call us galore. Serving them all. We outside, we barely indoors. Because we gave it everything when we had nothing. Gave it everything when we had nothing. Holding on by a thread, couldn't grab nothing. Seems we moved on to a better place. Shine, shine away from the shade. But now that we're here, ain't no going back. This is the moment to go. This is the moment to shine. This is the moment to show. Show me the rocks you can climb. This is the moment to feel the path like you legally blind. I can promise this is ours cause we built for this, kill for this. Pushing buttons, do it quick, push it off and do assist. Oh, y'all think we new to this? Pound for pound, break it down. Watch what we gon' do with this. Teamwork got us fluent with. Make y'all look like sewages. Gave it everything when we had nothing. Gave it everything when we had nothing. Holding on by a thread, couldn't grab nothing. Seems we moved on to a better place. Shine, shine away from the shade. But now that we're here, ain't no going back.
I've been working part-time jobs, chasing all my dreams now lately. No matter if I try too hard, nothing's ever enough, baby. No, I don't care too much. I don't care. know we're going places. I don't care too much. I don't care too much. As long as I can keep you by my side. I don't care too much. We got time, no rush. In your eyes, I always see there is something meant for me. In your eyes, I always feel different. But you know I'm a bad little mama. I got moves like Madonna. Don't tell me cause I move when I'm gonna. I'm not afraid to lose, I am a prima donna. Don't you see I'm a winner, I'm a queen. I cause no scene if you work with me. Don't stop me cause I fight when I wanna. I'm not afraid to lose, I am a prima donna.
Step out as a motivator. Let them know that the weight's up. That's how we know when we level up. Hey, that's how we know when we level up.
Level up. All we know about is level up. Are we ready not to level up? You know we fall and we get up. Level up. All we know about is level up. Are we ready not to level up? It's time, get up.
Back against the wall, still I'm standing tall. Know about the ball, I got my fan with me. All we know is ball to empty out the mouths. The chosen one they call, I take my fan with me. Know about it if you tell, know you're breaking codes. What your credibility and all fall like dominoes. Can you really take a stance? All I wanna know. Need me real ones when it's time to go. Stepping in, elevator. This is to all the haters. That's all we know when we level up. Yeah, that's all we know when we level up.
Level up. All we know about is level up. Are we ready not to level up? You know we fall and we get up. Level up. All we know about is level up. Are we ready not to level up? It's time, get up. I found out I'm not alone. 'Cause I'm just like you. We are strong enough with your battle cry. Brings you to your knees.
Chasing love in an empty bar. Pour a drink till I make it past. The midnight hour seems to come and go, but I know. Walk on up with a drink in hand, sipping mixers 'cause you can. And all the lights begin to switch off. You're chasing the light, holding on for life, feeling the high, chasing the light, chasing the night, chasing the night, chasing the night, holding on for life, feeding the high, chasing the night, chasing the night. Hotel rooms and city squares, champagne bottles, drum and snare. The sights and cities seem to fall away when you stay. Locked in love for a night or two, losing sleep just to get off you. Day to day you wanna stay out, you're chasing the light, holding on for life, feeling the high, chasing the night, chasing the night, chasing the night, chasing the night, holding on for
These are those moments I don't think anybody else is going to forget.
Hello and welcome to ESL 1 powered by Intel, day number 2 of Europe and CIS. We had a good day yesterday, a lot of 2-1s. You know, they may have been one-sided one way or the other, but it's showing all these teams have what it takes to beat each other. What will happen today? Well, you better stick around to find out. Luckily, I am joined this morning by Cap and BSJ. How's it going?
Great. Feeling pretty good.
That's good.
This is going good.
It's good. You guys get
No complaints here.
a ton of sleep, or you're just feeling yourself today, or what?
I always feel myself, Grant,
It's good.
metaphorically speaking.
Obviously.
I wish I could feel BSJ.
Well, good thing we can't, because you're
But
6
social
feet away
distancing.
from him. Indeed, indeed. Well, yesterday we started the big region, right? 16 teams, Europe and CIS. We had 4 series played, you know. They kind of played out how we expect, Well, maybe the OG Nigma game, people expected to be a little bit closer, but
just a tad.
OG kind of paving the way for maybe this fast-paced gameplay we're going to see in EU and CIS.
And we had a sick interview with No Tail afterwards. That was one of the better. We had good interviews yesterday.
No, we did.
Yeah,
Our
RZ
Zeke
did a
one as
great
well.
job.
Yeah, it was amazing.
Yeah, but they just look like top form, even though it's not even a full roster for them.
Yeah.
And we were just praising No Tail for the fact that he can just do that with whatever roster he's given pretty much at any given moment.
Do you think he could do that with you? And I'm not even joking. In honesty, do you think he could?
Could we beat Team Nigma with me like that? Probably not. But would I be way better than I am now if I played with him for a bit?
No.
I would argue yes.
No. Cap, what about you in the off lane?
We would beat Nigma even harder.
Damn,
That's
it'd
true.
be the 15-minute games. The BSJ.
I mean, I'm not
going
to say mind control's a scrub, but
you're not gonna say, "Oh, excuse me, my goodness, the orange juice." But
You mean
the
Miracle, the
implication
person
is
you'd be laning against?
Yeah.
You'd just dump on him. Not gonna say that out loud. Okay.
do you think he's the #1 player still? When I'm around?
When you're okay, I was gonna say is this on the pro scene currently, or is this out of all the possible candidates?
I'm curious. Talking about who do you have a set top 3 players in your mind, individually, or even maybe just even if it is based around their team? You got just 3 at the top for you?
I have a general top 10 in my head for roles usually.
Yeah. But you try
especially
to separate.
especially going into TI, I usually have a really strong ranking in my head. But yeah, for mid, for example, there was a time where I really felt last year, around this time, Midwan cemented himself as the best mid. I think he was doing incredible things for Secret. And then obviously Thompson shows up to TI, and he's the best mid there at all times. Anytime the international is going, he magically becomes the best player in the world, and everybody else sucks compared to him because he's
crazy,
a god.
Man.
Yeah. I think Weehaw was impressive at TI. And he's always in the talks of being third or in that top 4 area. But he's never quite at any one moment he's never the best.
It's the peak of the peak.
Yeah.
It's crazy how someone like that can be so good, and you're just well,
he's not number 1.
It's because he's inconsistent, right?
Yeah.
It's he can be extremely good and do plays that you don't see out of anybody else, but then sometimes he has a.
But then at the same
game.
time, he's showed up on several different teams that have placed really well at TI.
Oh yeah,
you talk
for sure.
about DC, you talk about Team Liquid last year. It's just there is something brilliant about the player.
Yeah,
but definitely,
I think there's something brilliant about all top 10 players.
Yeah,
being the 3rd best in the world, there's no shame in that.
You mean top 10 MMR, or do you mean top 10?
No, just
per role.
top 10.
Okay, gotcha.
Just a general ranking at any time.
Yeah. What about you, BSJ? You got a top 3 in your mind, or are you kind of the same where it's changing in and out always?
There's just several players that whenever I watch them play, I'm just holy crap! What are they doing in a amazing way? And I think Zai is the #1 that comes to mind for me.
Enough.
What a weird dude in the sense that he's just the purest sense, just playing some dotes, just mellow AF and just does the weirdest stuff. I was watching a stream the other day, and he's just laning as Centaur with 200 health for 3 minutes in a row, and he's just trading back and forth, and finally they gank him with 4 heroes because they haven't been able to kill him the whole time. He's sitting at 200 health. I'm why didn't he just salve? At any given moment. I don't know. He's the #1. Just wow factor, but then you have players like Nisha and Mid1 that I just think are crazy.
Yeah, I watch Zai stream probably the most out of any of the pro players.
Okay,
just because you're going to see something sick out of it.
Yeah,
or something different, right? Random or whatever, as he says.
And he's going to be his own version of tryhard, where he just does really cool, amazing things that you wouldn't do in a normal game. Yeah.
It's true. What about captains? Because, we've got a lot of the big captains, especially with, people like PPD going over to Europe. What do we got over there? We got Puppy. We've got Curl. We've got PPD. Are those the top 3 captains to you, or,
I wouldn't rank PPD in the top 3 anymore.
As of now? Okay.
But I would definitely – I think it's, basically undisputed that the combination of No Tail Seb is, the #1 captain.
Okay.
I'm not sure. Like, we'll see this season. Like, you separate Seb away from No Tail, like whether or not anything changes there.
Yeah.
But I don't think you can make an argument for anybody else right now. Like 2 TI wins in a row like that, being able to bring players that maybe you haven't even heard of before TIA.
Come on
like,
and win 20 million.
Just go through and win. I think that is a very solid number 1. Kuro is probably number 2 for me, and Puppy number 3, but that's like almost interchangeable. They have different eras of dominance. Secret, like non-TI Secret, incredible,
unbeatable.
And I'm sure a lot of that comes down to the captaincy of Puppy.
The captaincy.
Yeah.
Is that a word?
It is indeed.
Oh.
Pretty sure it is. But
you
maybe
know
it's
what?
not.
Just never heard that word.
Yeah. We did bring up PPD, and PPD, as you said, this young man, well, he brought the only TI win we ever had to America, and luckily, I know you guys have been seeing it in between, all these series and whatnot, but we are lucky enough to be able to sit down with him and see moments of brilliance. It's PPD, the TI5 winner.
Unleash the full power of Intel Core i7 processors and play brilliantly.
I love playing Dota. I had an opportunity to stop playing and do something else with my life, but the game just kind of drew me back in. It's my hobby, it's what I'm passionate about, and I don't know if I would ever be as fulfilled or as happy as I am now competing amongst the best. My name is Peter PPD Dager, and these are my moments of brilliance. Beginnings of my Dota career, I was kind of in like a transition phase. I was playing a game called Heroes of New Earth, which was kind of like Dota 1.5 for like 2 to 3 years, and I had just gotten to a point in that game where I started making money. But the trends were kind of going to Dota, and I started playing more Dota, and I was like, there's no better time to switch than now. So once I discovered the next level, I just got addicted to how to be the best in that group of players. When I was playing under the tag Sad Boys, which was the very initial it was like the pre-tag of Evil Geniuses, it was kind of like a cool, iconic moment for our team, and especially for fans of our team, to kind of look at these guys who, we kind of just came out of nowhere. North American Dota wasn't really something to be proud of back before the Evil Geniuses of 2014, I guess you could say. And we've kind of put ourselves on a map by beating up all the CIS and European teams and winning the tournaments and just going, winning so many series. ESL Frankfurt, it was in the summer right before the international, and I think we played against Team Secret in the grand finals, and we had played against Team Secret at other tournaments in the past throughout the season, and they were kind of like our biggest rivals. They had, Arteezy had left my team to go join Team Secret, and there was kind of this huge rivalry kind of being built up between the two squads.
PPD up in the air, he gets the echo slam on Arteezy, but it will not save his life. No buyback, GG! Secret will take the victory!
And they beat us in like every single tournament. That year we actually had a lot of second places. EG in general had a ton of second places over the years that I played there, and we did have a very strong winner's mentality where second place was kind of failure, but then at TI, things were different. Dota's the kind of game where you kind of know you're going to win before it's even over. And this final game was one of those where, at a certain point we just knew they weren't going to win.
The perfect position, there's your record set, aggressive, locked in position right now. He got embraced up by the window wire, but Mafia moving forward as well. The DK about to drop, aggressive on Soul Survivor, CDEC, it looks troublesome, it looks really, really bad for them. Aggressive on the run, Universe right behind him, they keep running out, but GG, well played. EG are your TI5 champions.
was the one to lift it because I was the captain. I was having a down day, and I decided to revisit some good memories. I don't mind watching it. I was entertained. Now when I think about myself lifting the Aegis, I can hardly even remember doing it. I kind of almost see like, I see like what the videos saw and what other people saw, more so than I remember the experience firsthand, which is kind of funny. The stars kind of aligned at the right time for us, and it was an experience I'll probably never have again for that first time winning TI. And winning the second one won't be the same. We were at the summit and we played against Virtus Pro in the grand final. We lost the first 2 games, but then we made the famous 3-2 reverse sweep comeback.
They get off the punch, the Viper dies back, and PPD grabs the double kill of all the heroes to do it. Universe back into the fight. He wants Phobos as well. Chop that spider, squish him up. They just start pounding it. EG almost finally they get the job done. My God, they had to work for that.
The key to success was banning Spirit Breaker. It was like, the key to success was not being stubborn, right? Just, losing against something, and maybe just because you don't think a hero's good doesn't mean another team can't play with it well. ESL Birmingham 2018 with Optic Gaming was a huge surprise tournament for us. It had a very, an interesting format that some people, maybe weren't the biggest fans of, but it worked out well for us. So we ended up having to play against Fnatic in the quarterfinal, which we beat them. So that was a nice big upset for us, and that landed us a spot in the grand final against Virtus Pro, who were almost unstoppable at that time.
We know how good a drafter PPD is.
You never know what PPD he does have a strategy in mind to counter Tusk.
I think the difference between good drafters and great drafters is the great drafters make good drafters seem silly. A good drafter a lot of times will, give his team winnable games, but a great drafter will win his team games during the draft. In my time as a drafter and as a leader, I've had many of those moments where we kind of, really destroyed the team on the pick, but I've also been on the opposite side of it. So drafting is a combination of knowing the meta, knowing your team, and knowing your opponents. And all 3 of those things are equally difficult. When I joined NIP, I moved to Europe, I moved to Stockholm. I've always been somebody who kind of offers myself up more for the organization than a lot of other players do, and part of that is moving and being around its facilities and its staff. So it was important for me to get out here. Also, all 4 of my other teammates were European, so it would be more practical for me to be here. TI is in Stockholm this year, and Stockholm has a special place in my heart, I guess you could say. I've been living here for more than a year now, and NIP is here, and I'm sure we have a lot of Swedish fans who want to see us do well. Watching other people play Dota, it's, even when I attend an event or I'm eliminated early from an event, I'm watching others, just having to sit there and watch them play just makes me want to go out and play more, which I think is one of the cool things about the game.
Experience your moments of brilliance with Intel Core i7 processors.
Wow, that was a good video, getting into the mind of a captain, one of those who did win TI, one of those who's, as we said, he hasn't even been around since the beginning, but it feels like he has. I mean, Dota 2, what are we at now? We're almost to our 10th year of Dota 2, and Peter joined, 2 years coming in, and man, that was a good video. We learn anything from that?
I liked all of his talk about what it means to be a drafter, and I particularly liked he said something about not being stubborn. Sometimes that's an important element, and just because you don't think something is good doesn't mean that the opponent can't play it well. I thought that was a particularly nice bit of advice for drafting.
Yeah, it's a bit of wisdom that can really only be acquired by experience, and I think that's why the top drafters and captains are where they are. They just have that experience. They've learned enough lessons, and I think the most key thing that I've learned talking to them is it's just about being open to learning the lesson, because you're going to have the time to learn it and the experience, the games under your belt but some people, and the reason why they kind of stagnate is because they just don't open themselves up to stuff like that, where it's like humility in the fact that, oh, we could never make this work. Why is it good? Or like it's not good, but if they can make it work better, like if they beat us with it, if their strategy is better than ours, even if we don't like their strategy,
you got to know that.
Yeah, you just got to recognize that self-awareness. I think all these things are a big part of captaining, and it's hard. Like, I say it out loud, but I don't even know if I have most of those traits because it's just like,
yeah,
it's just that
it takes
difficult.
a whole other breed of person to be a captain. It feels like, especially in Dota right now. And
oh yeah,
I was curious, what were you guys? Do you guys remember the Sad Boys era? BSG, were you in Dota then? Like,
yeah, that was right when right when I started.
Yeah, Cap, you were casting-ish then?
Yeah, I
casted
that tournament that they made their run through originally in Speed, the MLG Columbus. I was one of the B-Stream online remote casters. So I followed that tournament pretty closely. That was really exciting.
Yeah.
So that was the first time that we really got to see like Arteezy come up, right?
Well.
And then shortly after, Sad Boys became this thing, and so I continued to follow like their careers, and it was like that Sad Boys, like when they were just Sad Boys before they got sponsored by Evil Geniuses, you knew that they were going to be a pretty good team just based off of some of the names on there.
Yeah.
But it was a really interesting mix of like old and new. Like old NA legends like Fear and Universe, who they were both originally on that roster, right?
Were.
And then you had Arteezy and PPD, like the new generation of NA Dota, and it was like you could tell pretty early on this was going to be our like great hope.
Yeah,
you know?
It was. You know what the funny thing is? I know it might make some of you guys mad. On the original Sad Boys, Traufmador was actually their 5th player for some time then, you know? And it was, I don't know. I always
Sometimes you got to dig deep, you know?
You do. I just always makes me laugh because I remember Sumail said, like, I might leave this team to go play with Yuar and Trauf. And now you, like, look at the career trajectories of all those people, and you're like, well, Sumail, think you made the right choice on that one, going with that. But, well, we got the schedule for today as well. 3 series for you. Navi versus Team Unique. The BZZ Vanscore squad should be good. Secret versus Liquid. Ooh, we'll see if Secret's kind of on that OG level we saw yesterday. And Alliance versus NIP. And on that last series, obviously, we have a lot of changes already. Alliance, their 5 will be Zibe from OG Seed standing in for them. And then on NIP, everyone, you know, thought Ramses, but it will be Blizzy. I don't know if it's just for today or if it's for the whole tournament. I didn't, like, I don't know. The wording was really weird on it. But Blizzy, a pretty good player. We've seen him around. What's the series to watch out for today?
I think Alliance versus Ninjas in Pyjamas is going to be really interesting. Again, just because the Alliance roster changes. Ninjas in Pyjamas is, I think they're one of the better teams and like a barometer in like just how good the opposing team is. Like Ninjas in Pyjamas will usually beat all of the like tier 2 European teams, and they can take games or sometimes win series against the best. But usually I feel like they're very in a prime gatekeeping point.
Favored against the lower teams, a little less favored there. You're just kind of floating in the middle.
So previously I would have expected Alliance to be maybe favored against Ninjas in Pyjamas, but this new roster, who knows?
Should be interesting. And, well, you guys at home, what are you thinking? Which one is it? You can go on to social media at ESL Dota 2 with the hashtag ESL1. Are you guys, I want to know, do you guys think Secret is going to look like OG yesterday? Or is that last matchup going to be a crazy one? Or this first CIS matchup, you know? We keep getting these early CIS versus CIS, and they're going to be pretty good. I'm curious to see how BZZ looks. He's on the come up again. It should be pretty good, but we do need to take a break, and when we get back, it will be Unique versus Navi.
You love it, you wear it. What's your style? Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
Dota's the kind of game where you kind of know you're going to win before it's even over. I was having a down day, and I decided to revisit some good memories. My name is Peter PPD Dager, and these are my moments of brilliance.
Multiple witnesses have reported mysterious shadow sightings all around the city. According to experts, the origin of these shadows is due.
You leave it to me. I'll get your taxes in an okay place.
What?
Well, just as soon as my audit is over, this gets my undivided attention.
Take a lot of trips to the islands, Phil.
Pretty great, right? Oh, Phil's legally dead. Fell off a boat. Going by Dennis now. Solari. Long story. Then we got, oh, no, you're not gonna wanna see this.
I don't think this is gonna work.
Just okay is not okay. AT&T has America's best network, now with our best plans at our best prices, starting at $35 a line for 4 lines, new from AT&T.
Everybody loves an underdog. Who needs to be liked?
Mountain Dew Amp Game Fuel. Victory in a can.
Check your memo, bro. Generation of destruction, you'll remember us. LSD used to your promethazine. Only THC, Hennessy is minor lean. We no longer up next. On top, lay your girl when she counting my checks.
There's no defense. I'll buy it if I want it. We going supersonic. Come on, beg for it. Alright, okay. Running out of luck. Too much in my cup. Nishi, run it up. Why you always tripping like you top? Cause you not my team pop. Shawty, I know. Why you always tripping like you top? Cause you not my team pop. My team pop.
Chasing love in an empty bar. Pour a drink till I make it past. The midnight hour seems to come and go, but I know. Walk on up with a drink in hand, sipping mixers cause you can. And all the lights begin to switch off. You're chasing the light, holding on for life. Holding on for life, feeding the high, chasing the night, chasing the night. Hotel rooms and city squares, champagne bottles, drum and snare. The sights and cities seem to fall away when you stay. Locked in love for a night or two, losing sleep just to get a few. Day to day you wanna stay out. You're chasing the light, holding on for life, fading the high,
Let's talk. Look, ayo, we rose from the dust to the sun. They claiming that we the one, never one-on-one. Teamwork till we done. Sent on a mission, we got ambition. Never scared, we won't run. Never one and done. Some sit back and some like the hunt. I pick my teammates up when they fall. And if I ball, we all ball. Crashing balls, crossovers and all. Just call us the balls. Don't fear nothing, call us galore. Serving them all. We outside, we barely indoors. Because we gave it everything when we had nothing. Gave it everything when we had nothing. Holding on by a thread, couldn't grab nothing. Seems we moved on to a better place. Shine, shine away from the shade. But now that we're here, ain't no going back. This is the moment to go. This is the moment to shine. This is the moment to show. Show me the rocks you can climb. This is the moment to feel the path like you legally blind. I can promise this is ours cause we built for this, kill for this. Pushing buttons, do it quick, push it off and do assist. Oh, y'all think we new to this? Pound for pound, break it down. Watch what we gon' do with this. Teamwork got us fluent with. Make y'all look like sewages. Gave it everything when we had nothing. Gave it everything when we had nothing. Holding on by a thread, couldn't grab nothing. Seems we moved on to a better place. Shine, shine away from the shade. But now that we're here, ain't no going back.
Rising out the ashes, coming from the ether. All I hear is static. Breathe a little deeper. Fallen, broken, a million light years away from home. My eyes opened, and now I've come to claim life. Oh, never let it go. These wings carry me. Live this fantasy. Running through the fire, gonna let it burn. I am the Messiah, gonna let it burn. Running through the fire, gonna let it burn. I am the Messiah, gonna let it burn. 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 Found me in the darkness. Now they see me shining. Calling me a goddess. Thunder and the lightning. I'm falling, I'm faster. Making my way back, I'm close to home. I'm fighting harder because I've come to claim my throne. Never letting go. These wings carry me. Live this fantasy. Running through the fire, gonna let it burn. I am the Messiah.
ESL One Los Angeles is brought to you in part by Intel, Mercedes-Benz, AT&T, Mountain Dew Amp Game Fuel, and GG Bet.
Indeed. Man, I gotta say, I love this song. It always gets me ready. I know games are about to begin when this jingle comes on, and I can just kind of wavy gravy in my own seat here. But we have our first BO3 coming up. There was another one played shortly before this. Shout out to Chicken Fighters, the quote-unquote, you know, they had to come from, it wasn't the open qualifier, but it was like a qualifier into there.
Yeah.
They got invited. They win it. They take down Team Spirit 2-1. So, you know, another team to watch out for there. But now we're into this. It is going to be Navi versus Unique. And actually, pardon me, Cap, you were just actually finishing up the Chinese region, right?
Yeah, the grand finals are currently going on. I feel very confident in saying that it's going to be a 3-1 to the favor of RNG. They're playing that fourth game right now. Looks pretty good. One of the last things that I saw watching the stream was YG, the newbie player. He force-staffed into the Roshan pit to try and steal the Aegis. That's when you know things are desperate. When him by himself, it's just like, I'm going to force-staff in and try and steal the Aegis. And it didn't work.
No, but shout out, you said newbie in the grand finals there. I mean, I don't think most people expected that. Probably the newest of those teams, at least I believe they have like 3 new players that I rarely recognize. So big shout out to them. If, you know, maybe they do make the comeback and, you know, we're going to be wrong. But if not, RNG pretty good. But now we're into the important region. We're into the $200,000 prize pool region. Woo! And that first series, as I said, is going to be Navi versus Team Unique. And just straight up looking at this, a lot of people are like, who's Unique? And then you see their players and like, oh, that's Unique. Ex-gentleman who just recently got sponsored. Vanscore. The Pugna got himself BZZ. You have Chuvash. And then you got some up-and-coming players. It's
19?
Yeah, 19. Yeah. Well, it's 19 Teen is what it looks to be his name, since he literally has 19 and then Teen after.
I'm going to call. What if it's 119?
I think that actually might be.
I like
that sounds more,
honestly.
I
like 19 teen. I like 19 teen.
I'm definitely not calling him that. I'm going to call him 19, but he is fresh on the circuit. He has not played on any other team except for this one, basically. I think there's one other roster he was a part of.
Yeah, it was like, I looked on his Wikipedia, it was like 4 different teams, but they're all like 2 weeks long and stuff. So I think
it's gentlemen when they went to 4s, and then they got dropped or something like that, and then they went back to gentlemen. Now they're a part of Unique. This is a weird mix of old and new, really old. You've got BZZ and Vanscore. This duo has been together. They are the Rocks Kiss OG duo from all the way back in TI3 era. They've been at it. I respect anybody who is willing to grind for that long to try and achieve their dream. Yeah, just to keep on keeping on. The one person I would point to is like King RD. You know, like he grinded up for a really long time, and he actually did have some success in Dota 2 with, you know, being able to achieve like they got into the grand finals of in ESL 1 I think at some point in time and stuff like that.
Made some multiple TIs, which, you know, isn't that easy.
Yeah, so there's like Seb's another great example of somebody who, you know, was out of the game for quite some time. People could have called him washed up, and he ends up winning 2 TIs. You never know. You just got to keep it going.
Yep. And then on the other side, obviously, well, we didn't even, I forgot to bring up, they have a player named Zitrax. I don't know when you were playing Carry BSJ, if you were watching him. He was #1 in European MMR for a little bit of time. Everyone was like, this guy might be the next big thing, right? You're #1 MMR, no one knows who you are. But he's here now on Unique. He's at a few other teams. I'm curious to see how he works, but yeah. I don't know if you've heard about him at all.
I just see him a lot in EU stream pubs. Yeah. Whenever I'm watching any high-level EU streamer or Gork. No, I'm kidding. Yeah. You see Zitrax in the game. So he's like always been top 100. I don't ever hear him like talk or anything. So I don't know much about him.
One of those guys who just plays Dota and is like, oh, I'm going to play my game. And as a carry player, he would fit right into NA. Yeah. So Zitrax, you know, if you ever want to come, I'm sure there's some teams here who would love to have a top tier player.
We have such great competition for you. We'd love to have you.
We would. And then on the other side of things, it is going to be Navi, and they are using their full new roster here. As you see, it's Pasha, one of the OGs we talked about, new and old there. Pasha there. Seema the Slayer. Ilias? Crystallize and Magical. What name stands out to you there if you had to pick one?
Oh, Ilias for sure, just because most of these guys have a bit of a history that you couldn't really point to, but Ilias is the new kid. He has not had a very long history. He's only played on a couple of teams for about 2 years now. So that, 2 years, maybe in other esports that'd be a long time.
Yeah.
But, when it comes to Dota, where you just, especially the CIS region, where you see the same name shuffled out into different rosters all the time, somebody who's only been in for a year or two is very new.
Yeah, you agree with that, BSG? Are you looking at someone like Magical, Crystallize, one of their cores?
All the other guys are pretty household names at this point.
Yeah.
I think Nine Pasha is who I'm looking out for. I just love watching offlaners now that I've kind of tried to learn all these new heroes and what it fits into the meta, and I think he's one of the best in the EU region. We saw all last year his performances on VP, and I don't know too much about Ilias, so I definitely look forward to watching him too, but when it comes down to who I'll be watching when I'm watching the game, it'll be Nine Pasha.
Who do you how do you rate Crystallize? Out of curiosity, because this is a player that Navi has built their roster around.
I consider him very
years.
solid. Whenever I watched his stream in pubs, he's not a flashy game winner in the sense that you feel it. From what I've noticed, I watch him and I think he's just doing the right thing at the right time. And as a carry player, it's just a unique take. I don't think very many carry players are like that. I think most carry players, I don't want to say he doesn't win you the game, but he's everything you want him to be. But I don't usually watch him very much in the Navi games because they don't. You say they build around him. I personally, when I see their strategies, at least from my perspective, I don't see it.
Yeah.
Well, I think he meant he built the team around
just an
him.
organization.
Not the draft.
They're like before it was Dendy.
Yeah,
right?
I think every team needs
on
one or
Dendy.
two cores like him.
Yeah,
but it's not a flame, right? I'm just saying, he's not the Sumail or the the Thompson of the team where all the drafts are centered around him and all that kind of stuff.
Yeah, it feels like on that team, right, it's magical. He has those TA games that are like, oh, this guy, this is a 10th pick TA. He will carry the game.
Yeah, exactly.
And we heard about in Europe, I know, especially at one of the last majors, is Magical is one of the best just straight up 1v1 laners. We've heard he has some problems in the late game and some communication stuff, but in the lane, he is going to dominate. And on a team like this in a patch like this, I should say, that's pretty good, right? If you dominate your lane, as of what we saw yesterday, you're in a pretty good chance to just win the game outright.
Yeah, I think every hero or every player is kind of defined by their signature heroes, and you say he's like a lane dominator, and his signature hero, in my eyes, I think, is TA, right, you mentioned. And if you guys ever want to know if TA's meta, just tune into Crystallize's Dota buff and just see if he's playing, or not Crystallize, Magical's Dota buff, and see if he's playing it at all. Because if TA's meta, he will certainly be picking it nonstop, because they are the one team that if TA's not meta, they will still pick it because he's just that good at the hero.
He has the highest discrepancy between his most played hero and the rest of his heroes from any pro player that I've seen. He's got 68 games of TA, in professional matches. 68 games of Templar Assassin. His second most played is Razor at 36.
Wow.
That's almost
double.
It's almost double.
And again, that's just normal people, you see the line, it's they usually have a top 4.
It's relatively linear, at least.
Yeah, and then just maybe there's a sharp drop-off from there. But no, this guy, really good at Templar Assassin. Yep. They obviously like picking it for him.
Yep. And I'm looking at the captain's role here. Obviously, Ilias is playing the 5, but I believe Slayer does their in-game captaining as well as their drafting. And he'll be going against Vanscore. And Vanscore is one of those guys, even in the NA region, you always ask, who's a good CIS captain? You get the normal ones, and Vanscore always came up. Is there, an advantage here? Both of them reasonably well-known in the scene and pretty old in the scene as well.
I don't see any advantages, personally.
No, just because, maybe if Vanscore's path had gone a different way and he had some sort of, critically acclaimed success.
A breakout.
Then, maybe we would say, just from that appearance, Vanscore is the superior captain here, et cetera, et cetera. But he hasn't. He's just been a workhorse of the CIS region. He is also a very rare player in that he is a true and blue support through and through.
Yep.
This man don't play anything else. But he's just been at the support grind for so long. But no, I don't think there's any advantage.
Are you talking about like in pubs he never plays anything else?
No.
Are you
Just
saying team?
like-
Okay, I was just wondering what you meant by that.
Just in general, and well, we'll have to see the advantage because we are getting very short to the game starting here, and it is CIS versus CIS. Oh, ho, ho, ho. We're not close, my friends. We're there. We're there. And Navi versus Unique, I know obviously, I think most of us follow Vlad, and he said this game is going to be a better series than the NIP Alliance game. Would you agree, or is he a little bit biased? Well, he is a little bit biased. We're not going to ask, but do you agree in a sense that it might be closer, or?
I will trust Vlad's judgment because he knows Navi and Unique better than I would. So
that's fair enough.
I am looking forward to it more now. Let's say.
What an abstract concept of better. You know, is it because the competition level's better? Is it because
he likes the teams?
Is it because they're more equal? Is it because these teams are more fun to watch?
Well, he gave it 1 spicy pepper, and he gave the next series secret liquid 2 spicy peppers, and the other one 0 spicy peppers.
Wow. What kind of spicy peppers are we talking? Like jalapenos? Are we talking like
habanero?
those?
The ghost peppers?
Like how spicy are we getting here?
We're getting pretty spicy, BSJ.
You know what? I'm a little sad. We're in European region, and I just don't think we're going to be seeing a whole lot of all chat anymore. All of our other regions, we got a bit of all chat here and there. We'll get some voice lines and some taunts, I'm sure.
Yeah.
But there's something special about custom-made all chat, you know?
XD, DX,
but you know how there's like shoreman syndrome,
DX.
you know, and like compensating and stuff. That's what the other regions are doing, you know.
True.
Because EU, they talk with their gameplay.
Okay.
So just not that I don't appreciate the trash talk as well, but I also respect that sometimes your play says enough.
Damn. Well, we'll have to see because the first 3 bands on each side coming out. We got a DP Timber. Nothing surprising there. Chen is still getting banned out. That's one of those heroes I feel people are always going to play, even though I'm pretty sure it has a terrible win rate.
I haven't seen it win. I don't remember
I think I've seen it
winning.
once out of 7 or 8. I don't know, but people are going to ban it because it is good. And with the fast-paced meta, you never know. It could just be a 20-minute game. Chen runs over
It also like represents an entire strategy. Chen's one of the few supports that kind of indicates this is how we're going to play the game, and maybe that threat scares some of these teams and they don't want to deal with it.
So I was going over like RNGs since they are going to be the grand final. They own in China.
What are they doing?
I wanted to know what the Chinese region was valuing, and not terribly surprising. Timber saw Death Prophet. They're most valuable in when it just comes to picks and bans, but DK was 3rd there. They picked it 9 different times.
Damn.
And so
All
I'm
different
interested
roles,
to see,
or
like,
did you check what roles?
No, I think for them they pretty much only play at mid, but I could be wrong.
Okay.
But I'm just curious if the European region is going to be adopting into
Well,
the
we
DK
saw
as
Bait
well.
yesterday.
They picked all 3, right?
There's at least 2, maybe
the first
3
2,
games, yeah.
And why? Because after BSJ just said that, Chen, you kind of know what they're going to do. Isn't DK similar in like the mid lane, and he's going to push his own tower, and then he's just going to rotate around, and you have
in
to
the
play
mid lane,
with
yes.
him?
In the safe lane, he's different.
It's different.
Like
Okay.
he's just a carry that represents push, like you said. Like he is going to take your tower, and then once he gets level 12, he gets basically a free battle fury when it comes to farming and stuff. He's just going to run around the map, and faster movement speed. Doesn't always have to fight with it because he's a carry. And then once you get to that ultra late game, you're super beefy. You get 1 or 2 damage items. You start actually hitting like a truck. You have a stun.
Don't fall behind, though. We saw Dendy fall behind. You fall behind on DK, you're done.
The thing about him is now that he's got the 310 movement speed, that was really his only weakness. He had the decent base damage. They buffed that by 4 a few patches back, so he's got like 54 base damage or something, as opposed to his like minuscule damage he used to have. He's got high armor, regen, a nuke to secure range creeps, and now he's got movement speed. Just a very reliable way to get off to the start that, as you said, he very much needs. Otherwise, he kind of just feeds, and I just rhymed.
So part of the reason I'm interested to see if people adopt the Dragon Knight more and more is he's a boring hero. He's just boring, you know? Like, you look at Team Unique. If Pango, Snapfire, Mars, all the new heroes, like they're flashy, they're fun. Like, if those heroes are good, you definitely, the players individually are calling for them. They want to play it. Like,
Kind of like Slark,
who
too.
wants to play DK?
Yeah.
You know, like what mid is like fired up for some Dragonite, except for Super. You know,
When I've talked
it's
to
back.
when I've talked to mid laners in NA, at least they'll be like, "Yeah, I guess I have to learn DK. There, I practice DK this patch. You know, I'll make sure I know how to play DK." He's just a hero that obviously mechanically very easy, but in terms of his limits, his timings, and all that stuff in a given patch, you still need to practice these types of heroes. And I think that's one of the few things about the Dota community that really bothers me is they seem to think that if a hero is mechanically simple, that it's a really easy hero to play, and that's just
incorrect.
Not at all true.
Well, as you talked about, we got the Pango Snapfire on one team, so already a lot of team fight control on the other side. Ember Coddle, and we've been talking about this Coddle. Funny, we didn't see in like the first 5 days, and now, you know, at the end of the other regions, it started getting picked up, and now we're just first phasing every game.
All it takes is 1 or 2 teams picking it, and everyone will be like, that was hard to beat.
That's good. Yeah. And they take the other counter. I know whenever people pick Snapfire, it's always, are you getting a Nyx Assassin or a Rubik? Nyx Assassin, obviously, the very first overall ban. And they'll just take the Rubik. Rubik Keeper of the Light, though. Is that, you like that support dude? To me, it's a little slow, but I guess you don't both kind of want to push in lanes and do similar
Coddle
things?
not as much anymore. Coddle, he can.
He's more about his
if you need him,
blinding light,
if you need him to fill in the gaps for a draft, sure. But he's more of a 5, like, I don't want to say like a safe hero, but he's almost like an IO that enables you with like the mana and cooldowns, but in a different way. Obviously, IO heals you up and stuff, so you can just kind of sit behind your cores.
Yeah, I don't love it, but it's like I think it's a good Rubik game.
Yeah,
right. I already have the Coddle. I can't go back on that. But it's a good Rubik game. Pango, Snapfire.
You're getting a good ult.
Yeah, you're going to get a good ult in there. Pango has to play his game a little bit different against you.
Well, the thing about some heroes in Dota is sometimes they have jobs that they have to do or that they're going to do every single game, and sometimes they have jobs that, if need be, they'll fill in that gap. And Coddle's one of those heroes where he could defend towers and push lanes if you want, but if you have Coddle plus Wyvern, he's never defending lanes. It's always going to be the Wyvern because that's what that hero does every single game. Yeah. So that's just an example where it's really important if you're asking yourself what your job in the game of Dota 2 is for your team lineup. Just think about the potential that your hero can do, and if there's anybody else that does it better, and then fill in the gaps from there. But the Riki, not a huge fan of it against like Centaur Ember, but I am a huge fan of it against the support duo that Na'Vi have.
Yeah, you shred them.
Yeah, and they also have, how do I word this? They have a lot of squishies though on Team Unique. They
really do.
That's the problem. Like we saw yesterday a couple times with Riki getting picked, and in my experience as well, Riki, if he gets the jump on you, he's really scary. But if you jump him at all, he's just gonna die. And right now, other than smoking and catching them off guard, how are fights going to be set up such that Team Unique doesn't have a hero that gets jumped on? Like right now, Na'Vi, clearly, if Centaur gets gone on, that's great for you. You're going to show him in lanes. You're going to put him in the front of the fight. But right now, who's in front for Team Unique? I'm not saying you need a tank or whatever, but you do need somebody that naturally you're willing to have initiated onto. Otherwise, the fight has a very strict win condition, and it's really hard to reliably replicate that, I think.
You don't like Riki versus Ember?
The Centaur Ember combo is what I'm saying. Like,
okay.
Not Ember specifically, but like against the cores, I see like you get Sleight of Fist chains, and then you're going to die in this game. And then you have the Centaur Stampede to save the Ember. Right. So it's like, I always like Riki much more when the offlaner picks like Lesh or Pugna or Puck or something like that, because in lane you blink on them and these ranged like 3 armor, 2 armor heroes can't do anything about you. But in lane, like Centaur's gonna probably free farm unless they try lane him with Bat Rider or something. And
I was very surprised they snap picked Riki off of seeing Centaur.
Yeah,
I was
it's
just like, that's
like,
great for Centaur.
Yeah, like whatever. That's. I'm not saying you'd never pick Riki if it's not like an offlaner, but I do think his
makes it a lot harder.
His blink strike combined with like 62 base damage is what makes his lane really good. And heroes that don't mind him having 62 damage in a blink strike, like Centaur, I think are pretty damn good. SF, that would have been a decent frontliner for them, but I actually think DK might be the hero that really stands out to me for Team Unique. Gives you tower push, which you have absolutely none of. We saw Death Prophet Slardar Riki cores yesterday, and the Death Prophet had a rough start, and no buildings were hit that game because Death Prophet couldn't walk down lanes. and Ricky Slardar do absolutely nothing to towers. So I see Pangolier, I see Batrider, assuming Pango Bat are like the 4-3 flex here. You have absolutely no way to hit buildings, and I don't like playing killer heroes like Ricky if you can't hit buildings.
I gotta say, I'm nervous for Unique because 19 is your mid laner, the very new guy, and you're going up against Magical, who is known to Heroes Fam, and you're giving him last overall pick, and it sounds like you need to check a lot of bucks on Unique, and I'm just like, uh-oh. Sounds like this is gonna be real good for Magical.
I do think DK checks all these boxes, but it's very vulnerable to a Razor type hero. But also, that might even be okay because Razor's really bad against Batrider and Ricky. So they go Medusa ban. That tells me DK all the way, actually.
Let's see.
Because Medusa naturally counters DK because you push out the lane constantly, and it's really hard for DK to ever walk up to your tower. That was something we saw maybe like a year or two ago. There was a DK meta, and Medusa was picked pretty exclusively to counter the DK. I'm curious if that's what they're thinking as well. They are going to take the rest of their reserve time.
So if you get DK, do you put Ember against it and go a Spirit Vessel build and get a different safe lane
I like
carry?
that. That's the problem with the DK pick, but I think it's much more important you draft for the game right now than you do for the lanes because your game plan is not well-rounded yet. And if they do like a lane dominator, I'm not going to be okay. That does hit buildings.
And it's a frontliner.
And it's a frontliner.
It's an absorber.
Okay, you know what? That's fine. I think Bristleback might even be better here, but we'll see what ends up being picked by Na'Vi. I think Bristleback's also punishable.
Well, everybody
maybe
who
Slark.
Everybody who ever picks mid Bristleback bans Viper. I'm not sure if you can fit Viper into this lineup like super
That's tough
hard.
in a Bat Ricky Pango.
Yeah, I think so too.
It's really good in lane, but it just depends on what they prioritize.
Yeah. Is it worth just like all-inning on the laning stage like that?
How is it that Ember in some metas like this, where you just first round him, it looks like a pretty damn good Ember game. Like, yeah, you have Ricky Cloud, but aside from that, this is a free Ember game. So what I'm saying is you can kind of just put a mid or safe lane, whatever you think is better, whatever hero wins you the draft right now, fill in the gaps. That's pretty incredible to me sometimes when a hero's like, I guess OD, OD being bad and stuff just makes it so Ember is much more secured in being a first-round pick.
Well, they're using all their time as well. Both teams going down to the last second here, and it will be a Slark. You said that, BSJ, so it will be probably that Slark versus Bristol middle.
It might. No, I think you lane the Slark safe lane against Pango Bat. It should absolutely free farm.
Okay.
It's not the most amazing Slark game because they have Pango Ricky, but once you have BKB, you're actually unkillable. So I think Diffusal, potentially Shadowblade, then BKB if you're having a really good start. I think you want a Silver Edge at some point for the Bristleback. Silver Edge has been buffed so many times. I think it's actually a viable item on Slark in most situations if you need one against the passives. I just think Navi's draft is very well-rounded, very clear-cut game plan. I'm not a huge fan of the Ricky pick, but if Team Unique snowballs the early game, like, you're never going to be able to kill Bristleback. Ricky can do whatever he wants on the map, and their single target pickoff is really good on Unique, so it's going to come down to them snowballing the lanes. Otherwise, I think Navi's draft is very solid.
I think the disengage of Will-O-Wisp, Blinding Light, and Stampede are very, very value in this game. So I think you need BZZ and Chu to go off. I think they need to have a really strong start in their lane, and they're going to need to, in general, just be ahead of Na'Vi.
Yeah, I think Navi's draft will take it, but both teams have a very clear-cut win condition, and I like that going into a game.
Okay, it sounds like it should be a good one. It sounds like it's almost 50-50 down the middle. Who will win the laning phase? Well, we'll have to go over and ask Gods and Blitz what they think.
Here we are on day number 2 of the European CIS ESL 1 Los Angeles League, Will, and we've got ourselves Na'Vi versus Team Unique, formerly known as Team Gentleman. We came in like, Team Gentleman, let's go, and they're now Team Unique. We can see here the odds coming to this one. Na'Vi quite heavily favored.
That is a heavy favorite. That actually might be one of the most lopsided
game 1 betting odds that I've seen, actually.
Okay.
I think it might be the most one. And I've seen Fnatic start at like 2.7 against like Geek Fam or something. So I think this might be the highest one that I've seen so far. So people really buying that brand name.
Yeah, I mean, Na'Vi, I feel like their story of this team over the last 3 or 4 years, that they've been on the cusp of breaking through in the CIS region. Every now and then it feels like, okay, this is the roster that's going to make it, and then it just doesn't quite go according to plan. Like maybe a player gets poached by VP, maybe the results just slightly dip or don't continue to, trend upwards. They've been close.
You saw at the major where they topped the group against both EG and Liquid.
Yep.
And you see some potential there. And then they took Alliance, who I think are a very good team, ended up getting top 4 there, to game number 3. And then they ultimately lost to Liquid again. But you can see that 1 or 2 things break their way, and suddenly they would have been like a top 8 team at the major, top 4 team.
That's crazy. You expect a team who manages to beat EG and Liquid in the group stage, obviously, to get at least top 8, top 6. But yeah, that to me is the story of Na'Vi in a nutshell. Is they're inconsistent. Like at their best, their ceiling is very high, but then often they go through these, periods where they suddenly drop in performance. Even though obviously the major was tough, they had Alliance and Liquid in the bracket. They beat them. You got to consistently beat those teams.
Yeah. You do have to do it where it matters, but they are a very good group stage team. That's what we've seen so far, and this will be maybe one of the first times that I've casted Team Unique or Gentleman.
Yeah, some player names you probably recognize: Vanscore, former Na'Vi player.
Yeah, Chu,
yep, and of course 633 BZZ, of
the man himself,
Pugna Infamy.
Playing
himself. The offlane role typically for this team. Going for a slightly unconventional build. The Bassi first. Pengo, who needs regen? I imagine we'll see his support down there with a headdress, maybe pulling over some Tengos. We'll see how that works. It looks like Snapfire is going to be securing his lane. I assume Snapfire is going bottom with the headdress. That's probably the plan. Otherwise, you're looking at a double Bassi lane.
Yeah.
So that's not the play.
BZZ is like my favorite player, just because he's just so famous for like such weird reasons.
Yeah.
It's just like, oh, why is this guy famous? Oh, he had a Pugna set that probably made him actually like a fair amount of money because of how big the meme was. I hope he made like royalties wise like millions.
It's the biggest, like one of the biggest sets on the market, the most common sets on the market. That's the thing. It wasn't so much that everyone was going and buying it. It was that everyone was getting it for free and drops, I'm pretty sure, because you get those free Ender Games drops, and I think it was just became the most common of them.
There's some guy out there with like 100,000 BZZ Pugna items.
I think you can get them on the market for probably like 3 or 4 cents.
Buy now, guys. If he ever becomes a really popular player, those are going up in value. They're tripling.
Yep.
The stocks are going back up finally. This is what we needed to get out of this recession. Just buy BZZ Pugna sets.
Yeah, we all got to go spend more money, inject it back into the economy, the Dota 2 economy. Battle Pass might be coming soon, Will. I'm hyped for that one, as always.
Yeah, man, esports keeps trucking.
Yeah, we didn't. Being stuck inside just means more time to play Dota, more time to get those cosmetics.
Yeah. Something I meant to talk to you about, by the way, you looked it up yourself, but all the games so far that we've seen have ended really quickly in Europe. Just fast game after fast game. Feels like whoever gets any sort of laning phase lead sort of just snowballs that into a win. Any idea why you think why, or any thoughts?
I mean, I would say perhaps the patch. I don't have... I mean, it's different to what we saw, because I feel like the other regions, like Southeast Asian stuff, we saw a lot more 30, 40-minute games. Maybe NA we thought would be a lot more snowbally, but... my assumption would also be that these teams know they're going to play a lot of round-robin games, so games that are starting to go out of control, they're just happy to GG and be like, well, we got a lot more group games.
Yeah. We saw that in the Bait series yesterday, where whoever they played against GG'd out in like 18 minutes or something.
Cyber Legacy, yeah.
Cyber Legacy.
Yeah.
The game was just pretty one-sided, and then they're just like, I'll see you. And
he's going for this kill. Oh. Well, not going to go for the last quill. And that could have... Yeah, he had the 10 stick charges, so if he starts tanking tower shots and gets baited by the stick charges, that would have gone bad for him. But once again, Bristol under this tower really trying to pressure this Ember Spirit, who is going to have his Observer Ward dewarded immediately by Unique's mid laner. 19 teen, not a player I'm at all familiar with before this tournament.
He's pretty new. In fact, his first team was last year, 2019.
Okay.
So only been playing professional Dota for In fact, less than a year.
Is he 19?
Yes.
I see you on his Wikipedia.
He is exactly 19.
All right. What happens when he turns 20? Does he have to change? 20, not teen. He's no longer a teen, though.
No, you keep calling. He's a teen until he's 21. You know.
Is 20 a teenager? Well, you're saying 20 is a teenager. Well, we need to have this discussion. This is
20. I mean, I think I wasn't really an adult until I was like 30, honestly. Yeah. And I'm not 30 yet, so.
Okay.
I'm pretty much a kid. I still do video games for a living, man.
That's true. We're all still kids, yeah.
Oh, now it goes back the other way. But I love seeing an influx of new talent. That's my favorite thing about Dota is there will eventually be some guy that you don't expect and everyone's calling shit, like Thompson. Everyone's like, oh, Thompson? like, but, or Anna, you know, or Miracles and GHs and stuff like that. But, you know, this is what somebody always comes along.
Especially in these regions like CIS, South America, Southeast Asia, because so many of the young people are playing Dota. I think there are some regions, maybe like America, where, you know, young people are playing other games.
Yeah, I mean, Luki is our hot talent.
Yep. That says something.
Why are you flaming Lucas, huh?
Flaming NA, you know?
I love
We're
Lucas.
in Europe CIS. I think the viewers have my back here that they know who the superior region is. North America, not even awake. We can trash talk them all we like, Will.
Grant's here. He'll throw hands with you.
I'm not going near those heads. I saw Grant scaring people in the panel yesterday.
Yeah, dude. He's a scary guy.
Yeah. No, this is... but yeah, I think naturally, some of these regions, there's just so many more people playing Dota, and you're going to get a lot of new, fresh talent coming in. It's great.
Yeah. Absolutely. This game so far, quiet laning phase start. Haven't really seen too much yet. It looks like everybody is doing okay. The Ricky is probably a little bit lower than he should be.
Yep. Where's first blood happening? Place your bets.
Thinking. I don't even know if the Centaur dies anymore. I feel like this Bat Rider's not really getting value.
Yep.
Sort of feel like choose job this game is kind of hard. Like, I don't really know how he lanes against both Rubik and Centaur.
Yep.
And Ricky doesn't really like laning against Centaur either. If anything, I think Pasha might pick up a first blood or something on Chu.
I could see that. Could be mid lane with an overplay, but that's at least not something you'd want to bet on.
Mm-hmm.
And then down bottom, Coddle, Slark. They're not probably getting any kills unless Snapfire gets really out of position. There could be let's say this lane, the Snapfire Pengo has some more kill potential, especially if BZZ gets that Javelin out. That's when his damage really starts to amp up. And yeah, he's already got that. So this support Coddle, especially, even the Slark, have to be very careful. 2 points in Lucky Shot early on, so could see Team Unique getting it up down here. But both teams have a pretty strong offlane right now, and the carries are having a rougher time. The Slark and the Ricky unable to really contest their lanes.
Nice micro. He kept his illusion from when he stole it from the... That's a value illusion rune. He denies the rune from the Bristleback, forces 19 to not get another bottle refill charge, and then also gets rid of the bounty rune.
Yeah.
So he got a 2-for-1 special there.
This is where 19 is wishing his supports were giving up first blood so they could TP mid to refill his bottle. He's like, guys, anyone dying anytime soon?
Look at that. Magical has a bottled rune himself. I will say the one thing about playing with Coddle is a lot of people ask, like, oh, what's wrong with Coddle? Like, he has such a good ulti. Like, surely he should be a top-tier pick. But I think the problem with that hero is that laning-wise, he does almost nothing. Like, he's just such a passive laner. Like, your best offensive ability is really your chakra.
But now that you've survived the laning stage and Slark's getting decent farm, are you happy about the pick being in the game?
Kind of. I think it is a very good Coddle game. I feel like the ulti has a lot of value in this game. Because there's a lot of things... Like, Coddle ulti looks really broken when you have heroes that can just run in and you can play very aggressively. And you create this, like, backline. Like, you throw it behind them as your team runs in. And they have Stampede, they have Slark, they have Ember. They have very good cores at just kind of running in and fighting alongside it.
Yep.
And if you can't get value out of the 5 Coddle pick and you don't completely get stomped in the lanes, then the hero is, like, excellent.
Well, very slow laning stage as far as both teams. All 6 cores getting their farm, all of them between 32 and 36 CS. Less than a 1k gold advantage. Nobody pulling ahead whatsoever. There is a haste rune in Ember's bottle, so potential for a play with that. But even with a haste rune, he's still sitting mid. Maybe asking his teammates, like, can I TP anywhere? Centaur has level 6. They've got Stampede as well, so it does feel like you could potentially make plays to get a kill, but at the same time, Na'Vi just seem happy to keep farming their lanes.
Yeah, I need to see some
Bristles getting
kills
Rena.
happen.
It looks like he's trying to farm some jungle stacks and embers onto this, but
He's actually higher level than the Ember.
Okay.
By quite a bit, actually.
Yeah.
He's almost a full level ahead right now.
There's the Stampede. They found the support kill. The first blood is going to be on Chu.
Dude, I
called
told
it,
you.
Will.
I didn't know it would happen like this.
Yeah.
To be honest, but
an Ember Haste Rune plus a Stampede.
I did think that it was gonna be at Chu at top. I mean, he's probably the easiest target in the game to kill.
It was going to be, in my mind, it was him or Coddle. Like Coddle was the other. I was like,
dude, Coddle can't die.
You're right.
He lives forever. He's like in the lore or whatever. He's like an immortal being essentially.
He's made it to like 60, 70 years old already. So
he's much older than that for sure. He's been there since like light was invented.
Oh wow. Okay.
I think, anyways. I haven't actually seen the lore on him.
I never got why people who are eternal beings like can look either like they're 70 years old or 20-year-old. Like, you know, think elves in Lord of the Rings. Some of them are like, you know, they're 200 years old and they look young. But then there's the ones that look like their grandpas.
There's not a lot of consistency in the fantasy scene.
If you're immortal, it's like how does your appearance age if you're immortal?
Again, I just don't think there's... I think you're asking a lot of questions that people don't want answered. Now that you're asking me that, now you're starting to ruin some stuff for me. It's like Pyrian asked me, you know in lightsaber duels?
Yeah.
If you can turn them on, like, you know those like moments where you're like, zoom, and like both guys are fighting? Why not just turn it off and on?
Wow, that is actually next level.
Yeah, you'd win every fight.
Because they insta go off and on, right?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
So you would just duck while you did that, and you'd kill it. Like, you'd win every lightsaber fight.
So yeah, you go through his, turn it back on, and then just cut him in half.
Exactly. Win every time. Ever since
I'm on
Pyrian
board.
told me that, I could not... It actually ruined Star Wars as a universe for me.
Huh.
But yeah, Keeper of the Light is a fundamental, a force of the universe created when Elder Titan divided the world during the schism. Oh, 19? Is he dead?
It's going to be close. He's stampeding forward. He's turning his back, trying to block all his damage. He's got the Penguin to back him up. The last Sleight of Fist will finish him up. But what's the price they're going to pay, Na'Vi? Pangolier cleans up the Ember, and Pasha slivers away, but he needs to dodge the swashbuckle. Can he do so? Unlikely. I don't see it happening. BZZ, he's got a swashbuckle.
Oh,
so
he
misses. He dodges. Ooh, Chu still gets the kill.
He actually missed. I can't believe that.
That was the one thing I thought he needed to do, but turns out the right click of Chu is...
Can you imagine if he lived?
Yeah.
That would have been insane. So, trade-wise, that actually goes pretty in favor of Team Unique. It's quite good for them. Good amount of gold, XP.
They kill 2 cores.
Yeah, they kill 2 cores. You limit the amount of potential farm.
And Ricky's been free farming. We haven't seen him get involved yet, but he's now on the move. He's going to find a Rubik here. He's trying to steal some bounty runes. He gets it and immediately goes in on the Rubik. Tricks of the Trade comes out, but he did lose some of his physical damage, as he does not have another Blink Strike for a few seconds. He still wants this kill. Rubik trying to juke in the trees.
Oh, he's dead.
Yep. They get the kill.
Nice kill by Zitrex.
Yep. There we go. A 10-minute Vlad's timing on Pengo. Incredibly fast with the Javelin, going back for that team-oriented item. Man, he's having a good game.
Yes, he hasn't really been touched. And Chu's going to go down again. But BZZ, I don't think you want to get aggressive here, Crystallize.
Yeah. That's got the level 6. Pengo threatening to go in for a Rolling Thunder. Does
I like that.
Get a Dark Pact.
He wastes some mana.
Yep.
Which then Ilias is there to instantly refill. But you're putting pressure on this Slark. He's not free farming. Like, even though he didn't participate in that mid-kerfuffle, his net worth is pretty mediocre.
Yeah. And I think that's now become the difference. Now, it feels like we're still in the laning stage in some weird way. Like, even though we're 11 minutes in.
I know what you mean.
But the Ricky's having a free time farming, whereas the Slack is just getting constantly harassed and spammed out of lane.
Yeah, this is going to be a very fast Diffusal Blade. Oh, Cookie.
Nice Cookie in forward. They should have the kill on the Rubik. It's again Sioma going down.
And
Not
BZZ,
slaying anyone.
The amount of farm that he has is intense. 11 minutes in, he's got Vlad's Javelin, and he has 500 gold on top of that. Like, we might actually see an upset here. This is a pretty fantastic position for them to begin the game with, and they have a really good aggressive lineup where they have 3 very farmed cores. I could see them win this game for sure.
Yeah, I mean, they're up 2k gold. They're going to maybe lose their Pengu here, but the Cookie in forward here, he can get the Rolling Thunder off, and he may just want to use this one to escape. I'm not sure if they're going to be able to find some kills.
He's going to bounce it back
here.
and try to go for it? No, he should get out. Don't throw this lead. Not when you're this far ahead, BZZ.
Like the bounce off the ice shard play. Always a classic.
He's sticking around.
Is he running out of remnant charges? He's still got one left. He's going to try to get the hell out of there, but the Snapfire ultimate being stampeded away from.
In fact, it gets stolen.
Yep,
They want to kill him for
pulled back
this.
in with the lasso, and yeah, they don't want to see him getting away with that one.
They really don't want to give that one up, but Stampede's been used.
More. Remnant charges up in 1. I think they're expecting Magical to be kind of low on charges, but he's going to TP himself out of there, and Bristle going to come on down now as well.
That was pretty good because people did rotate for that. And they used the Stampede too.
Yep. Well, like you say, all 3 unique cores having a great game. The 2 supports, you know, not getting anything, but the cores is kind of what matters most here for unique.
Very, very good start for them. And they're going to go for a smoke play towards top. Ricky, highest net worth in the game by a healthy margin over the rest of Navi's players. This would be a big death by Zitrax if they can actually get him. And his courier's going to fly in too.
Yep, they know he's here now.
This would be huge if they could actually get the kill. And they're going to pop us.
Goes in forward. He's got TP rotations coming his way, but he gets chain stunned here with the Coddle ultimate coming out as well. The Trickster Trait does manage to get cast here. The Ricky could be okay. He's going to blink out. Nope, he doesn't get. He gets rooted, so he cannot blink away. But the retaliation comes in the form of BZZ Rolling Thunder with Vanscore showing up as well. The whole shebang. Team Unique looking to punish this one. Magical. He has a remnant, but it's not too far away. The Swashbuckle going to hit him as well. The cookie stolen by the Rubik to help him push Magical
That might actually get him to live.
He's got iron charges as well, so he's surviving.
BZZ not going to go for it. That was nice by Magical. He moved the Remnant to the left, and the Pango Rolling Thunder followed that, and instead he just stayed in place and waited until he knew it was going to be pretty much over.
Nice moves from the Na'Vi mid laner, but still a decent trade, but not a decent position to be in as far as this game goes. The 3 cores still top of the net worth on the Team Unique side, but you know, Na'Vi getting good farm on their 3 cores. As Coddle going to get gone on by the Ricky, who actually snipes a Courier, and then he's going to Blink Strike in after the Coddle. Elsewhere, the Lasso going to take out the Rubik, so Unique take out the 2 supports. And we'll have to see themselves unable to catch up to the Ember for now, but with the double damage on Bristle, surely they can pressure this tower. He's level 13, 14 minutes in this game.
He is very beefy. And they don't really have the heroes to pressure him either, aside from that mid dive where he just went under the tier 1 tower in between the tier 2 and everyone just got to lay into him. Should be a lot harder to kill now that he's got a Vanguard. He's got Assange coming in. Nice item choice. Of course, it amps your heal and regen and lifesteal.
Yep. Yeah, you're playing against Slack, so that Heaven's Halberd going to be one of the fantastic items later on in the game since it cannot be purged off.
Pasha's getting really low.
Ricky, once in, does not have the damage or the slow Diffusal Blade. I believe coming out on the Courier. Elsewhere, Magical doing what he can to contest these bounty runes. But it is going to be Team Unique rotating on in to bully him back to the tier 2 tower. So Unique pulling themselves ahead 5k gold just off of a farm advantage here. And also it feels like the bounty runes, because before the supports were all even on farm, but Team Unique getting the majority of these bounty runes means their supports are actually starting to pull a bit further ahead.
And their supports aren't dying compared to Na'Vi supports. We've seen Sioma the Slayer die a few times now as...
Forward. Na'Vi ready to fight. This is the first fight we see Crystallize show up to, so Slack ready to get involved. They take out a core in the Pangolier. They want more. They want the Bristle.
It's 5-on-1.
For the Light going to pull him back in with the ultimate. That should pull him a second time. No, he barely manages to get out of this one. Doesn't look like they're going to be able to chase him down here. Now the Snapfire going to drop the kisses in. Crystallize gets back to safety, stills the ultimate, so he's A-okay. But with Slack showing up, Na'Vi only kill a Pango here, but this is the Diffusal timing. That's why they brought him in for this. Has the BKB queued up, and once he has that, he is going to be damn hard to deal with.
That's probably Unique's biggest weakness right now, is the amount of disable that they have is very limited.
Crystallize jumping on in. Very defensively pops the Shadow Dance. He needs to be careful. He's completely lost his ultimate and just gets taken out. Greedy for the regen rune. Has backup with the Ember Spirit rolling on in, but Na'Vi have taken a very poor fight.
I think Ember's
here.
now dead too.
Yep, he's going to slide a fist back. The Rolling Thunder doesn't hit him, but he still goes down. And what was Slark thinking there?
That was perfect timing by Chu too. Instantly gets him as soon as the ulti ends. No chance for him to be able to purge that off.
Yep.
And yeah, completely agree. Not sure what Crystallize's idea was. I think they were just trying to get a little bit too much out of that.
Yeah.
It's the Spirit Vessel that's baiting them. They think that 19 is easily killable once this is popped onto him, but he still has a lot of HP.
like you say, Chu played that fight so well, getting the lasso off right when the Shadow Dance ended, and also the Flame Break kind of pushing Slark even further out of position. But yeah, he popped that Shadow Dance very preemptively. Perhaps worried about a lasso or something because maybe his Dark Pact was on cooldown?
Yes, that's exactly why. And he didn't want to get smoke clouded and left with no options. But
you pop your ultimate, you should just run to safety usually.
I think so too. The rest of Na'Vi wasn't really in position for that. And they probably would have died as well. Even though you do have a Spirit Vessel against this Bristleback, remember, he can still, it's not a break.
He's got 2.5k health.
Yeah.
You can stop his healing, but can you actually kill him?
Yeah. People always forget that. It's not like Morphling, where Spirit Vessel is such a good item against Morphling, because he doesn't heal off of his going up into strength. But Bristle, again, like Bristleback, the ability doesn't get disabled. Still very good. Still reduces damage. None of that is stopped.
Roche dying very fast with all the minus armor. And the Vlad's giving them the sustain they need. So it's going to be a free, uncontested Roshan for Team Unique, who lost some of their lead, but now find themselves with Aegis and approaching some of these key items. Bristleback, I believe, going to finish the Heaven's Halberd at the shop. Or maybe going to decide against it. Did have it queued up before, now just sticking on the Sange.
Yeah, we've seen a lot of early Roshans in this tournament already.
Yeah, teams are getting really good about understanding when they can go for it. Typically, it's having either minus armor or a Vlad's.
Look at this, Crystallize is stuck.
Well, he have to pop his ultimate.
Popped.
Yep, Stampede to help get him away there. He's holding on to his Shadow Dance. He's going to Dark Pact off the Rolling Thunder Stun now. Leaps away.
He's going to die for that.
He just gets Chain Stun. They have so much to go through the Shadow Dance that he doesn't even end up getting it off. Even if he did, he probably dies there. Yeah, Slayer uses those trees perfectly. I mean, that is definitely one of those plays I'm sure some people are going to be like, oh, why didn't you ultimate? But it doesn't matter. He still gets stunned there through his Shadow Dance.
Yeah, and he was trying to min-max.
Yes. If he pops it early, he definitely dies. So he's trying to, yeah, I guess pop it at the last possible second.
But Unique have a lot of follow-up for him after that Stampede ends. And BZZ has had a phenomenal game.
Yes.
Tons of farm. He's got a mech, about to pick up Greaves for himself. And once he gets those Greaves, most of the disabled, they don't really have burst damage. Fanscore does die for this, though.
Yeah. Ember gets out of the smoke cloud, then immediately remnants away. This smoke cloud proven to be very annoying against some of these Na'Vi heroes. Back at mid, Magical has that Spirit Vessel completed, and we'll see what he can get done with it. But as for Na'Vi, they're looking for kills. Zitrex at bottom has been dusted up. Pasha doesn't get the hoof stomp off because a nice Diffusal Blade being used defensively, and another Blink Stomp forward, but the dust wore off. They've got a Sentry now instead. Zitrex gets the tricks of the trade. He might get out of this one. One more right click, they drop a second Sentry. Double Sentry and a dust. Definitely worth it, I'd say, but they need to get out. As Centaur could be in some trouble here. The Rolling Thunder on through. Pasha going to get found out. No chance to blink out and should be coming back for a second round. The Cookie as well as the Rolling Thunder. Swashbuckle now as well. And down goes Pasha. Did take out the Ricky, though, so I think Na'Vi still going to be okay with that one. Will.
Yeah, 100% worth. They're not growing their net worthly on the side of Team Unique. All three of their cores are still doing very well, but they're not really growing that lead any further, and Pasha is catching up.
The timing of that was also Na'Vi got all 4 bounty runes, which is pretty big gold swing.
Yeah, that makes it from around 5k what it once was after the kill, about 2.
Yeah. And I think, however, both outposts went the way of Team Unique. So, at least experience-wise,
I think you'd rather have the gold right now.
If you're in Na'Vi shoes?
Yeah.
I can see that. I mean, they're close to some key items like this BKB on Slark, and they're not too level starved.
I think I'd rather have 4 bounty runes than 2 outposts. Because really, the second outpost just denies the XP. It's not like you get more.
Guardian Greaves now on Pango. I mean, every time a Pango item comes, he's just beating all the average timings on it. He's had such a fantastic time. That Guardian Greaves is going to allow him to purge off things like the Searing Chain so he can immediately use his mobility spells in the mid lane. Uh-oh, Centaur. Smoke Cloud's going to stop him using a Stampede or any spells, and Unique, jump in, get a quick kill, and that Centaur just respawned as well.
I think they might want to go high ground with this, or at least consider it. Because I think the longer this game goes, their lack of disable is kind of going to be a little bit annoying. Like, once BKB start coming out, a lot of their damage gets mitigated.
Do you think Slark kind of carries this game if it goes late game, or?
Yeah, I think so. Like, I think Ember especially carries this game if it goes late. Like, if he gets one defensive item, he's not going to die this game. Once he gets this BKB, he'll be really alright. He needs a damage item, though, and I don't even know what damage item you really want in a game like this. Maybe like a Radiance? I'm not sure.
And we saw it at
Deatho?
I remember at the end of the draft on the SAP little graphs about what they had. There was very little crowd control on the Team Unique side. I mean, stuns, they have Rolling Thunder, Batrider Lasso, Cookie. These are not like your everyday reliable stuns, other than maybe Batrider Lasso, but that's a long cooldown. Perhaps the more annoying one is going to be this Smoke Cloud, but Ember can, of course, itemize into things like BKB against it. Force Staff queued up for the Centaur. That is, of course, one of those items against Ricky that's always so powerful. As he blinks in, looks for the kill on the Batrider. There is the follow-up damage from the rest of the team. Is there any potential plays for Team Unique? Doesn't look like. If anything, they're now on the run. Magical once in, going in for more, gets a nice Searing Chains onto 2. It gets gone on by the Ricky.
Nice
Buyback coming in from the Batrider. Yeah, the Coddle ultimate helping Magical get the hell out of there as Slark is going to clean up the Pangolier. This Slark
it's still going.
Yeah, this Slark's getting a lot of stats here, but he gets lassoed now without the Dark Pact. He can't get out of this one. Can't Shadow Dance just yet. He will have it soon, but he doesn't get a chance to get it off. Nice play by Team Unique with the Ricky Cloud, silencing him up. This Slark is, you know, they don't have many stuns, but the ones they have are pretty damn annoying.
That was the buyback, though. That was used by the Batrider for that. So you see Pasha just gets in on Chu, way too far forward from the rest of his team, and he dies so quickly. And that was the Greaves used by BZZ early to try to save him.
Oh, okay, and that made his, then he gets Searing Chains here.
Yeah, and he has no, if he has his Greaves up there, he actually lives, no problem.
Yep. Yeah, he gets pulled back in by the Coddle, and definitely a rough one. You can see that Ricky was just standing patiently on the side, knowing that he couldn't really go in until later, but once that Lasso is there, the Smoke Cloud follows it up to take out the
That was BKB
Slark.
used too by Slark.
Gotcha. So that, once that BKB wears off, and that's going to be getting down shorter and shorter. You really want to be winning these fights convincingly with BKB, if anything.
Yeah, that's pretty gutting. And Magical's now going to die, and they're looking for more here.
Yep. They're going in for more. Slayer. He's on the run. Rubik needs to get back to the high ground. Centaur looking for a stun. Isn't going to find it. And the Rolling Thunder is just bouncing around. Yeah, this Centaur is pretty damn tanky, but they're still going for it.
He's found an angle.
Yeah, the Ricky coming on in, doing some good damage here. And Pasha will maybe end up going down. Crystallize shows up now, though, with the BKB Slark, but he's going to have to just run the hell out of this one. He doesn't have the damage or the stacks to fight. And that means BKB now down to 8 seconds and on cooldown. And you can see here, Team Unique, yeah.
Look at this.
This says a lot. He's
19.
dropping items, too. I like it.
All right, this guy is 19. I'm a fan. He's going for it right now. He's feeling himself.
Yep.
He's at 3-to-1 odds for what?
He's like, Na'Vi, never heard of them. I was a little, like, you know, a little kid when you guys were
he was
good.
like 12 when they were in their heyday.
Yeah. He's like, I didn't watch you guys. Never heard of Na'Vi. As we'll see a nice Coddle coming in, trying to disengage this fight, but Na'Vi are fighting without numbers. It's a 3v5. The Sleight of Fist is going to take out the Pangolier, but the fight should be going Team Unique's way with the BKB.
Slark has nothing
Ricky,
for this.
He's got no way out of the cloud. He needs the teammates.
No buyout.
Oh, to help him. Respawn from center is going to TP in, but okay, they're going to actually get the hell out of there. The tricks of the trade to escape. Pasha, he's going in aggressively with the Ember to back him up, but Ricky going to turn and fight. May not have a BKB. Has a Lotus Orb, however.
Look at how strong 19 is.
Yep, being used defensively to get the hell out of there. They will take out Chu. This Bristle on the front lines is just, yeah, he's full health still. They're ignoring him, but you can't really entirely ignore him. He's doing some good damage here, building up all those stacks and trying to kite him as well. Ricky needs to be careful how he fights this, but yeah, you can see Bristle just free fight every time. Bristle has no counter right now.
He needs more damage items, though. Like he's not at the point where they can't ignore him. Right now, they're doing a pretty good job of kiting around him. Bristle usually ends games when you simply just can't ignore him anymore. He deals too much damage in the fight.
He's got a Basher queued up, so that's going to give him some lockdown and additional damage to play around. And he gets more quill stack damage, so you ignore him, he starts spamming those quills, it's going to hurt. I like that he doesn't go for the health regen. He's just never been really close to dying. He's being ignored, so no reason to get it this game.
No, even with the Spirit Vessel ticking on him.
Yeah.
It doesn't even feel like it tickles him. On top of that, he now has the Lotus Orb to get rid of it for himself. He has 2 ways now to, he has 2 things to dispel that he really needs to, which is the Spirit Vessel and the Chains. And normally, Magical's throwing that out at the same time, so he's getting a lot of value out of that Lotus Orb.
Yeah. And we saw in the last fight, when if he's being ignored, he can happily put the Lotus Orb on a teammate as well.
Yes.
And you still get value from the item when they ignore you. Smoke up from Team Unique. We'll see where they look to head here. They could be running right into this Centaur, who does not have a Stampede. Blink Lasso is there, and yeah, Ember's just going to leave him to die, but Ember's going to get chased down. BZZ wants this kill. Double Remnant just to get him the hell out of there.
BZZ has been really aggressive in this game.
Do you like how when he makes plays like that?
Yeah, 100%. I think the way that his aggression has been in this game has been very good. Like, he sets up for his team. They all run in behind him, which I like. Like, you're feeling his presence in the game, I feel, throughout.
Yeah.
He's making his net worth it.
He's got a Blink Dagger now, so has that Rolling Thunder Blink threat now as well. In the front lines, Ricky getting fairly low here.
Nice Lotus Orb for him.
Yeah, trying to hold on to his BKB. He still has it if he needs to. Going to pop it defensively, then probably look to turn and fight. Crystallize, BKB, Shadow Dance. He's going to get the hell out of there as Bristle has that Radiance queued up now. You wanted more damage, and that's exactly what 19's looking to do.
Yeah, that was kind of the DPS item I expected him to get, actually, instead of the Basher. I felt like he was going to realize at some point that it wasn't really him that was dying. It was the rest of his team. And Radiance is the best bang for your buck for items where you're really tanky and you just consistently burn people to death.
Yep.
Plus, the passive is really nice against Slark, I would say.
Yeah, when that BKB wears off, that mischance is definitely pesky. Just feels nice because if you are being kited a bit by things like Telekinesis, Searing Chains, you can still do damage because of the burn.
And a smoke from Na'Vi.
I think they're expecting a Roshan perhaps, but it's not a Roshan. They're waiting on the high ground here, playing around their ward here. The Bat Rider getting very low to start this fight. Oh no, Pango!
Oh, the Pango!
He's stuck on the cliff! Oh, the worst possible scenario. BCZ does end up blinking on down, but he lost so much of his ultimate, stolen by the Rubik, but Slayer not doing a whole lot with it. But luckily, the Ember has helped clean up, taking out the two supports. But Team Unique still feeling strong. Even in 3v5, they're looking to take this fight with the cores, and they do manage to bring down the Centaur. So they lost their supports, but they're still very hard to fight into. Crystallize has to be careful how he approaches this one. Na'Vi have the high ground ward now. They get a nice Searing Chains into a Slug Pounce, and yeah, they're going to bring down BZZ.
And now it's a 2-on-4. They've got to be careful here.
Yeah, Na'Vi, can they turn and fight this one? Slayer has no escape for himself. The Ricky with the BKB needs to get out. What's the BKB wearing off? The Bristle now. Can they bring down the Bristle boss? Magical gets
Smoke
caught
cloud?
in the cloud. Yep, he's silenced up. He gets out now.
Really
He has a
low.
Remnant, but he's too damn slow. He really doesn't Remnant all that too far here, and he does get blinked on and taken out. Zitrax gets himself a double kill.
And Crystallize missed the cliff, but they don't know that. So they'll disengage. And that was a 2v4 fight that they popped the BKB on the Ricky. Huge turnaround for them.
And now they can fall back, maybe go for Roche. He did end up buying the Basher, though.
I'm okay with it. I still think I would have really liked... Because I think if you go the Basher, I never really like the casual Basher. I really like to see it straight into the Abyssal.
Yeah.
That's when I think you get the most value out of that item. Unless you're like Troll, who just, you know, hits so many different times.
It feels like, yeah, normally you want that Basher as a BKB piercing stun, and then if you're getting it for that reason, you want the Abyssal as soon as possible.
Precisely. But I think he probably just wanted like a bridge item before going for the Radiance.
He's like, I got 4k gold, don't have enough for the Radiance, what can I get?
And in fact, he's actually going to skip that entirely and go for the AC now. So he's now swerving between a lot of items.
And I don't mind the idea of him becoming like the building hitter because they're ignoring him, so just right-click the racks a bit, just they ignore you, eventually you'll take that racks, and that's where an item like AC does make sense.
Plus, I think they gave the Aegis to the right target this time. In the previous
Ricky,
in the previous Roshan, they gave it to the Bristle, but I think 19 is kind of unkillable, honestly. And if they do kill him, they've most likely lost the fight anyways.
Yep. Well, we'll see Unique make a beeline towards the top lane. They've drawn lines. They know exactly where Na'Vi are, and they're going to jump on him with the Ricky Cloud. Slug manages to get out with the help of some Force Staffs. Bristle charging in forward, and yeah, he's not got the Aegis, but he's playing as if he does have one. The Arcane Rune allowing him to spam those quills for days.
They found Ilias.
Yep, no cuddle for this defense.
Look at this dive. This man does not care.
With the Arcane Rune, he's just doing so much damage. He gets the bash as well. Yeah, he's just 1v3.
Spell lifesteal, baby.
He's 19, Will. That's what you said, and he's playing like it. Young, fearless. He is pushing Na'Vi, corralling them back to the fountain.
There wasn't even a tower for him to take at that point. He was just doing it to push them into the fountain.
Yep. And he got them all down to half health. He's building up the damage, the quill stacks. The Arcane Rune will be wearing off soon, but Arcane Rune on Bristle, definitely one of the better heroes in the game to have it on, particularly at this stage.
Buyback from Ilias. And Na'Vi have to make some sort of play soon. They're going to lose this tower and most likely Rax.
Bristle's just too far ahead. Look at his net worth. He's 7k ahead of the Slark almost. He's having a grand old time.
Just beating on this tower. Crystallize is coming. He's got a DD rune.
Oh,
this could be their one opportunity. Yep. They have to fight around this DD rune. I dare say if they don't do it, you probably lost anyways. He wants to try to find a backline if he can. He's got a Shadow Blade, but the DD is going to wear out in about 20 seconds, 15 seconds.
Yeah, I'm not sure if Unique scouted, but they're playing as if they did, but their defensive posturing.
And that might buy them a little bit of time, but they're just going to march back in here. Crystallize still on the hunt, but it's just this Bristle he sees.
Immediately gets the disarm off, and they'll force Slark back. Slark's just looking to build up those Essence Shift stacks on the Bristle here. Not really expecting to kill him, but doing whatever you can to limit that is, of course, the best way to
force staff.
Ooh, into the hoof stomp. That's a perfect bit of play here. He does have the Aegis here, but you've got to break it to try and kill him a second time here. The lasso going to come out. Barrier just walks in and finds him with the Rolling Thunder to back it up. Blinks in forward, going to bounce around onto this Slark, keeping him at bay, allowing the Bristle just to right-click down this melee Rax. And Team Unique are just playing this push so safe and cautiously, but doing so in a way that's trying to secure them this game. But the charge in, they're going to go in with the Blink Hoof Stomp, the Coddle ultimate to fold up, but nice use of the Snapfire to just instantly take out the Coddle with Will-O-Wisp, as Pangolier are going to buy back for this fight, but they've lost the Riki Aegis.
They're all buying back for this.
They want to kill the Riki a second time. They instantly get the hoof stomp. Pasha's been so good on this center with these initiations. He's constantly finding these key targets here. The Emperor, though, getting backed up too, though. He needs another Sleight of Fist. He gets out of there. The Coddle on the side getting chased down as well, as it doesn't look like he's got a good escape here. The Riki going to blink in, finish him off, and Na'Vi just not finding those key kills. They lose Centaur, and he does not have buyback. He already used it.
This might be a death.
This is not looking good for Na'Vi. They did get the kill on the Riki here, but Team Unique have numbers, and they've also got this unkillable Bristleback.
But they might just kill everybody else. And that was a dieback from BZZ.
If Crystallize can find a way in and build up some more charges, he's at 17 already. They want to keep fighting. That's the beauty of these long, drawn-out fights, is that Slark can build up charges and just keep on getting stronger and stronger. Is there hope for Na'Vi, Will?
I still think there is. Genuinely. I think that they still can win this game.
Yep.
They're picking up some nice neutral items. The Orb, also very good for the Ember Spirit. You can see that Unique are struggling to kill this Ember and this Slark now.
Yeah, despite the net worth advantage. There was like 11 or 12k, now down to just 8k. And this Bounty Runes will be picked up 2 apiece. Crystallize almost has that Silver Edge, and suddenly you're looking at possible answers for the Bristleback. You can actually initiate on him and try and bring him down to start the fight.
There's a gem now on Magical. He has a way to deal with this Riki, and this Riki is not very tanky. For all of his net worth, he does not fight nearly as well as Crystallize. He's really good at blowing up 1 or 2 of these supports, but he needs an Abyssal Blade himself if he's going to be able to fight.
Yeah, they're going to start running into lockdown issues, something that we kind of touched upon. They do not have the best crowd control on this Team Unique side, and they're trying to make up for the items. Ember, with the Accept, just goes charging and finds one of the supports here, wants this Snapfire, as the last are going to come out, looking to take out the Coddle here, but they've already lost one support. BZZ still dead for another couple of seconds. He's not at this fight, and as a result, Team Unique are just losing heroes left, right, and center. Luckily, Zitrak's there to clean up a support of his own, and it does look like the Bristleback is able to just go charging in, take what fights he wants as Slark. Is he going to look to turn and take this fight? The Bristleback could be the target.
Silver Edge. This would be really nice, and instead they're actually going to make the jump on the left.
Oh, BZZ gets the blink out, but he's still being chased here. They're going to get him with the Searing Chains, and Crystallize should be able to catch up soon. They need another Searing Chains, perhaps the leap in, but there's a smoke cloud, and Slark does not want to fight in that one. Not without BKB.
Nice
Stolen Cookie gets the two-man stun here. The follow-up is there. And can they get these kills?
BZZ needs to get his
he gets the
ulti
high
off.
ground. He gets the ultimate off. He's rolling around. He needs to find some targets for it, or they just want to get the hell out of this one. Ricky can't latch onto the center. They blink to the high ground. The stolen Rolling Thunder. Rubik now bouncing himself. Doesn't have the greatest movement speed, but he's still
There's a gem on the
controlling
ground.
some of these heroes. The gem being dropped as Ember goes down here. The Rubik trying to get the hell out of here. I don't know if Slayer has the escape. He does with the force after the low ground. The blink out. There's no bash. There's no way to stop his TP. Na'Vi somehow take an okay fight.
They did reclaim the gem, though. So I think gold lead does go to Unique.
Yes,
for
with the
all of
gem
that.
being traded.
Yeah, and they lost Magical for this. But I believe he does have buyback. He's quite tanky himself. Indeed. He's built up a fat amount of gold. AC completed by the Bristle. So we're going to see here again. Hey, Magical, he used so many charges to try to kill BZZ. That was like their all-in. Maybe if we kill BZZ here, we can 2v5. This Ricky is not that tanky.
Yeah, both these teams just using these support items so well. You can see those force stops and things, just kiting these BKBs as much as possible. Melirex was never actually claimed down here as Bristle's coming back trying to finish it off, and Na'Vi not having any of that for now. They don't want to buy back this Ember, but they're going to be careful. Force off away. Crystallize barely survives. He's healing back up in the Silver Edge. He may look to re-engage.
And now there's no ulti, and 19's getting really low on mana. He's got to be careful about this. So he swaps in his bottle. BZZ with the nice blink out, and the glyph is popped. So close to this Ember to be.
Two-man hoof stomp into a cuddle over into a rolling thunder. They've got the perfect combo. He's rolling back and forth. Slayer
Ricky's not
catching
getting
him in the
anything
bottleneck. He can't use spells. Ricky just dies Snapfire as well. Oh, what an initiation. Pasha starts it off.
They're going to catch up to
with
this
the call.
Bristle.
They're charging forward. They've got the Aghanims on the Ember. He can just fly around the map. They have caught up to the Bristle. Slark just building up the stacks too. This is so bad for Team Unique. If Slark just keeps on getting the Essence, they're going to just push on through the middle lane. Crystallize with a triple kill. Oh, down the mid we go. 28 Essence, 84 stolen agility.
He takes that tower so quickly. They do have glyph, but there's no buyout on this Bristleback.
They're checking Roshan with the courier as well. I think they know they can maybe go high ground, or they can take Roshan. This is Rosh number 3, if I'm correct.
Yeah, and for a team that has so many damage issues on the side of Unique, because they can't lock anybody down. That is one thing that both cores come with on the side of Na'Vi. They have lockdown. You have the Slark Pounce. You have the Ember Spirit's Jump. I wonder who they give the Ags to. The double Pounce this game is really value, actually.
It feels, yeah, always nice to put on your cores. Ember already has one, so it looks like Centaur might be. He's got the empty slot, so
yeah,
we could
Pasha's
see...
probably going to grab it.
Yeah.
The damage reduction Stampede is really nice, too.
So here we go. It will be Centaur with the Aghanim Scepter, Aegis on Crystallize, of course. And
now that net worth lead has swung,
is this,
finally.
What's he got coming out? Is this a Daedalus with the Demon Edge?
MKB, because of
MKB.
the mischance.
Makes sense. So he is becoming a real kill threat in these fights.
Can we see the gold, by the way? I want to see if there's... So since the beginning of the game, there's been no point where Na'Vi have been ahead till now.
Yep.
This is the first time they've seen a lead. That fourth quarter, baby. Game's not over.
40 minutes. We're in late game.
Talked about fast games. This is not one of those.
Na'Vi, a team known for giving their fans some heartaches and having these crazy, long, chaotic games. Something you perhaps know a thing or two about as coach of Team Liquid, another team that makes their fans stress out a bit.
Let's go Fusion Rune. We got that shit removed. That was on us. If you never got to play with that, Ice Rock saw our game against Na'Vi, and he's like, yeah, I'm getting rid of that. That's not a thing.
So here we go. Tier 4 items now going to start coming out, starting with an Illusionist Cape. Not amazing on Team Unique, but definitely decent. Ricky might want to play with it, since it does give good strength and agi as well. And that ability to kind of split push some of those lanes. A lot of level 25 talents coming into play now as well. Heroes like Ember, Ricky, Bristle, all these cores hitting 25. So Bristle really trying to become a right-clicking carry with that Warpath damage. Ember, of course, getting those remnants with the Aghanim Scepter, and Ricky, Slark, sorry, he's getting the Essence Shift duration. No surprises there.
This is going to be a hard game now for Unique to win. One set of racks means nothing in a game like this. Even if they had 2 sets, I don't think it changes too much.
Yeah. Leveler picked up by Unique. That could be a scary one. If they do manage to find themselves pushing high ground again.
I don't know who they give that to, though.
Maybe Bristle, he's got the Minotaur. Or that
20 strength is a lot.
Yeah.
I just, and the BKB is going to be pretty nice. Like the mini BKB, just as he uses it like a second dispel. But I think
they're keeping Leveler on the Slark on the Radiant side, so attack speed on Slark always amazing.
I really liked the Mindbreaker on him, though. That was quite nice. Mindbreaker plus Silver Edge jump.
Yeah.
That felt really strong. And Na'Vi might be in a position now where they're one fight away from winning.
He realized there's a ward there. Loses the Shadow Dance.
He's got 10 per match. You just run up.
Yep.
Don't be a punk.
Definitely one of the late game edges of a hero like Slark, of course, is the vision. You always know you can find those enemy wards and instantly know when they see you as well.
Yeah, now they're going to just pop the smoke, break it, say, well, they're not going to find anything, so they might as well de-ward during this time.
Still a cheese on the Team Unique side as Ricky holding on to that one.
He did not have an opportunity to get it off in the last engagement. He died so fast. And he's got a flicker in his inventory too, if I'm not mistaken.
Interesting. We'll see if he swaps that in and out at all. Not normally a hero you'd expect to see a flicker on. I feel like that's more like a support / offlaner item.
If you think about it, it's kind of cool though. Like he just uses it and then blinks back in after. If whenever he feels like he's in danger. But I think the Illusionist cape, it's good stats. It's like 14 agi, like 15 strength. It's like some really random number. It's 14-14.
It's one of those items that even if it's not the item you want in a team fight, it's good to have it in your backpack to just put it in your backpack and push out a lane with your illusion or something.
The
or
Rubik
scout with
actually
it.
has the Minotaur horn on the side of Na'Vi.
I mean, it's like who's theoretically else going to take it? The Centaur could, but Havoc Hammer, I feel like this is often talked about as one of those kind of bad tier 4 items, but...
It is. There's no but.
Okay.
You don't have to add that addendum.
18 strength, 30 damage. I mean, the stats sound amazing.
I think Minotaur horn gives you more strength.
It's only 20, right? Yeah, it gives you more strength. So yeah, 20 is more than 18, you're right.
And it gives you a mini BKP dispel.
Yep.
I would have to imagine I would prefer to have that over...
To be fair, this game, there's not much to dispel. Goo stacks, napalm stacks, I guess. But yes.
BKB's never bad, dude.
It's definitely not bad.
It's never bad.
I'm on board with that.
You know what's bad? Havoc Hammer.
I mean, maybe they're expecting Rubik to have a huge impact on these fights. We saw him with the Rolling Thunders and things. They want to protect the Rubik. He's the real carry.
Smoke Cloud's annoying for it.
Every Rubik stream.
I think that only the supports can get jumped at this point.
I mean, against the Smoke Cloud, the Minotaur Horn is actually, pretty damn good. He jumps in with smoke, you pop it, and you can actually lift him, for example. Assuming
he's in there.
Yep. Goes in with the Abyssal Blade onto the Slark. Slark needs to be a little bit careful. Is playing around the Aegis. The lasso, he's trying to pull him onto the cliff. Unsuccessfully does so. Now they've got the axe, so they can actually path their way through this one. They're killing off the bat on the high ground. Then they're back down. Slark pounces back down. They've killed off 2 on the dire side already. Slark going to use the Shadow Dance. He gets fairly low. Trying to get out of this one. Going to Dark Pact off the Rolling Thunder Stun. And now they're going in on BZZ. Nice pounce. Going to catch up to him as well. They almost find BZZ. They get him with the Blink Hope Stomp, and they will finish him off. Slark getting out back, doesn't want to waste his Aegis here.
They're going to chase with this. It's 5-on-2.
Yep, they want to keep those Essence charges, so Slark makes sure he stays alive. I like that he doesn't waste the Aegis. They win the 5v2 fight while holding onto the Aegis, keeping the Essence shift charges, and Slark's got 25 of them.
I think this game might be over.
Yep.
I think it's way too hard for them.
He's found him.
So he knows.
Yep, he hit the pounce, but the sentry's on the high ground. He's going to walk into it. They saw him for a second there with the Observer Ward, but I think, like you say, they want to go end the game. Go down mid. Don't waste time chasing ghosts.
There have been some really bad items in this game. Not a Magic Lamp, but like Flicker and Minotaur Horn. Like that's unlucky.
Havoc Hammer.
Oh no, that's what I meant. Not Minotaur Horn. Havoc Hammer. Oof.
Yo, Centra's all about that Havoc Hammer.
DD Slark with stacks. Let's go. He still has a lot. Look at that.
Yep.
Tower's just dead.
With
Holy
the
cow.
leveler, these buildings going to melt. They could go for the tier 4 towers and throne even, potentially. DD is going to be wearing off. But, man, these buildings just melt. And they're going to play it safe. They can go for multiple lanes of Rex here with all the tier 2 towers having been claimed. So
his stacks are still there.
Yep. He's got that level 25 talent. So, of course, those stacks lasting an extra 80 seconds and crystallize. feeling strong. That's why I feel like a lot of players there would have just committed knowing that they had Aegis and maybe lost the Aegis, but you lose your Essence Shift charges, stacks, so make sure he holds on to them.
And they're going to re-engage just a little bit. Na'Vi is being tactical here, methodical.
Aegis expiring, oh, it did expire, so he's got a Satanic now.
I feel like he's going to be impossible to kill. He's going to get hits off under the cloud, even if he doesn't have BKB, just because he has the MKB. I really like his item choices in this game.
And Satanic, the status resents playing against like a Bat Rider, so if you do get lassoed, higher chance you're going to survive your way through it. We'll see a Solar Crest. So more items to buff up the Slark, give him that nice juicy attack speed. And Unique really limited in what they can do now. They had such a strong early to mid game, but just couldn't cinch this game. And it's feeling really difficult for them. Telekinesis going to follow up with a Slark initiation. They've got the break now, but this Bristle's still pretty tanky. Has the Halberd as well, which is going to throw aggressively onto the Slark. With the Abyssal Blade, they want to kill off Slark here. Slark could be in some trouble. He still has the BKB, and with the Satanic, he's going to heal back to full. He turns it with the help of the Ember, who's locking everybody down in place. They kill off the supports to start things off here. Can they deal with the cores now? They've got another Blink Hoofstomp. They're going to kill off
He's got way too many stacks. They got to run.
He's just building them all up. You cannot take this fight. If you're Team Unique, you've got to find your way back into the base, and the Slark just continuing to charge forward with the Ember controlling them all. The Searing Chains keeping everyone in place. The BKB being used very well timed from the Ember here. The Slark going to Dark Pact off some stuns here. He's still charging in forward here, but the Rolling Thunder stolen by the Rubik. It's controlling the fight. Na'Vi
This is a very good Rolling
with
Thunder.
A fantastic steal here. They've lost center, and Slark actually ends up going down here. The Ember now in some trouble with the Blink Abyssal. The Bashes, they stun him up, they kill him off, and Slark, he doesn't have buyback will. He all-in on the Satanic.
That was the best Rolling Thunder I've seen in this game.
BZZ's or the Rubik, they were both amazing.
Yeah, but BZZ's was just a little bit better.
Yep.
And it pays off. And if they march down right now, you're right. Slark actually bought the Satanic for that. I said I don't think there's a way for Unique to win, and I guess him not saving for buyback is that way.
Ember knows they're going to have to use at least one buyback, so he's trying to scare them off and basically say, oh, our Slark also has buyback, so if you push, you know.
Oh, yeah, he's got it. Just take our word for it.
Yeah. they're bluffing right
now.
Who
doesn't have buyback at this point?
Exactly. Ember using his buyback there is like, come on, guys. If you push, we're going to buy back and kill you.
You're going to lose the game. And Unique's not, they're not taking that bluff.
Come on, Unique. Guys, we're going to buy back.
Any second now.
Don't do it. Don't do it, guys.
Just chill. Everything's fine.
Don't you want this game to go 60 minutes? Tier 5 items?
Tier 5 items
Anybody?
for sure. Oh, look at this. Slayer, he's trying.
But at this point, you know Slark doesn't
100%.
have buyback. If he's not buying back here, Centaur is not buying back, you're feeling it.
This is going to be megas. Yep. I'm so used to seeing cores have buyout at this phase of the game.
Yeah.
Wow.
Oh, it's not megas. They get antsy with the Centaur respawning. And the Slark almost back alive. Oh, nope, it's a fake back. They go in. They want this Ember kill. Can they burst him down in time? He has a cheese, which he's going to pop. BKB being used as well, so he should be able to remnant out. Magical holds his ground for now.
And now everybody is alive. They didn't get mega creeped.
And can they find some kills here? They root
this
up
Bristle
the
doesn't have buyout.
Slark ignoring him. Even with the break, he doesn't want to go on the Bristle. He does end up turning because he can't find a better target. He just wants Essence charges at this point, it feels like. He's just building them up on the Bristle. Meanwhile, on the backlines, Ghost on the Rubik, keeping him alive. He's being jumped. The Rubik tries to force up to the low ground, can't do so. He's being bounced around like a ping pong ball. And Slayer going to get found by the Snapfire on the sides here. He needs help. He can't get it. The Rubik dead without buyback, but the Slark, he's the one wreaking havoc. Takes out the Ricky to start this fight off. Slark building up those charges. Flicker on the Snapfire. Doesn't get him back to safety. He's still going to go down to one more
nice
right
lucky
click.
shot.
He cookies away. He's still alive for now. The Snapfire, he survives in the end. The Slark could be in some trouble.
He doesn't get over.
Away. He has Shadow Dance. He has Satanic as well. He
He
needs
doesn't
to
have
start
BKB.
attacking.
He doesn't have BKB.
Thunder, it's chain
Oh my
him.
god, this bounce.
Perfect chain stun again. BZZ, the hero of this game. And still, he does not have money
Dude,
for
they
buyback.
just call it BZZ's nuts. BZZ's nuts.
GG is called BZZ, the hero of this game.
Oh my god, I can't believe they lost this game.
BZZ Penga. Respect it.
If you have buyback there, the Bristle doesn't have buyout. They're running down mid. Oh man, that is a rough way to lose. Crystallize. Somebody got real value though. That was like 3-1 odds for them. That was sick.
And that's one of those games where if you're his teammates, you're just like, dude, 45 minutes. Where's your buyback?
You don't buy out at 45?
Yeah.
I just didn't even look because I just naturally assumed, oh, he just bought it out because he has buyout. It's not like he had Aegis. His Aegis had faded in that previous fight.
And Satanic's like a pretty good power spike, but is it enough to have
No,
buyback?
you know what's even better? Buyback is, if you think about it, you double your net worth because you get to fight twice. It's better than any item in the game.
Damn, that's some good maths. I like it.
Oh, Na'Vi.
Yeah, what you gonna do? One of those games.
They were up 10K. They finally brought it back.
Yeah, that's the brutal thing. This game, it's like they were clawed their way back in, fought so hard, only for it to slip away.
I'm perfectly fine with being proven wrong. I said I don't think Unique. I don't see a way that Unique can win this, but they did.
BZZ showed the way, and we're going to show ourselves back over to the panel as we break down game number 1.
Holy smokes, about all to be said there. The early game absolutely dominated by Unique, and then all of a sudden, Na'Vi, you guys were talking about, they do scale a little bit better, and then they still lose, and I don't know. Where do you guys want to start with this one? Because it was all over the place.
I just want to say that Violet said going into the series it was going to be spicier.
One spicy pepper, baby.
I thought that was more than one spicy pepper. If it was only one, that was a ghost pepper. If that was a jalapeno, that was like 2 or 3 for sure. That was a really good game.
That was fun.
I was on the edge of my seat, honestly, watching that. I love games like that where you think one team's going to win. You're like, I don't see how Na'Vi ever wins this game. And then 10 minutes later, I don't see how Unique ever wins this game. And then they win the game. So
dude, I love how the highlights started with Bristleback item dropping them in their base. That was like 30 minutes ago, too. I forgot about that. I was like, that was sick. And then like 20 minutes later, like, oh, we're going to lose. Whoopsie doodle. But they bring it back, and God said BZZ with a beastly performance on that Pango. Everyone just seemed to play well in that last fight, especially for Unique, though.
Yeah, both teams had a lot of playmaking potential, and there's this natural timing where Bristleback just can't die. Then you get this Silver Edge after the Diffusal BKB on the Slark, and then he can die, and then you get these Abyssal Blades, and Slark can't hit anybody, so then he doesn't die, and then there's just a lot of back and forth, and I love watching it.
It was a very fun game. I think if I was to bet 3 different times on that game, I would have lost all 3 bets just because it was like at different times. Yeah, I was like, oh, yeah, like Unique definitely have this, and then Na'Vi for sure.
You can't lose all 3 because one of the teams.
That is true.
Won.
I think 19 is a beast, man. I really like watching this kid. He has that like youthful. Not arrogance, but like confidence.
Swagger.
You know, he's got a bit of swagger to his play. The item dropping was nice, but like even just the way he played the mid lane, he played it so confidently on that Bristleback. There was that one of like the very first like quote unquote mistakes that he made was baiting like too hard in the mid lane. But I appreciate like the intent of it. Yeah. You know, I'd prefer you to bait almost like too hard than under deliver in that regard. Be too scared as a Bristleback. So. I think this kid's a beast, and yeah, BZZ showed up for sure. Just wish he gave away a few less Rolling Thunders. Yeah. But it is what it is.
You hit W, right?
Yeah, sometimes they can still steal it, but.
And here, yeah, just these team fights were so hectic. Right? You had Tricks of the Trade one side, you had the Flicker on the other side. I mean, BZZ was stuck on that cliff a few times up there as well. Just a ton of random AoE abilities, and in games like this, when it's like 45, 50 minutes, you're just like, I'm hoping I'm stunning people at this point.
Yeah.
Man.
Sioma tuned up really big on that Rubik. I'm sure he's really disappointed that they lost that game because they almost had it back. There was a little bit back and forth, like each of the cores, I felt like on Na'Vi had times where they really shone and they did great job, and then other times they, just overestimated maybe the damage of Unique or the burst. You know, there was a couple of disappointing deaths from Crystallize for you, BSJ.
Yeah, I think she needs to stop hitting Bristle in the middle of this fight right here. You just need to walk at the supports, and Bristle's really not that potent if the Snapfire in the back and the Batrider in the back are just not doing what they need to do.
Yeah,
and
Snapfire soloed the
It's
Rubik
like
1-1.
a weird decision on Slark. Obviously, I've played a ton of Slark. You see this Bristle, and you're like, oh, yeah, Essence Shift stacks. Give me more. But then you just, like, by the time you've killed the Bristleback, your entire team's dead. And you're like, Doesn't matter that I have 90 agility for free if I'm 1v5ing or 1v4ing. So you have to find the right balance, and I think he did focus the bristleback just a bit too much. You want to find – there's sometimes you're supposed to focus him and sometimes you're not. And that last fight right there I think was a perfect example where he can pretty much remove 3 heroes from the fight if he just walks at them, and he may not get as much essence shift, but –
I think what's really cool about Dota is that there's all these variables and that there is a decision-making tree, and there isn't always the best play.
Yeah.
Sometimes there are better plays, and I think what is kind of cool is that last team fight may have came down to a decision that is a team decision that we were actually talking about. The Aghanim Scepter that was dropped from Roshan. Who do you give it to? Do you give it to the Centaur or do you give it to the Slark? Well, at the very end – Crystallized gets caught in that pocket where he gets chained Rolling Thunder because his pounce doesn't go far enough for him to be able to escape. The disengage of an Aghanim Scepter on him may have actually changed the fate of this game. But Centaur Ags was still really powerful.
Yeah, we were deliberating whether or not which one was better. I personally lean towards Slark maybe because I'm biased, but
and I lean towards Centaur.
But I just thought that the fights weren't going to end in like the first few seconds, especially after Slark got the Satanic, which for me was my reasoning. I'm not saying I was even right. The game could have easily just been the exact same, but I think Slark would have had a much more impactful ability to kill the supports and lock them down if he had the reach of the Ags. You get the first pounce, they force to have a way, you pounce them again. But either way, a lot of little things, and that's the beauty of it. That you said, like, you don't even know. It's really hard to tell. You're like, maybe that could have changed things. And there was like
one
10
where
like
the
that.
Centaur Ags got them a kill because there was the play on the high ground where Slark was able to just kind of casually run up there and hit him. It's just it's a toss-up, and I think that's what's really fun about Dota, and you really see that when you get these longer games that are really back and forth.
That's why you can play 30,000 games of Dota and never see a duplicate.
Yep.
Well, that was the end of game number 1, and it was a good one yesterday. We had some stomps, but Unique and Navi just duking it out together. Game number 2 right around the corner, so stick around.
My name is Jordan Gilbert, aka Nothing.
Hi, my name is Sue Lee. My handle is Smix. I think it's important for these initiatives to happen. Empathy really, really goes a long way, and it always means so much to us, and I think that's where initiatives like this really help.
I encourage everyone in the community, anytime they see bullying, anytime they see someone getting called names, I encourage you to step up and say something.
Good luck, have fun.
Good luck, have fun.
Mysterious shadow sightings all around the city. According to experts, the origin of these shadows is
You leave it to me. I'll get your taxes in an okay place.
What?
Well, just as soon as my audit is over, this gets my undivided attention.
Take a lot of trips to the islands, Phil.
Pretty great, right? Oh, Phil's legally dead. Fell off a boat. Going by Dennis now. Solari. Long story. Then we got, no, you're not gonna want to see this.
I don't think this is gonna work.
Just okay is not okay. AT&T has America's best network, now with our best plans at our best prices, starting at $35 a line for 4 lines, new from AT&T.
Everybody loves an underdog. Who needs to be liked?
Mountain Dew Amp Game Fuel. Victory in a can.
myself and I'm taking it home. I'm stepping it up to another level. Time moving faster than ever before. They don't really know about honesty, but they don't really grow. Honestly, I cannot be stuck constantly. Consciously is a part of me. I'll never know what's coming my way. Yeah, cold out of stone. Stay out of my lane. Yeah, leave me alone. This is my moment. Finally found what lights up my fire.
I fell apart when I saw you look at me that way. It broke my heart to see. It was a moment of darkness, a moment in time that I regret for being so heartless. It was a moment of, a moment of, a moment of darkness. I fell apart when I saw you look at me that way. It broke my heart to see. It's too hard, it don't come easy. I went dark, I lost it right away. And when it starts, God knows what I'll say. In my head, I had good reason. I went red so unexpectedly. I should have said that sometimes happens to me. It was a moment of darkness, a moment in time that I regret for being so heartless. It was a moment of, a moment of, a moment of darkness. Rising out the ashes, coming from the ether. All I hear is static. Breathe a little deeper. Fallen, broken, a million light years away from home. My eyes opened, and now I've come to claim life. Oh, never let it go. These wings carry me. Live this fantasy. Running through the fire, fire. Gonna let it burn. I am the Messiah. Gonna let it burn. Running through the fire, fire. Gonna let it burn. I am the Messiah.
ESL 1 Los Angeles is brought to you in part by Intel, Mercedes-Benz, AT&T, Mountain Dew Amp Game Fuel, and GG Bet.
Indeed, rocking out in the early morning or the late night, whichever one it is for you, whether you're watching from SCA, from China, from North America, we're glad to have you here. And you joined during the perfect time because possibly the best series we've already had in EU and CIS, you know, not one-sided. Looked like it could have been maybe unique. We had an item drop at about 25 minutes in the base. We're like, uh-oh. But then Navi said, no, we're bringing it back. Then Unique's like, no, we're bringing it back. And then Unique ends up winning it after all. What a game one, but already game two. The draft is underway. I'm lucky enough to be joined by BSJ as well as Cap. And yeah, I don't know. I'm still just thinking about that last game, you know, everything going on at once. And, you know, you come out on top, and in a game as hectic as that, is it, to BSJ, is it hard to decompress from a game like that if you have to get right into the next game?
Yeah, definitely. This is the type of games where that 10-minute break may just not cut it.
Yeah.
If you are Navi, you need to, like, your leadership needs to be able to come in and keep people from dwelling on the mistakes of the past and look forward. Very similar to, like, again, I always go back to that moment where Seb's like, guys, like, we just lost that game, like, but we had them. Like, they're the ones who are mentally broken at this point in time. Like, that's such a good mentality to have in a losing game. So your leadership needs to step up. And if you're Unique, you got to chill out and calm down a little bit more because, you know, you almost threw away that game, right? And so you need to just settle down a little bit, play some good Dota, close it out 25-30 like you were projected to do last game.
I like this draft already because you see Navi bans the Husker, which pretty much says you know they're going to ban the TA, right? So it's kind of like just two bans that I don't want to say are thrown away, but it's gonna, if you ban the Husker, they're going to ban the TA. So it's like, well, those two are off the table. You knew it was going to happen. Phoenix AA going down. We still have the Coddle as a big five. We have the Wyvern is not seeing like any play.
It never
in
did.
Europe
It never
CIS.
wasn't like picked and lost anything like that.
I
It
don't
never
know.
started losing like the Phoenix, and it just stopped getting picked. I think these two teams had about the most even draft last game that I've seen, and that's really exciting for me. It usually implies both teams are drafting really well, and both teams had a lot of merit to every pick that they thought through, like whether or not the pick was really good for their squad, whether or not it was really good against the opponent heroes. I thought last game was kind of built up to be an exciting game from the draft, but obviously it looked like a bit of a stomp 25 minutes into the game, but that was kind of expected, right? The early laning stage advantage going the way of Team Unique. So will Navi look to maybe not be at such a big deficit going at the 25-minute mark?
Grant, you seem puzzled.
Yeah,
what happened, buddy?
Sioma was the drafter last game. This game, it's Ilias.
Oh.
Straight up. I don't know if it how big of a
You're
deal
right.
that makes, but it was Slayer was the crown the entire time. It
Fire.
wasn't like he just changed. Yeah, and I don't know. I don't know. I don't know if it actually means anything, but it was just interesting to me.
Pizza party for the drafter.
Yep. Sorry, Slayer.
Mid-series. Get out of here.
So, I mean, I can't imagine why they wouldn't pick Ember here. It's good against Centaur. It's not the best for Shadow Demon, but it's pretty good versus Centaur, and it goes well with Coddle. I don't think Ember was particularly the issue. It did struggle mid versus the Bristleback. On paper, it didn't make sense to me that Bristleback would own him, but Ember does have about 2 base armor and has really no way of threatening the Bristleback early through those quills. So that was a big part of what Team Unique relied on after the laning stage was that mid lane matchup. They made all their rotations to the Bristle, which I thought was overall really good because we talked about how they just had no hero to stand in front and set up their fights for them. And sometimes you need that setup hero to be an initiator, and sometimes you need them to be a dangler. You know, you just need them to...
the danglers and tanglers.
Yeah, the little bait thrown out there. You were talking about is baiting, you know.
So Navi, I think they were trying to decide. They ended up on Ember Spirit, but I think Mars would have been a suitable pickup because we've seen that matched up against Centaur before, and it was also in the first 4 bans last time. Morphling was also banned away before. Navi do take it out of the pool now.
Yep. We saw Morphling Ember, right? You just see that matchup, all of a sudden, oh, wow, we've got a better version of you. Chat. The Shadow Demon, like the only pick here that really says like Shadow Demon just denies a few though. You always talk about it, right? The Death Prophets that come out. By the way, Death Prophet wasn't banned or picked here, and with the Shadow Demon opening, obviously we're probably not going to see it except maybe on Unique's side.
It's a good explanation of it. Like they're not going to pick the Shadow Demon. Effectively blocks the Death Prophet, and it kind of sets them up for a picking right now.
Yeah,
I can't
that's what I was
imagine
thinking.
that you would leave the hero in the pool, but block pick it, then not pick it. You know what I'm saying? Like
Especially that good of a hero.
Yeah,
it feels like.
it gives you the ability to pick such a highly sought-after meta hero later on in the draft, and maybe they'll just not. But I don't really know. Didn't have like a 70-something% win rate after being picked over 20 games.
Yeah,
Death
most picked
Prophet.
band overall.
Yeah.
And there it is.
Yeah, that's exactly the Shadow Demon pick set this up. So clearly a vision from Team Unique on how they wanted to approach this draft, and that almost seems like a gotcha thing where Na'Vi thinks they're going to take they're going to take Death Prophet, and we have an idea of going maybe Mars, second pick, and just crushing her. But then they don't take it, and you're like, well, they have Shadow Demon, we don't want to take it ourselves. And then they get it. So kind of cool little maneuver by Team Unique there.
I mean, at the same time, though, nothing has really changed that much for Na'Vi, right? In the fact that they should still have a game plan against Death Prophet.
Let's see what that is, because
Oh, they're running it back.
I already am not liking Navi's draft. I don't think that Rubik particularly addresses anything. He's not bad. I don't think Rubik's ever bad. It just doesn't... Like, the power of that Death Prophet pick says more to me than the power of that Rubik pick.
Yes, the steals are more lackluster than last game.
And you also have the fact that Team Unique has absolute last pick. So this second stage of the draft is really where first pick is supposed to flourish. You have the response pick on both sides, and you effectively have this third pick, Death Prophet, which makes it so good, or what makes it so good, is the fact that you already have the save with Shadow Demon, which means Death Prophet's a good hero for your team. You no longer have to draft around the Death Prophet. You have the catch with the Centaur. All of Death Prophet's weaknesses are alleviated already. And then there's really no hero, in my opinion, that Na'Vi could have picked third that just says, your Death Prophet's not a good pick
And
anymore.
he's surprised because Na'Vi, obviously, you lose the first game, you get to choose. They chose first pick. So this is like when they should be winning the draft, right? During these two picks?
Yeah, oddly enough, I think Team Unique is heavily favored right now in the draft. They're going to have to really turn this around on Na'Vi's side to convince me otherwise.
And it looks like it is going to be the 4 Shadow Demons, so Rubik gets stolen away. Maybe they were going to run 5 Shadow Demon. They're like, yeah, we'll just do SD Centaur, just as good as
That's
Rubik
a great
Centaur.
lane. Great lane there.
A lot of damage and having that save. We'll see. Let's see. BSJ, it sounds like if it's not a good pick here, it doesn't matter what gets last picked. You're favoring Unique, so they need something big here.
You might just go the Mars, but it's just a good hero. But I don't know if it changes anything. Obviously, it doesn't matter which one they pick, carry or offlaner here first, in terms of the information revealed to Team Unique. It just matters which one they're concerned about getting banned in that last ban slot.
I think it's interesting the position that they're putting Magical in, just like last time, where they grabbed this Ember Spirit pretty early. It seems they did that with the TA as well previously. Isn't Ember Spirit versus Shadow Demon kind of annoying?
On which side?
For the Ember Spirit, because you have
the
this
purge or what?
you have this purge, and then especially if you don't have a remnant out preemptively, the slow actually does affect you.
Yeah.
Because then the remnant goes out slower.
I would expect a
well.
very good Ember Spirit player to not be as affected by that as like an okay Ember Spirit player, but the purge on the shield is annoying. But to be honest, the purge from Shadow Demon is really annoying for like almost every hero in the game of Dota. So
I got a question. Sorry, it might be a complete noob question. Can you time the Centaur Stomp out of SD's Q perfectly so he can't get out?
I don't
No.
Can the Ember always make it?
But if you choose something like Marana,
Okay.
yeah,
then
where
you
the
can time the
stun,
okay.
yeah, the stun's
I
on
was
top
making
of
sure.
the disruption. Yeah.
Because I was like, that would make it a real terrible Ember game, but that makes more sense.
Right now, both teams are, I'd say Team Unique's much more cooldown reliant. So during the time that ultimates are down, they benefit on the side of Na'Vi pretty drastically. So I'd like to see a low cooldown carry that it's either going to be Faceless Void, like a really long cooldown carry that's meant to win you those fights when Team Unique has the cooldowns, or a very low cooldown carry like an Ursa, not against Shattered even, but something like that that can constantly brawl and
Bye.
and force the issue.
I like something that is. I like the faster pace, and especially something that does a lot of direct physical damage.
Whoa!
That is not.
That's a
okay.
magical hero, but that's also Medusa.
Okay. I mean, it's something that does stand in front of towers, and it does have synergy with Mars.
PL looks pretty sick here, doesn't it? It's like, yeah, they have Ember, but against everything else, PLs are really good. It should have a decent lane because it has Ogre 5. Is there any other hero that really sticks out? You could go Razor mid against the Medusa and put DP safe lane against the Mars with Ogre. I think those are the two that really stand out to me, but I think you just, because your game plan's really well-rounded, you just like hard counter the Medusa here.
Is DP versus Medusa bad? Sorry, I know you said maybe swap the lanes up.
It's not bad. It's just
Okay.
not like good in terms of the
Gotcha.
Medusa will do fine. So you either try to ruin the Medusa's game in the laning
Okay.
stage, or you counter it hyper late game.
With like the PL, okay.
Yeah. That's what I think. I don't think you have to address the Mars. Like the Mars is a Mars. It's going to do what it needs to do in the game. But the Medusa, on the other hand, that is their win condition. You obviously have the information presented to you. None of your heroes are that great against it so far. We'll see what they do. 30
Any
seconds.
other Diffusal Blade heroes you'd like? The Riki, Slarks, anything else past PL? Anti-Mage?
Anti-Mage would be okay, but I don't like Slark.
Can't believe this is the first Medusa we're seeing, by the way, after
Riki
this,
Ember.
all these
Is
regions.
Terrorblade in the game? Terrorblade
Yeah,
would be an
TB is
option.
in
Yeah,
this game.
TB is an option too.
Dude, they have Europe CIS has not picked one TB. I don't even think I think it got one ban. One ban, 0 picks, which is crazy to me. PA!
Ooh. That's spicy to say the least. If
Do
he
we
goes,
like it?
If he goes the Battle Fury build, I might be able to get behind it. Okay, well, either they go for this ridiculously mid-game heavy timing, but I don't like Minus Armor versus Dusa because the way Mana Shield works is it reduces 60% of the damage before reductions.
Yep.
So if you like put her, like her armor doesn't actually matter all that much for that hero, so a bit odd to me, but they could easily kill everyone else before they kill the Medusa with the amount of burst that PA provides mid to early game, so, or like mid to like first 1 or 2 items. That changes a lot. I haven't seen a PA in a long time, especially in this meta.
I don't really believe in it. I
don't
like
either.
Navi's lineup more. It just comes down to more the death profit for me because this hero is so strong right now, and it's paired with the Centaur. But I think that Mars is like actually pretty good in this game. I think if he goes off, he's going to set up, he's going to bridge the gap long enough for Magical to be able to come online. And Medusas come online a lot faster than they used to with the Manta into Divine builds you can do. Sometimes Mask of Madness, sometimes you even go Butterfly first, but this Divine build, I think it's pretty potent. It is great at being able to make a Medusa come online faster when time is of the essence.
Okay, well, this should be a good one. Navi versus Unique. Unique took that game 1. Will the Medusa be enough for Navi to take this to a game 3? We'll have to find out as we go over to the casters.
Here we go, a wild game 1 saw Team Unique surprisingly take it after what, looked like they would for 30 minutes, but the last 5 looked unwinnable. And hey, they pull it out of the hat, and here they are, game number 2. Na'Vi have gone back for their Medusa. This is a hero they've always loved to pick, Will. Do you think this is the right approach to game 2?
I think it is a pretty good Dusa game. I do think Centaur is pretty good against Dusa too, though, just because you have a really nice disengage tool. But I do think BZZ will have a good game. Like, he's leaning against what I would consider to be a very free lane.
The PA.
BZZ?
Yeah. Oh, sorry, BZZ. Oh, sorry, you're talking. Oh, okay, I'm getting Na'Vi and Unique mixed up.
BZZ
He's laning against the.
Oh, look at this.
Ooh.
Oh, he just lost his ward anyways. I thought he placed that sentry in vision. I mean, he walked up the low ground and placed it. Oh, okay. Well,
that was I've never seen the Dire ward be that close to the tier 1 tower.
No. I think he was trying to avoid being spotted.
Sure. Yeah, like at that point, like, what vision does that ward even really give?
It still gives more vision than you have.
Okay.
Yeah, he gives high ground. That's what you really want. You want to see the other team's high ground, so that you can pull creep aggro against other range heroes. That's also the easiest way, by the way, to tell if people have a ward, is if you try to draw aggro or whatever and you can't, then that means they have no vision of you.
Yep. Okay. There's all your mid lane tricks.
Yes. Save a few for myself, but
I'll be 8k MMR in no time.
Let's get it. You'll catch up to Brian. Brian's like, Brian, aren't you 8?
I'm not.
8.2.
8.2k. I'm not even close to that.
I can't wait for this man to come to Europe and become a European.
It's where, yes, everyone fine-tunes their Dota skills. Is that?
Yeah, it's the proving ground. That or Southeast Asia. I think Southeast Asia actually has a really good pub scene too. I think some people in the chat would disagree with me that have had some negative experiences, but yeah, I think going back to the actual game, I think BZZ has a really good lane. He's against Ember Spirit, Keeper of the Light.
Yes.
He's going to absolute free farm.
What do you make of the PA pick? Because that definitely caught me by surprise when that came out. What are they looking to get out of this hero?
I do think PA is really good against Ember late game. You get like an Abyssal and you two-shot him because Ember doesn't really have the best armor and he never really wants to build armor. Like he might have to go like Shivas this game or go for some sort of like Radiant Shivas or something like that. But I think he blows up Crystallize and he's really nice against both supports. Like Rubik does not.
Squishy.
Yeah, he doesn't give a shit if Rubik steals any of his abilities, and he can just like two-shot them in the backline.
My concerns is more like it was against the last pick Medusa, and it felt like they didn't pick a carry that is considered like a Dusa counter at all. Do you think they're going to have issues because of that?
I think they might, but they do have a really nice disengage tool, and they have really fast heroes, which I think are good against Dusa. I will say that I also think one way of playing against Dusa is to have like a lot of split push / like wave clear, and they don't really have that with this last pick.
Okay.
Which is why I think I was telling you backstage, I should say, like, but I think they should have gone like Monkey King or something like that.
Yeah.
It's a lane that beats the Mars, and it matches up well against the Dusa when you get like Diffusal and a bunch of items. Plus, you have like your own ring, because Dusa essentially creates an area where you can no longer fight. But Monkey King does the exact same thing, so they kind of neutralize each other.
Yeah.
But I think PA is just really good against both supports in this game. So I could see Unique's lineup winning, because I think they're going to have a really good laning phase. Like, I think all 3 of their lanes win.
I mean, so far, the numbers back that up. The CS is going very well for all 3 of their cores. Death Prophet, especially in the mid lane, 9 denies to go with those last hits.
Yeah, I think somebody on panel said, like, Death Prophet leans poorly against Dusa. And I don't necessarily agree, just because I think that Death Prophet, if you have a matchup where you can Spirit Siphon, she's really good. The only time Death Prophet really struggles is if you're against these, like, blinkers that want to get into, like, long, drawn-out fights. And that we saw the Mirana be pretty good against it because whenever she pops Siphon, you just leap out.
Yeah, so far Death Prophet really bullying this Medusa, winning the big CS battle, and also Medusa being forced to bring in more regen, whereas Death Prophet gets the free regen from the Spirit Siphon. So
like, anytime Magical goes to the low ground trying to go for the range creep, as we see here, he essentially just heals 19, and he can't really deny when 19 does this, because he just puts a barrier between himself and the rest of the creep wave, right?
Yeah, so it's harassing and securing CS simultaneously. So very good start and good play from him. And yeah, as we can see, these other lanes you mentioned, BZZ having a free lane. He's sitting on 20 CS as well. Ember just with the 16. And they're looking to set up a kill here. The banish into Hoof Stomp is going to land. Doesn't have the Sleight of Fist for another 5 seconds here. They want to bring down Crystallize, but a nice Blinding Light will push him back.
Yeah.
Shoot. Sleight of Fist and the Searing Chains gets him low. He may need to go back to base. He's going to pop the Clarity. Has some more Tangos that just arrived on a courier, so he actually is able to stay in lane.
And Magical denies the ward himself.
Yeah.
He has to realize, like, when he pops the aggro there, that there is vision.
Yeah.
Bottom, Rubik's getting a little bit low. Mars will have to throw out the spear for this.
Yeah, used the Blink Strike already, so no additional follow-up. We'll see what Zitrex can do. Pull back. No spear for a little bit longer as Pasha really going aggressive here. Thought about another spear, but PA Blink back to safety.
PA still getting more or less free farm. Ember not too far behind.
Yep.
So both offlaners, I think, will have a very good game. That is one thing about PA. She does not lane incredibly well.
Should this mid lane be this one-sided, do you feel?
No, this is a bit more than I expected, if I'm honest.
Okay.
But I do think it's a really good lane. Because Deuce is really slow. Like, her base move speed is not, like, fantastic for being an agi hero or anything like that. This is, like, the way that you nerf her just because... Oh.
Can they, I don't know if they get this kill. Yeah, maybe he's going to turn around and use a Spirit Siphon here. 19.
If he has a Fairy Fire.
In some trouble. Does have the Fairy Fire, pops it, and turns to use a Crypt Storm, but he just tanks way too many right clicks here. The TPs weren't in time. And
I think he should have gone for the double Siphon.
Did he have a second one?
Yeah, I think so.
Okay.
If you look at the cooldown, yeah. If he, instead of going for the Crypt Storm, if he had siphoned the Keeper of the Light as well, I don't think he dies there.
It's kind of like he also stood his ground and fought a bit more than perhaps he needed to. He didn't just try and run away.
Yeah. But it's okay. His lane has still been going extremely... 17 denies is pretty absurd.
I like what the Cuddle did because, I mean, obviously they get the kill. That's amazing. And it was a first blood as well. But the important thing was that his main goal was stopping Death Prophet from refilling the bottle. Because if Death Prophet had that bottle refill, that mid lane would have continued to go horrifically.
There are a ton of stacks, by the way, for this Dusa. That is very concerning.
This is the Na'Vi special. They know how to play with this Medusa incredibly well, but perhaps Medusa in some trouble here as the rotation comes in from Vanscore with a Death Prophet ultimate being committed here. There is going to be some disruption, and yep, they're going to maybe lose a few here on the Na'Vi side, though. So while Vanscore dies for it, Unique
the Ghost
gets a double kill off of the Ghost.
And this is a lot of damage on the tower.
Yep.
They have, he can pop the Glyph of his own right now to try to save these creeps if he does want to, but no, he will not.
Doesn't look like he needs it. BZZ dying up top, so... With the supports rotation, there was a 2v1 scenario, and Death Prophet gets the rest of the exorcism damage out onto the tower. It's going to come back now. And we'll pop the glyph to keep the siege creep alive with the next wave coming in. That's a well-timed glyph to keep that siege hitting the tower. Back at bottom, PA. Bit low on mana, but is playing aggressive with the level 6. Has that coup de grace.
Very nice by Unique. I really like that move. Yep. They got the tower down to like 600 health. No, even lower than that. Last we looked, it was around there, but down to 300. So you don't even have to use Exo for the next one. And they might even get another kill. Yeah, this is really annoying for the Centaur, by the way. The Ember constantly having like the perma-slight.
Yes, definitely one of those combos we used to see a decent amount with Keeper of the Light when this hero was very popular.
Yeah, and he just dies back to back. Once the Ember hits 6, that was kind of Dunsky's for him.
Well, they may get another kill here. They're charging in on Chu, but looks like Crystallize with the second TP coming in from 19 is not going to go for it.
He's dead.
The kill. He burst the poison, 3 points in Shadow Poison.
He didn't expect that.
Yeah.
And this is a really bad death just because he uses TP. This is going to slow down his farm quite a bit, and he was the highest net worth hero in the game.
No remnants.
And what a rune to find.
Magical level 7 though. We'll see. Yeah, he's going to get that second point in split shot, and he's going to start farming some of these stacks here. Just a double stack at this camp, but a pretty sizable one at the other, and it has not been scouted by Radiant to my knowledge, so they seem oblivious to it. So yeah, we'll take a look at where some of these stacks are. Double stack of the Ancients, just whatever stacks you can get when you got a Deuce on your team. Now we know what their winning condition is for this game, and that's going to be a very fat Medusa. Both teams century for century being traded here as Death Prophet charges. And again, has the Exorcism, not committing it right away though. 19, is he going to go for this with the Arcane Rune? Yeah, I imagine he wants to with that lower cooldown, but a lot of TPs from Na'Vi. They really want to defend this mid lane. And with the Mars Arena of Blood, they could potentially do so, but Pasha out of mana, now has it with the Chakra. It's going to get the support kill on Vanscore. And, whoa, denied mid tower. Nice.
Yeah, that's the best result there.
Yeah. And that tower's going down regardless. So.
And I think he has a lot of farm now. He's got a lot of stacks.
Oh yeah, he's top of the net worth while still having some stacks to fall back to. Needs to be a little bit careful here as he gets low. 3 Shadow Poisons, those are stacking up. If Chu gets a few more, Magical could find himself getting
19's
popped.
dead. Look at this, some Harry Potter stuff going on, but lots of damage on Crystallize. Maxed out Sleight of Fist. This is going to create a little bit of space for the Centaur, who needs some armor, by the way. Phase Boots and Blightstone That is one thing that Centaur really lacks, is armor.
Yep.
You get this insane amount of HP, but not a ton of armor. Does he eat? All right, so the question is, does he eat the jelly? What a player.
He passes both back.
What a player. Not even one. As an offlaner, I would take that. And I would just not say anything. Like, one charge is good enough.
Every pub offlaner would take it. Dude, supports in pubs. If you find it, their supports are using it 9 times out of 10. Jelly is definitely one of those items. Whoever finds it, you get first dibs.
I get so mad when I'm Storm and somebody eats it. That's amazing for Storm.
Yeah.
That's a Bloodstone charge.
The second I see, if I'm like playing mid or carry, if I see a teammate find that, I'm like spamming the stash to pick it up to get the second charge.
100%.
Well, what's the play up here?
I'm not sure. I don't really love a lot of these moves right now from Unique. I don't think they're going to get anything up here, which is why the Death Prophet is going to head back towards mid. I think he realizes. But he has less stacks, and he's going to get out-farmed. And now the laning phase is completely swung the other way.
Yep. I mean, Medusa, big farm advantage now, and it's just building up as she continues to farm and stack the jungle, doing Medusa things. This is what you want to see if you're Na'Vi.
Magical Dusa, magical TA, let's go.
Yep. They got him on one of his bread and butter, and they got it with a last pick as well, so good news for Na'Vi, who are down a game after a heartbreaking Game 1 loss.
He has so many stacks to go on.
Gets that level 10 talent, so even more damage coming out. There is going to be a Mars Arena. It's just a support kill, but it is also a setup into this tier 1 tower, so Na'Vi, no, you got to just bully those supports out of these dangerous lanes.
It's a very value Vlad's pickup, too, for Pasha.
Yep.
When he does get it. I kind of want him to go like Vlad's into like Solar Crest or something like that.
Just to buff up Medusa even further.
Or like a Halberd. I'm okay with either of those options. But I do think there's a lot of value in eventually going Solar for somebody.
Yep.
Because Medusa will never really max out on attack speed anyways. So she benefits from it quite a bit.
This is going to be a Manta Rapier game, do you think?
Could see that.
Guess it always depends if
it's a really good Rapier game.
Yeah.
There's anytime you see a PA on the other side, it's value. It actually gets rid of PA's way of fighting you. Like PA needs like 5 items to be able to fight into that Rapier. She's gonna need to get a Satanic, a BKB, some sort of DPS item on top of that.
And even with the BKB, the Stone Gaze makes it very difficult to fight in regardless.
Yeah. Agreed. I do think that Rapier is mega value. She could decide to go for it like 3rd.
Yeah.
But I do think at some point you want to grab it. If the game is close at all, definitely just screw it.
It's usually you want to time it with an Aegis pickup.
And then you can just march down lanes.
So we'll see. It kind of depends, I guess, how the game will go. Right now it's going very well for Na'Vi, who are probably more than happy with the pace of this one.
Yeah, somehow the PA actually has more net worth, though, than the Ember Spirit, which is surprising to me considering the Embers had a very good start.
Can be a disruption down bottom. Pasha going to turn and use the Arena plus Spear onto the Shadow Demon, who's still alive for now. Remnant on in. Ember will finish off the kill and then look to find his way out of this one. Crystallize has another... Oh, no more Remnant charges. Yeah, he's out.
He's dead.
He should be going down here, but with the Searing Chains, he gets out of there. Okay.
I'm surprised they ran away.
Yeah. I thought he still had Remnant charges because it's the green dot at the top.
Yeah. It fools you, right?
Yeah. Come on, Iceform. Come on,
it's because he has the Fire Remnant active ability up.
Oh, okay, so we can always activate the Fire
so
Remnants.
it technically, at all times, I mean, you can spam click that thing, it'll do nothing, but...
Yep. Oh, hey, Magical, how's it going?
Not bad. Just farming.
7K net worth.
Good day, mate.
Nice, happy Medusa game. Spear onto the Ogre. They'll find another quick kill, and Navi's doing all this 4v5 essentially. When I say that, PA is also just getting farm on the map.
Look at that, slide chains up.
Wow, nice hoof stomp dodge. It will end up landing on the Mars, but there's no way for BZZ to get out of this one when the Searing Chains comes up. I imagine it should be a kill. There we go. Finds him, Spear goes through and slays him.
Look at that net worth progression. There's like, normally all of these that we've seen so far, even people that have had very good games, it's like a gradual increase. But this is just a straight up, like at some point, it was just, screw it, like we're going up.
I mean, he's doing really well, but he's just clowning on every other Dusa player. Like, are all those other Dusa players not doing something right? What's going on with their farm?
And he even died once in this game.
He's had a very good near-perfect Medusa game, but I wouldn't say it's even the perfect Medusa game.
And that chart made it look like SAP thinks that he has had like the best Medusa game ever.
Well, we'll see how this one pans out. It's a 3K Gold League. Usually you're not expecting to have a big farm league when you've got Medusa on your team, but so far so good as Na'Vi. Crystallize, he's the space creator of this game, charging forward, looking to, well...
A whiff.
Yep, whiff on the Will-O-Wisp. Whiff-O-Wisp.
Haha!
Got him.
And this Deuce is going to go for Battle Fury, which I think, I can't remember what Brian said. Did he say it was...
PA. Yeah, he thought PA had to go Battle Fury this game.
You had to go Battle Fury. Okay.
That was the, like, okay, if the PA goes Battle Fury, this game can work. I guess you're looking to, what, match Medusa's farm is kind of the idea?
Yeah, and I actually think Battle Fury on PA is like a really perfect item for the hero. It gives good flat damage. It gives mana regen, gives health regen, and the cleave for when you jump. And it works to the dagger too. So it's like all around just a solid item.
Ogre gets found in the top riverbeds mid lane where Mars Arena is going to spear back and actually pushes Death Prophet out. She still gets stoned up and now she's being lifted back in. Gets bursted without using a single spell. There's just so much lockdown and control on Navi's side, and it's back up with the Chakra Ember. Crystallize is just crushing it with this Chakra Magic. He's just constantly ready to fight.
Very surprised, though, that Unique decided that they were in a position where they could defend that.
Yeah, I mean, it's 5v4 in Navi's favor. They're bringing the Medusa now. Up until now, it's been 5v4
yeah. So
more
you can
so in the other way.
I mean, maybe they didn't expect a Blink Dagger from Pasha.
Yeah.
I thought he had it before, but I don't really know. They weren't going to kill that guy.
Oh, no.
This is the big pickup. And that's a dominating spree for Ilias, who has spent the entire game stacking.
He's just sniping kills. 407 Coddle. He's been at 11 kills. This is not a hero you expect and think of as being hyperactive, but that's exactly what Coddle's done. This game,
he's had an insane Coddle game.
This game feeling very hard for Na'Vi to lose when you've got a Medusa with this kind of an advantage in the early game. Picks up the Mithril Hammer, so BKB for now. I mean, it's a good damage item as well, so he could make a swerve towards that Rapier. But you don't need to address the PA evasion right now because that hero has not come online and isn't coming online anytime soon.
You only need to address the PA evasion when she gets BKB. That's when it becomes really problematic. Before that point, she's actually quite an easy kill.
Ooh, sneaky, sneaky.
Oh, they're going to pop Exo. Yep. I think they are under the assumption that they're really far behind.
Oh, the courier's going to find it.
Oh, my lord.
Na'Vi.
Ilias is so good.
They read him like a book.
Ilias is so good. But you're committed at this point.
But this Extreme is not going to last for a whole lot longer. And Na'Vi's going to kite him with the Searing Chain Sleight of Fist. The Mars Arena only catches one, so it's just a support kill.
That was nice of them to get Roshan low for them.
Yep. It's helping out Na'Vi. Magical rotates in the Stampede, trying to be used to disengage, but they still get picked off in the Stampede. Stolen by Na'Vi. Things just go from bad to worse to absolutely freaking goddamn terrible. With this PA dying.
That was really considerate.
Yeah. Nice guys, Team Unique are like, you know, we stole last game. We'll help you out this one.
It's a homie move. For sure, it's a homie move.
And Na'Vi gonna come on in. Now maybe you consider the Rapier if you want to end this game fast. I guess Magical's pretty far away from it, so.
Yeah, he's going BKB. He's being really safe.
He doesn't want to spend this entire time with Aegis farming a Rapier, and then by the time he has it, the Aegis will be wearing off, so.
Yeah, very safe choice.
They're not lacking damage, it feels like, right now with the Ember.
They're not lacking damage at all. It's the Ember, the Coddle, the Chakra Magic, like constant like slide chain, slide chain, slide chain. No one lives against it.
That was their opening 2 picks this game and showing why this combo is still very potent. Cheeky little ward. We're seeing these wards on these side cliffs more and more because that sentry on the cliff doesn't actually scout them. You need an observer ward to go with it. It reveals if the opponent's put an observer ward there because that's like, or they have to use their courier to find it.
It's the new meta of warding where you no longer care about the high ground wards are just not really so much a thing anymore. Like a lot of them have been phased out because they're so greedy. Every support just like spam sentries.
We see the odds here, and no surprise, Na'Vi, with firm control of this game, also have firm control of the odds. Team Unique
That's a
will
pretty
find
big
a
pickup.
cuddle kill. That's the call that's been playing. That's a streak as well. 500 gold going to Zitrax. PA coming online, but Na'Vi maybe looking to turn and take this fight here. Magical coming in with the Stone Gears, but they've lost both supports now as well. PA doing a good job killing off some of these squishy heroes, but is on the run as Zitrax gets away with the Blink Strike, getting away from Pasha, and now they're going to throw out the Exorcism. They really want to take this fight. Nice silence is going to stop Mars from using any spells, but the Searing Chains is keeping them at bay, but they still manage to bring down the Mars with the Ogre rotating on in. Death Prophet, though, getting very low to this Medusa. Doesn't have any Spirit Sight. Oh, has one left. Has the mana now, but has been bullied back. Medusa just too goddamn powerful.
Magical's just way too huge right now. You could see that they were all gathered around him, and they still weren't 100% sure if they could kill him.
Ball back, perhaps a bit unnecessarily. So, a good fight for Team Unique in the end, though. The PA getting a few kills.
They gained gold for sure. Even losing a core hero, that was a buyback.
A 3 for 2 with a buyback.
Yeah, not bad at all.
The heroes gaining gold was mostly the PA. So PA looking in a much better position here. We'll take another look here. Nice disruption save. You can see there from Chu. That's really what set it up. And then the spear, I believe, maybe not landing onto the PA as she came out of that disruption or just being dodged. So Zitrax able to stay alive with some nice fancy footwork. And Mars really overcommits to chase down that PA. I love it. Vanscore just swoops on in and says, I'll take this kill. Perhaps Na'Vi getting a little bit ahead of themselves, Will.
They're still in a really good position, just because, as you saw in that clip, Magical, it's really hard for him to die. He's got BKB almost level 20, and he's got the Rapier now queued up. I would have liked to have seen him go for the Rapier first, I think, especially with the Aegis timing and how far ahead they are, but I'm okay with it.
To the high ground we go, and Unique say, let's figure this one out. No, maybe it's a legit reason for the pause.
Sorry.
Yeah. But yes, they need to get back to defend this Rax, I imagine. Magical with the Aegis is going to instantly pick off Vanscore. He gets the Bloodlust on the tower. That's the good news. This tower is pumping away with the stun from the Centaur. They delay the push a little bit further here, but now the Glyph coming out, getting that multi-shot on the tower. That's doing more damage than any of these Radiant Heroes. The Radiant Heroes have fallen as Centaur goes down. They've lost 2 already. Bloodlusted glyphed up tier 3 towers. They don't mess around.
No. They're so strong.
And it looks like Na'Vi going to back off. I believe the Aegis expiring soon. Nope. Won't get to... We'll see that one a bit later on.
What about this? I just thought of an Ogre Eggs. What if for Ogre Eggs, you could like, you could split the ogres for time period?
I love it. I'm sold.
It's like, you know, Warlock, how you get like 2 weaker golems? So instead, you get Ogre. Oh, that is a dead PA for sure.
Not the hero you want to see going down.
No, this is a comeback mechanism.
Yep, she gets found.
What do you think, though? He has all of his spells. Like, it's just 2 copies. And you can't... Okay, here's the thing. All of the values are halved, but you also can't target either of the ogres. They're just invincible during it. For a 10-second period of time.
I've heard worse Ags ideas, but not many, and mostly just coming from Slacks. So
you don't like that one?
I don't know what that says about your idea.
You don't like that one?
I like the... what the Ogre Arcana could have been, you split up the... Well, visually they were split up, but it's still the same, maybe.
They're just both traveling together?
Yeah.
And when they multicast, like, one stun after another?
They're just going around holding hands or something, like living happily.
All right, what's your play, Unique?
Yep. Can you stop the Medusa?
Why did you pick this PA? You must show us soon.
She was close to BKB. Still is kind of close. 1k gold away. They need to buy time for that BKB. Problem perhaps is going to be that Magical is more than ready to fight with Rapier plus second Aegis.
3 minutes until the next Aegis can spawn. Oh, Centaur ulti.
Oh, that's maybe a misclick?
Yeah, for sure was.
Uh-oh. And Pasha. Oh, he's going to look for BZZ. Gets him with the spear.
All right, BZZ, this is not his Pango.
From hero to 0. Usually it's the other way around. He's taken out for 40 seconds.
He uses Stampede too. Not really sure what that was about.
Yeah. Ju, caught by the Searing Chains, is going to use an offensive disruption, as it looks like he could be in for some trouble.
Oh no, he gave up Disrupt.
Oof.
This Dusa is...
Here we go.
Even stronger now.
Get some Deuce illusions going. They're just going to waltz down. Who needs Rapier? There's Magical. No, there's no team fight for Unique. They desperately need the PA BKB being, I think, attempted to be farmed up in the bottom lane. Death Prophet also on the enemy side of the map. Both their mid and their carrier just farming the enemy side of the map, trying to finish some whatever items they can. PA has the money for a BKB, and Death Prophet just finished her. So they got double BKB, but it feels like they needed to get these before they lost a second lane of, or a lane of rack, sorry.
Do you think if you're Dusa, you still go Rapier here?
I think if you wait to get the Aegis first, perhaps.
Yeah,
would
and
be
just
the safe
have it
play.
uncombined?
Yes. Just fight with the uncombined ones. You can have them both in your inventory uncombined, right? Yeah, so it's a lot of plus damage.
You just lock it.
Yep. I'm down for that.
This could be nice.
Yeah.
Hey, kills are kills. Roshan won't be up for another like 2 minutes at least, but
yeah.
The multicast. All right, they're using a lot for Slayer here.
Yep. There we go. Telescope found by Na'Vi, though. That's a great item for this Rubik or Coddle. But Center on the other side gets one for the Radiant team.
That's helpful. Oh, she just bought it. Nice.
The Rapier?
All
Is
right.
it combined?
So
Hell
what about
yeah.
this? If she dies and PA gets it, what do you think the odds are for Unique at that point?
At least 50-50, right?
You think so?
PA with Rapier?
Yeah, it's pretty good.
Rapier, BKB, PA? For sure. If they get an Aegis then to follow it up, you know?
Then I think it's more than 50-50.
Yeah.
Whoa, that win
that's
probability
a 12k gold swing if you lose the Rapier and PA picks it up. So... But that's a big if, Will. There is a Medusa whose strength will be tested in this bottom lane, has a growth bow for some additional attack range, and they're looking for that next lane of frags here. Can Unique take this fight? They've got all their ultimates, the Death Prophet one being the big key one. And you mentioned Solar Crest as an item. They've got the medallion for now, so Pasha is approaching his build the way you wanted to see.
He doesn't really need to do anything other than keep this Dusa alive. That's his new job. Initiating is secondary to just being alive, so you have Vlad and Medallion.
Yep. Yeah, when you have that big power carrier that will win you the game. All in on it.
You need at least like a basher more for PA, and then I could see them do this actually.
Yeah, it's like you jump the Dusa. How do you have... I mean, Ogre needs some multicast, Centaur stun, Chain Stunner down. They don't have the best save on Navi's side.
It's just BKB though, and they have a lot of catch. Like Centaur doesn't want to play against this Ember anymore. The Ember poke of keeping him in place, like Chains is so nice against Stampede.
But there is potentially hope for Unique with that Rapier, but also potentially a lot of misery coming. We'll see. They're playing underneath this Observer Ward, looking to utilize their vision. But
I just feel like everyone's gonna get right click down. The PA doesn't have lifesteal either.
Yeah.
The only way that I can see them win
She's
this
got the
fight
talent,
was if everyone died.
Yep. PA, maybe if she can get another item before this Roche fight, like the Deso that's queued up, that could... Like, you just need to go all in. I don't think you save for buyback at this point. That's not going to win you the game. You know, last game you save for buyback, 40+ minutes in, but when you're behind like this, buybacks is not the name of the game. It's get whatever item you can to give you a chance to win a fight. You see Death Prophet just buying a casual plate mail. Both teams posturing around Roche, which is respawning very soon. This is the key to this game. Death Prophet is level 18, so level 3 ulti. Nice. Dire Ward is still scanning a lot of things outside that Radiant base, so Dire still have some good vision. Na'Vi.
And they can wait because the lanes are pushing in.
Yep.
So they have all the time in the world to deal with this.
And they're sending Ember bottom to keep pushing in this lane. The top lane will push itself with the super creeps. And Dire will scan Roshan to make sure no shenanigans are going on. What's the play going to be?
All right, it's up. I feel like Ember's going to spirit back. Then you're put in a do or die position. If you give Aegis plus Rapier, I think you've lost. I think you're going to have a really hard time killing her once.
They're all in on this Roche defense.
Yeah, much less twice. I think these two...
Direwood was placed here. I believe that was scouted. Unique. I'm not sure if they have any smokes left. This would be a great time to find a way to jump in and catch him by surprise. Blink in with a spear, pushes the PA into a tree.
This is on the PA.
She does not want to BKB too early, but she's getting so really low, and she's just... But saves the BKB at least for the buyback. Problem is, Centaur blinked in to try and save her, so he dies with that buyback. Magical, though. No BKB on Medusa. I mean, I almost don't mind PA dying there without using BKB if Centaur doesn't die there as well.
Then you can maybe all in for it.
Yeah,
and
they're still going to all in for it, though.
I don't know. Did you see how quickly PA died, by the way? I just don't think even with BKB...
Here they go. Extras are being used. They silence up 3 here. Not bad, but immediately Na'Vi just disengaged. Medusa gets disrupted up now. This is going to make some nice, juicy Medusa illusions here. Can they bring down Magical? The PA needs to get in there.
Magical's getting low-ish.
He's not really dying. He's completely pulling everyone out of this fight. The Medusa getting body blocked and right-click down. PA, I believe, was going on the supports in the back line.
Oh, no. They needed it all in on Magical.
No,
all right,
indeed.
the game's over.
Yeah, that's where you call it.
Yeah, that
was not particularly close.
No.
We overhyped it.
I was like, yeah, maybe. Silence, she's backpedaling, and then she stood her ground and just started, like, winging shots off.
Yep. Well, Medusa in Navi's hands.
Dangerous.
It does the deed. Dangerous indeed. They didn't get the magical TA, but they got the magical Dusa.
Indeed, friend.
What do you chalk this one up to? If you're unique, do you just like? What do you
I
say?
really didn't like their draft. I didn't think that the PA really completed it. I don't think she was gonna win her lane too hard. And as soon as her supports left to go gank mid, she lost her lane. Think that again, like a monkey or even a Slark or one of those kinds of heroes that could like roam around, were gonna be better off. Like they needed 3 heroes that needed farm and a lot of it, whereas this Dusa had like 10,000 stacks, so her timing just went through the roof.
And they were doing well in the lanes. Death Prophet crushed mid. Top lane was going fine. BA was farming decently, at least going 50-50, but I think there's a reason we don't see much PA these days.
Yes, sir.
Well, PA was not the hero, perhaps. We'll see if, Game 3 they're going to go back to something a bit more standard, a bit more tried and tested, as we'll hear what our panel thinks about game number 2 and as we get ourselves ready for Game 3 of Na'Vi versus Team Unique.
Indeed, a game number 3 coming up, and a series, that game maybe not as close as it might have looked, but in the laning phase they did okay. But we are having a game 3, and it seems to keep coming back. You have overall last pick. You take a PA. Did we see, we didn't see why, obviously, but, did you think about maybe why they picked it, or do you still not really see a reason?
I mentioned in the draft that minus armor isn't very good versus Medusa, so the whole kit of PA kind of made no sense to me. She's also a hero that relies on committing onto you. Like, she's going to blink on you, and heroes like that are bad against Dusa, the Svens, the PAs, those types of heroes. So I really liked their draft in the first 4 picks. I think Na'Vi obviously picked a very good all-around offlaner in the Mars, and then they picked a hero they had to address in the Medusa, and I just don't think the PA is going to cut it. Your 10th pick has to be a...
Is this like a Zitrax thing then? Like, if you're this feels like they asked him what he wanted, right? Because I don't think many captains would pick PA straight up.
He might have just thought to himself, my experience of, what I've... he just probably mentally went through and was like, Medusa's games, it's a hero I can just ignore. I just want to attack the back line.
Yeah.
Thinks to himself that PA is going to be the best answer, but sadly in a lot of these fights, it's actually the PA who gets so easily ignored. It feels like the fight's already won as soon as the Death Prophet's dead.
Yeah.
And so you needed a more impactful team fighting carry, I think, and something that was able to play more aggressively to begin with. Something that could either start fights or move into the enemy jungle. The Medusa felt like she had so much space. And
it really did.
The Death Prophet didn't have enough strength behind her to go and just barrel down all the tier 2 towers and close out the map.
So what are we thinking about? Obviously the Ember has been first phased both times by Na'Vi. Do you finally just take that out of the pool, or are you fine giving that one up? Because it seemed to be pretty good in both these games, right? It's an active one, pretty low cooldowns, kind of just runs at you while, say, the Magical farms or, say, Zitrax farms.
I think, like Peter said, don't get too stubborn. I would say if team can play it really well, in which case both Magical and Crystallized can, then I would say maybe banning out the Ember Spirit. It sucks because Unique's in an awkward position where they picked Death Prophet and they lost with it. Yeah. So what do you do at that point in time?
Picked Death Prophet too.
Do you lose faith in it? Do you ban it out yourself? We'll see.
Oh my, that hero damage. Sorry, usually we don't. Usually they're reasonably even on these stats. That hero damage, 30,000 more. Holy smokes.
Yeah. I don't know. The PA I don't think there's anything wrong with this draft other than the PA. I
Okay.
think if you had a problem with the Medusa, just ban that last ban. You know, I'd run
Gotcha.
this exact draft back, and if I could have hindsight 2020, if they don't think there's anything they could have picked the deal with Medusa, I never said them. To clarify what they were talking about on the caster desk, I never said the Medusa versus the Medusa versus DP matchup was bad for DP, but I just kind of thought like it's not. You're not countering the Medusa. Like, yeah, the Medusa's not going to have a great game, but if you pick like Razor mid, for instance, the Medusa's game is just ruined pretty much. So I think this last pick just had to ruin the Medusa game either later or super early, and you just didn't. So that's all I got there.
We didn't go any mana burn hero. We didn't go anything that, like, we went a hero that has a timing that is a little bit slower. Right?
Yeah.
The PA wants the Battle Theory or the Deso BKB before she goes in and does things. Well, that entire time, Medusa's farming up, and you know that Medusa being able to farm up means that she's like when she starts getting to that point, she's more capable of defending towers. And then she's just bought herself even more space. Next thing you know, you've got a Divine Rapier, and the game's over, and your PA is still looking for that completed item slot.
I just want to say up front, like, on top of all the reasons we didn't like the PA pick, Blitz mentioned in the cast, like, haven't we seen Medusa in this region? Like, not this tournament yet, right? But she buys a Rapier.
Yeah.
You're a PA. One of your abilities gives you evasion. That's like one of your 4 abilities.
Yeah.
So you're effectively playing a 3-ability hero. That was like one of the strangest picks to me after he mentioned the Rapier thing. I'm like,
that makes less sense for the PA now. Like, you're like, it makes sense for them, but wait, the PA, you overall 10th pick. And that's the thing, because when you do have that same pick, maybe you should get that overall counter to 10th pick, but that was the end of game number 2. Na'Vi versus Unique. We're going to a game 3. I'm hype. Who will take it? It's a big one. You don't want to go down 0-1 already in the group, so we'll see which team will and which team won't.
We rise up from the dust and claim our throne.
You love it, you wear it. What's your style? Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
Dota's the kind of game where you kind of know you're going to win before it's even over. I was having a down day, and I decided to revisit some good memories. My name is Peter PPD Dager, and these are my moments of brilliance.
Multiple witnesses have reported mysterious shadow sightings all around the city. According to experts, the origin of these shadows is due.
You leave it to me. I'll get your taxes in an okay place.
What?
Well, just as soon as my audit is over, this gets my undivided attention.
Take a lot of trips to the islands, Phil.
Pretty great, right? Oh, Phil's legally dead. Fell off a boat. Going by Dennis now. Solari. Long story. Then we got, oh, no. You're not going to want to see this.
I don't think this is going to work.
Just okay is not okay. AT&T has America's best network, now with our best plans at our best prices, starting at $35 a line for 4 lines, new from AT&T.
Everybody loves an underdog. Who needs to be liked?
Mountain Dew Amp Game Fuel. Victory in a can.
All we know about is level up. Are we ready not to level ashes coming from the ether. All I hear is static. Breathe a little deeper. Fallen, broken, a million light years away from home. My eyes opened, and now I've come to claim life. Oh, never let it go. These wings carry me. Live this fantasy. Running through the fire, gonna let it burn. I am the Messiah, gonna let it burn. Running through the fire, gonna let it burn. I am the Messiah, gonna let it burn. 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 Found me in the darkness. Now they see me shining. Calling me a goddess. Thunder and the lightning. I'm falling, I'm faster. Making my way back, I'm close to home. I'm fighting harder because I've come to claim my throne. Never letting go. These wings carry me. Live this fantasy. Running through the fire, gonna let it burn. I am the Messiah, gonna let it burn. I'm running through the fire, gonna let it burn. I am the Messiah, and I live this fantasy. Running through the fire, gonna let it burn. I am the Messiah, gonna let it burn. Running through the fire, gonna let it burn. I am the Messiah, gonna let it burn. When you feel it's hopeless, when you think that you lost, oh, I will take your hand and we'll rise up from the dust. Oh, here we go, 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 let us heal and grow. You won't be alone, we're unstoppable. Don't be afraid to show what we're going for. This is what we know. Here we come back to life, we're still breathing. Standing up, everybody's gonna see it. Oh, all you need to know is that we're holding on. Even if we fall, we will rise up and we follow the path that we believe in. No, we're not gonna stop until we reach it. Oh, all you need to know is that we're holding on. We rise up from the dust and claim our throne. We rise up from the dust and claim our throne. We all have our reasons why we are on this track. Oh, we all have our burdens, yeah, but we just keep on fighting and we never look back. Here we go, 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 let us heal and grow. You won't be alone, we're unstoppable. Don't be afraid to show what we're going for. This is what we know. Here we come back to life, we're still breathing. Standing up, everybody's gonna see it. Oh, all you need to know is that we're holding on. Even if we fall, we will rise up and we follow the path that we believe in. No, we're not gonna stop until we reach it. Oh, all you need to know is that we're holding on. We rise up from the dust and claim our throne.
ESL 1 Los Angeles is brought to you in part by Intel, Mercedes-Benz, AT&T, Mountain Dew App Game Fuel, and GG Bet.
And we're back. Game number 3 almost underway. Unique versus Na'Vi. The first series we are seeing today, and it's coming to a game 3, which is nice. I mean, hopefully it won't be a stomp, because we've seen in the past, you know, even these 3-game series have been kind of stompy, but these games, both going over 30 minutes, already a rare treat in this patch in this region. So, you know, I'm happy.
You know, I thought about something during the break, Brian.
Rare.
What if... Okay, there, Mr. Catan. What if they typed in Phantom.
Lancer.
And they meant to go for Lancer, but ended up with Assassin.
We'll give you a plausibility.
Because Phantom Assassin
That's a
comes up
non-zero
first, right?
chance. That's a non-zero chance. I'm actually down for that theory. If they win this series,
we've seen one misclick at
okay,
ESL
Cap.
already with the Lone Druid.
If you're not gonna ask, I'll ask. If they win this series and we have an interview, will you ask whoever we interview?
All
if
right,
that
I'll
was
let you
meant to
ask
be?
that.
Okay, I'll ask. I'll ask.
So that PA pick was so bad. Was it a misclick?
I'll ask. I'm not gonna say. I'm not gonna word it like. I'm not gonna word it like that. But I'll ask.
But as you see, draft is underway. Death Prophet getting banned out this time. Actually made it all the way through to the second phase, is when Unique got it last time, but it's gone now. Ember still in the pool. Coddle still in the pool. Well, they've been first picked both times by Na'Vi, so.
True.
See, Unique on the other side of things seems to be mixing it up a little bit more themselves. Centaur possibly going to go in this first phase. Seems like these two teams both highly value it.
You're not going to ban the Ember?
That's the question.
I feel like you should.
Just make them beat you with something different, right?
Yeah. Well, I guess if you ban the Ember Spirit, I think they're likely to take the Void Spirit instead.
Okay.
Because I think that hero operates in a similar way that Na'Vi wants to be able to play.
Well, we'll see. Unique is taking a long time. They're like, uh-oh, maybe we did forget about a hero. They banned Nature's Prophet Chen. I get it. Obviously, we don't know these two teams scrim. I'm just surprised to see Chen first phased all 3 games again. But as Brian said, it's a playstyle thing. You either win a game in 20 minutes with that hero, or else you're a creep.
With 4 creeps.
With 4 creeps.
So
They're
you're
better
5
than
creeps.
you. Yeah, you're 5 creeps, but at least those creeps have a stun.
Yeah. True.
Okay, Bristleback gets banned out. Does that say anything to you? Like, straight up?
They're going for the Ricky Grimm opening.
That they're going to take Ember again. That's the most
Go
obvious.
Ember
there's the Grim.
Ooh, and
That's threatening the Ricky. No cap there.
Yep. And that's just scary in its own, right?
Yeah, I just realized there's a cap on the panel.
Kappa, BSJ!
You know what I love about Brian is that he really likes those little things. He has a
does.
strong appreciation for them.
Glad he likes himself, yeah. Ember, Grimstroke.
I knew you were going to do something with that. I actually knew you were.
But this is a scary opening, right? I mean, BSJ especially, you love this Grimstroke. Obviously, you've been saying it with Ricky, but any gap close, you just throw an Ink Swell, and all of a sudden an Ember jumps on you. You can as well it's slight hits, right, too?
Yeah.
If you time it right?
Yes.
That's freaking scary, man.
That's tough, but it's not as good with Ember on the slight thing because the Ink Swell does more damage and stun based on how long it's been hitting a hero for.
Yeah.
I don't know if most people know that, but yeah, it does synergize with Ember just because it's like an ion shell. You just send it on him and he runs in. But yeah, I already like Na'Vi's opening really. I like it a lot. And Team Unique, they do go back for the Pango. It had a lot of success the first game.
Oh.
BZZ had a really good game. He went Javelin into Vlad's into Greaves. So I think that's a pretty standard Pango build. If the lane is one that the Javelin's potent in, and we saw against the Slark, it was just like Javelin swashbuckle with the Pango. They had a Snapfire, and the Slark was just unable to
40% HP every time.
Yeah.
Nuts.
And it's the new Pango. The Vlad's is so good. I've been asked it a bajillion times on my stream. It's just you can lifesteal with your swashbuckle, so you actually get a lot of effective HP out of it in fights, and then it's just an amazing team item. So your hero itself gets mana regen and the sustain of lifesteal. and then it also benefits your team a lot. So usually you want to go like one farming item or just straight Vlads into like Greaves or Pipe. So that's what we'll probably be seeing from him this game. The Greaves make a lot of sense because you're against the Ember with the Searing Chains, and you can't Swash or Rolling Thunder when you are rooted. They go for the TA ban. I like the TA ban, but I think Ricky is coming in hot third pick. If not third, it'll be fourth.
Especially in
for
this
Na'Vi.
region, because they really like Ricky. We saw yesterday was pretty much picked in even in the first game. They just snap it up. They don't care.
Last time they ran the Pango, they had the Bat Rider, where they were able to kind of have that blurry 3 and 4 position. I wonder
Gets
if they're
banned
gonna
out.
do that.
It just got banned out, so
Okay.
nice call. They thought the same thing. They're like, yeah, we don't want that to happen. Bat Rider, one of the most versatile. I mean, Bat Rider and Pango, like the thing is, it's not just 2 lanes. It's like, well, obviously there's only 3 lanes, but it's like 4 positions you can play. It's nuts.
I have to imagine, even if they don't pick Ricky here, that it is in high consideration for both teams because Team Unique played it the first game, and Ricky Grimm has been the signature duo of this whole league, at least in the other 3 regions. So it's also good against both lineups. Like, it's good against Grimm and Ember, and it's good against Coddle and Pango. So
There's a lot of damage on these 2 supports. Phoenix, Grimstroke themselves. That is a ton of damage, and you compare that to like Coddle. You have Team Lockdown. You don't got damage though. These 2, that is a ton of mid-game, early-game damage.
Absolutely. There will not be any shortage of magic damage coming out from either team just after seeing the first 5 overall picks. They go for the SF,
which
that does not increase or decrease our shortage of
it doesn't.
Magic
They
decrease, increase, whatever.
Yeah, they're the ones who they second phase banned it both games, right? And they themselves take it this time.
So they go for the Centaur. Other than Mars, I'd say Centaur and Mars are like the 2 most notable. I think Pangalier's up there in terms of highly sought after offlaners. He does represent a bit of a weaker laning stage in the Pangolier, but the first game we actually saw it own the Slark. So I think there's certain matchups based on the support duo on each side, whether or not Pango will have a decent start, in which case he becomes very scary. Centaur, on the other hand, very rarely do we see it have a rough game like last game where it was level 4 and the Ember was level 6. One of the worst matchups, I think, from an offlane Centaur perspective, the Ember Spirit. He just does most of his damage without right-clicking you, and the Coddle definitely amped up his damage a lot with the lower cooldown Searing Chains that you can kind of just spam.
Seems like a pretty decent Yules game because you can Yules out the Flame Guard and then hit him with a Requiem. So it's one of those like AoE disables the fear, so he can't actually get out of it. Same goes with the Phoenix, who has a pretty quick reaction.
I also don't think they're going to do... They're not going to do Ricky on the side of Na'Vi, most likely, because now you'd be putting Ember against SF willingly, and I don't think you want to do that. I think Ember versus Pangolier sounds real nice. SF's kind of the king of 9th pick mid right now, and what I mean is if the enemy has an SF mid, what do you pick that beats it 1v1? There's very few options, if any. There's kind of just heroes that do okay. I would be curious, based on the fact that we're in the CIS region, if Na'Vi considers going for Sniper.
Yeah.
It actually looks like a pretty nice Sniper game. We saw that from VP on No One. I like it against Coddle. I like it against SF. I like it against Lifestealer. Doesn't seem terrible versus Pango. And you have a lot of beefy boys to go in front of you to draw attention away. So that's like the hero that probably won't get picked, but I'll look really cool if I predict it kind of pick. So that's my ballsy pick.
That's what you're here for. To
Yeah.
look cool.
Yep.
You don't.
What else am I doing with my life?
What about Medusa versus the Lifestealer?
Medusa's almost certainly getting banned. If it doesn't, that would be the pick. Yeah.
Also, Cap, I asked you for heroes. I don't know if it was yesterday, 2 days ago, 5 weeks ago. You said you thought we'd see more Lifestealer, and you kind of wanted to. Do you like it here?
I don't. Like they needed an egg hitter for sure, but I'm not like super excited about it.
Okay.
Lifestealer just got nerfed and other heroes got buffed.
Yeah.
Just the natural balance of life in the world of Dota 2. They banned Morphling, and go for the Beastmaster. So
That's
it
pretty
is.
quick pace. Do
It's
you
almost
want the Medusa?
Yeah, you do. I think
Okay.
It's pretty tough to play Beastmaster into Medusa. I think the Necro books are annoying, but I think the Beastmaster is going to struggle with having a Pangolier Coddle support duo in the laning stage, and then Grimstroke Ember is really scary. I think as a safe lane combo, you put the Flame Guard on, you put the Grimstroke Inkswell on. They have no magic damage to break the Flame Guard. I guess you could level Axes, but I don't even think it's enough because it's 30 level 1, but it like amps itself. So I actually don't know
how it all works.
if it's enough because it's 80 on Flame Guard. I don't think it's enough. I don't think it's enough amp to break the shield. So I think Medusa stands out to me, and
I'm okay with snipers.
Yeah,
still.
I'm still okay with sniper as well.
See, 30 seconds left for them. They can decide.
All the 2K mid players in chat are just like, please pick sniper. I want to learn.
But you know all those 2K Sniper players are buying like MKBs and moon shirts.
Yeah.
Not the Necro book we saw, other people doing.
Yeah,
It
it's
is the
the
Medusa.
Medusa.
It's magical. You
Pretty
give 'em
surprised they didn't ban it.
Even if it's a bad Medusa game, you're thinking Medusa for this team. If it's a good Medusa game, you're definitely thinking
Quite
Medusa.
vulnerable to getting ran at in the laning stage, though, on the Medusa. It's like super early. I'm talking like 7-8 minutes into the game getting ran at. That once he gets 1 or 2 small items up on Medusa, I like his chances a lot. But if the map collapses a bit too quickly, then I worry. But I personally think this game is 100% on SF just owning the Medusa.
Yeah.
And in that case, I'm going to give it like 80-20 to Na'Vi.
Okay.
Do you think the Medusa changes anything about his build? Do you think he should go more of a right-click build? He's got Beastmaster, Lifestealer. I feel like those are heroes that usually enable a big right-clicker.
Are you talking about SF? I mean,
Yeah.
You said Medusa. I was confused for a second. So you're saying
Yeah,
SF?
sorry.
I'd say SF. I think the Yule's build sounds pretty nice with the minimal amount of catch that they have, and I think against Medusa, one of the best approaches is to kind of play the map in a mobile way, where and you can actually kill Ember now because of the Requiem Fear. You can. It's like Mirana Arrow, where
Yeah.
he Yules him and it can hit them when he lands. And
I agree
if
with
he
that.
doesn't do that, I don't know how they kill the Ember.
Yeah, I really agree. I thought we were going to see a magic damage SF. I just Lifestealer and Beastmaster don't synergize with it.
We'll see. It will be a quick-paced game. Can the new player 19 on his Shadow Fiend prove it's every mid player's dream to do it? We'll see. Game number 3 right ahead.
If it isn't broke, don't fix it. Na'Vi, stick with Medusa in Game 3, Will.
Medusa and Ember 3 games in a row.
Yep. 3 games. They didn't have Medusa in Game 1, right? Did they? No, they did not.
But they had Ember in Game 1.
Yes, Ember 3 games in a row. We're going to see if Na'Vi can make it work for a second game in a row.
All
the
of
odds
those
favor
odds.
them.
That's even worse than Game 1, by the way.
Wow.
It was like 2.98 or something.
Yeah.
It is.
I'm surprised because obviously Team Unique showed a fantastic Game 1. They crushed the early game. They did slip up a little bit but still get the win. So surprised to not see it shift to a more 50-50 or at least maybe more like 2.5 or so.
Yeah.
But
They
not the
are
case.
convinced that Na'Vi is going to win this series. I really thought they were going to win Game 1 to begin with. But they used that. They didn't have buyback. And they got outplayed a little bit. But Unique, we'll see if they can do it.
Okay. It's Medusa again. This time around, Unique have what? They have Pango, so they've got some control, some disarm,
SF.
Beastmaster Roar. Do you think they have better tools against Medusa, basically?
Yeah, I think last game, the PA was so bad. I liked Cap's assertion that maybe they just typed in Phantom, and then Assassin came up before Lancer, and then they just insta-clicked it.
Panic, yeah.
Because they were out of time, right? They were really low on time. Does that make sense? That was always the dangerous part of picking with no time left, as my team knows that.
Yes. No, the wrong Phantom perhaps for game number 2. We'll see if this game is a bit better. Lifestealer was the carry of choice. Not a carry that necessarily matches up amazing against Medusa, but they have other tools.
Yes, they do.
All right. Well, we have a remake of the lobby. We'll have a new one popping up soon. That's what the delay is on. That's why you're stuck looking at us. We'll get ourselves back into the next game, and we'll see how things unravel here. Game 3, I mean, a lot on the line. Are you agreeing with the odds favoring Na'Vi, or do you think...
Those are pretty intense odds. Unique is not a bad team.
Ignoring the odds, who would you favor in Game 3?
Probably... God, I have to... It's been like a second. I'm trying to like remember all 10 heroes.
Medusa, Ember. Who was the other core for Na'Vi? You know, short-term memory, not great. Let's get the stream up. Here we go. We got computers for this. We can look it up.
Oh, you're a genius.
Yeah.
Oh no!
Yeah. I'm supporting ESL. Watching my Twitch ads. Don't you worry.
The ads.
No ad blockers.
Okay,
here.
there we go. There we go.
We got
There we go. Okay, now
Centaur.
this is good.
So
Wait,
Centaur.
pause it here. Pause it here, so I can because I know the last picks do so.
Okay.
So it's.
They went Phoenix as well.
I think it's a very good Lifestealer game.
Yes.
It's a very, very good Lifestealer game.
I mean, playing Lifestealer into Phoenix, Centaur. I mean, all these things. Yeah.
There's no amazing chakra target aside from the Pango. Maybe the Swashbuckle, the double swash.
It feels hard to kill this Lifestealer as well until, like, you know, late game team fights mean you get super fat because you have the Host Stomp, but other than that, you can't rely on the Grimstroke Silence, maybe. The Ember String Chains, you can rage that off, so.
I think it's a really nice Beastmaster game. Beastmaster Ember goes both ways. Because obviously everyone gets countered by Roar, but you die to one Roar. Like, that's the OP part right now of Beastmaster. But also, Ember can also just, like, kite repeatedly.
Yep.
And he usually gets a jump on you. So
like, you'll never get a chance to use Roar, maybe.
Yeah. Means it's a Pango 4.
We've
I would
seen-
hope it's not a Pango or Pango offlane Beastmaster 4.
It was Chu playing the Pango and
Okay,
BZZ
good.
on Beastmaster, so core Beastmaster. We've seen a lot of Phoenix. Has this hero lived up to your expectations? I mean, when something's picked as much as it has been, especially in some of the other regions, you expect the hero to be, you know, one of the meta-defining heroes.
I think Phoenix Dusa is actually a really nice combo because the Dusa forces you can't target the egg. It's really annoying because you just pop it on top of the Dusa. Dusa pops Stone Gaze. If you run in to try to kill the egg, maybe you'll kill it. But if you get stoned and then Phoenix Egg, you lose the fight. And if you get stoned and you kill the Phoenix Egg, you probably still lose the fight because Dusa just has like 3-4 seconds of just like hitting on you for free.
So don't get stoned.
Don't get stoned and don't get Phoenixed. I
heard
understood
it
the
here,
reference you
kids.
made.
Just
I was
educated
trying not to
viewers.
acknowledge it.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Don't get, yeah.
Yep. I know everyone's staying at home, maybe feeling a bit restless, bored, but yep. There's other ways to keep busy. You've been doing a lot of push-ups.
I have
getting
so many
fit.
push-ups left to go.
You're going
I
to hit
hate
that
it.
10,000 push-ups in 1 month.
I'm so excited to not have to do them anymore. I woke up in the middle of the night last night in pain. Like
I think you were about to say you woke up in the middle of the night and did push-ups.
No, that would have been degenerate.
I was like, it's 4 a.m. I just woke up from a bad dream. Well, I better do some push-ups.
Just knock them out. It actually, I'm not enjoying them anymore. It hurts quite a bit.
Do you have dreams of doing push-ups and things?
No, I had a dream yesterday that Gordon Ramsay snagged my girl and she cheated on me with him. I texted her this morning. It was very upsetting.
Yep.
I said,
do you wake up from that and like feel like really shitty?
Yeah. Even though she didn't do anything wrong, I'm just like, I didn't feel good. And then I immediately texted her. I told her. She's like, for free food, maybe.
So
these are dark times,
oh,
you know?
God. Yep. You're both stuck on different sides of the pond as well, you know?
Yeah, honestly, if Gordon Ramsay snags my girl, it's all good. If you're listening, Mr. Ramsay, I'll live with it.
Life goes on.
Yeah, yeah. It's a good story to tell, right?
Yeah.
Imagine. It's like who's another pretty famous dude? Like if who'd be the example?
I don't know.
Who's like a famous? All right, so somebody you would know, Roger Federer.
Yeah.
If Roger Federer took like your current girlfriend, it'd be a cool story, you know?
Oh, hell yeah.
Yeah, you tell everybody that.
I mean, it's one of these things I love and respect the dude. Like, I'm like, well, actually, no, I respect him less because he's a big family man. He's married. He has kids.
You respect him less because he's a big family man?
No,
Or no, because
I
he would have
respect him
taken
because
your...
that. If he's taking my
if
girl,
he
it means he's like, he's cheating on his wife or something or
I see,
leaving
I
his
see.
wife, which is, I think, one of the, things I respect about him.
I see. I saw some video of him, like, when he was going through security and somebody didn't recognize him and they asked him for his card and he didn't diva it up. He's just like, no problem.
Yep. That's the Australian Open. We're very serious about security there. We don't care if you're Roger Federer, Rafael Nadal, whatever. They're just doing their jobs.
Let's get it. Have you been a lot?
I've been to the Australian Open probably 4 or 5 times in my life.
I went to Wimbledon.
Yeah. Oh, I've never been to Wimbledon.
Wimbledon was a very odd event.
Yeah.
It was the opposite of Dota. It was like somebody would make a good play and there'd be like a smattering of applause. And there's one really tall tennis player. He was like 6'5".
I mean, naming like half the tennis players.
He was really, really
Where
like
was he from?
tall.
What country? Raonic, maybe? I mean, there's lots. Even Isovic.
He was playing against Nadal, and he was getting worked, but everyone was like rooting for him.
Okay.
And
so was he British then? If
I
people
don't
are
think
rooting for him against Nadal, that means he must have been popular.
But he was getting owned, and then he ended up losing. And but they got a little bit too rowdy. And my idea of rowdy, there was like, and the ref seriously asked the crowd. He's like, please.
Yeah. Quiet, please.
Yeah. I was like, what?
Yeah.
That was barely.
It's more about when you're being noisy. If the player's about to serve and you're making noise, big no-no. But Wimbledon's one of those events, like, I don't mind if I've never been because it's a bit hoity-toity, a bit stuffy.
Yeah.
Australian Open, US Open are much more, like, more modern, young, and fun. They don't have, like, the dress code. Wimbledon is all about the tradition and, screw all that
Everyone
stuff.
was wearing shorts with, like, and some people were carrying umbrellas. There was, like, a polo-esque like style, but
I feel like tennis players invented gatekeeping in a lot of ways.
No, Dota players did. Our game is the hardest.
That's true. So Dota players and tennis players have a lot in common.
100%. And in this Dota game, who will gatekeep the other team from winning 2 games? I think it'll be... I like Navi's lineup.
Yeah.
But I could see how Unique wins, which is always where things get fun.
It was one of those things we saw those odds, and it kind of made you like think, oh, I actually want to go the way of Unique, but if you put it more in a 50-50, well, realistically, Navi have their Medusa again.
Yeah. The draft will never... It's never like a guaranteed thing. So there's some out drafts like, you get Meepa last picked or Alked, or you pick like no stuns. That can cause some issues, but for the most part, you can win with any draft. That's the way I remember watching S4 when he casted with OD Pix only said that. He's like, people sometimes, they take too much stock and focus too much on the draft. And in fact, a lot of lineups are winnable.
Looking for all these raises. SF getting a couple on for early harass. As we'll see, Phoenix laying with the center up top, doing what he can against the Life Sealer. Securing the range creep, but dodging the Illuminate on the side of Na'Vi. And down bottom, Chu grabbing some creep waves. Beastmaster actually going for a Belt of Giant Strength, starting item to go for that incredibly fast Necrobook Rush.
He's very robust, too, in the lane. He's got a lot of HP.
Yep.
Kind of surprised, though. Like, no Quelling Blade, no extra set of regen, just straight up Belt of Giant Strength.
I have not seen this yet.
I have not either.
In pro games.
BZZ is a innovator, a scholar, a sportsman.
His Pengo went for Bassi Quelling Blade starting items. That was something.
Boy's a beast.
This guy doesn't care about regen. That's what you got supports for, right?
Indeed.
They, buy headdress and bring regen.
Chu has no headdress.
Yeah, he's like, dude, that's your job. Bring the headdress.
Is he dead? Okay. He's just straight up dead. This level 2 Ember Spirit, just picking up first blood. Nice and easy. And that's pretty massive. They were already losing the lane quite hard, and that's not going to make things any easier. Just got way too over-aggressive.
Yep. That's going to allow Ember to bring out some very early items. Last game we saw him, I think, rush the Phase Boots.
Yeah, and that'll make your Orb of Venom build even worse on this 4-position Pango. Like, you're buying this item to try to win out the lane by just getting into right-click fights with the enemy 5. You're delaying everything because you want Lucky Shot at this point, and he just doesn't have it.
That's where maybe you could salvage the lane if Chu managed to snipe the couriers or something coming out. But there was boots and a Blightstone, I think, for the Ember.
Oh boy!
And some more regen.
He's taking a risky-ish path. He's pinging right now.
Yeah, the Hawk is
going to snipe it here.
Nice. No. He just can't. He's a melee hero, unfortunately. May get them on the way back for
some
gold.
He's got it on the way back.
Yeah.
Bang. Bang.
Some gold. Definitely, a sizable chunk of gold, not insignificant. A creep per player, basically.
Yeah, and he sentries the sentry. That's a nice Hawk placement by BZZ to find that.
Yep. And, uh-oh. That Blightstone with the Sleight of Fist build, finding kills. This bottom lane has been very problematic. And, speaking of couriers, top lane, Zitrek's going to lose his, so... Both cores losing some couriers. Lifestealer getting his on the way to the lane. So he did not get his items delivered. Couriers just die all over these days. Oh, nice Inkswell with the Ember Spirit. Always so good playing this Grimstroke when you've got a hero that can get in close for it. And he finds another kill on BZZ.
That's a killing spree.
Yeah, should be going down, but he gets the salve off. Looks like Ilias will manage to break it. Next Sleight of Fist should be coming up in a couple of seconds, but actually only has the 1 point, so still a few more to go. Won't find the kill. But the third kill for Na'Vi and the third kill in this bottom lane is they have a 2k gold lead. We're just 4 minutes in. This bot lane's an absolute disaster, and then you've got the mid lane Medusa still getting good farm.
It is really one-sided right now in this game.
Yep.
And the Shadow Fiend, who is going for bottle, doesn't matter. The Invis rune doesn't impact things too much.
No. Luckily it was just an Invis rune and not something worse. Top lane.
Oh man.
Zitrax.
Even Zitrax he's dead.
Yep, goes down.
Oh
Phoenix.
god, this laning phase.
Coddle with another Illuminate could maybe go for this kill, but doesn't have the mana for it, so
This
lanes
is one-sided.
are looking bad.
It's 4-0 already. Like they've won. They haven't just won. They've like stomped all 3 lanes.
Even, yeah, but that's the thing. Mid lane looks even on CS, but SF was using Mangoes and I think committing a lot more regen for this lane, so...
Oh, he's getting dove right now, too.
Two
Magical's got to be a little bit
TPs
careful
in.
here. He's going to get double raised.
Nice, smart TP back. Goes to the tier 1 mid tower, but is
I like
still
that.
fairly low in health.
A lot of people would just insta like double
Has a
tap
salve,
it. Yeah. Very well done.
And you can see there, 500 net worth advantage, or 400 now in the mid lane, so mid lane being 1 as well.
So going to secure a bounty rune for Na'Vi. In fact, they're going to get 3, so the rich get richer.
SF, I believe, going to refill his bottle. Yeah, he's got the bottle. I think the Pengo is actually TPing mid to also help SF refill bottle, but did not get the refill since SF got bullied back. What's the play here? You're pulling waves at 5.5 minutes. That's not a good sign.
No.
This is normally something reserved for the first couple of minutes.
And I didn't think this lane at bottom would go this bad. I didn't know that Ember Grimstroke crushed it. And look at that. He's so smart, Ilias. He anticipated the Pango darting forward, and he just read him. So that was so well done.
Sick play.
That was really, really well done.
From 2K to 3K, and we're just 5.5 minutes in.
And Pasha is just right-clicking Vanscore. Vanscore, has he stacked a lot?
What was it?
He must have stacked somewhere. No, this is not.
Oh,
this is not like a super stacked coddle or anything like that. Nothing even close to the sort. And they might even make this move onto 19 mid.
Yep, they got him with the dive and the fire spirits. He's got the haste rune, so there's just no real way out for him. He's trying to farm what he can with the raises. He knows he's done for.
Last hit by Magical too, just to add insult to injury.
Are there any silver linings for Unique?
Their Pango has more farm than this Grimstroke.
Okay.
You just asked me if there was any.
Yeah, Grimstroke, he's a 5. But yes, you're right.
Oh, well, he's got less net worth.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah. Darn it.
This Phoenix, or this SF has 200 more net worth than this Phoenix. How about that? Is that better?
I'm down. I'm down. Yep. You sold me.
That was the most value snake bounce I've ever seen.
They need to start getting some stacks going or something. But they're also going to need to start fighting their way back into this one. You're not going to outfarm Medusa. The whole idea, I feel like, with the Beastmaster was you try and play fast-paced, take over her jungle, put pressure on. But when you're this far behind, that's tricky to do.
Is this really going to be another kill?
It looks like it.
Oh, boy. Zitrax is... he's not at a fun lane.
That's the one here that is kind of farming okay.
Yeah. The funny thing is there's stacks on the side of Na'Vi, so they're just going to get even more value on the map.
Na'Vi going for the flawless game. 7 kills, no deaths, 4K gold lead. And, well, hello.
That's another one.
Crystallize coming in, getting
okay,
bored
so
of the bot lane.
If Phoenix gets like 1 creep, he'll have more net worth than the SF.
Or a kill. Who needs creeps when you've... one more Fire Spirit won't do enough damage with a dive. He might go for it, but he doesn't hit the Fire Spirit, so...
No. I think you would have to hit 2 in a row to get that, but... this is like the dream of dream starts.
Easy. Has a roar. He may just use it to try to save his life. He's going to go for the TP out. No Inkswell stun.
He's okay. And he didn't have to use the TP to go all the way back to base. So, all in all, not bad. No harm done.
Take those.
Shadow Fiend is back mid, and a lot of heroes are now coming towards mid. This could be their first kill.
Phoenix needs to get the hell out of here, it feels like. Does dive away. Chase is on. Swashbuckle going to be slightly off the mark, I believe. Doesn't get the slow as well. Chu trying to chase this one down, but he's got Fire Spirit still, and yeah, he's going to be...
He's given up on this.
Okay.
And that was a TP out by the Phoenix. Look at Vanscore. He's so low.
Oh, he's going to find
He's trying to use the fog.
Yep. He doesn't see him just yet. He's waiting for another blast. Vanscore not going to go for it.
I don't... That would have been insane if he actually stuck around.
Oh, no. This time there is no defensive roar. He's got the Inkswell to back up his dive, but he doesn't maybe have the damage for this.
He's got roar.
Yep, roar comes back up. Ember getting low
and
here.
Ember's out of mana.
Yeah.
If they had detection. Yes, they do. Finally. Woo. We're on the board, baby.
Let's go. 8 kills to 1, but it's a big one. It's the top net worth hero.
They needed that so... Oh, they needed anything. Let's be real here.
And they need a lot more of that. They can't just settle for one. Anytime Roar's up, it feels like they need to be going for some more kills.
100%. That was just way too over-aggressive by Crystallize. He was feeling himself. That's one of those things where your team is just getting kills everywhere and you're not being punished for it. And so you get more and more emboldened as time goes on.
When he's like remnanting in there, I figure like, oh, maybe there's a bounty rune spawning or something he's going for. No, that was just...
No, he just straight up wanted to do it.
But Na'Vi, perhaps it's a wake-up call to maybe settle down, not get too ahead of themselves. Pasha going to run in, find the Shadow Fiend, and speaking of getting too ahead of yourselves, he's kind of playing alone, but no, Crystallize is going to rock up to help save the day.
To get this kill.
Close, but no cigar.
The blast doesn't hit. Zitrex is on the way.
Yeah, can he find this kill? They're going to find Vanscore on the Coddle. Looks like Centro is going to run into some vision here, so they know where he is. A mango tree was used in Eden, I believe.
The creep is chasing.
That's good. Putting out some sick beats with the Ursa clap.
I like that. He didn't have a whole lot to do there, and he's regenerating with the Ocean Heart in the river.
Well, 5k gold lead now, so Na'Vi, we keep talking about these numbers. When you have a Medusa on your team and you're leading by this much, it is bad news bears for Team Unique.
What are you supposed to do now? They're going to take your mid tower. Like all 3 of the cores on the side of Unique were meant to do pretty well. I'd say like the Shadow Fiend. Oh, there's a dive. No kill.
I think this Phoenix just understanding that he can go bottom to try delay this push, and as long as he doesn't get roared, he can't die. They'll lose a tier 1 tower. So that's, you know, we mentioned what can they do. They're going to try to take over this bottom side of the map a bit.
Yeah, you want to push this in and bring your... I think you want to bring your Lifestealer down here, actually. And you send your Pango up the top. Would be the ideal play. Okay. You send your Pango or your Coddle up the top. But it looks like they're just going to give up this tower for free.
Phoenix maybe needs to be careful down bottom. There's a lot of enemies wrapping around.
Just
but
has dive right now.
Yeah. And it's going to be enough. He's going to put that on that siege creep. And that will be enough to bring it down. So no longer too worried about that tier 2 bottom being pushed, especially with the glyph being back up. Refreshes from the tier 1 tower, so there's no real way for Unique to take tier 2 bottom unless they can completely punish Phoenix for being there.
And they're going to go towards mid now. If they can take this mid tower, this would be a really nice trade-off.
Instantly gets pinged by Na'Vi. You've got to imagine they're going to look to defend in there. TPing in the tier 2, multiple heroes ready to jump on in. And yeah, this SF just getting annihilated.
Wow.
Will-O-Wisp coming too late. The roll being used here with the Stampede, though. I don't see this fight going well for Unique. The Ember wasn't even close to going down. They've taken out 3 instantly with the Inkswell Sun catching up 2. The X can stump this Lifestealer. He raged, but he still gets stunned up. The Hoof Stomp to followed up. Team wipe. Absolutely obliterated.
And they lost nothing for it. No heroes. They got couriers, too. Like, just as an added, like, screw you. That was like they got 7 heroes there.
Take another look at this. The Coddle tried to save the SF there, but the Medusa got SF from like full to a quarter HP just with some right clicks.
Yeah, and you see the Pango Courier gets frozen in place. Gets hit by just casualty of war.
Yeah. I mean, I like that from Na'Vi. The second they realize Unica trying to get more than they should be in that mid-tier 1 tower, they instantly TP everyone, force a fight, no running away with Stampede.
And once again, they have no response to the Dusa. They've built up a lot of stacks for this Dusa. They use the Ember Spirit as her catch, so they have a way to team fight. And he also soaks up a lot of damage for her too by going in. Like he's just creating a buffer for this Dusa to just sit back and hit. Zitrex, of course, he's poor as all hell, and another kill. Chu Easy peasy.
Lifestealer with just the old phase boots. Has an arm like heat up. Can't even finish that for now.
Yeah, the problem is I don't know what he gets to catch back up into this game.
They're going to force him to rage TP, I believe, yeah.
He is gone, but that's the upside now. That's the best play you can make, is not dying there. Maybe if they could get somebody mid. Magical's got to head back here. They want to try to roar on this Grimstroke. Getting any kill, 17-1. But Beastmaster's going to get spotted, and Magical, once again, is just going to tank forward here. His net worth progression isn't as insane because he doesn't have that 10,000 stacks that Coddle's able to do. That's what's so good about Coddle, is you can like Blinding Light one, blast the other, double stack at all times.
But the gold lead is even bigger than last game because every single lane is going well this time.
Yeah. When was the last time they got a kill? Unique. How long
just
ago
the
was
one,
that?
which was the Ember kill at the around 8 minutes in, I want to say.
Oh man, it's been a while.
Yeah, that was around that when he extended over near the enemy jungle.
It was like 7-0, right?
Yeah.
Now it's 7-1. Or 17-1, sorry. So for Unique, I guess the way to get back into this game would be to hope that Na'Vi throws, similar to how they did in game number 1.
Yep.
I think that's really the only way that you can really expect like a big comeback.
They smoked up, but they're going to find the Beastmaster down the river. They ignore the lifesteal knowing he's got the rage as bounty runes were spawning, and will Coddle be able to get one? Yes, but he may die for it in the river.
They're trying to pop Zitrex, force him to use the rage, and Crystallize is just oh, that damage.
Ouch.
They lose a tier 2 tower. It is 19-1, 10k gold lead, 9k.
But you got double bounty stall.
Hell yeah. Dude, it was 10k, double digits.
Yep.
He reduced it.
I mean, that's silver linings. That's legit silver linings. I mean, 4 bounty rune swing would have been, really bad for Unique. At least they keep that gold a little bit more even.
At least they have a kill.
Yep.
Things could be a lot worse.
I haven't seen a 0 kill game in quite some time. The one I always remember is that ESL one. I think it was Frankfurt, the very first one, when IG, I think it was against EG.
It was indeed.
Was it IG or VG?
I think it was IG.
IG, yeah. It was a team with Chuan at the time. That was like 2013 or something.
Chuan has like the randomest career resurgences.
He has some of the best career stats as well. Like that IG team that he was on, obviously won TI, but they were so dominant during that era.
Oh, this could be their second kill.
It's a center.
This would be massive.
He's going to Crimson. They're ignoring him. I think they know they can't kill him. And the Stone Gaze Medusa comes in as well. They are pulling him back in with the Will-O-Wisp, but they're kind of just ignoring the Will-O-Wisp. Requiem going to be used to bully Na'Vi away, but it's not really bullying when Na'Vi's 5 times bigger, 5 times stronger, and they're coming for you. They're looking to hunt you down. They hunt down the beast. Vanscore's next. Come on, Vanscore. Just give Roche your life or something. As Crystallize will get himself a double kill. Chu gonna look to. Oh.
All right, they just call it.
He's going. Yeah, that's it. He's going for the outpost.
21-1. Like I don't. Yeah. I don't really know what you were supposed to do in this game. Zitrex will die. Just he didn't make it 22.
Moral victory.
Dang, that was rough to watch. That was probably the most one-sided game that we've seen.
Game 1 the closest. Game 3
the furthest thing. Na'Vi just like progressively ramped it up.
I mean, I guess those odds that were quite heavily favoring Na'Vi,
they were
proved to be pretty accurate.
Mm-hmm.
How do you rate Na'Vi? Obviously, this is one of the teams you'd expect them to beat coming into the league. Do you give them a shot against, the Secrets, the OGs who we saw yesterday look really scary?
I think this team can beat anybody and lose to anybody. They have like one of the CIS right now, ever since like the Great Wall for VP fell, it's just been like a free fall. It's just either they're going to hit the highest range or they're going to hit the lowest range. So hard to tell.
Do you think they're too limited with heroes? Like we saw them go for the Medusa 2 games in a row. Is that just because it was there, or?
I think it's less an issue of being limited and more that you're predictable. Like everyone kind of understands the rough range of what you want to draft. Like whenever we play against Na'Vi, you're like, oh, okay. Magical, Dusa, TA, like Sniper.
Makes it easy to game plan for.
Yes.
All right. Well, Na'Vi will be game planning for their future series, and Team Unique, defeated here, are going to have to look to bounce back later on in this ESL 1 Los Angeles tournament. We'll go back to the panel to wrap up this first series of the day here.
Liar! That's what I am. Because I said this was going to be.
Because I was ready.
No, I said this was going to be a nice game at 3, but well, if you're a Na'Vi fan, it was a very nice game 3. If you're a Unique fan, you're feeling pretty bad. 21-1, the game ends at 17 minutes. And I'm going to go to one thing here, my friends. You guys knew it would be a Medusa. My dog knew it would be a Medusa.
You have a dog?
I do.
Nice.
Why did I don't even want to ask why the Medusa got through, but I don't. It's hard to talk about this one because the Medusa just was a perfect pick, and it ended up being perfect.
It's so weird because they picked Lifestealer too.
Which is bad versus Medusa.
Yeah, which is bad versus
when they just got done losing to Medusa.
And then they didn't ban the Medusa. And I don't think Beastmaster is particularly good versus Medusa. It's just kind of like, maybe it goes back and forth.
Maybe
a lot of scratch the.
Yes. Is there another L hero besides Lifestealer? Was this another mispick?
Luna?
Lycan, though?
Lycan. The thing is that I've noticed this Beastmaster hero, and I've been trying to learn it recently.
Yeah.
And so I've always gone to an open mind whenever it gets drafted by the team that's favored or not. And what I've noticed across the board is if there's a kill support duo or a support in the Grimstroke, like a Grimstroke type hero, we saw OG versus Team Nigma. They had Beastmaster against Grim Brew.
Oof.
You just get wrecked. You just get ran at.
Yeah.
And then the whole idea of Beastmaster is all he can do is right-click you with him and his boar, so he wants to just trade nonstop. But if he is like at half health against kill combos, you just can't lane. Like, you actually just can't lane. And he... Not only is he going to struggle in that lane because he's against the Grimstroke Ember that we talked about that you see in the first 2 picks, but he has a 4th-position Pango, as Cap politely said, griefed my lane in order to have fun. That's what Cap said.
That's what I think.
Cap
Every
said.
single time when I'm playing off lane and somebody
Dude.
picks 4 Pango, I'm just like,
unless it's crit.
You grief my lane.
Yeah, you're literally griefing.
Like, you're going to have a great time, I'm sure. Like, I love me a Pango.
I'm
so
sure you're going to
it's always
recover farm
enjoyable.
in the lane I'm in because I can only jungle when I'm level 3.
Yeah.
You can have the recovery farm on Pango, but...
Wait up, my friend.
Like, I don't pick 4
I
Pango
just
then.
heard
Yeah.
we've got a very special treat. We've got 9 Pasha on the line right now, I believe. Pasha, you there?
Okay.
Hello.
Hey, boys.
Congratulations on your victory. I'm just going to ask you straight up, are you surprised they gave you Medusa in that game 3?
I don't think that Medusa was the only hero we can pick, but yeah, they give it to us, and the game was not so hard, and yeah, we just had a good laning stage, and after that, it was pretty easy to end this game. We don't even kill a Roche, so
21-1. Yeah.
I'll ask, after the game 1, kind of a crazy back and forth game, it probably felt like you should have won after you guys initially came back. What is said going into game 2 between you guys? Just like shrug it off, or?
In the game 1, I will say in the game 1, we lost our synergy between our heroes. We got Ember Kotal, and we picked Slark on last pick, and the Ember Kotal were on different lanes.
Yeah.
It was and in the second game we just like forget about it and just pick normally like we want.
Oh, okay, I like that.
Pasha, I was curious just your thoughts on the CIS scene in general right now. It seems to be there's no longer VP, like back when you were on VP, you guys dominated everything. Now it feels like a lot more open and competitive in CIS. And I was just wondering what your thoughts on that was.
Yeah, I can't say that's like one good team right now. Everyone can show some results, but it's hard to explain. Sometimes someone is weaker. I don't know why. Sometimes someone is stronger. So there's no logic here. Like I can't say it really. One day one team can beat another, and another day it's like whatever.
Now, how do you feel as an offlaner? Are there only like 3 heroes that offlaner? Because we're only seeing like these centaurs, these pangos. Is there a hero you wish you could play that you can't right now?
I don't think that Pango is like an offlane. I think that it's a hero that is easier. It's easy to have this hero in your draft because you can always place it on many positions. Yeah. And yeah, sometimes people are making him offlaner, but not only offlaner. He can play position 4, position 2, and etc. So it's we see this hero so often. But Centaur, yeah, actually I had this hero. You can't even imagine how I had this hero, but Mac is saying that I should play it. So
that
The grind.
makes sense. Yeah. Well, we appreciate it, Pasha. You got any shout out for your fans or anything?
Yes, thank my fans of Navi. Thank you very much, guys. We really appreciate your help. Look at our games. Go Navi. Woo!
Yeah. Thank you,
go,
Pasha.
Navi.
Have a good day, and maybe we'll be able to talk to you again soon.
Okay, have a nice day, guys.
Thank you
bye
very much.
Bye, Pasha.
Wow. And another great interview again.
These have been good,
Yeah,
honestly.
these have been on it. I know. Come on, NA. Even worse at the interviews, worse at the Dota. What the hell is going on,
What
man?
do we have going for us, though?
Dude, for real.
We can't even talk on our asses anymore.
Oh, my goodness. But that was, a great interview by Pasha, and congratulations to Navi. It was a scary game one, especially if you're a Navi fan. Back and forth, you lose. But after that, game 3, you're going to be very happy. Congratulations to them on that 2-1 victory. But coming up next, it will be Secret. It will be Liquid. Buckle yourself in because we got a game coming up shortly.
We rise up from the dust and claim our throne.
My name is Jordan Gilbert, aka Nothing.
Hi, my name is Sue Lee. My handle is Smix. I think it's important for these initiatives to happen. Empathy really, really goes a long way, and it always means so much to us, and I think that's where initiatives like this really help.
I encourage everyone in the community, anytime they see bullying, anytime they see someone getting called names, or I encourage you to step up and say something.
Good luck, have fun.
Good luck, have fun.
Multiple witnesses have reported mysterious shadow sightings all around the city. According to experts, the origin of these shadows is
You leave it to me. I'll get your taxes in an okay place.
What?
Well, just as soon as my audit is over, this gets my undivided attention.
Take a lot of trips to the islands, Phil.
Pretty great, right? Oh, Phil's legally dead. Fell off a boat. Going by Dennis now. Salary. Long story. Then we got, oh, no. You're not going to want to see this.
I don't think this is going to work.
Just okay is not okay. AT&T has America's best network, now with our best plans at our best prices, starting at $35 a line for 4 lines, new from AT&T.
Everybody loves an underdog. Who needs to be liked?
Mountain Dew Amp Game Fuel. Victory in a can.
I fell apart when I saw you look at me that way. It broke my heart to see. It was a moment of darkness, a moment in time that I regret for being so heartless. It was a moment of darkness. Moment of darkness. too hard, it don't come easy. I went dark, I lost it right away. And when it starts, God knows what I'll say. In my head, I had good reason. I went red so unexpectedly. I should have said that sometimes happens to me. It was a moment of darkness, a moment in time that I regret for being so heartless.
ESL 1 Los Angeles is brought to you in part by Intel, Mercedes-Benz, AT&T, Mountain Dew Amp Game Fuel, and GG Bet.
And welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Up next, Team Secret versus Liquid as the waves come crashing in. It rained here last night, by the way. I went outside and, man, did it feel good. And Gods, I just looked over at you, and your hair is crazy, my friend. But we're here, Secret versus Liquid. And this is, I mean, we got two of the big-name teams, right? Two top 6 teams at the major before. This is going to be one to watch out for. I'm joined by Blitz as well as Gods. First impressions of this matchup.
I'm hyped for it.
Oh, is it just that was it? I thought you were going to elaborate.
No, that's first impressions,
yeah,
you know?
No,
first impression.
It's our first, it's the first time Liquid and Secret will play against each other this season.
Really?
Yeah.
I did not know that.
Yeah.
I
Fun
assume
fact.
you've played in scrims. I'm not going to ask you the result. Maybe you haven't even, but I'm not going to ask you the results.
We scrimmed them once.
Okay. And are you confident after that one scrim?
No.
Okay.
was not.
Well, and to be fair, this is team. We saw OG, obviously one of the favorites as well. They have 2 stand-ins. This is a full squad. Team Secret. They have 0 stand-ins. They're coming into it with a very scary mindset. And I don't know. Are they the favorite of this full tournament because they have their full roster compared to OG?
I don't know if that was what they needed to be considered the favorites. I think they would have probably just been considered the favorites.
Yeah,
okay.
I would agree.
Okay.
And then the fact that so many of the teams are playing with stand-ins because of their international lineups just makes it even more difficult, I think, for some of the opposition to bring them down. But also adds this X factor because, you know, teams playing with stand-ins, sometimes you just have to prepare for them differently. They're going to be playing kind of more wonky. It can kind of feel a bit off when teams have these stand-ins, sometimes to their benefit.
Yeah, that should be good. And actually, speaking about Team Secret, we are lucky enough to learn about one of their players. It's Nisha.
Last year, Team Secret showed everyone what they're made of, winning almost every tournament they've attended. But what are they actually made of? The players, obviously, but there's one that stands out from the others, and that player is Nisha. Michał Nisha Jankowski, a young Polish Dota 2 player, is probably mostly known for not being anywhere. You won't find him on social media, and an interview is almost as hard to come by as a needle in a haystack. But despite being a walking mystery, the professional Dota 2 scene as well as many media outlets keep talking about him.
Looking for some extra damage, but he's in way too deep and will be brought down. And now find an extra one. The Hex control was there from Pumpy. Fly won't escape. The TP song of the siren. It catches Doom napping. The devil, he does sleep. And he'll be brought down with another stun from Yapsor. Nisha even leaves his illusions because real heroes don't use real heroes to kill.
I don't know if you guys heard about this. He had this Smurf account. This is what I've heard. This is what I read. I think it was named Devil, and it was a 9K, 8K, 9K Smurf account. Just with, I think he had 400 games with like a really, really high win rate. Just 400 plus games, but 9K MMR? Seriously?
Nisha started his professional career when he was just 14 years old and played with his older brother, Supreme, in a team called Let's Do It. LDI had some success, including playing in the ESL 1 Frankfurt 2015 qualifiers, and were even acquired by Team Alternate. However, that adventure didn't last long, and soon Nisha parted ways with his brother and former teammates, seeking more glory on the international scene. And he didn't have to wait long for it. After playing for Team Singularity and then Team Kinguin, Nisha finally found his home in Team Secret, officially joining the roster on September 11th, 2018.
The kind of player he is and the kind of personality he is, I think this was the kind of pickup that was just such a win for Puppy and Team Secret that it created this sort of dynamic for Team Secret that goes to show just how well they all work together. Like Yapsor is a very greedy 4, and Nisha's playstyle works so well with that.
Even though many questioned the decision, Puppy, Team Secret's captain, later admitted that he saw great potential in the young Pole and wanted to give him a chance. And you're probably aware that he certainly didn't let that chance go to waste. After joining Team Secret, Nisha helped his team win ESL 1 Hamburg 2018 and finished second during the Kuala Lumpur Major. But their biggest successes together came in 2019. The Chongqing Major in China, ESL 1 Katowice 2019, the MDL Disneyland Paris Major, ESL 1 Birmingham 2019, a 4th place during TI9, and most recently, a win at Dream League Season 13 in Leipzig.
Through the armor, pushing on, there's no hold that EG can provide right now. It's reaching a 30k lead at 32 minutes.
Team Secret right now in its current form is just straight up broken. Like probably, without a doubt, one of the most dominant teams in Dota 2. When you see them play, it feels scary because you can tell the skill difference even as a casual viewer, that this team is so much better than all the other teams that they're playing against. They make other tier 1 teams just look completely outclassed.
And they show no signs of stopping, and neither is Nisha, who despite his young age has not only already won 3 Dota 2 majors, but even surpassed the legendary Polish Golden 5 as the highest earning Polish player of all time.
And yeah, Nisha, as we said, the young rising star. And at the beginning of that, you heard, you don't hear many interviews. You don't hear him talk much. I like even in a thing about him, no word said. He lets his playing do the talking. Blitz, you still feeling that? I don't know when you did that interview, you still feeling that way? Is this the highest, like, team, like, you know what I'm saying?
I honestly don't even remember doing that interview. Like, I have no idea at what point I did that. It could have even been last year or something for all I know. But yeah, I think so. I think that puppy is like the king of the regular season. He is one of the, if not the most dominant, like regular season player that I think Dota's really ever seen. Like aside from that one hiccup where they had like that Artur universe, like that thing.
Yeah,
even before
6
that
months
point,
or so,
with like
yeah.
Envy, they won a major.
Yeah.
So like in terms of regular season, I think Puppy has been unreal. He hasn't really had the opportunity to win another TI, but I mean this squad, if TI happens, could definitely do it. Like top to bottom, it just looks stacked. We had a poll around here, like who would you take to build a team around if you couldn't choose a captain, like your top 3 players? And almost everybody selected somebody from Secret. In fact, Cap just chose 3 Secret players. He's like, I'll take anybody from Secret, and it'll work.
Yep. It doesn't work. I mean, how you feeling about them, Gods? Are they that good? Are they, I mean, the favorites coming in this tournament, sounds like you already said, but the regular season, it's theirs, right?
Yeah, and the way they win games is what impresses me. It's not like they just define their like hero pool and just, okay, you ban those 2 from my hero pool, I'm going to pick the 3rd one. No, they just play anything. They'll open 2 completely different heroes game to game. Nisha, I mean, he's known for certain heroes like his Morphling, for example, but his hero pool is huge. He plays the Medusa incredibly well. He plays any carry he needs to from that mid lane. Yeah. Matu, very flexible player. I think every single player, Zion Pubs is just going in and randoming, you know.
Doesn't matter, no cares.
These guys will play whatever, and Puppy likes to make sure they don't just stick to a certain formula when it comes to drafting, so they're a very difficult team to prepare for.
Yeah, there is. And on the other side, it is going to be Team Liquid. They've been looking a lot better as they're coming through, but, you know, Blitz, you would know best. Also, you know, love the jerseys right there. You know best. How are they feeling coming into this?
I was talking to Aiden yesterday, and I said, hey, how are we going to do? And he said, we'll probably beat everyone but Secret.
Yeah, well, that's, I mean, it's confidence because, you know, that's still a lot of teams, but everyone but Secret. So you have to come in then with some sort of strategy, as you see. The question is, what is that? We did see the coin flip, and it was Secret took first pick, and Liquid took Dire. So a pretty big shift there is everyone takes Radiant except one Team Business Associates, who obviously didn't have the greatest run.
Oh, yikes.
I keep wanting to say this, but like, why would you take Dire? Like, I need at least some reasoning.
Spill the secrets, Will.
Okay, I'll tell you. Aiden likes to be a hipster.
Okay, I actually was thinking that. I legitimately was like, it has to be just him wanting to do that.
I'm serious. If you tell Aiden one thing, like, I think this hero's really good, he'll say, I don't know. But if you call a hero bad, he'll instantly, like, contrarian. Actually, that hero, I think, has, like, some value. So I think he just sees a lot of value in weird things.
Well, you know what? We don't even have to talk too much about it because we already have a draft underway. Secret and Liquid. You know, this is definitely not 2 sponsored teams on the online Dota from 5 years ago, because these teams would have been an hour late probably. Nowadays, we're on time, baby.
Old Liquid with Bulba, you know they weren't showing up on time.
Oh, we thought it was 30 minutes from now. What, Bulba? We talked to you 1 hour ago. How do you say that? But no, we are there, and already some different bans coming out. We've got a Clockwork first phase ban and an Earthshaker first phase. Earthshaker actually, it made it through all 3 games last series, not banned or picked. A little bit surprised there.
Yeah, this has to be like a meta thing because they know Taiga really likes Earthshaker.
Yeah.
They know he really likes Mars too on the side of Boxy. It was really funny. One time I was playing a pub game with Matu, and I could hear Puppy in the background, and I think they were at boot camp or something. Anyways, like they were talking about the heroes that no one plays, and he's like, he was making fun of us. He was like, "King Mars, only Boxy plays that shit." Like,
yeah,
he called us hipsters.
Now everyone plays it.
Yeah, this was pre-buff. This was pre-buff.
pre-buff.
This was pre-buff.
Yeah,
he was just saying like we play a bunch of hipster heroes, and then Matu was laughing and saying he was just kidding, but I don't think he was.
So you guys are favoring Seeger, but the last tournament they did play in, they lost to Team Nigma 3-2 at the We Play Mad Moon or something like that tournament. And you think they're still... So why do you favor them so heavily if they did just lose? I mean, it was a 3-2, obviously. They won the major right before that 3-2 as well. But it seems like teams are giving them close runs.
I think Secret is like best prepared for this kind of event. For people that don't know, Secret actually doesn't boot camp that much. They mostly do things online. That's pretty insane to think about, like how
Compared
good they
to
are.
everyone else too.
Yeah, like for example, for us, for every qualifier, we meet up together and we play the quals for every like event and stuff. We'll always boot camp. These guys just kind of show up, play from home. They're the best team in the world, so they're just like, we'll figure it out. And way too often do they figure it out.
Yeah. We'll see if they figure this one, because this, we've seen 3 regions already. We've seen a lot of EU and CIS. There's been a lot of different picks between all these different regions, and if someone's going to bust something out, it probably will be Secret, so we'll have to see. They first banned the Huskar, by the way. Not letting Liquid get their hands on that at all. And then besides that, pretty standard stuff coming out from Liquid. AHN, Big Fives banned out. The Clockwork, the only little bit different.
Yeah. I think the thing with having less bans later in the draft, like some of those cheese picks, you may just want to ban at the start. Because it's like, well, you only have 2 bans later on, and you may want to ban heroes that counter what you have.
Yeah.
So, you know, banning out like a Meepo Husker type heroes in the first stage makes a lot more sense now than it used to.
They just go with the Coddle. We saw it. That seems to be the one thing that's definitely improved since the NA and SCA one. This Keeper of the Light hero is first pick, first banned every single game now.
There's some really good combos. We saw the Ember last game. You know, the Bristlebacks coming back into fashion as well. That's a popular hero. Yeah. So Coddle looks solid as a support.
Yeah. And it's going to be a Rubik Death Prophet. So Death Prophet did sneak her way on through. We saw game 2 of last series.
Wonder what they decide to lane up against it. They could also take their 4 here. They can decide to take like Lion or SD or something like that and just be really strong. I know this is a hero that Max personally thinks is pretty top tier. Like this hero, at least for us, might have moved up quite a bit, as evidenced by the fact that Liquid is going to first to it.
Yeah. Is there a chance of the 4th position Shadow Demon again? We've seen a lot of people love that Shadow Demon into those Ewell's middle heroes. Or do you not like the SD Coddle? Would be like a little too weird for a support duo.
Sounds a bit rough. Yeah, no stuns, no real... Like I don't know. Neither hero feels the weaknesses of the other.
Makes sense.
At least from my perspective. They both kind of sit back. They're very squishy. No real frontliner or initiator. SD with certain pairings can be an initiator, but you really need to then be drafting around this SD pick.
And you don't want to draft your own SD pick. They go with the Pango. All right.
Okay, I think Pango is actually a decent way to deal with Death Prophet, because you can't really, for the most part, you can't really stop the ball, and you're pretty tanky. And I just like Pango a lot as a hero right now. We've seen it played in multiple roles, everything aside from pretty much like carry. We saw OGC utilize it as like a 4, a mid, an offlaner. Just has like a ton of versatility to the hero. And so Secret, they continue their advantage of having first pick by hiding all their lanes.
Yeah. And you will get that 1-for-1 counter. in this next phase. They'll end up banning out the Oracle. We talk when you have a Death Prophet, you need to save Oracle. Obviously one of the best in Liquid. Well, Insania was playing that, as you said, when it was a hipster hero. No one else was playing it. Now that it's good, you damn well know he's going to play it.
I can talk about that without revealing a lot.
Sure.
The idea was like, he was really convinced that Oracle was broken, and this was when nobody was picking it.
Yeah.
And the reason was he was saying all the 4s and 5s right now that are popular, Oracle just has to be good against. You have like Disruptor, for example, was like picked every game, and he's like, he's so good against Disruptor. Like he just kept telling me this hero is so value. Like if these heroes are good in the pool, then 100% Oracle will be a good hero, and he was right.
He was.
I was like, are you sure, man? We lost a lot of games at first.
Yeah.
But once we kind of figured out how to make it work, then it snowballed in the right direction.
That's good. Well, Ember goes away, as you talked about before. The Keeper of the Light Ember Spirit last series, pretty dang good.
Yeah, wonder if Liquid decide to take like Grimstroke or something like that. Another Insania hero.
Yeah, good call there. Grimstroke. Only coming out, so it will be the 5 Grimstrokes you talk about with that 4 Rubik. You're still not giving away too much. The Secret, you gotta show something now. Is it just possibly a Centaur? Something like that?
Probably depends where they're... If they don't want to run Pengo as the offlaner, a hero like Centaur looks really good, nice and tanky frontliner. The Stampede to disengage against Exorcism is always really nice. But I think Pengo as an offlaner also gives you that Rolling Thunder, kind of prevents people from just charging on in.
Oh, and yep, there we see it. So now it will either be an offlane or, you know, maybe a middle Pango. More than likely an offlane, but there's the Earth Sphere, and it's for Yapzor. A little bit scary, especially 3 pretty immobile heroes on the side of Liquid and Rubik, Grimstroke, and Death Prophet. You get rolled on, it's going to be tough to get out of there. For Liquid, what are we thinking? We actually did, obviously we're not seeing Grimstroke Lich this game, but do you try to pair up like a stunner with it? Something like a Wraith King, or what do you want to see on Liquid?
I think it's too early to take Wraith King.
Okay.
Because, so the advantage of taking your mid first 2, or one of those 2 cores, is I think you get to hide one more hero. And
Yeah.
so, because if Mickey gets Wraith King right now, he doesn't get to see the mid or the... he could potentially not even see his offlane matchup if that's not a mid... if that's a mid Pango, for example. And so you're picking yourself into like a really rough position. So I think Insania's idea of second picking like Death Prophet is not bad, because then you negate a lot of the advantage of first pick.
Yeah.
You do get your offlane countered, but you could potentially still win 2 lanes.
Okay.
You're just using your last overall pick most likely for your safe lane instead of your mid.
Yeah.
Make sure you can... And have the right carry that fits the game and can hopefully be that 10th pick.
Yeah. And counters their 2 cores. That's the one thing that like second pick has going for it. But like oftentimes we see this second pick last like 10th pick not really pay off. We've seen that like
you get to it and
earlier.
it feels like there's no pick that salvages the draft because first pick has gotten to counter everything up until that point.
Well, that is more than likely a Nisha Morphling. But Gods, your face? Okay, I don't know if you like the pick or you were like the stank face for Nisha's Morphling.
No,
like, oh, that's good.
Filthy. I mean, I just remember when Secret first picked him up, and I think they won like 20-something games in a row without losing one.
That.
His Morphling. Whew.
And it's really nice against Centaur. Centaur can never kill you. There's an animation to Centaur stun, especially in the laning phase, that you always see coming. So it's really, really difficult.
Yep. How does the hero fare mid against Death Prophet? I feel like that should be at least okay. I mean, Morphling mid, assuming you can just play the regen battle, typically does all right.
I think so. You should be able to waveform out of Siphon every single time. I haven't personally played that matchup. I think might be okay.
I've seen Nisha mid Morphling just like beat matchups. I'm like, oh, Morphling should lose that, right? He's gonna get nuked a lot, burst down, harass, and like, no, he just knows all the tricks to playing this hero.
Yep. And they ban out that Monkey King. Don't want the Mayhem creator. One of the best ones at it.
Yeah, most likely Matu's hero coming up last, but flexible. They could always pick up some kind of mid, run Matu safely Morphling. He does sometimes bust out those hard carries.
Yep. And are we guaranteed, Blitz, that it is going to be the Quake for Death Prophet? Because I want to say these 2 teams do have very cheesy players on both ends, right? You got the Broods for Liquid, but you do have the Matumba Mans on Secret.
No, there's no guarantee that it's a mid lane Death Prophet. In fact, Secret doesn't think it is.
Yeah,
They banned TA, which if they do plan on putting mid-morph, it's miserable to play against morph against TA. Like, you just get side-bladed repeatedly, and you play at such a low HP range that...
3 shots and you could be dead.
Yeah, exactly. It's just really annoying.
The calm before the storm here, these 2 last picks, bringing together the drafts. Secret already used a lot of their reserve times. They only have about 20 seconds left. Nothing just straight up stands out, for me at least.
No.
What do you want? Is there another good pairing for Keeper? Because I felt like we kind of talked about that a little bit, and we don't really have the best pairings for that hero yet.
Yeah, maybe something with a stun. I mean, you mentioned Wraith King earlier. That doesn't sound too bad. Maybe a little bit on the greedy side if you're trying to go for that Radiance build.
I think Wraith King would lose to...
Briss. Oh, Briss, you did say that was one of the heroes you did say, and this is a hero we are seeing more and more. It is definitely on the rise in Dota because you can put him middle, you can put him safe lane. We even saw him in the off lane once, and very good with the coddle. You have mana problems.
Not many stuns, but they've ticked every other box, and I feel like they're going to have this really strong 5-man. And there's no elusive heroes on Liquid side. Like, who do you actually need stuns to kill? Death Prophet kind of stands there, so it's actually the kind of draft that not having stuns against isn't too bad. The Stampede, obviously annoying, they can disengage, but there's no, like, Storm Spirit type hero that you think, oh, how do you deal with Storm?
Yeah. Well, Liquid, you got a minute to think about this one. You need a hero that's good versus Bristlemorph. They don't take any. They're going to just pick up the Slark straight up. How do you guys like it?
I'm not a big fan. I think there's a lot of things that can deal with Slark even through Shadow Dance. Pangolier, we've seen how we saw him earlier just today, Rolling Thunder, crushing the Slark, chain stunning him, hitting him in Shadow Dance. We've got Earth Spirit, Bristle. I'm not sold. I definitely lean towards Secret here with the drafts.
Okay. Blitz, you agree? Do you like this Bristle last pick, or do you like this Slark, the one who can kind of pound into the Morphling and Bristle?
I think it's a really free morph game, if I'm honest. I think it's going to be really hard for Liquid to bring down this morph. So I'd probably go with Secret.
Who should win the laning phase? Is it... I like Team Liquid's lanes, right? You got the Rubik and you got the Centaur. It's a good lane. Grimstroke plus Slark is a really good lane. Do they need to come out heavily in this laning phase to have a chance?
Yeah, I think if the lanes go really well, maybe you can snowball a win because Secret, they do need a lot of farm on a lot of different heroes. So.
All right, well, this is going to be game number 1. It is going to be Secret. It is going to be Liquid. It should be a pretty damn good game, and we got 2 pretty damn good casters they're into. It will be Cap and BSJ.
Team Liquid is a pretty damn good team. Currently, they're sitting 7th, or actually 6th now on the DPC rankings. You can have some arguments about whether or not they're a top 8 team in the world, but they've certainly proven themselves this season. And yet, against Team Secret, they look like the plucky underdogs, because Team Secret has only lost a series with their full 5-man to one team.
Who's that?
Nigma.
Wow.
And that is why you guys at home are heavily backing Team Secret. And Brian, are you backing Team Secret as well?
Yeah, it's hard to... That'd be a ballsy call to not be backing Team Secret right now. I think they are the most intimidating team out there as of currently. And Blitz, talked about it during the Nisha piece that they just sometimes make these other Tier 1 teams not look so Tier 1. And going into this game, we saw a similar game earlier with Slark where he had a lot of these beefy targets to be wailing on the whole time. But he just didn't have enough time to build up those stacks by the time his team was dead, or by the time, basically all of his teammates' spells are on cooldown, and he just is isolated. And Bristleback has that halberd build where it doesn't really matter that the Slark hits you because you have the evasion, you have the tankiness, and then as long as he's not ulted or BKB'd, you just halberd him, and it buys you that extra bit of time that makes it really difficult for Slark to lock on that target like he wants to.
Natural halberd buyers are really good against Slark, right? A disable that he can't dispel.
Yeah, absolutely. Wonder if they'll ever revert that.
I hope not.
Yeah, kind of my boy Slark has been suffering from it, but I think Bristleback's the highlight of this league for me. I had been feeling like he was pretty decent in pubs, and I think running a mid adds a whole nother dimension to the hero because he's typically known as an offlaner, occasionally being played as a carry prior to this event from teams like Liquid, with the Coddle specifically. And he's being such a versatile hero in any meta on anybody is generally very easy to draft around, especially when you have like Pango Morph. Technically, they could have done like 5 or 6 different lane orientations this game. I don't know how I keep catching that wire on my damn headset.
Don't worry, all that scuffing that you heard on the mic.
That was the wire on my headset.
We're
Thought I got rid of that.
It's all good.
Yeah. That was Cap's fault. But when it's like when you're going for this 10th pick on Team Liquid, you go for Slark because it's good against Morph and Bristle in game in terms of hitting them. But
yeah,
you don't even know what your lane matchup is.
Right.
And then you don't even know what's mid. You don't know if the Morphling's mid. You don't know what type of pace you're going to get in the game because if they put Morphling mid, it's completely different pace than the Bristleback. And it's just really hard to paint a picture for yourself when you're picking that last hero as the carry role of, okay, this is the pace I need to set. This is what items I'm going to be building just by looking at the opponent's draft. And that makes it really hard for that 10th pick.
I think the example of like going on a Bristle and him like almost killing you with Quills when he's off lane is a good example of his strength in mid, right? If he's ahead of you, he's a very hard hero to fight into. And so if you can fit him into a different position, if he can scale well enough to put him into the mid lane, then it seems a very suitable option for him.
Oddly enough, they are putting Matamba Man on Morphling, and he's mid. So I don't fully understand why they chose to go with that lane orientation, with that player orientation, but needless to say, looking forward to seeing Matamba Man on Morphling. Obviously not the Nisha Morphling, but he is quite a connoisseur of the hero as well.
Yeah, it's funny. Matamba Man's classically, his heroes on the old Liquid was the heroes that it was joked about the green heroes. It was all the Vipers and Necrophoses and all those kind of heroes that were space creating and just icky to play against. And I would argue Bristleback fits into that mold very nicely. Hell, he's even got a green ability in Viscous Nasal Goo.
That is quite icky when it's sprayed on you.
But he's exactly that kind of frontliner and space creator that Matamba Man traditionally played. But instead, he's going to be playing more of that hard carry in the Morphling and playing that mid lane.
Maybe they think the Bristleback's going to have a better early start. And from what I've seen, Nisha's the one they play around in the mid game, while Matamba Man is usually recovering with a little bit of a rougher lane matchup. As you see him already dipping down to below 100 health in the mid lane. Probably a very favored lane for Death Prophet. And what maybe bodes well for Liquid in the mid game. It might be a nice source of momentum for them.
Yeah, this is something that Matamba Man has been kind of looking to prove for himself this season, right? That while he was traditionally put on more of a 2 role, that he can be one of the best carries in the world. And we'll see how he's able to assert that statement here on the Morphling.
I love the Creed Dragon that's gone on top. As you see a dive, a little bit of aggression, bottom lane from the Coddle Bristleback. But the Earth Spirit, the Absolor, dragged the creeps to behind his tier 1. So then Mickey dragged him behind his tier 1. And now we've got 2 separate 1v1s.
And these are the kind of shenanigans you kind of need to do against Slark early, right? Especially
with 2
with
melee heroes.
A kill support that you like to call it in Grimstroke.
Absolutely. And last series we saw a Pangolier Snapfire versus Slark, which is quite powerful for nuking him down and dissuading him. As we see a First Blood bottom, I guess he overextended, not somewhere where we would have expected.
Yeah, they got all those stacks. He had 13 Retaliate stacks, so they just got a Telekinesis into Stomp and just whacked him.
Guess they didn't have Blinding Light on Coddle because I just can't envision how they're supposed to kill the Bristleback unless he overextends there.
Yeah.
Big kill, though. As we were saying, when you have 2 melee heroes, you just don't want to go on Slark early. So giving Pangolier those early levels, making it so maybe the Earth Spirit can just rotate out at an earlier time and leave Zai to his devices, potentially help out this mid lane, because right now, despite the fact that Matamba Man looked like he was struggling earlier, he's up 12-1 to 8-3 in CS. It's going to be about even after DP gets these last hits, though.
Yeah, I think Quaifa has been lured into trying to harass
too much.
Yeah, he sees him a little bit low. The Stomp goes out underneath the tower, and Taiga does get dangerously low, and Boxy has a lot of stacks on him as well, so they won't really be able to pursue. I was also watching that middle lane, and it's kind of gross how Adaptive Strike is so efficient for CSing. Just 80 mana to secure like a range creep
It's not too bad on a hero that has almost 400.
Almost goes down. Surprisingly, doesn't level away from him. We've seen that a bit from other Morphlings where they go either 404 or they go this 044 build. As you said, it's a very efficient ability to secure CS, but he can't use Waveform to get away from the or from the Soul Siphon.
Right.
So a little bit of give and take there.
No, sorry, I was talking to Adaptive Strike.
Yeah, I'm saying that because he has Adaptive Strike,
okay.
it gives him the CS securing, but he then does not have the option to also Waveform away from that Soul Siphon, which I think is making it so Death Prophet trades better, but he probably has an extra 3 or 4 CS because he leveled that Adaptive Strike. It's a tough decision to make. I've seen a lot of 404 Morphlings this patch.
And it is costing him when it comes to the net worth anyway. He's had to pull in a bit more regen. And Matumba Man is going to fight it out once again. But the top lane, Yapzor gets the roll in on Insania, is scared away by that Inkswell. Back over to mid lane where Matumba Man has been harassed quite a bit. That morph strength allows him to always be able to keep alive with just 100 or 200 HP.
Yeah, Koifa is relentless. Just keeps running at him every single time he can. And that region really adds up because even though they're similar on CS, Death Prophet has a 300 net worth lead.
Battalion stakes are popped here. Boxy's trying to land hits. Blinding Light creating some issues, and Nisha is able to get far enough away. He's good. And is actually going to healing salve up. Thought about looping around and seeing if he'd catch Taiga, but Taiga played the right-hand side, played the distance away from that Bristleback, allowing the Quill stacks to fade.
I think a lot of the momentum for Secret was this Bristleback, expected to be coming out of the laning stage. So because the other two lanes are losing, and this Bristleback did die once, this actually is looking really good for Liquid so far.
Oh, Taiga. He tries to go for an early telekinesis because he knows that Blinding Light will always secure the bounty rune. Unfortunately, didn't quite time it perfectly, and as a result, Secret will manage to get 3 and make it a 4th, actually, as Puppey chases another one down. I think it was actually a denied bounty rune from Taiga. But another kill onto Zai, leading Liquid up 2-0.
Boxy just going to go back to base. Looks like he is. I was wondering if he's going to pop the 10 stick charges and then ferry himself some regen, but instead he elects to just take the walk of shame. Only going to miss out on a few creeps while Rubik is going to get the experience and 1 CS with the Fade Bolt, so really not missing much. I like this approach. You want to be topped off against the Bristleback as well as the Coddle because their relentless aggression that you're seeing. Once again, Blinding Light pushing him back. He's just going to instantly TP.
Does mean he will not have a ton of regen left for this lane, but at least he can still stick around. Mid lane, Yapzor holding onto a regen rune, but it's going to be forced to pick it up here as Insania shows himself. You'd think he would have loved to give that to Matumba Man, who was both low on health and mana.
Yeah, the Slark we saw earlier had a Coddle as a lane partner. I don't think Coddle really enables Slark to win his lane. While on the other hand, Grimstroke, when he pounces you on Slark, that's scary.
Yeah, you're going to get a full Inkswell. Taiga, the bottom lane, has the telekinesis.
Top as well.
Is actually going to use it to toss on a Puppey. They thought about going for the kill there. Looks like a slight miscommunication. Meanwhile, that top lane, back to bottom, Yapzor is going to be able to get the roll in. Taiga shows himself, gets 1 kill, and probably a second, as now they're brave enough to be able to dive into the tower.
Double quills, that's so much damage.
Double quills, and they even up the kill score. 2-2 now.
Yeah, Zai barely lived top, and even though he's just sitting in the trees here, unlike Boxy, he is alive and he is getting experience. And a few CS as well. So much better situation there for the Secret side.
And he does need to catch up, as he's slightly behind the Centaur in net worth. Same goes for the Morphling compared to the Death Prophet mid, and quite a decent difference between the Bristleback and the Slark. So that's where, even though they just got those 2 kills, the net worth is still slightly favoring Liquid. All the lanes are just being won by the slightest of margins.
Yeah, I'm now curious to see how the Bristleback-Slark matchup pans out this patch. After Slark has a much better start. Earlier, the Slark was hindered while the Bristleback was mid and had a really good start. And it did not look all that great for Slark. So we'll definitely get a different interpretation of this matchup this game.
This Quill's so annoying, but fortunately a Centaur. Very tanky. Who do you think is going to be making the first move here? Because Liquid can't be too unhappy with these lanes, especially if they can get a kill here in the top lane. Zion some trouble, has the silence on him, and as he gets it off of him, the pounce fades, but the Inkswell explodes.
Yeah, I think it's the Death Prophet that is going to be a part of the rotation. Whether or not he goes to the Slark, potentially, because the Pangolier is so far behind, or they come to him like you're seeing here. I don't mind them rotating here because their lane bottom just... Who wants to lane against Coddle Bristleback once Bristleback hits 6? He starts right-clicking for so much damage. You want to be able to open up the space on the map somewhere else because this Death Prophet is in absolute control of her lane, and if she doesn't come bottom or you don't take the mid tower, then this Bristleback's just basically creating a lane that nobody on your team can farm.
The problem I foresee is that Liquid don't have any one lane that seems particularly susceptible to being pushed on. Right? Like the Bristleback standing in front, like, okay, that's going to be annoying. We have to all in, and the team fight could still go wrong. You got this elusive Morphling who's just hard to be able to burst down in general without some, real Blink Dagger stuff. Insania shows himself. Actually managed to get the silence on a Matuma Man, and he didn't morph in his strength. He will die.
That's a huge kill, and that's probably going to be mid-tower because they don't have Pango 6 yet. Yapsor's only level 4. Koifa's quite the strong man right now.
That was a major mistake from Matuma Man, and one that Liquid instantly try and capitalize on as Koifa, he sees an opportunity to get some damage on that mid tower.
I like how he's spirit siphoning the creep just to sustain while he's hitting the tower.
Yeah, and tanks a lot of tower hits, so his creeps stay alive. Additional, ooh, nice little juke there from Taiga. Yapsor is going to miss his rolling boulder in. They won't manage to take that tower, but they did force Zai to rotate over, as well as the two supports had to hang around. So.
Yeah, Zai being level 6 means that he was willing to participate in that fight now. I almost wonder if Liquid could have tried to make that move earlier when he was only level 5.
Oh,
Boxy pays the price for forcing 3 heroes here. Does get a CS with his return there.
Yeah, not worth it, though, because he doesn't get the outpost in control. Secret were able to make that rotation, and now Insania does manage to pick up that bounty rune, and thanks to the Inkswell, is going to be able to scale some heroes back, but he has no TP, and that makes it an easy chase for Nisha if he wants to go for it, but a little bit scared, not sure about who's going to be around, especially Koifa with the haste rune. Turns, get some damage on a Matuma Man, probably hoping he could force him into waveform, which he still does not have.
Oh, the Fated Brooch on Slark to give it to the DP. That's such a good item on her. Going for the Yules. She's super farmed. So is the Slark. Top 2 of the net worth charts. And this Diffusal Blade for Slark's going to be go time, I think. He has, what is that? About 1,500 gold left to get.
Okay.
Bottom lane.
Oh, Insania is a big push that he was trying to defend against. He tries to go for the Inkswell stun onto Nisha. He knows that his life has been sacrificed here. Is anybody else going to show up, though? Because this is a decent push. This tower will probably fall unless Liquid does something about it. Their mid lane's being pushed as well. I see a Death Prophet and a Slark both farming up the jungle at the same time.
Yeah, I don't think... This is so greedy from Liquid.
Yeah.
I guess with Death Prophet ult on cooldown and Slark doesn't want to participate yet, he might have to try to participate before that Diffusal. Otherwise, they're going to give up a lot of control on the map. As you see the Tier 1 tower going down bottom, and then them just running to the mid lane and taking down Boxy, who's only level 5.
They managed to get the Soulbind double telekinesis, toss up in the air. The Will-O-Wisp does manage to go down, though. There's a roll-in from Zai. That's going to be extremely disruptive as he just bowls right through both supports as well as Mickey. Mickey, who does manage to get off his Shadow Dance, is now completely out of mana. Is going to be chased down underneath his tower, quickly taken out by Matuma Man. A double kill. One slight error from Liquid. All 3 of their cores just... For whatever reason, maybe they got a little bit low. I saw the DP was low, but they're all farming neutrals. Then Boxy gets caught, and next thing you know, that's 2 towers down and a team fight 1 for Secret.
Yeah, what I see the difference between teams like Liquid and Secret is early on when Pango was level 5 and Secret's fight condition was his level 6, they didn't look to make a move or at least force one with the DP, and I think they could have even taken the Pangolier's tower or just really forced mid tower, even if Morphling's alive. They had very little D-push, and... they just didn't hit that window. On the other hand, you have DP ult on cooldown, Centaur's level 5, and Slark doesn't want to fight yet because he doesn't have Diffusal. And they just run at him, right? Like, you can tell they recognize the enemy team has absolutely no desire to fight right now, and that's what Dota's all about, hitting these power spikes, looking to smoke now that they have their power spike on the side of Liquid, but now that you've given up that much map control, I guess you could just take this mid tower, but it's super low, and Secret already did the ample amount of stalling. Yeah. You expect to lose your mid tower to Death Prophet at some point. It's just because they rotated so many heroes earlier, now this 4-man rotation is geared towards this mid tower, which is already super low, rather than something else maybe more fruitful.
Yeah, it feels like this is not the most productive movement from Liquid.
They have to do it, though, right?
Yeah.
That's the problem.
And Team Secret, they'll get a simple trade out top lane. Matumba Man is free to take that. They play a little bit spread. Nisha's getting some extra farming time. Puppey takes the outpost as well.
Yeah, just notice how Liquid wants to fight right now, and Secret's somehow still getting something on the map and avoiding them, which it just shows like this tier 1 level of movement on the map that I always love to watch when I watch these.
They managed to get him. Nisha
is that
is now
Arteezy?
stuck up on the high ground, and he does not have a TP scroll. They have no way to be able to get him out unless Yapzor can kick him down. He gets close enough, and sure enough, does manage to get that distance.
So that's why Crit practices are Spirit.
He needs to have a plan B for Artur at any point. 8-4, Team Secret. Even though we did talk about how they managed to make this successful move and such, they're only up by 1K net worth. I'm surprised it's not more. Puppey in the mid lane trying to push that out while his team goes for Roshan. Liquid did not manage to nab him like they were hoping to.
Yeah, they have the Vlads, they have the Disarm, the Sticky Nasal Goo from the Bristleback, so a lot of minus armor if Zai can get that proc, but he was already pretty low.
Yeah, they're going to find out now. The Stroke of Fate just going into the Roshan pit, or... Well, he didn't actually hit Roshan, and he didn't see anything, I think.
I'm not 100% sure. They either didn't see it, or they just didn't feel confident to fight into the Willow. There's no Will-O-Wisp either. Wow.
So for you, if you knew, you would fight if you're like...
Yeah, you have to fight. It's not that you would or not. I don't think you can have Death Prophet hold off cooldown, and they don't have Will-O-Wisp, and you just don't fight. I don't think that's... They're just getting away with too much, I think, on Secret right now.
Yeah. I think the Stroke of Fate, it only really shows vision of where it hits, and I don't think it hit Roshan. So
I believe it.
I think they maybe just didn't know. Silence goes out, but Matumba Man easily takes that kill, and he's free to play very aggressively with that Aegis that he has. And Liquid, they are in desperate need of a really big fight at some point.
Yeah, I just love Secret's map movements and map positioning. Right now, the Morphling's playing the safest part of the map top when you're Radiant. And he's actually a huge threat when he has Earth Spirit around. And since they get the kill, he's going to let Earth Spirit soak some levels from the lane, and he's going to finish off the jungle. Meanwhile, Bristleback's playing around the Ancient stack that they have bottom, which is beautiful for him. Look at all those items.
All right, surely this is going to make the net worth go up higher, because they just took Roshan, and they were still only up by 1K.
I think it's deceiving in this game because Secret's draft is really greedy. To be honest with you, all three of their cores rely on ample amounts of farm, and you're seeing Pangoliers kind of just turn into a third support. So with this Aegis, I have to imagine they're going to be able to extend this lead even further. But what's Boxy's status here? Is he working on a Blink Dagger?
Almost has the Blink.
Okay. Wait.
Yeah, he's got it flying out to him right now.
Wait, does he?
He had it queued up earlier, and
he
was at 2,000
he has
gold,
he has 5,000 net worth. He's definitely got it somewhere.
Top lane. Oh, this is maybe a big pickup. Never mind. Matumba Man does manage to get off the Strength Morph. He's out of mana, and actually the Soulbind latches onto Yapzor. Can they take advantage of that, though? They're going to turn onto Yapzor, an easier kill by far, but the Will-O-Wisp, and now the rest of the Secret is here, especially with Zai rolling into the backline just like he did before. He's going to find Taiga. He's going to make sure to take him out with the Swashbuckle, while the rest of the team, well, the Exorcism going out. They've already managed to take out the Coddle as well as the Pango, and now the second life onto the Morphling. If they can manage to get some sort of silence, a stun, anything to stop this TP away, but he's out. A good bail from Secret. If they can get everybody out of here, it would be excellent, but looks like Zai's still going to be chased down. No Swashbuckle up. Now he's been silenced. So that will be, presumably, no, another jump away. Boxy has his Blink Dagger up in a second, though. Spots him, hits the stop, and that'll be a third kill. So sure enough, Liquid does manage to find that big team fight, and the Aegis really wasn't that useful for Secret.
Wow. That's more like it. Coming out from Liquid. Now that they have this Diffusal Slurk, he's more and ready to go. Matumba Man has Aegis, so he feels very confident on the top half of the map, but his team, you notice how the entire time he's getting hit here, Slark's building up that Agi. Now his team's here, and by this point, you've just lost too much on the Morphling. He's not fighting because he had to Strength Morph, so he doesn't do any damage. Now Bristleback comes in. That extra bit of damage on Slark really does make a difference there. Morphling forced to retreat. Liquid's on the prowl.
I mean, that Inkswell stunned him right as he turned and faced everybody.
Yeah.
It was like the worst case scenario for him. He just took all the damage straight to the face. I don't think he even got off his Essence Ring, which pretty big neutral item pickup for a Bristle.
Yeah, going on for that Halberd. See how that window of timing for the Slark is going to just basically diminish at this point because this Halberd is just so potent. What's Slark working on? Is he going for a BKB? He is going for the Echo Saber, a bit greedier of a build, I would say. It helps him scale better, but there's a lot of just random crap thrown on the ground by Secret, even during his ultimate. The Earth Spirit stuff hits you, the Pangolier stuff hits you, the Coddle stuff hits you. So even if you're in your ultimate, your damage output's going to be severely limited, and he pretty much serves as a threat to enable his Death Prophet to deal out the actual damage, at this stage in the game at least.
It feels like the way Liquid's playing that they're at least somewhat confident of this game going a little bit later. Do you feel the same kind of confidence?
I think it's just a part of their draft. I think because Centaur had a rough start and because you have Slark, you don't really have another option.
Okay.
So I don't think it's necessarily that they're confident to go late, but they are just trying to fight around the windows that they do have. See, they have Death Prophet ultimate again. They're ready to go.
Echo
Saber
Saber
using that night vision from Slark to scout out.
Goes into a high ground, the smoke breaks. He doesn't manage to land the pounce, but he does get close enough for the inhibit on a Puppy, but Blinding Light puts him back, and now Zai's going to be able to chase away the rest of Liquid. A Stampede, a Shadow Dance, and all of them from Liquid will disengage. He did place a ward on the high ground, though. They're going to make sure to protect it. His Puppy tries to deny it. Now a two-man silence with the Soulbind on top. Here comes Yapster. He's going to try and help out. Matumba Man actually turning into a Death Prophet and silencing Mickey. This is a huge silence if they can actually bring him down. He gets the pounce up in a second, but he dies before it takes him very far. Taiga, now the next to be chased down, perhaps, but Team Secret, a little bit too far away. They're still happy enough, though. They killed the carry, the big core of Team Liquid.
You're not playing against a long-duration silence. Your Spirits isn't that long at this stage in the game, and you are just not expecting to get 6 seconds silenced on Slark there.
Yeah.
As Matumba Man did turn into the Death Prophet.
That was a big brain move there from Matumba Man, but he goes up into the high ground and does get silenced onto him while he's still in agility form. Pretty low, but the rest of the team wasn't able to capitalize, and now Taiga's in the wrong space here. While the right-hand side, they're going to chase down Boxy pretty easily. Both of them should fall. It's pretty much at Secret's leisure. And that little net worth lead begins to chug upwards once again. Now 3K, 13-8 at 20 minutes.
I don't really know what you do at this point as Liquid. You've lost so much map control. You're just getting ran at. Death Prophet ult is still off cooldown.
Okay, Yule Scepter into the Inkswell. They're really got a gun for Nisha here.
Good halberd.
He does have 20 stick charges. You got to pop him now as well.
And
the Essence Ring. Koifa, he's getting a little bit low, but Matumba Man has already thrown out his shotgun, and that was not enough to kill him. The roll forward, Zai is actually going to be able to intercept. Matumba Man gets back safely while Taiga died to some of the supports of Secret. Zai gets in and gets out just as easily. The Stampede goes out. They're looking for something here. They're going to go for the Morphling. There's no Rolling Thunder. They manage to get a Soulbind silence onto 2. Yapster is controlled up, and Cedia tries for one more nuke. But maybe with the silence coming out from Koifa, he's going to be able to get the Spirit Side from Matumba Man. He's a little bit low, but he's got to wait for him. He should be good. It's going to be Nisha as well as Puppy, or in more trouble is Mickey. Hunts down the captain of Team Secret and looks for more. A pounce is up, and a Diffusal is up in 4 seconds, but I don't think they can feel confident about pushing forward, especially now a regen on Matumba Man.
You just can't hit anybody on Slark. He's getting disarmed. He's getting blinding lighted. They're kiting him with their mobility spells. All your damage is this Death Prophet, and they're just kiting you on the side of Secret. A lineup that doesn't seem like it should easily get kited. The Centaur, the Death Prophet, the Slark.
Yep.
But Secret doing a really good job of making sure they don't overcommit for these fights.
I mean, let's just list them out here. Blinding Light, Heaven's Halberd, Lucky Shot, Rolling Thunder, Blinding...
even Earth Spirit stuff hits you when you're in your ult.
He can kick you away and stuff.
These little things add up. I think Slark probably has like, what, 3 or 4 Essence Shifts? They're all gone, I guess, now, but I think he only hit 3 or 4 times that entire fight. And that's the problem I have with playing heroes like Slark against the Coddle. No natural way of locking onto your target.
And maybe that's where some of the problem comes from his build with the Echo Saber over the BKB. He feels really, really incapable of doing a whole lot.
I don't mind the Shadow Blade since he went for the Echo Saber. I think the best way for him, rather than going for a BKB at this point, to get the hits off is to catch somebody on Secret off guard, utilizing that vision. And when we roll to the 25-minute mark, if he hits that Shadow Blade right around then, it will be nighttime. He has the full 1800 vision. That'll give them the rare advantage of being able to have the vision of Secret almost every single fight going in.
He just turns around and beats down Puppy pretty easily.
That's a pretty huge kill.
thought that Boxy was out of completely out of his element there, but rather he did have Insania close enough to be able to turn around and get the kill. It's pretty decent. I think that's part of the reason the Shadow Blade, right?
Yeah.
He wants to be able to hunt down Puppey in these team fights.
You have to get the back line. Otherwise, everyone else just gets saved, and the Bristleback's way too tanky to focus him with his supports behind. And we see the Pangolier going for a Blink Dagger, which I really like a lot. It's hard for him to enter the fight in any way other than rolling, right?
Yeah.
If you go in, there's silences, there's the Grimstroke leash, there's the Slark leash, there's 2 stuns, one of which is instant on the side of the Rubik. And now he can easily disrupt the fight even more so for the Slark by hitting him every single time with that Rolling Thunder and helping his team disengage if absolutely need be when the DP ultimates.
I think it's always really nice to have a clear frontlining stun for Morphling so he can play the team fights greedier on his agility morph. You know, he could just go in with a lot less HP, but outputting a lot more damage, knowing that there's some heroes are stunned up.
Yeah, I think the crucial thing about this Blink Dagger is it's not an item you always buy on Pango, but every team comp needs a reliable way to start the fight. Earth Spirit's not a hero that wants to go first. You don't want to just lead off with Keeper of the Lights, Will-O-Wisp. So Pangolier, he's the only one left, right? And it's most beneficial to his teammates in terms of enabling their abilities, as well as, like you said, the Morphling, to output more damage by staying on agility much longer to go for this Blink. Seems like such a small decision, but this game would look so much weirder for Secret in team fights if these little item choices weren't the way they were.
It's about to get a whole lot better with level 15 coming up. A 50% increase in the Rolling Thunder
that 4
duration.
second is insane. It's basically just 12 seconds, right, of just running around in the fight of maybe you're not always hitting people, but you're a threat. They can't ever kill you because you're just magic immune, and every time they try to hit you, you get stunned. And it's just completely obnoxious to play against. And it's really nice when you have reliable damage dealers that aren't yourself as the Pangolier, because you know you don't have to do damage. You just have to be a complete nuisance.
Another smoke up around a timing, an Aghanim Scepter for Koipa. What they may not know, though,
the Radiance.
is fresh Radiance for the Bristleback, and that is a big pickup as well. Inkswell goes down, blink forward, stun onto Nisha, but he's already turned his back to the rest of the team, and Zai does manage to jump in. Shield crash stolen, no Rolling Thunder, and they should easily be able to lock down Centaur. A Soulbind going out, but I don't think Liquid can really turn on this so much. In fact, Nisha is daring them to do so. Double telekinesis toss back with the silence up there. They actually go from a top, and he drops a little bit low, but he does manage to morph into strength in the last second. Koifa comes back in. The silence on him, but the morph strength was on for the Morphling, so he's going to be good. The Yule Scepter goes out onto Yapzor with a buyback coming in from Boxy. They will confidently take the fight now against Secret, but
they just always lose one support.
Good enough.
They just lose one support and back off. It seems like Liquid is doing their best to force these fights, and Secret just is so good at forcing you to react and then not giving you what you reacted for, you know?
Yeah.
Like, we're here to help our team. We have all of these ultimates that we want to throw onto you, and then you use them, and we say, okay, 10 seconds or 30 seconds from now, we want to fight you again, and now you don't have all your ultimates.
Other teams would have been caught in that buyback.
Yeah,
they would
absolutely.
have thought, like, Nisha on the front lines, they're like, oh, this is great, they're going on Nisha. They would have funneled in. All of a sudden, Boxy comes back in with a big play. But Secret, very, very disciplined team.
It just feels like Liquid's like bumping their head against the wall. You know, there's like, let us through, damn it. As we see a second Roche, this is a cheese Roche. Liquid, though, they have no Stampede. They have no Death Prophet ult. Secret doesn't look to want to force it. They just want Liquid to feel like they have to fight them or contest them in some way. Liquid, this doesn't make them feel comfortable to be sitting here. In the meantime, Secret's just looming this threat over you. Where, as well, they're farming. They are putting the Slark bottom on Liquid, so they're not like being completely inefficient on the map. But nonetheless, it's all about knowing what your objective is for Secret and knowing if we're going to force an objective, this is what it's going to be. Let's play around it. We're going to smoke, potentially get a pick off that lets us get this Roche. As we see, Taiga does blink away. Nice play by him. Zai chases him. Doesn't get the swash, though.
Insania,
well played by Liquid.
Yeah. That was clean. At the same time, Mick
They might
was
just walk back into Roche, though.
Pushing out bottom, and he's probably going to be forced over, as you said. They're probably, as they push Liquid back, they come back to Roshan, and Liquid, they're going to be forced to quickly group up and run at the pit.
Really good D-ward coming out from Yapzor in the river there.
Take it, though? 15 seconds without Exorcism.
And this Roshan is dying so fast with all that minus armor. It looks like they're just going to be
He
a bit
is
late.
defensively
Rolling
Will-O-Wisp,
Thunder
I like
and
it.
Will-O-Wisp just to make sure there is no opportunities for initiation. They will manage to get the kill onto Puppey here, but that was a buyback earlier from Boxy. He's in trouble. Matumman's going to be chased down. There goes the Soulbind onto Zion Matu, but he does manage to morph strength once again. He's a tanky guy, and Koifa, he's in a bit of trouble. Triple Spirit Siphon into the Yule Scepter, heals him up, back up to full with an Inkswell on him. Almost gets the stun onto Nisha. Instead, it's Poppy who ends up dying. That's a dieback for him, but a roll in from Matumman. Operating onto Koifa. They should be able to get the Rolling Thunder. That's it. He's dead, and no exorcism in this fight means that Liquid no longer have a whole lot of damage. It's all up to Mickey now.
Albert.
Dow put it by himself. He goes for side, but immediately gets Halberted up. Silence as well. Now he's gone. The carry and the mid from Liquid lose their lives in this fight, and Secret still walk away with Aegis, and I think they used the cheese on Nisha in that fight.
Hear me out, Cap. I think
Yeah.
this Bristleback hero is pretty broken.
I'm
How do you
beginning to
deal with
believe
it? Like, we see in this Roche pit, not only is Secret forcing them to fight, but they just say, we dare you to come in. We're just going to
Yeah.
throw all of our ultimates on the ground preemptively. We can still fight you afterwards anyway. And look how Slark, he's just in the middle of the fight. He's hitting, but does anybody really care that they're getting hit by this Slark? He can't hit them enough times to make them care until he gets multiple damage items. And we see Secret just in the base of Liquid, meanwhile.
Taiga and Insania.
Good luck killing
the support
Nisha
duo
here.
have been trying to push back and poke at Secret as many times as possible while their cores are still reviving. They're not going to blow buybacks on any of them. Without the exorcism, it seems unlikely they could win a fight, but they are going to be receiving some serious damage to their base while they wait. One lane of barracks already dead and trying to protect a very low tier 3 Boxy. Not able to do enough though.
Yeah, he still has Aegis on Matama Man, so he's willing to play at pretty low health in order to do damage to the buildings. I feel like this Diffusal Blade by Slark is countered pretty hard by Keeper of the Light.
Yeah.
Seeing Morphling so many times at low mana
Okay,
just
nice
get
two-man
chakra
stomp.
magicked.
He does manage to do a decent amount of damage to the Bristleback, but he's going to be saved by the Will-O-Wisp as well as a Force Staff. Now they're Rolling Thunder, continuing to keep the stuns onto Mickey. He just can't get out. He immediately buys back. This is all in for Liquid. They have to be able to win this fight. They have to be able to catch Secret, and it has been a struggle to do so many times. They jump out, do manage to get Puppey once again, but this 5 position that they keep on getting, maybe sometimes they get yaps, or it's not worth it. It's not worth all that they've invested just to be able to hold on to the game. They needed more, but Secret will not give it to them.
I think I'm having deja vu. Liquid buys back a hero. One of the supports on Secret dies, and then nothing happens.
Yeah.
And I'd say that's always a good trade for Secret. Very good. And earlier on in the game, you said, you know, Secret, after all that's gone right for them, they're only up by 1K. I think their lineup was weaker early, and now I think I've seen about 15 to 16 things go right for them, and now they're up 17K.
Yeah.
It's just pretty crazy how it's just a bunch of little things over the course of this game where Liquid, a team of very good players, just seems like they're 1 or 2 steps behind at every stage in this game. I feel like I'm being biased towards Secret, but if I'm putting myself in Liquid's perspective this game, like, I want something, and they're just not giving it to me. I want to fight you. I want you to run into our DP ult. And Secret is doing a great job playing around. They are going to smoke up. They're ready to go. Both teams have all their abilities except for the Stampede. Looks like he's ready to break smoke, but I don't know if that was the intent of breaking the smoke here.
Turning into a Centaur.
This is
and
not an
stomping
ogre.
him before
This isn't
boxing
like a
dude.
5-position ogre that's willing to tank the smoke for his team. You know, that's what I was thinking. I'm like, is he trying to tank it? Using the swash to cancel the blink immediately was a good, nice play by Zai.
Okay, Matama Man almost loses his Aegis here. In fact, he's going to turn and fight as he's willing to make that trade-off if they can actually kill Mickey, and they will manage to do so. He's dead.
GG.
No buyback there, and that's just going to be it. Liquid call it GG. They seem to be utterly neutered, completely powerless against Secret as the game goes on and on.
What a schooling.
Yeah.
Like, I get this OG feeling like I did yesterday where you're just watching them and everything they do makes sense. Everything they're doing is right. You think of all the win conditions and good positions that Liquid wants to be in, and just none of them happen.
Yeah. A lot of little things, and I would say 2 kind of big things. Both Roshans being given up. Felt like that was the way maybe Liquid could have gotten some momentum pushing forward. Was a good Roshan fight, but both times they were just too late.
I think Bristleback Pango, the combination of you're pretty much taking no damage while you're doing the Roche. The minus armor makes it really fast. And then fighting in the Roche pit against the Pangolier Coddle. I don't know how you're going to get Roche that game as Liquid unless you manage to take a fight beforehand. And I'm definitely losing faith in this Slark hero.
Yeah.
As much as it pains me to say that, I just don't think he's very good against most of the popular meta heroes right now.
Well, you don't hear that very often. BSJ losing faith in his favorite hero. But have you at home lost faith in Team Liquid? Can they make the comeback in this best of 3? For that, we go to our wonderful panel.
Of course they can make a comeback. We have seen time and time again, the team that wins that first game actually ends up losing. Case in point, last series as well. Now this one, it is a little different. It is secret. You know, they did win the last major. But Blitz, statistically speaking, you guys have a better chance of winning the series now.
Wait, what?
Because,
that's your logic?
Well, yeah.
Nothing else, not based on draft or anything?
Draft, no, nothing. Just, I actually did the math. We had 9 series in the last, I believe, 4 days. The first team who won the first game ended up losing in 3.
Okay.
Do you like those stats?
Yeah, sure.
I made them up, but I do believe it is something like that. The last series especially. No, but it was a game, and it did end up, you know, we talked about Nisha Morphling. It ended up being his bristleback. We got to see him in the laning phase there. And Liquid, actually, they looked good in that laning phase. I want to say for the first, 1 to 9 minutes, they were doing pretty decently, some nice rotations. But then you have a Pango bristleback running at you.
Yeah, once this Pango hit 6, Secret immediately collapsed on that mid-tier 1 tower. This is a team that's just so good at having an even laning stage, but then finding your weakness, which is like this. Let's run at them under this tower, take the objective as well, opens up the entire map and made this game so much easier for them.
Yeah, I think the scary part about Secret, playing against Secret, is you always feel like you're 1 fight away from just losing the game. And they're so aggressive. The way that they use their buybacks, even just for supports to turn fights instantly, everything about them is just it screams scary.
Yeah. And what are you guys feeling about that Slark hero? As BSJ mentioned, it was overall last pick. It destroyed CS-wise. I think it was 37-20 by far at the top. But then, as you said, the team fights happen, and not really the best team fighter.
Slark, I think it's a pretty rubbish hero.
Okay.
I don't know. Every time I see it, I'm just disappointed. It didn't feel like, oh, they've got 10th pick of the draft, they got a Slark, let's get excited. It was like, they got a Slark, it might be okay, but even these heroes that you think it's going to be amazing against, Bristle, you build up the Essence. He's got a Halberd, he's got the Radiance Mist. He makes your life so annoying. You feel like you got to build a BKB. I don't know. Slark just feels like you need too many items and you need to be ahead, but you're not this big flash farming hero, so you're never really playing with a net worth advantage as a Slark.
We saw all these team fights. They talked about maybe Roche, if Liquid could get it, but a Pango, a Keeper of the Light, even the Earth Spirit, it's just too hard. It feels like Secret checked all the boxes, and as long as they weren't too far down in the laning phase, it was always going to be them. But see the stats here. Very even. I mean, you look at the hero damage, unlike last game. Super even, but the net worth tells a different tale. So where do we go back? Where we go to the whiteboard, the chalkboard, whatever, if you're from the 90s or 2000s. What are we writing down right now, Blitz, for the Liquid draft?
I think the draft, I still say it's okay-ish. I didn't love the last pick Slark. I think the idea that Slark hard counters Pango was the idea, and it's supposed to build up stacks against Bristle. But for whatever reason, it feels like this hero just doesn't kill anymore. It feels like it doesn't kill the Morph, it doesn't kill the Pango. It just has a hard time being able to consistently hit, because Lucky Shot's really annoying against you. And if you have to consistently use Purge like that, it doesn't feel good either. So maybe it's just not the ideal Slark game. But I felt like the game was pretty close for the most part.
Yeah, 1 through 20 minutes it was just a couple ultis right from the call, and as you said, it's Secret. They're just going to beat you if they win that one team fight, it feels like.
Yes.
Gods, on Secret's side, you like their drafting? I know they obviously won. Is there nothing you want to, see a little bit different, or just keep doing what you're doing until you lose?
I mean, they one of the best Morphling teams, and they've got 2 of the best Morphling players, Coddle, Bristle. Just a great combo. There's no adjustments they need to make. They've got a good idea. And I think the maybe thing we weren't sure about is how seriously were they going to come in. This is an online tournament. A Team Secret going to look to experiment, have some fun. That was pretty much straight out of the meta. Coddle, Bristle, the Pangos being one of the top picks. Morphling we're seeing quite a bit of, especially in the mid lane against some counter matchups. Seen a lot against Ember. This was a mid lane. Sorry, it was Matu playing it. I just think Secret's just, they're here to show up, they're here to win.
They are, and they have all 5 players. I know I saw this morning it was the Secret. I actually look at a lot of social media for a lot of team, and I see if the social media is confident and stuff, I feel like the teams are. And they're like, we have all 5 of our players, and you see everyone just pogging out all the way down the Twitter. And, well, they brought all 5, and as you said, they get the victory. But game number 2 is around the corner. Can Team Liquid bring it back, or will Team Secret bring down the gavel? Well, stick around, and you'll find out.
We rise up from the dust and claim our throne.
You love it, you wear it. What's your style? Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
Dota's the kind of game where you kind of know you're going to win before it's even over. I was having a down day, and I decided to revisit some good memories. My name is Peter PPD Dager, and these are my moments of brilliance.
Multiple witnesses have reported mysterious shadow sightings all around the city. According to experts, the origin of these shadows is due.
You leave it to me. I'll get your taxes in an okay place.
What?
Well, just as soon as my audit is over, this gets my undivided attention.
Take a lot of trips to the islands, Phil.
Pretty great, right? Oh, Phil's legally dead. Fell off a boat. Going by Dennis now. Solari. Long story. Then we got, oh, no. You're not going to want to see this.
I don't think this is going to work.
Just okay is not okay. AT&T has America's best network, now with our best plans at our best prices, starting at $35 a line for 4 lines, new from AT&T.
Everybody loves an underdog. Who needs to be liked?
Mountain Dew Amp Game Fuel. Victory in a can.
Coming from the ether, all I hear is static. Breathe a little deeper. Fallen, broken, a million light years away from home. My eyes opened, and now I've come to claim life. Oh, never let it go. These wings carry me. Live this fantasy. Running through the fire, gonna let it burn. I am the Messiah, gonna let it burn. Running through the fire, gonna let it burn. I am the Messiah, gonna let it burn. 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 Found me in the darkness. Now they see me shining. Calling me a goddess. Thunder and the lightning. I'm falling, I'm faster. Making my way back, I'm close to home. I'm fighting harder because I've come to claim my throne. Never letting go. These wings carry me. Live this fantasy. Running through the
could make it. Sacrifice all my time towards greatness. Been alone in the dark, isolated. And my dreaming isn't real, what separates me. Oh, I never know it's coming my way, yeah. Cold out of stone, stay out of my lane, yeah. Leave me alone, this is my moment. Finally found what lights up my fire. And I'm taking it home. I'm stepping it up to another level. Time moving faster than ever before. They don't really know about honesty, but they don't really grow. Honestly, I cannot be stuck constantly. Consciously is a part of me. And I'll never know what's coming my way. Yeah, cold out of stone. Stay out of my lane. Yeah, leave me alone. This is my moment. Finally found what lights up my fire.
ESL 1 Los Angeles is brought to you in part by Intel, Mercedes-Benz, AT&T, Mountain Dew Amp Game Fuel, and GG Bet.
And the bass drops, and so does the teams into the game. We are very close to starting that game number 2, Secret versus Liquid. And well, we've been through about a day and almost a half of EU and CIS Dota. Already some things switching, some stuff staying the same. I've got 2 heroes for you that I'm just a little surprised we're not seeing more. Winter Wyvern is the first one, just gone, completely ignored, not really sure why. And Phoenix we're seeing, but it's not being valued as high. That here I understand. Well, obviously, like the Mirana and CIS countered it, but I guess let's just go. Why no Winter Wyvern?
I think a bit weak in the lanes would be my main read on that. Okay. And I think you're normally picking supports to secure your lanes, and Wyvern maybe doesn't do that well enough.
So, yeah, it felt like in like NA and SCA, right, it was kind of more about the team fights. And now in this region, it feels like if you kind of have good lanes, you're going to start.
Yeah, and NA was also all about the hard carries, the TBs, heroes that Wyvern's pretty good against.
That is true. That's a good
but no, that's all I got. Yep. Phoenix ban, though. Nope. Spoilers.
Spoiler! Oh, God, oh my goodness, what are you doing? Okay, you're good.
God
Phoenix is banned now.
Okay.
Blitz?
What, about Phoenix?
No,
just tell me how wrong I was. Why is Winter Wyvern really not being picked?
I don't disagree with you at all.
I think
your
very
assessment.
good.
Yeah, I thought your carry, like, the way that, like, EU doesn't pick, like, TB and stuff as much. I thought your assessment was very on point.
Blitz, what about you? And is there any other heroes you're surprised we aren't seeing yourself? Such as a TB?
We scrimmed a lot of teams that ran Bounty Hunter.
Okay.
But that might have been like a one-off. Like this was like 2 months ago.
Oh, okay.
Where the patch first came out, it's like everybody kept picking Bounty. But that might have just been like to see whether or not it was actually good or terrible.
Yeah. I mean, you got to do it somewhere, right? And well, if we're not seeing it here, that makes me want to say it's probably pretty terrible then.
Terrible is a strong word. I think it's very situational.
Okay, give me a situation.
I think like Tinker plus BH is pretty good. I think Storm Bounty Hunter is pretty good.
Tinker,
That's
so you
two
want to pick two
BH.
trash heroes to make them fuse them into one good hero,
Maybe
DBZ style.
Maybe if those heroes could fill one of the 5 slots,
Hey,
and you
when-
still
we
have 4
have
of the
6
heroes.
heroes.
When a team runs Tinker BH in this tournament, you're gonna look real silly.
What if they lose? What if they lost in 20 minutes? Would you admit you're dumb?
Yeah.
Okay, and I'll admit I'm dumb if they win.
Yeah.
I'm down for this.
Okay.
But we have
Got a Coddle first pick. Yeah, this
Coddle feels really, really good right now. Stack multiple camps. The laning is still a little bit shaky, as we saw at bottom, like when the bristle dies or whatever. But it still does so much in team fights. The Chakra Magic is really useful for almost all the carries that I think Europe finds meta, aside from maybe like Lycan or something like that. But a lot of the cores he enables. And the exact same.
Yeah, are we running it back? Because I wanted to bring it up, actually. As you said, Insania, a little bit of a hipster. He decided to take second pick, which means, Secret took first pick the first game, and then they get Radiant. So it is a complete run back. Same pick order, same side.
Yeah, it'll be interesting. I mean, I think hipster is the wrong word. I think Aiden he's confident in his ideas, and he's willing to lose some games to see if they're going to play out or not. And a lot of times, like, the Oracle thing, Slardar, he was on the Slardar before.
He was right.
A lot of, like, he is right about stuff that I'm initially very skeptical of. And I'll say, like, why are we doing this? We're losing a lot of games. But he's a smart guy, and he generally has a bigger picture understanding. Or he thinks maybe, like, we can't do it quite yet, but we're eventually going to get to the point where we're good enough to kind of see the vision.
No.
Is this the exact same 4 heroes?
It is. In the exact same order as well, my friend.
All right, run it back.
Run it back. Oh, would you?
There's going to be some adjustments, I feel.
What are the adjustments?
What if there wasn't?
Liquid's going to ban Morphling or Bristle, I would suggest.
Yeah.
I would say Bristle, maybe.
I agree with Bristle.
What do you think, Will? You know Liquid better. What's the adjustment?
I think we'll either ban Bristle or the Morph is kind of a problem too, actually. I think the Bristle was killable. The Morph might have been annoying.
Do you remember who they banned last game in this slot?
Ember or something? Can't
They
remember.
did ban Ember. I think they banned Ember at some point in the draft, so that would make sense.
Could do it again, and Secret could actually just take Ember. Ember's really nice against the heroes that Liquid have. You want Poke. Poke is real good right now. You want the ability to, like, deal damage without having to hard commit. Ember Spirit is your boy.
They do ban the Bristle.
So you ban Bristle, maybe Secret take Ember, and Liquid might literally run back like the same lineup. Grimstroke is always really good against. The thing is it's really going to be funny if we take Grim, because Grim's really good against Pango. You can't, if you're linked to somebody else, even in your ball, you just don't go anywhere because your hero can't continue to stretch forward. And the Phantom's Embrace and Inkswell are both really annoying for him to deal with. So it's like, logically, obviously, Liquid didn't think the opener was the issue. Grimstroke is good against Pango, like at a 1-to-1. I think Lukey, who's like the #1 Pango spammer in NA, he says like it's really, really hard to play Pango against Grim.
Yeah, he said there's only 2 heroes he truly will not pick it and do Beastmaster and Grimstroke.
Beastmaster, really?
He says he doesn't, because it's NA pubs, right? You lose one fight in the mid game, you just lose the game, and you get roared once. I mean, that's not a pro game, but that's why he said he wouldn't do it in pubs. He's like, if I get roared once, the game's over.
In pro, I feel like if they're roaring your Pango, it means you're carrying your mids not being roared, which sounds good to me.
Secret are the first. Nice, we got them to break.
You did
We
it.
won the steering contest.
They take the Tusk. We saw a little bit of Tusk, obviously, in SA. It was big. You had Schofield playing it. This hero's strong in the lane. Tag team is a very good ability in the lane.
Question: why do you think Puppy didn't just take the
Earth Spirit?
They're just looking. They won really hard last game.
I think it was the Yapsor's core. He probably said he wanted to play something different.
I don't want to play Earth Spirit twice in a row.
That'd be my guess.
You can see that.
And Tusk is good. He's probably just like, yeah, let's try Tusk this time around.
So Liquid took Centaur last time.
Do you hate Centaur here? It seems Centaur's always a pretty good hero, but do you actually want to play all 4 of those heroes again after that last game?
I don't know about that.
Switch it up.
I wonder what Boxy will ask for.
We got one brought up. Gods, you were actually asking where was that Timber Saw? It goes unbanned, unpicked, and obviously Tusk is a Spirit Vessel hero, but it's Boxy and it's Timber Saw. He was one of the only people first picking it.
Yeah, I think it's really bad against Tusk, though. That's a lot of Region's counters to the Timbersaw because the tag team is so good against you.
You actually just slaughter him in lane. You're right. Maybe that's why they did pick it up in advance. Could have been.
Could see that.
I think at that point, though, that's like, what? Both supports committed to dealing with the Timbersaw's lane, maybe?
All right, Liquid is
Run
taking
it back! Let's go!
The run back. All right, why not? That's pretty funny.
Well, Blitz, I can tell you one reason why not, because you guys freaking lost the first game, but besides that, sure, why not? I'm sorry. We'll see, though. Team Secret, this is about the time they pick the Morphling. Is Morphling, I don't know. I feel Secret, now that they changed one, they're probably going to change it up more. Or is Morphling still really good here?
Puppy's looking at our draft and laughing so hard. He's like, what are these clowns doing?
In Secret's head, maybe. Yeah. They're going to be like, dude, they're still doing the same even though they lost.
What? Hey, this is what Nigma did to us in the finals of the We Play tournament, the charity thing. They just kept picking. They just kept first twing Klink's Tusk every game.
What are you going to do about it?
Yeah. Show us, I guess.
Full minute. Secret, they have been using a lot of time in this second phase picks. Not as much this time. They do go the Monkey King. That was the last banned hero by Liquid last game, so they will be able to pick it up this time before it gets banned out.
Okay.
You're moving around. You're quicker even than last game, right? Monkey King already is much quicker than a Morphling as well as a Bristle, right?
Bristle is
quick.
Bristle's pretty fast because he just wants to run at you and fight. He gets like one item.
That's Vanguard and
yeah, because being tanky and dealing damage is like his thing. So as long as he's tanky, he'll deal damage. So he doesn't really need to build DPS until later on into the game when everyone starts getting a way to deal with him. But it's okay. Monkey King's a pretty nice pick.
Yep, and it's Matu and Nisha, right? We already said they play very similar heroes and they're all able to play any hero. I guess that's just Secret in general. This Puppy used to play. He was the one who invented what? He brought the Panda 5 into the pool for a bit.
Yeah. Last game, Secret, last ban TA. And I think that makes sense because they had planned to put the Morphling mid. And we talked about how Morphling doesn't want to play against TA mid.
Arc Warden banned. I have not seen Arc Warden in some time.
Probably want some kind of hero to utilize the space that Monkey can create, because this is not a hero that wants to sit back and farm. Once he gets his levels, his first item, even before that. Just
they have 4 carry type heroes. Monkey's not your traditional carry. Monkey is a team fighter and a space creator. That's how Thompson and all the really good Monkey mid one. That's how they play him.
Yeah.
Where's the wave clear for Secret?
Keeper's
you
not
always
bad.
Look at that. Well,
Keeper's not bad.
That's true.
Keeper actually
even Pango's not bad, right?
Yeah. And Monkey, once he gets 2 items, he can instant staff kill.
Yeah.
There it is, gods.
All right.
Sorry, I had to
Wave clear has been found.
Yep.
All right, last ban. 50 seconds for Secret. Obviously, you have that ban to pick. No reason not to use all reserve time here. Anything just stand out? Arc Warden gets banned. Are there any similar heroes like that? Is there a chance? There's no way it's a good Meepo game, right?
I mean,
especially because you're 9th pick. Yeah, I was about to say, because you're 9th pick.
Yeah, maybe if you really wanted a Meepo, you could ban ET or Mag or something and then place it. It seems a little bit wild, though.
A little too wild.
I think Liquid have even okay heroes already for the Meepo with the AoE stuns. 3 heroes with kind of AoE stuns.
AoE stuns from DP. Yeah. People forget that silence really messes with heroes.
Yep. I could see Secret going for a maybe more traditional, harder late game carry.
I'm trying to think of other heroes as well. What about I'm surprised we're not seeing Lone Druid at all from either of these teams. Obviously, you've got some premier players there. They banned the Huskar. Do they take the TA? That's what I was going to say. Do they take the TA? They take the Medusa.
Ooh.
The
Nisha Medusa. I
mean,
so normally his hero.
Yeah, they needed a hard 1 carry. That's what we were talking about when they took Monkey, Pango, Coddle, Tusk.
Yep.
Their 5-man's pretty strong.
Do you remember that summit? I think you were both there when it was Let's Do It, and
Yeah.
they were first picking the Medusa, and he was still carrying games. Like, this boy's Medusa is pretty damn good.
That was the all polished squad.
Yeah.
He was carrying hard.
Dude, it was just crazy. That's like literally overall first pick Medusa, and then still just win the game. You gotta be careful. Well, all right, Liquid. You see the Medusa. You need something that's pretty quick paced, but deals with it. Is PL an option? Is that too greedy? Versus the Monkey King, all of that. You need something to scale a little bit or deal with her. Hopefully not a PA.
Yeah, hopefully not PA.
At least with this one, you'd have PA Grimstroke. Honestly, I would take PA this game more so, but you got to get something to get in. They go with the Anti-Mage. Okay, so Anti-Mage versus Medusa, obviously Mana Burn versus the Mana Shield. Is it enough, though? Or is this going to be a very quick-paced game and Anti-Mage might never come online?
Could just be a really fast game. It really depends on how the lanes go, I think. If mid lane last time, I think I saw DP did beat Dusa.
Yeah,
but I would
quite
imagine that
convincingly
Yapzor is
too.
going to be like the equalizer. Yeah. So if Yapzor can rotate between all three lanes successfully, I could see Secret just snowballing a win.
They need a snowball too, because I feel like the AM should have a good game with a Grimstroke in lane. You've got the kill threat with the Inkswell, and if AM gets like 3 items and you're not 10k gold behind, I think Liquid just win.
Yeah, he's very good against Tusk too, which is like one of the few disables that they have because you can counter snowball. It's really easy. But I think Coddle Dusa right now is a really good combination. Just because Coddle, not just the fact that you replenish mana, but because you can stack so many camps simultaneously.
You were talking about that earlier, yeah. So it sounds like you're favoring Secret a little, but the laning phase goes well, Gods, and then, this Anti-Mage does come online a little bit. You do have the Grimstroke. There is a good chance, but it comes down to the laning phase, it sounds like.
I think more so just whether Secret can win that one big mid-game fight that allows them to get Aegis. Like, Aegis Rapier Dusa will end the game, even if AM has Manta beat Fury. So that first Roshan is what's going to be key, I think.
Okay, well, game number 2 now, Secret versus Liquid. Will Secret take it 2-0? Or we've seen in the past, will Liquid string off 2 in a row and make this a 2-1 for themselves? Well, you'll have to see as we head on over to our casters.
It's not very often that you say no to a hero player combination that nets a 75% win rate, but
Spoiler
Secret
alert.
have done it twice. They've done it with Morphling, and they've done it now with Medusa. It's actually going to be Tumbaman playing it as you at home after watching that game 1, definitely back in Secret, and I totally can see why.
Yeah, I like this draft a lot better for Liquid, though.
Yeah.
I think Slark has kind of proven its futility in the current meta. And Anti-Mage, I think they have a much clearer win condition for Liquid. And despite the Coddle giving the Medusa mana, Anti-Mage burns it real fast. And most notably, I think the last time we saw Anti-Mage be really prevalent in the meta was when it was a Grimstroke glitch meta, where you threw the Frost Armor and the Inkswell on the Anti-Mage. And he just blinked on people, and he was able to participate in the game much earlier than you would normally think an Anti-Mage could. I do think his lane should be pretty good here against the Tusk Pango, but probably not going to be nearly as free farm as that Slark last game. And I am deeply concerned for Boxy bottom, just against this Monkey King. One of the best... Oh, well, maybe not the best start for
Nisha may just be giving up the first blood here. Who's he going to give it to? It's going to be Koifa. Lands the first blood, and they do manage to get both of the bounty runes as well. So
somehow they still have the net worth lead on Secret.
Wait, did they not get all the bounty runes? Secret
got three of them.
Secret got 3. Never mind.
Okay, so it is officially determined that getting 292 gold for first blood is not worth losing a bounty rune.
Would you trade, though, that gold being accumulated
on one hero?
Person?
Yeah, it's probably worth it, honestly. He gets 3 denies on Koikfa in the first wave. That's a pretty big deal. 3 out of 4 denies. Yeah, it is pushing into his tower now, but he's going to have a significant level advantage, at least early on. His momentum on Koikfa, really important in this game. It felt like last game they lost steam pretty quickly, even though he did win the mid lane. And I think the mobility of Anti-Mage was much more reliable for hitting heroes like Coddle. The Anti-Mages, the Rickies, the heroes that can blink on top of him. Slark, yeah, he has Pounce, but it just isn't the same level of potency against a hero like Coddle. And forced to level his blink against the Tusk because of that scary tag team early.
That is a very high amount of damage. Taiga started off, nice deny from Puppy. So Taiga started off trying to do some creep pulling shenanigans. Secret knew that was going to happen because they even kept their courier at the tier 2. And he did manage to get the pull onto the range creep, which he then got to deny. It's the little things that a good fine position does to win the lane. And we'll see what Insania does to try and win this lane for the Anti-Mage of Pango Tusk. That's a dangerous combination.
Yeah, I think Rubik's going to have to rotate here somewhat early.
Yeah.
Because otherwise, I said Anti-Mage is going to have a decent lane, but I guess I underestimated how powerful the tag team is compared to the Inkswell of Grimstroke, who hasn't even leveled it yet.
Pango
He's
versus
just getting
AM.
heavily pressured. And Pangolin Free Farm is scary. But
Yeah. I think in a vacuum, like one-on-one, AM definitely beats Pango because his, like, burning away his mana is so bad.
For Pango,
But
disarm top, he has to blink away. He's already used all of his mana on Anti-Mage for blinking, and I don't know what he's supposed to do now. They salve. He doesn't have a salve. He doesn't have clarities. The courier has. That's Insania's courier. He has no items coming out either.
Yeah, this is real rough.
He has a Mango bot that's at his base, but courier has to walk all the way back. I'm concerned for his future.
Yeah, he's out of mana now on the Anti-Mage, so they could go on him at any point in time, and he may not be able to walk it off all that damage.
He has no blink, and he gets gone on top. Should be going down potentially if they get a disarm, which they do. Oh, but the Stroke of Fate, just enough slow. Either way, Mikke is not happy here. 14-3 on the Pangolier, 8-0 on the Anti-Mage. And Pangolier, you know, sometimes the safe lane loses, right? That's okay. Yeah. Pangolier is not meant to win, as he does miss the swash. Barely not enough mana to blink, and Zai, a little off the mark there, but nonetheless, still no salve. Maybe it's even better they didn't kill him.
Yeah, I was about to say, at some point, don't you just want to die if you're the AM? Like, get me out of this lane. Let me reset.
That's pretty much every pub I ever pick a greedy carry. Usually it's my support's fault, but this time around I think it's just the fact that this Tusk Pangolier matches up very well against the Anti-Mage in lane.
Yeah.
Does get salved up. I think that was his own, but he's going to be spending a lot of gold on regen, and this is not the start you want because even though Medusa did lose the early levels in the mid lane and Death Prophet has a lot of denies, he's still farming just fine on Matama Man. And that's kind of like the pace of the game we're trying to match. Is the Medusa probably going to go for that Manta plus potentially Rapier, but if not, then the Anti-Mage needs to get those 2 or 3 items by the time Medusa is participating in the game.
Double damage. That will help Koifa assert more dominance on those denies as he's got 10 of them. But he's got to be careful because Yapzor is here, and he did successfully scan him.
Wow.
He pinged it earlier, and now he scans it too.
I think this is relatively telegraphed because of the fact that they were owning top on Secret. So if I'm Mikke, I'm like, why is there just no Tusk hitting me anymore?
Yeah. I feel like Pango's one of those heroes, this matchup, especially against AM. If you're stronger, if your duo is stronger than them, you can punish the AM because you get to right-click them freely, maybe you get a disarm, all those sorts of things. But once you're left alone, the lane can change. So I'm glad that Yapzor gave up on that adventure in mid lane and came back to top.
Yeah, it's almost more obvious when you're losing the lane that the opponent is rotating. Because
why wouldn't they keep up the pressure?
Yeah, exactly. If you're owning him, you're like, I guess he could be jungling. He could just be out of here ganking bottom or something. But
yeah, very rarely people are like, man, I'm winning this lane too hard.
See ya.
Let me move around some.
Yeah, a bit of an odd rotation from Yapzor. That's a lot of pressure that I guess he's trying to alleviate the catapult pressure from Koikva, who does hit level 6. But Tumaman, not even quite level 5 yet, so full level advantage. With 12 denies on the Death Prophet. Pops the ultimate immediately, does forward as well. And Rubik's here with the lift if he needs it. 2 points in Fade Bolt. They should just burst him.
Yeah, where's El Yapzor? He's going to show up now, but it's a bit too late. The exorcism right on top, and the snowball's going to come in, and they will manage to kill Taiga as a trade out here. But Koifa killing the enemy mid and pushing this lane in to a point the
Tanking first
Siege Wagon
catapult.
can
Very
now
nice.
hit that tower.
Well played by Koifa so far, and even though Taiga maybe didn't need to die there, I think they're completely happy with the results of this. But that is the first ultimate, and nonetheless, it may seem like a really good movement that I just said, but that's a DP ult, that's a catapult, you're winning the mid lane, and that tower took 300 damage. Zai does rotate because without the Tusk, he's pretty weak. You said in a vacuum, Pangolier very weak versus the Anti-Mage. So the price of what happened mid, as we see Boxy get initiated onto bottom as he's trying to creep cut.
And he's
Monkey
cut
King,
off by Yapsor.
one of the best carries for this, yeah. You just, okay. I guess he didn't expect Yapsor to be there. But the price of the mid lane defense from Secret is that they're giving a lot of space to Mickey. So it just goes to show how much emphasis all these top-tier teams put on defending that mid-tier one as Pangolier gets initiated onto top. And Zai will go down. Nice silence. I think that's an ability you don't always level on Grimstroke. But against Pangolier, I really like the 1 point.
Yeah, for sure. Does mean Nisha is still free farming as well. In fact, he's second in net worth ahead of all the other cores. It's only Death Prophet who is sitting there at the top.
Phase boots complete on Death Prophet. Going for the full wand. Yule's queued up, then BKB. And Anti-Mage, Shocker going for the Treads Battle Fury with double Wraith. Pangolier has the components of a Vlad's. Very standard item builds so far.
Zai, nice reaction there. Able to jump away before Phantom's Embrace was cast on him.
I'd almost want to watch this game back and ask Yapsor, do you wish you hadn't rotated mid as early as you did?
Yeah.
You know, I think defending the catapult was really good, but earlier on, I think he could have kept the pressure on Mickey just a tad longer, because now Zai is really paying the price. Barely, or almost level 5, while the Anti-Mage is almost level 7 in a lane that looked very ugly for Anti-Mage.
Well, if Secret win and if Yapsor is the post-game interview, then
I'll
maybe
ask
the
him.
panel will ask
Oh,
for
I can't ask him. I'm over here.
Yeah,
Damn
but
it.
we've had some great post-game interviews
We
here
have.
at ESL 1. We have bottom lane. We're going to fight, toss up in the air into the stop. But at the same time, Snowball should be able to bail him out with a boundless strike. But here comes Koifa. He's pushed a little bit farther away, and Boxy's a bit low. Now the Medusa's here to look to finish him off. Couple more shots, and he will manage to get that kill. Traded out, though, is Yapsor, and Koifa's going to try and use the rest of this exorcism to take down that bottom tower.
I like this rotation a lot. Medusa is a hero that's hard to push into, and not only that, but she doesn't counter-rotate. Yeah, he's there,
But it doesn't feel good.
If that's like an Ember or something from the mid lane, you're like, okay, it's their mid laners, so you're careful. Puck, you know, they might coil me. With a Medusa, it's like...
Look out for right clicks.
The snake, it might slow me.
Of course, we're mocking it, but Boxy did die to those very right clicks. But yeah, as you said, not the most powerful rotation in the world, and you can see it from the fact they couldn't even defend that bottom
I'm not
tower.
making fun of Matoma Man for being there, but it is the smart move from Koifa to choose to rotate against a hero that doesn't want to rotate. So even though he's there and they get the kill, Medusa has no desire to be doing that, even though he feels like he has to make sure he's
perched up on
not
a tree
AFK in this game.
He jumps down onto Taiga. Nisha hits him with a boundless strike. Puppy ready to go with the blinding light to maybe push somebody away. Might need it against Koifa. Spirit Siphon, but Koifa just runs away. Now on the other side, Insania is looping in, and he actually just found the ward. Can he actually kill the ward before he dies? That's what he's hoping for right now. And
Nice value.
He does get it. You should have known better. You should have denied that ward.
The ward is worth 138. His life is worth 179. You know, at the end of the day, as a support, your life is worth about the same amount as a ward.
Yeah, you know, there are limited number of wards in the game, BSJ.
But he has unlimited amount of respawns.
Unlimited lives worth. 10-minute outpost taken by Zai, quickly retaken by Boxy as they try and assert control for the bounty runes. It will be a 1-1 split unless Zai dives in deep, but no.
I was a bit scared for Liquid after watching Anti-Mage get bullied, knowing Centaur's in an unfavorable matchup early. But now they're at a 2K net worth lead. Really coming all from the Death Prophet mid, which, let's remind the people watching, that was a first-round Death Prophet pick. And somehow having such a massive impact just goes to show how powerful she is in the current meta. Quakefoot playing it really well. They are smoked up with Mickey. As I said, the Grimstroke Inkswell, it lets you participate in the game much sooner than you normally would on Anti-Mage. You effectively have a stun on your blink. And let's see what they try to do with it. Monkey King's a juicy target. There he is.
Jumps right on top of him. Will be able to land the stun. Puppy tries to get there with a blinding light, but he's a bit too late. Now the Phantom's Brace is put on the Monkey, meaning he can't jump away, even if he could get the distance away from the AM. Mickey, rather, claims that kill for 200 gold, and now plays bottom lane to
I love that play. How often do you expect to get ganked by an anti-mage at 11 minutes into the game? Really well played by Liquid, knowing the capabilities of their heroes. I really like the combination of anti-mage with this Grimstroke. Grimstroke just enables so many of these mobility carries with that Inkswell. Heroes that usually lack the stun in order to deal out the damage they need to do. And anti-mage being a perfect example of one of those. So Puppy is taking over the dangerous farm as... Yeah, Boxy is also in the dangerous farm.
In the dangerous farm, and it's about to get a whole lot more dangerous. The snowball coming in, Rolling Thunder to follow it up. He pops the Stampede, and Taiga completes his TP, but he's still Rolling Thunder, so he's able to roll away.
He's just going to try to defend, I think, but he might just have to, walk away. Meanwhile, mid lane is getting pressured. Death Prophet has ult if he wants to pop it, so we're looking for a potential trade situation here. I like the movement by Secret, and I like the counter movement by Liquid. Both teams playing according to script, I would say, except for the anti-mage blinking and ganking the Monkey King. But actually just going to dissuade this Death Prophet ultimate almost immediately. Is this okay for Liquid? I guess he has to do that. Like, he's scared of getting ganked by the Tusk, who represents a ton of damage at this stage. And even though it's a first-round Death Prophet, and we talked about it, he has no save. So he does have to be a bit more careful, as Zai does get gone on the top with a Nisha ultimate to counter-initiate.
Oh, he gave the Inkstroke over to Taiga, and he almost managed to swashbuckle onto Zai, but because he missed, Zai kills him back. Now Boxy going to be pounced on by Nisha. The rolling snowball in with a beautiful ice shard.
Punch him.
Block him in, and it's going to be 2 dead. Yeah, I think Koifa expected with so many heroes off map that maybe they were rotating on mid.
They
but
were
instead,
around mid, and then they immediately doubled back to top, seeing when Koifa backed off. So that's just 2 birds with 1 stone there from Team Secret. Just a really good movement by them. And despite being up by 1K, Liquid, no Death Prophet ultimate, and you don't have an anti-mage, like, effectively, in terms of participation in the game. So you're fighting 3v5, or maybe 3.5 when Death Prophet's not in peak form. Does have the Yules and the Faded Brooch, so he's a race car. 420 movement speed, blaze it. As they rotate on mid, Secret very aware that Liquid has no tools to fight right now.
Yeah, no exorcism, so just go hit that mid tower.
Anti-Mage is pressuring bottom. Mickey doing a good job. Almost to the Battle Fury. About 1,000 off. So it's going to be, what, like a 15.5-minute Battle Fury? That's not bad. All things considered with the early start. 104 CS. Top 2 net worths going to Liquid, but next 3 all belong to Secret. What's Watama Man going for? He's got a Yasha queuing up the Manta. Will it be a Rapier Cap after the Manta?
I feel like the Rapier build is probably really effective in the matchup specifically against AM, and that's what I wanted to talk to you about. How is this matchup now? Because this was a very, very long ago, Dota 1, early Dota 2 days, Medusa versus AM. You would see this counter pick happen quite often. But how is it in the modern era of Dota 2?
Well, what a lot of people don't understand is, yeah, you have mana burn on anti-mage, but I think the major advantage is Medusa's usually countered by just never fighting her and out-maneuvering her on the map, because both heroes want to farm, both heroes clear creeps, but anti-mage moves around faster. So I think it's going to be on Liquid to look for these pickoffs, while we do see Insania getting picked off, gets punched up in the air. Zai takes the last hit. He is feeling okay as an off-lane Pango this game, despite having a rough 4 to 10 minute mark. Has the full Vlads, has a bottle, but I think Anti-Mage is still favored. But if Secret is allowed to barrel down lanes, Medusa doesn't care that Anti-Mage exists in this game. Blinding Light behind, the Tusk behind, so much physical damage to threaten the Anti-Mage from feeling really safe at any point, even if he has a BKB, because there's stuns from Fog, there's physical damage from Tusk, even the Pangolier offers a lot of physical damage. So it really does boil down to Liquid separating the map and basically taking advantageous fights in terms of numbers and resources, as we see Secret doing just that on the bottom tower. Really doing a fantastic job of forcing Anti-Mage out of bottom and knowing that's where he wants to play, and then knowing they don't want to fight still and just taking a free tower on heroes that don't generally take towers. You have a Monkey King, you have a Medusa.
And they just keep on picking up
And
these
here we go
supports
again.
too. The Ice Shard is going to make sure that Insania cannot retreat. Rolling on out. Zai, dominating streak for him, as you said. Feeling pretty good about his game, even if his lane started getting a little bit tough. He's just played off map, killed some supports, and slowly but surely, just through not dying, has accumulated a decent amount of farm.
When I watch Secret, most of their decisions make a lot of sense when you think about what the opponent doesn't want you to do right now. I don't think any of their heroes in a standard game, when you have Monkey King and Medusa, are hitting towers 15 minutes into the game, right?
Yep.
But I think that just goes to show their knowledge and understanding of professional Dota and just timings and movements. And we see Liquid corresponding with the Blink Dagger on the Centaur. Melee catch, that is a call. Not bad. He does have Will-O-Wisp, so that's a teamfight ultimate down. While Secret looks like they still want to fight. Buyback from the Coddle.
They got the Phantom Trace onto the Pango, but with the buyback coming out from the Coddle, they need to get out. Koifa is going to be Stampede saved here. Gets out, the Exorcism is away, the Will-O-Wisp is actually going to be able to catch him, and Koifa, he pops Yule Scepter with a Spirit Siphon on, Puppey, a stomp goes in! What a hit from Boxy, but it's still not enough! They managed to finish off that Death Prophet. The Inks, well, it's going to do some damage, but Yapzor dodges most of it with the Snowball. He's going to be fine. Executed, though, as Mickey comes in swiftly for a kill on Mana Void. Insania hidden in the trees, but Nisha, he can jump on the trees, spots Insania on the ground, jumps down, takes his life, 3 dead on the side of Liquid. And once again, Secret just seemed to have an answer for Liquid whenever they try and make a move.
It's all about the buyback on the Coddle. TP's to the outpost behind all of them and catches them in what they think they can disengage. They think they have a way out, right, to the east, but it just does not work. Sick Manta Dodge by Matama Man, dishing out the right clicks necessary to finish off the Death Prophet. And as we see, they're fighting 4v5, and even though Medusa doesn't seem like an early game hero, she's quite able to participate at this stage with that first early Manta, and we go for the Roche. You have tag team, you have disarm from...
Oh, this time they are going to be able to fight around this Roshan, but can they actually take it? Boxy's in there. The sun's going to fade away soon. A Bounding Strike goes out to take the Roshan and grabs the Aegis. The stun also leads into Insania dying in the back lines as Yapzor helps clean up that kill, and Liquid gone from bad to worse now. Losing that fight gave away most of Roshan, and their attempt at contesting gets even worse, as now Koifa's going to be found by Yapzor. Managed to get an Ice Shards block in, but just enough maneuverability that Koifa was able to get away safely.
Yeah, as you see, if they're allowed to group up on Secret, there's no fight win condition for Liquid. So once this Anti-Mage starts getting these items up, they need to look to play around him for pickoffs and forcing rotations such that what's exactly happening bottom, maybe Nisha, Taiga, he's in Viz.
Very important kill. He can lead off with telekinesis,
oh
but
my god, lift him.
He thought another second or two,
Behind,
maybe
though.
Nisha.
Secret.
They just blinked away. He needs to go for it now. Leads with a Fate Bolt, telekinesis over into Koifa. Now there's blink
They're
in
all
from
behind.
Mickey. They do manage to get this kill, but he has the Aegis now. The rest of the team is Secret is here, and Nisha's actually still alive. Bound the strike? No, he's not able to hit the AM, so instead he turns and nails Koifa for the kill, keeping his Aegis intact.
Like, what a good rotation from Secret. Liquid trying to punish it, don't quite get it, but Secret knows. We TP'd our hero to the dead lane. They're going to try to kill him, because that's what we're supposed to do there. And Zai has the Diffusal Blade. Super good against the Anti-Mage. I think the Anti-Mage Medusa matchup got a bit better for Anti-Mage when they removed the mana burn from the Snake, because Anti-Mage, the best way to deal with him is usually you can't burst him in the mid to late game. He just blinks away, so you just make it so he can't blink. And mana burn being quite a diffusal, like the only way to do that. So Pangolier itemizing a diffusal on an offlane Pango that we haven't seen at all so far in this league on these offlane Pangos. So you can just tell he believes it's very good against the Anti-Mage as well. We see Team Liquid has better odds than we had at the start of the game, but I don't know if that necessarily reflects what's going on at the current moment.
Yeah, it was probably just that 2K net worth lead that they managed to build up early on.
All the 2K viewers thought the 2K net worth lead meant they were at the advantage.
It's 2K! It's a sign! It resonates with me, Brian.
I don't know why. Oh, wait, that's my other mark.
16-7, and Secret seem in full control as they push into the mid-tier 2, but there is still a lingering Anti-Mage problem. that they have yet to fully shut down. Mickey is 2-0-1, 234 CS, as he's just running around cutting creep waves and finding couriers, perhaps? No?
They are itemizing really hard for this Anti-Mage, though. Desolator on the Monkey King. Anti-Mage, pretty low armor for an agility carry, only 18, all things considered. You have the Daedalus being built on Medusa, as well as that Diffusal. So the problem with Anti-Mage being the only farmed hero on your team is all of the opponent's items in terms of the cores can just be geared towards you. Even the Medallion Solar Crest being queued up by Yapsor. This is what Anti-Mage struggles with. He's an anti-mage, Cap, not an anti-hitter or something.
Anti-carry?
Yeah, something like that, you know. I don't know where I was going with that, but you know what I mean.
I feel you, Brian. Well, Samantha Illusions not going to do the best at split pushing. Liquid. Maybe they can make another move once they have the BKB on Koifuf, but for now, it seems, well, a bit ambitious to try and do something here. Maybe they think this is just going to be a pick-off somewhere. As you said, they see Matumba Man, but that's not where they're headed. They're headed for the bottom lane right now, where they're going to show Boxy.
That's really telegraphing a move. Secret knows that if anything happens, it's going to be bottom. As you see, they quickly migrate to the top. They know Liquid's probably smoked up because none of them are showing on the map. And even though you have Aegis, you are perfectly content knowing if they're smoked that that's their only way of really starting the fight on you. And in return, Secret is now going to smoke back. Probably Medusa going to TP to the tier 2, possibly. No, the outpost is taken, so probably the tier 2 after he takes the tier 2.
The courier just floated by. They know they're coming. They're going to lay a ward out immediately to be able to spot Nisha. They get a silence out on him. He removes it. Now the Wukong's command. The Ice Shard's blocking in Taiga, but the Wukong's command, not that great. And now the
leash.
Oh, that's actually going to be a pretty big leash, but as they kill him, Zai's able to get away, but then he latches on a puppy as well. Nisha was able to run down the tusk. Looks like Insania is going to get out, and Death Prophet just died so quickly there.
He didn't use his ult at all, and meanwhile, Mickey is split pushing mid. They had a brief window where Secret was TPing 2 heroes to the bottom tier 2, but just not able to capitalize in the way they want. Monkey King stun top. Anti-Mage does blink away. He's going to chase, it looks like.
For sure,
Penglier's wrapping around, has the Diffusal. He has to be aware he's going to get pushed, and these type of teams, they don't give up.
No.
He knows he's still top for now. He's looking. That long-range level 15 talent went the opposite way, though. So, wrong guess by Nisha, but the idea's there. Going to probably just clear this creep wave. Boxy farming bottom. Yapsor.
See that one again. We got the weird Wukong's command from the low ground. But it wasn't that. That was the problem, really. It's the fact that they just weren't able to output enough damage. Zai getting stuck right on top of the Death Prophet just made it super easy for Nisha.
He needs that BKB on Death Prophet. It's a serious issue for him right now. And we saw Medusa. He has the Daedalus. He just crit Anti-Mage for like a fourth of his health. That is scary. You need a BKB because of all this AoE crap, but then they have so much overwhelming physical damage on the side of Secret that it just feels like one of those situations that you just need too many items on the Anti-Mage in order to carry this game. Does have the Basher, so his kill potential's there. Pangolier bottom. Does go on him. Zai forcing him away. Anytime you're Anti-Mage and you have to run away from a Panga while you're split pushing, that just does not feel good.
Certainly not.
Reflects the situation of the game, I believe, though.
Yeah, it says he is scared. And Secret, knowing that, able to play a little bit more split up. But as they see a DD rune, that is a good opportunity.
They
try and take a
bottles
team
it.
fight.
Almost BKB on Monkey King. Almost BKB on DP. 100 gold for her. 1,000 for Monkey King. We're going to see a brawl very soon, I believe.
Give Zai the next creep wave or two, and he'll have Blink Dagger.
Insania taking the dead lane farm. Looks like he's going to reflect. Nope. They actually he's ninja'd in the trees here. I like his positioning. Secret making the move, knowing this guy is not allowed to push this wave as a 5 position. Koikva, they spot him. Boxy is also can't block blink cancel.
He does have Stampede, and if he's gonna use it, he needs to use it now. But the Boundless Strike hits him right as he pops it, and he just gets chain stun into the Snowball as well as the Walrus Punch.
Nisha waited until he popped that. He didn't want to do it before because then he stampedes away. So really good discipline on holding that stun, following it up with Yapsor.
The BKB is complete on the Death Prophet, though.
Yes,
so
and
that's an
same
upgrade
with
for
Monkey
them.
King. They still need this BKB on Anti-Mage and the Abyssal and an AC, I think. I think that would have to be his other item because they just have way too much physical damage.
At that point, if we do get all of those items, say we get a 6-slotted Mickey, can he carry this game?
It's all about separating them. He'll be able to do ample amount of damage, but if they're grouped up, if he blinks in, he's actually just going to melt in a matter of seconds. So that's what it boils down to. Can Liquid find that opening? It's tough with heroes like DP because they're meant to be able to just walk at you and fight you. And that just isn't the case this game because you picked the anti-mage.
That's where they need the rest
and
of
they picked the
Liquid
Dusa. I think maybe Dusa is a conceptual counter to Death Prophet for that exact reason.
Yeah.
Simply because you just don't want to go on the Medusa, and Death Prophet wants to just go. Damn. You learn after a while when 2 Medusas get picked into Death Prophet in a matter of 2 series.
I like the way you put that too, Brian.
Was it elegant?
It was simple enough for me to understand.
Yeah, I
She
try.
wants
It's
to
pretty
go
tough
and
to
she
go.
no go.
Yeah, it's
play?
tough to speak down to your level, but I sometimes manage to pull it off. Secret is smoked up DD on Monkey King. BKB.
Look at Yapsor go with the spider legs. He just crawls up the cliff and finds something. Go up the
Nice
silence, but a
stun.
BKB bound the strike into the Wukong's command. Liquid's in trouble. Koifa's got to get out of here with his BKB. He actually executes his Spirit Siphon, so he doesn't have any of those left. Just a couple more, but he keeps on having to run away, and now his BKB fades out. Zai, he's going to try and hit him as soon as Koifa comes back down to earth with help of Matama Man and Yapsor. They will bring down that big carry. Nisha, though, still battling out with Boxy and Mickey. Mickey's forced out, but Boxy doesn't have the same kind of escape. He's easily caught and captured by Secret. 22-8 as Mickey
keeps cutting the creep wave so that career.
Desperation and a lot of split pushing. That's what Mickey's running on right now.
This is the only play he has, but the problem is all game when he's been doing this, himself as well as Liquid has not been able to capitalize. If Quake was some other mobile hero, this is much easier, but yeah,
Look
so,
at
oh my
Hazard
god.
does it again. He just crawls up the cliff right at Insania, punches them in the face, and now they've lured Mickey into a potentially bad fight. He's going to go for the kill on Yapsor, and now he's out of mana thanks to Zai. And Yapsor survives through it all. Meanwhile, somewhere in the mid lane,
Medusa, he's on his own little world here, has the BKB. No mana items on him. I like this a lot. You don't go for the Scotties or anything like that. You just go straight for the damage after the Manta, which is like that luxury survivability item. As Rubik just has a bunch of random spells tossed at him from a distance. Nobody even was in hitting range of him there. I think half of it was just Medusa right-clicking the tower and split-shotting him. What now? As I said, you cannot fight into them when with Anti-Mage when they are grouped up, and they are, I'd say they're pretty grouped up right now.
Maintaining a constant 5-man. Very loose pentagon.
Pentagon formation?
Mm-hmm. Nobody close enough that you can get hit by a 2-man stomp.
Rosh is up, it just spawned and they see it.
All right, so take a mid lane of barracks, back up, do Roshan.
Do you think they should make couriers not give vision?
I'd be down with that.
Because I think, what if somehow the vision didn't work in the Rosh pit? I just think it's a problem that you have 5 couriers to scout Rosh with.
What if no kind of vision worked inside Roshan? Rocket Flare, Ancient Apparition, Ice Blast.
That would be a hot take.
That would be juicy. Well, that is going to be free Aegis and Cheese for Team Secret. Level 20s being picked up. 2.5 Stone Gaze duration for the Medusa. Nisha doesn't quite have his, but...
Such a long spell. Now, with 8.5 seconds, the movement speed granted to her is pretty insane. It's been buffed a bajillion times. I think it was given at like 20, then 30, then 40, then 50. They're just like, okay, now this is enough. As we see bottom lane, Rubik gets about one-shotted. Oh, they let him go. The real prize is Centaur, it appears. They thought Rubik was going to die.
They want his head. They want to mount it on their wall, and Team Secret should have it here. Boxy stuns, has his blink up, but he has no mana to work with. He's going to have to wait for that to regenerate, and Yapsor,
Yikes.
Detective Yapsor is on the case. He
Spider
found
legs.
out Boxy.
Spider legs.
He's going to be able to chase him down. All right, back to that mid lane. Let's go. You already got a buyback out of Insania, and Boxy doesn't
Medusa
have
was
one.
forced to BKB, but seems like a small price to pay. He did get his mana burn, but guess what? Here you go, says Coddle. Puppy helping out his boy. Has the Blinding Light, the Glimmer Cape, the Ghost Scepter. All types of ways of saving himself as well as the Medusa. Heroes like Anti-Mage, man, fighting into Medusa. This seems broken, this Coddle Medusa combo.
Yeah.
I don't really know how you ever go on her
I mean,
at
if
all.
Coddle ever gets level 20, 620 mana given to a Medusa?
That's like half his mana pool just restored on the low cooldown. There it is. That's effectively like, I think that 300 mana is effectively healing him for like 800 health. It's pretty insane.
Nukes after nukes. They keep on throwing damage out at Matamba, trying to get him low enough that they can take away that Aegis for free, and that's where Boxy's going to come in, try and go with Stampede Inks. Well, they will manage to take it, but now they've committed to a team fight. They may not be able to win. Mickey is able to blink back out, and Boxy did manage to retreat there. The jump forward actually broke the trees. Nisha is stunned here on the side, but they can't focus him down. They're a little bit scared of approaching, especially underneath that Will-O-Wisp, but they do manage to get on top. Oh my God! That was 1,000 damage plus coming out from Nisha with that big
level 20
old boundless
talent.
strike, the level 20 talent, making short work of poor old Death Prophet. He gets bludgeoned to death, but he has a second life. Boxy jumping forward, hits the stun on Matamba. Mickey wants to be able to commit there and burn out the mana of Matamba, and he's quite low as well, but he managed to get off the stone gaze long enough. Will he turn him into stone? He's getting some buff, but sadly he pops the cheese, and now the boundless strike has taken away the Rubik, and all of Liquid are forced to retreat.
Heartbreak.
On the way out, Zai may be caught here. He may be sacrificed for the better good, for the triumph of Team Secret, but he is still so tanky. Finally, he dies, and they do manage to get a mega kill streak. That goes to Mickey for 700 gold, but still, 2 lanes of barracks down, buybacks thrown out there.
I'm almost certain Nisha had the cheese and then handed it off to Medusa while he was getting gone on. I'm almost certain that's what happened there, because Medusa did not have that cheese. So either way, I think that's what happened. Pretty sick play coming out there.
Well played, Nisha. Nisha currently sitting in the trees. Wukong's command, boundless strike onto Mickey. Do they have a follow-up stun? They do not. He just blinks out.
Okay.
Did they expect Yapsor to get there in time? Maybe.
Is this an opening? He has the rapier queued up on Anti-Mage. They mean business.
Oh, okay. Jump forward. They're immediately. Oh, no,
the
that's safe from the snowball. Is that going to allow him to be able to get off the Will-O-Wisp? Oh, dear AM.
I said he was going to melt, but that was only the Medusa right-clicking you.
That was a little faster than I think any of us expected.
Including
he does
him.
have a buyback, but Koifa, he's going to Yules. He does have a TP.
He's going to get shit. Okay.
TP away. No
Tusk.
Walrus Punch. No Walrus Punch. No whammy.
If he had used the spider legs, I think he would have gotten there.
Yeah,
Left
maybe.
him on cooldown there.
Well, Boxy, he's going to go for a little bit of split pushing, but I don't think Secret is going to be distracted by that too much. It's time to force the buyback out of this Anti-Mage.
Zai just killing Boxy, potentially?
Yeah,
bash?
looks like he read it.
Ults, yeah.
Rolling Thunder.
Very nice to cancel the TP. Oh, he doesn't have a bash. Oh, well.
Yeah, Crimson Guard will keep Boxy alive for a time being, but either way, he's neutralizing Boxy,
This
right?
is an inevitable death as he loses his Rax top to a Medusa. Honestly, not letting him blink and not killing him is probably the best play by Zai.
Are they gonna buy back on? Okay, there it goes.
Dropping
Mickey
item on
finally buys
Boxy.
back.
Boxy's dropping items. Okay. He's dead.
You gotta have a little bit of fun. Plus, he's got Boots of Travel on Zai, so now he can join the rest of his team, taking on a 4 versus 5. Last life for everybody here on Liquid. Last hold in this series.
I just love the itemization from Secret against the Anti-Mage as we see the last fight.
Mickey just getting torn apart by all that damage. He turns and blinks on his Zai, but it's still not enough. Matamba Man with the godlike double kill. Nobody is going to give them beyond godlike, though. Koifa plays back into the fountain, and that's it. Just a little bit better for Liquid, but still, it was like Secret 80% of the game all the way.
Yeah, definitely a bit more glimmer of hope for them there, but
still very small.
Yeah, they just had to be able to force the issue a bit earlier, such that if they had map control, maybe they could allow Anti-Mage to split push and then have that lead to something. Instead, all of his split pushing was kind of just trying to deter Secret from grouping up, but eventually Secret's just going to do what it takes to stand around their Medusa, have the Coddle sitting behind, the Pangolier to disrupt the fight. Great itemization against the Anti-Mage. I think if you want to learn something about that game, or from that game, check out all the items on all the heroes. The Solar Crest, the Deso, the Diffusal, the Daedalus. All of it was just meant to make it so you saw exactly what happened. He blinks in, and he's like,
Blink out. Yikes.
Well, Secret, they continue their domination with a 2-0 here against Liquid. The start of their run at ESL. Meanwhile, Liquid 0-1, a rough start, but we'll see where they go from here with their coach in Blitz and the rest of the panel, Grant and Gods.
Indeed, you know a team is really, really good when BSJ fanboys and has very few negative things to say. In all honesty, they just look so damn good. But Liquid, we'll start with them. They looked a lot better in the laning phase again. Their laning phase is completely okay, it seems like, in all these games. Maybe they are meant to win them, but they make it to this 10, 15-minute mark. You're like, well, if they win that first team fight, they can start snowballing. And then you run into an Ignis Fadas, you run into a Monkey King ulti, and it just becomes so hard. We see in the Roche pit, so hard to fight into a team like Secret in there. Huh.
Right on cue, there was a snowball, as you said, snowball.
Yeah.
I like that. But yeah, fighting to Roche against Pengo, always rough. There were some, attempts to control this Pengo with the Soulbind, lock him in place here. He's, locked. They kill the Tusk, he's free. Oh, wait, you're locked again, but...
He's stuck under the Ignis, so you're like, oh, we got this guy, but wait, we can't even fight him.
No.
It just felt like the team fight ultimates are very strong right now, so maybe we'll see more of that going forward. Maybe the not death ball, but the 5-man meta is definitely looking back on track.
Yeah. You lost the Secret. No shame in that.
Definitely not.
I mean, we learned that Liquid are not the best team in the world. They could still be the second best team in the world, Will.
That's very true. I think what's really impressive about Secret to me is what they do with their advantages. Like, when normal teams get kills and stuff like that, they'll usually get like a K ahead or something like that. When Secret gets any sort of advantage, it feels like they build up this like insurmountable lead. That's why it's so scary to play against them, because I think it's always like you're thinking one fight away and you're always teetering on some sort of edge. Like good laning phase, you take like 1 or 2 good fights, but you're afraid to press the issue. In Secret, like every single time they get like 2 kills, it's like at least a tower or more at all times, or a Roche, or there's always an objective in mind.
Man, and you just see the end of these team fight right here. They just, in your base, as you said, the advantage is pressed you, and the item. A little bit different. They didn't go for the rapier. Went for a Daedalus. BSJ said he liked it, Something different. They always go the right items. They're not this flow chart type of team, right, that you see maybe these tier 2, tier 3 teams be.
Yeah.
Yep. No, it made a lot of sense this game. Like Brian said, AM blinks in and quickly regrets it with the damage output, making sure that you go for this very efficient damage item. Rapier may be a bit too high risk for them in that situation. You don't want to potentially throw the game, so...
And guess what? We have possibly the big fan favorite from Secret Online. We got Zai. Hello? You there, Zai? oh, I heard something.
Did you?
I heard a little something.
Maybe it's just Will.
And he's trying to figure it out, but Zai, everyone always wants to hear from Zai, right? He's the guy, after this tournament's done, he's probably going to turn on his stream, hit up the random, hit up some, you talk about Insania being hipster. Have you listened to Zai's music?
He doesn't like that term.
Who?
Zai. I called him a hipster yesterday.
I don't call him a hipster. I call his music choices.
Yeah.
Okay, what about avant-garde then?
Okay, that's a good word, I think.
I think he would like that one too.
Because I think because we were talking about it, I think a hipster is somebody who likes something for the sake of it being unique.
Okay.
And I think Zai just genuinely enjoys...
Likes that music. I agree
That's
with
what
that.
it became, I think, at
Yeah.
least. It kind of...
It's like a
hipster's
mean
more...
term.
It's like a negative
exactly.
word now, whereas when it first came into play, it was like... It was kind of cool to be hipster, and then it became like, oh, if you're a hipster, it's like... What's you don't want to... Yeah.
Do you guys watch Dota streams? Like personal streams, obviously, not just tournament streams? Who are your favorite streams to watch?
Lately? I watch a lot of BSJ stream. BSJ, Zai, which are the other ones I've watched a bit of? Thompson's been streaming a lot lately.
You watch freaking BSJ stream, but not me? What the hell's wrong with you, gods?
You haven't been streaming in a while.
I streamed 3 nights ago after our freaking 40-hour day. I didn't see anyone come to my stream except Cap. Thank you.
You don't play so much. You're normally casting.
Yeah. And you don't. Yeah, you do it better than me. So why would you watch me? No, I'm just kidding.
No, I watch. There's all the tournaments on, so I watch those. I don't watch many of the casting streams for like the pub games and stuff myself.
What about you, Blitz? You were like smiling when I asked that question. I don't
No,
know.
I was-
Like,
I was
okay,
trying to-
I didn't know if you were or not.
Do I watch... I watch Thompson's stream.
It's a good one.
I watch my own team play.
DJ was streaming yesterday. I watched a bit of his stream. All the Fnatic guys been streaming.
What is DJ one of those guys who only plays foreign pubs, or does he play like everything?
Plays a bit mostly support, but a bit of everything. I mean, it's SEA. Everyone wants to play mid and carry in SEA more than NA. People in SEA, everyone's like, they will first pick Shadow Fiend or Morphling just to make sure they get core. Yeah.
And if you didn't know, we're hoping we're trying to get our interview with Zeiss, fixing up his mic and everything. Next series, we can already start prepping up a little, maybe Alliance versus NIP. And let's first off, go over the rosters. So as you saw, NIP did announce that it would have been Ramses was going to be standing in, but it is being moved to Blizzy. And who's standing in for or NIP? Who's the other one? Sorry, I'm blanking. Because there's 2 players for NIP standing in.
No, I thought it was just Loveless that was playing.
They're missing Universe as well, right?
Yeah.
Are they?
Yeah.
Maybe.
I thought
Are
so.
they?
No, I thought it was just...
All right, I'm whipping out. I'm not a big phone on panel guy, but I'm whipping out because it definitely is too. Give me a sec.
Yeah.
I'm not a Rich Campbell, but, I'll pull it out.
Well, anyways, we can talk about the whole Ramses not swap thing.
Yes, let's do that, Blitz. So we've heard Ramses just said he didn't really... He said he had prior engagements and he forgot about him. So, sometimes that is what happens and you can't show up. I don't blame him. I've only accepted one event that I had to decline in the past because, a funeral came up and, it doesn't feel too good.
No.
To say you're going to do something and then don't. So I know Ramses probably feels pretty bad that he can't make it. It is Milan on the 4.
Oh, that's okay.
I knew. I was like, I should know the name.
Player. I wonder why do you know why you're close with
I think
Universe?
He just didn't want to plan ping, and I believe he's actually in Cali right now.
Oh.
Cali to Europe is very rough. And wait a minute, I believe we have Zai now chiming in. Zai?
Hello?
Hello. Yes, sir, it is indeed. How's it going, my friend?
Pretty good. Now that I finally got my mic working. I don't know. This program is it's a mystery.
The program? All right, yeah. I believe you. No, but you guys just convincingly won this series 2-0. I don't want to, ask that. How's it feeling? But how's it feeling?
I mean, I played the same game 2 games in a row.
Yeah.
That's what I felt like. For some reason, we're doing a double down in the drafts. I got to see the same thing again, which is pretty boring for me because Pango offlane sucks. So, yeah.
You're not a fan of it. Well, what hero do you want to play in the offlane that Puppy isn't picking you right now?
Spearbreaker.
All right.
Do you wish? It's a work in progress. It's a work in progress. It's not quite there yet.
Do you wish there was a random button in pro games?
No. I mean, I stopped randoming recently because at some point, too many games are ruined by your randoms. Yeah. It's fun when you get a hero that's good enough to be played. It's pretty fun. But when you get a dog shit hero, it's like it's just not much to do.
Blitz?
I don't have a lot of questions. I got beef. We just lost to them.
Dang. Yeah. So Zai, going forward, who do you think is going to be your hardest opponent in this tournament? Is it someone like Nigma? Is it OG? Or is there like a dark horse maybe even you think might be good that other people don't?
I mean, obviously Enigma and OG are strong contenders, but I'm sure there's some sleeper teams. I mean, I'm excited to see the next match is Alliance NIP, right?
Yes, it is indeed. Some stands on both sides. Who are you favoring?
I don't know, to be honest, because to me they're like brand new teams. Both teams are playing with pretty much new rosters, so it'll be fun to see, especially since they're in our group as well.
Were you surprised that they made the change on Alliance?
A bit, yeah. I mean, I guess they struggled a bit recently, but I didn't expect them to change rosters so suddenly. And especially now, it's like a pretty weird landscape to do roster shuffles in.
All right.
Nah, it really is.
Oh, and I was
gonna kind of who knows.
Are we gonna play Raph later?
Yeah, if we get more people, I'm done.
Right,
I don't want to die of thirst again.
I'll get Capper BSJ. We'll hop in.
All right. Well, we appreciate Zion. Also, Blitz told me you didn't like the term hipster. Are you okay with your music as avant-garde?
That's a great description.
All right. Thank you very much, Zai. Congratulations on your win. Hopefully you get to play a hero different than Pango next time, but have a good one, my friend. And yeah, always good to hear from Zai. Everyone loves him. He's straightforward, a sprinkle of the memes here or there. But we do have a third series coming up. As you just heard, it is NIP. It is Alliance. We've got the new Alliance ahead of us. We got some stands on NIP. It should be a good one, so make sure to stick around. Game 1 coming up very shortly.
love it, you wear it. What's your style? Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
Dota's the kind of game where you kind of know you're going to win before it's even over. I was having a down day, and I decided to revisit some good memories. My name is Peter PPD Dagger, and these are my moments of brilliance.
Multiple witnesses have reported mysterious shadow sightings all around the city. According to experts, the origin of these shadows is
You leave it to me. I'll get your taxes in an okay place.
What?
Well, just as soon as my audit is over, this gets my undivided attention.
Take a lot of trips to the islands, Phil.
Pretty great, right? Oh, Phil's legally dead. Fell off a boat. Going by Dennis now. Salary. Long story. Then we got, oh, no, you're not gonna want to see this.
I don't think this is gonna work.
Just okay is not okay. AT&T has America's best network, now with our best plans at our best prices, starting at $35 a line for 4 lines, new from AT&T.
Everybody loves an underdog. Who needs to be liked?
Mountain Dew Amp Game Fuel. Victory in a can.
When I saw you look at me that way, it broke my heart to see. It was a moment of darkness, a moment in time that I regret for being so heartless. It was a moment of darkness. I fell apart when I saw you look at me that way. It broke my heart to see. It's too hard, it don't come easy. I went dark, I lost it right away. And when it starts, God knows what I'll say. In my head, I had good reason. I went red so unexpectedly. I should have said that sometimes happens to me. It was a moment of darkness, a moment in time that I regret for being so hard.
Niece, what you finna There's no defense. I'll buy it if I want it. I'm going supersonic. Come on back for it. Alright, okay. Running out of luck. Too much in my cup. Nishi, run it up. Why you always tripping like you top? Cause you not my team pop. Shawty, I know. Why you always tripping like you top? Cause you not my team pop. My team pop. Huh. Who really got the block? Huh? Sipping to rock in a cop car. Huh? They say they wanna party with us 12 as and how much be that boofy? It's a la. Huh? My feature price bigger than your bank account. You talk about it, but don't show us that about. These boys only flexing with that allowance. We swimming in the down. I'm only fucking you if your toes skew.
ESL 1 Los Angeles is brought to you in part by Intel, Mercedes-Benz, AT&T, Mountain Dew Amp Game Fuel, and GG Bet.
And right back into some Dota we are. Not many breaks here, my friends. NIP Alliance is coming up very, very soon. But you know what's happening even sooner, BSJ?
What?
I believe we have S4 on the line.
Damn.
Mr. Gustav himself. Is this true, or am I a gigantic liar? S4, you there?
S4.
We might... Hello, S4, you there? This is me. No, I'm just kidding. That was me. We're gonna see what's going on. We're gonna definitely try to fix it up again. Hopefully, we can get him before this game starts because it is starting very, very shortly. But guys, hope you have some good questions now that you actually have more time. If your questions are bad, then I will flame you.
Okay.
Will you tell us on camera or off camera? Oh.
Bye. Bye, S4. Good to talk to you again. No, I'm just kidding. No, obviously, now that everyone is at home and stuff, like, if you have technical problems, you have to figure them out. And I will assure you, I am terrible with that
I'm
stuff.
a boomer.
True.
When it comes to that, yeah.
I mean, I've had people literally buy my PCs, and they have to, I have to put them on the phone and help me build it. Wait. S4, hello?
Take three. Maybe if we all just sit here silently.
He'll come in the time of need.
Bow your heads, guys. Are they bowing? Nice, they're bowing.
BSJ, your plan didn't work. Cap, do you have a plan to summon S4? What is your plan?
I mean, that was part of my plan, was that we would be quiet. It was BSJ and I's plan, so now you've got to come up with one.
I know a good plan.
I think you should tap dance until S4 shows up.
The whole time. And we're not going to have one, so while we panel, I'll just be dancing here the entire time. But we might as well start breaking this down. As we said, NIP, they will be using Blizzy in the offlane, not Ramses as previously stated, and Milan, a 4-player who actually we got to watch a lot because he played in NA for a little bit of time. But on the other side of Alliance, 2 new players, 1 permanent for now, S4, and then a stand-in, possibly a tryout, Zibe?
Yeah.
I believe. Zibe aggressive mode? No.
Lil?
No, he's got Lil now.
Lil me alone? I believe that is straight up Lil.
Yeah.
She is on aggressive mode. So apparently the Zibe stand-in is a lie as well. I don't know what the hell's going on. What is happening,
We can't
man?
keep track.
We can't, but that is very interesting as well. I'm actually excited to see how that works. We believe it's Lil. It says Lil in the name, but it's a full name.
It is.
Okay.
He's been rocking the Lil Me Alone for...
Okay.
I think some song came out.
Dude, that one. I was thinking of the good song in America. Leave me alone. No.
That was beautiful.
Maybe if you keep singing S4 will show up.
Maybe he will. Probably not. I would just leave. Like, he finally does actually, and Ty just hears me saying, you just hear the disconnect again. Like,
I couldn't figure it out. Sorry, guys.
He says that on the mic. I couldn't figure it out. Bye. No, but straight up on paper, this one, I'm going to be honest with you guys, it feels like it's pretty hard to call because there are 2 different players on each team that are completely new. But if we just go, let's just go matchup by matchup, straight up.
Okay.
PPD in the 5. And who is playing? Is it S4 playing?
Well, let's start with captain on captain.
Okay, captain on captain.
Peter versus S4.
I gotta give a slight edge to PBD.
Oh, wait. I believe the singing
S4.
worked. S4, are you here?
Yes.
Hey! How's it going, my friend?
It's going good. I was listening to you guys for a bit.
Oh, God,
I'm sorry, did you just hear Brian?
No, yeah, your first official match playing on Alliance again. Are you hype? Are you nervous? A little bit of both?
A little bit of both, yeah. It's the first game, you know. A little bit of nervous, but I don't have high expectations, but I want to show you guys what we can do.
I'm curious, are you drafting for your team?
Yeah.
Okay.
I have no idea what I'm doing, so be ready.
Oh, dude, I'm
All right.
ready.
That's okay. I appreciate the honesty. I was just curious what you've been up to since you've had this break for the last 6 months or so. Just in general, how's your life been?
It's been going good. I think the break has been super nice for me, and I've been keeping up with all the pro games and stuff, so I have a pretty good idea what's good and stuff.
Is this something that you took from like OG? Because they notoriously took that very long break last year. Do you feel like it's good to have time away from Dota?
Yeah, I think it's good, but I just took it because I didn't really have anything I wanted to play for at that time, so I just waited until I had a good opportunity to play for a good team.
So moving forward, what are you like most excited about being a captain?
Probably sharing my ideas about the game and actually like proving to myself that my ideas can work in Dota. Mainly that.
Well, all the teams like you were on in the past, how often were the draft ideas stemming mainly from you, or like how much input did you usually have?
In my previous team, EG, it was not much, to be honest. I would have wanted it to be more with me, but I mean, last time was probably Team Secret, and that was a while ago.
Yeah, I think people clearly believe you have a high level of understanding of the game after those casts, so that's really cool.
And one more question before we let you go, because you do have a match coming up. You're using Lil, it looks like?
I guess. Yeah, we're using Lil.
Okay. All right, we appreciate that. We don't want to bother you too much more, S4, so good luck and have fun drafting, my friend.
Thank you.
Wait, we're using a Lil?
I guess so. He's like, check it. Oh, yes. Okay.
I guess we are. No, so now we can go back to kind of what we're doing because it is going with S4. So PPD versus S4 in the drafting role. Is it just a heavy advantage to PPD because he's been doing it?
I think experience matters a lot, but I also think S4 is going to be a very fast learner here. So, yeah, this is his first series, but this is the best way to learn is drafting against someone like PPD. You'll learn lessons pretty quick about do's and don'ts of the drafting.
Production, can we confirm that S4 has indeed left the call? He's not listening to us anymore? Okay. All right, we're good. We're good. Yeah, I'm going to back Peter as well. Okay. I think not like a giant edge, but for now, he has like a really long history of being like the captain. Yeah. Right. Like of all of his squads, he is the voice that people are listening to. He's led a couple of younger squads before, including when he was on Optic. It felt like that 33. That was when Pyjamas was playing for their safe lane carry, right? And he did have some really good talents. Like 33 has proven to be a great player. He had CCNC mid who
on the come up during that.
Yeah, on the come up at that point in time, and has still done all right for himself. So I think that lineup was pretty good. But he really he brought it together and made it a top 8 team. For sure, and I think that's really impressive. Peter may not be in my top 3 list, but he's always in my top like 10, constantly. Just due to I think some of his presence in game. He's a well-spoken person. We've worked events with him as an analyst before. You can just tell that he is able to talk to people about Dota and get them to listen and.
Unless they're
get
North
them
American.
on and he's a little bit tougher, but in some ways that's because he came up there. It's the hardest ground to be able to get people to see your idea about Dota and
Very
to listen
true.
to you, right?
Yeah, it is. And then let's go down the list. So in the 4 role, I assume it's Lil usually plays 4, but we're gonna assume it's Hanskin playing the 4, right? Against Milan. Is there any straight up favorites? I know Milan has been out of the pro scene, not out of the pro scene, but he hasn't been playing on a team as well like S4 for a little bit now. Meanwhile, Hanskin, he's gotten some really good results. Do we just favor Hanskin because of that again? Is it another he's been playing, the other hasn't?
Sorry, is Peter playing 4?
No, Milan.
Oh, okay.
I assume, right?
Okay, so I was assuming
Sorry,
Hanskin was going to play 5.
Okay, you think
because
Hanskin's
he's
gonna
played
move?
5 before?
That's what I thought Lil plays for. So or S. We
Yeah.
actually don't know until we get into the draft.
Is it S3? Is it S4?
Is it
S5?
I will
What the
say,
hell?
just based off of the
Sorry.
support duo, that I
Let's
would
do
go
that.
for Alliance here.
Okay.
I think Lil and Hanskin both have proven to be very skilled support players. Hanskin especially has been playing 4 lately, and that's kind of the place that he's always wanted to be. And I think he was a bit underrated. And Lil, just because has a bad rep right now all around, is probably underrated because he's still
very good player.
He's a
yeah.
gifted player, you know.
I mean, aggressive mode was very close to qualifying for. Wasn't it actually the major? They were like 1 game away in that losers bracket.
Yeah, they were 1 series away twice.
Yeah.
Because for the major and then for the minor, they were also 1 series away. So
people forget like he still has that talent, and then we'll go with the carry because we know who's playing the carry at least. It's gonna be Nico Baby, and it's gonna be the Hawk, and I feel like this one's a little bit closer, maybe. I want to say the general populace will probably go with Nico Baby. Do you agree with that sentiment a little?
I think they're both really fantastic players.
Yeah.
So I don't have a significant edge to either of them. I think Nico Baby, I'm not saying he's bad at all, but I'm saying I think he's just the centerpiece for this entire Alliance squad, and they always look to enable him. He is the type of player that's absolutely going to carry you, but he's also the carry player that's given a lot of focus and attention from the drafts, so he is enabled even more, and he is like the all-star of this team. So from a viewer's perspective, he's always going to look more impressive, even though he is still very good. It's just like players like the Hawk don't get that limelight quite as much. So, you know what I'm saying? Like,
I think
I see you.
Another thing would be Hawk has yet to fully realize his potential in some way. Like, I feel like he's still on the come up, whereas Nico Baby has already shown a lot.
Yes.
And we feel really confident about him. So I would also lean towards Nico Baby slight edge. I think all of these are close, but I think almost every single one of them I'm going to go the Alliance way.
For me, I kind of have the same opinion of Nico Baby in a similar way to Hector, in the sense that has this like distinct play style. It's not the same play style, and he's proven that he can just carry the shit out of the game on like 3 or 4 heroes. And I haven't been proven to me, at least, that he can do it on like 15 to 20 heroes. And I want to see him be able to expand that over the course of time, because at the start of this season, everyone commented that the one limitation of Alliance was all of their drafts looked very similar, and they had basically a very small hero pool. And I think Nico Baby is quite capable of it, but as far as I can tell, he hasn't done it yet. So I'm looking forward, as he progresses as a player, to keep his level of impact on the game on every hero possible in the carry role.
And then, I mean, as we are getting into the draft, let's talk about the other core role then. I think this one, obviously, probably will be Alliance favored, but Limp versus Tanner. Tanner, obviously, one of the up-and-coming stars from the UK scene. But Limp, he's played in NA, he's played in Europe a lot of time, he's built up that reputation.
I think it's very similar, this matchup, where I am going to lean towards Limp because he is the known product. But both Tanner and Hawk, I can see them in 6 months eclipsing their opponent.
Okay.
Yeah.
I think that there is a much higher potential on Ninjas of Pyjamas, mostly because they're younger players. And, you could just see it. The Hawk and Tanner are both crazy good at Dota.
I'm going to say this in a way because I actually like Limp a lot. I've met him several times and talked to him a bunch. But there has to be a reason why he's been stuck at the level he has. And I have to believe a player like Tanner is going to do that. Like you said, 6 months from now, you think it could happen. I think it's very likely that someone like Tanner, with the guidance of PPD, that's like the perfect scenario, right? We saw that with Sumail. I'm not saying he's a Sumail, but like that's what it takes, is just a mentor to put you on that next level. And maybe S4 will be that for Limp. But it seems like, Alliance had a good start to the season. Yes, they're a good roster, but I still haven't seen Limp be able to step up more than once or twice and just
completely take over and be the Limp show.
Yeah, I think one thing you need out of your mid laner is just somewhere between 1 to 3 out of 10 games. You just that you win, it's just because you owned the crap out of the game. And like we saw from Makoto, for instance, during the SCA qualifiers. Like one of those games, you're just like, yeah, the draft, whatever. The heroes in the game, whatever. Makoto just owned them. You know, and I think that just needs to happen sometimes. And that just doesn't happen with Limp. And if he can take that to the next level there, I think that's what it takes for him. But Tanner does seem like the flashy type of player from what I've seen of him thus far. Yeah. Look forward to seeing his progression. Only this year is his first time, right? I remember I had him on my podcast, and he said, yeah, I just been a pub player, bouncing around some teams, and PPD reached out to me, and here I am.
Yeah, I think.
And that's the history of his pro career.
It's crazy. I've seen him in open qualifiers before. He did used to play in those UK stacks, like those 5 to 7K UK stacks, and he's just like trying to drag those scrubs along. And now he doesn't have to, which is good. But different bans already this series than a couple of the other ones, with both spirits being banned, Void and Ember. We didn't even see Void Spirit the first 2 series today. Not banned or picked, right?
Yeah, oddly enough. Some of these teams in the EU just love it.
Yeah. Is Void Spirit, you just had to have someone who spammed it right when it came out, and if you didn't, maybe you just don't value it kind of thing?
Pretty much. He's been nerfed enough times to the point where if you can't push it to the max potential, the hero can be pretty underwhelming. He has some major matchup issues, I think, that if you don't know exactly how to maneuver through them, the hero just doesn't perform the way it needs to.
Also, I do want to bring up, we were talking about, the hipster stuff. NIP won the coin toss and chose Dire.
It's avant-garde, I believe, is the term.
It is, indeed. I think this is the first time, we've seen Business Associates chose Dire when they got the second option between Radiant and Dire, but Peter straight up picked Dire over Pick and Radiant, which I am very
he prioritizes
intrigued.
over Pick choice and over Radiant.
Yeah, that's why it just super surprised me.
Well, he gets Coddle.
Yep, and he gets, like you said, Dire first pick. This is, not too bad, because a lot of teams have been wanting that first pick, so you get those counters in the second phase.
And Alliance is one of those teams you feel like they're very often going to go for a second pick.
Yeah,
because of Nico Baby, 10th pick. And here's S4's first pick of his professional career.
God, give it to us.
This will go down in history as Snapfire.
Snapfire. That, of course, I knew it.
Hey, he needed to show that his ideas about Dota can work, and he starts off with a new hero, showing that he's kept up with the game, new ideas. Who knows? Maybe this is going to be S4 Snapfire, a core Snapfire.
Damn. I think it's pretty dead, to be honest.
Yeah.
I think against these blinking carries, it's just really hard to play. Last patch was a lot of Slarks and stuff that you just nuke them and they can't walk up to you.
So
now you just get blinked on.
It's just like Ice being really, really good at the heroes.
The reason
they
didn't know they didn't do it. Yeah. They didn't do it.
They did it one time.
Oh, did
and
they?
And then I think they lost, and then they stopped.
Yeah.
So,
all I know is I tried the hero last patch because Ice was doing it, and I just owned the hell out of my lane for 5 games in a row. I picked it this patch and lost 4 lanes in a row. And I'm like, I don't think I got way worse overnight. Maybe, though.
Maybe.
You never know with Dota sometimes. And they go for hearing me out.
The Bristle.
They heard me out, I think.
They did.
Throughout the course of this tournament.
Is this a kind of deny pick as well? Do you think?
Coddle
Knowing Peter, Coddle Bristle there, yeah. And they go with the Nyx Assassin, obviously.
That's a pretty sick Nyx pick.
Super sick.
Yeah,
the break, the Carapace.
Snapfire. Oof.
Both of those heroes kind of get owned by Carapace because he's just going to be cool spraying it up.
You just hit your E, you cancel a Snapfire ulti, you stop a Bristle for maybe chasing one of your cores. Feels pretty nice.
And they banned the Riki. I think that's a really good ban against the Coddle. One of the most potent carries. Just jumps on top of him. And there's really no positioning that Coddle can have to avoid that from happening. The Blinding Light doesn't affect him when he's in the Tricks of the Trade, I think. Maybe it does.
Wait, what? Sorry.
I think the Tricks of the Trade removes Blinding Light.
It does, yeah.
Yeah, I think so.
I will guarantee that one because I tried it out.
Oh. Thank you.
Did you really?
Analyst Grant.
No, you didn't.
I did not. But
that was really convincing, though, Grant. I'll give you credit for that.
It's... Dota is a game of X's and O's, and I feel like I've got the X's on lock, and the O's are a little bit farther away, but I will chalk that one up to an X.
Is this an O? Okay, that's an X.
No, this is an X. I'm actually going to go. I will try it out after this, BSJ, to help you
thank
out.
you. So it'll become for sure X.
Yes.
Okay.
Well, ban phase on Alliance. Is there anything else you're nervous? Is Nyx Assassin enough to counter Bristle? I feel it's not. Like
no.
Determining like on that break hit and that Spirit Vessel, you need a little more, and they ban out the Viper.
So when you have Nick, I was thinking about Necrophos. When I see this Bristleback, I'm thinking about some heroes that we haven't seen just yet. I think Necrophos would actually be kind of good for Ninjas of Pyjamas here. You've got a 4-position Nyx Assassin that can kind of front line for you in lane.
Whoa.
I'm not saying pick it now, but it might be okay.
I'm a big fan of Troll Warlord or PL right now for NIP.
Okay.
Both heroes don't mind the Coddle in lane. It's not the best on PL later, but Troll definitely doesn't mind it. And they're natural defusal builders if they want to. They kind of just man up on the Bristleback.
Yeah.
Have you ever seen a troll that just rages on a Bristleback and he turns around and then he's just
kills his
spraying
team.
quills everywhere on his team? What are you doing?
Yeah, the thing is you can also build Silver Edge at some point, and I think it's always been like a 2K MMR mentality. Just buy Silver Edge. But it's honestly been buffed so many times that as long as the hero can naturally build it, I think it is the main way to deal with Bristle. I also like heroes that hit him that also want to buy status resistance, because the only way he really itemizes against you is the Halberd. Like Slark just doesn't want to buy SNY Satanic kind of stuff, but if you go Troll with like Diffusal SNY Satanic, yeah, the Halberd is there, but it only lasts like a second and a half. So, we'll see what ends up happening here.
Yeah. PSG, I got another question for you now, because I know the answer to this one. If you do Silver Edge hit Avenge, does it spawn the illusion on death?
No.
Correct.
If she's broken, well, she dies. Yeah.
Correct. And good call right there.
Wow. Cap's first correct prediction of the league.
And it's a
Gotta
good
celebrate,
one.
you know?
Speech.
It's been like, we've gone through like, I don't know, 50 drafts so
yeah,
far.
Broken clock, right, twice a day.
It just keeps on ticking, you know?
There you go.
Time keeps on ticking.
Is that
ticking,
true in the rest
ticking.
of the world since it's a 24-hour clock?
No,
Wouldn't it
that's
only be
why
right
in
once?
America
Yeah,
we
wait
have a
minute.
12-hour system, so we can
be right twice instead of once when we're dumbasses. Perfect.
USA.
Don't give away too much of our meta secrets here, Grant.
Oh, they picked Juggernaut, huh?
So this is
Why
a
do
hot
that?
take on the meta. Alliance has picked two heroes I haven't seen at all this entire tournament.
S4 is bringing some fresh ideas, man.
Yeah,
so
friggity fresh. Pretty good against the Coddle.
this is the Flying Ballerina combo.
Okay.
What?
That's what it's called.
What do you mean?
When Juggernaut spins and he eats a cookie.
Oh.
Yes, you can do that.
Who called it that originally?
Me.
I was about to say, I'm like, that has to be a you thing.
Oh, and okay.
Bristle
Axe.
front. He's now facing you with the axe call.
And Juggernaut, it still goes through the spin, right? I'm not stupid. They
Yeah,
never
it
changed
does.
it?
But
Okay.
Blade Mail no longer goes through the spin. So this matchup's not nearly as good with the Blade Mail. It's still good for the BKB piercing stun, but it used to be that the Blade Mail would actually just kill Jug full to zero if he got it off without spinning.
What I think is
Or
cool
with
about
spinning.
this is that the Juggernaut has a kill combo against the Necrophos in the laning phase. His spin's really valuable, but Omni Slash is not good later on against
Pretty
him,
sure they're
right?
going to put
So-
Necro safe lane, right?
Yeah, exactly. So they switched it up. They put Necro into
I
the
see
safe
what-
lane.
okay. It's
They
like-
now have Axe against the Juggernaut, which it feels good in the laning phase. On top of that, it's an answered Bristleback as well, right? Because now you can turn him to face you. You've got so many answers to Bristle here that we're seeing why Secret, Alliance just snap picking this. There are a lot of answers to that here in the pool. They have a break mechanic, they have a percentage-based damage dealer, and they have a taunt.
You still need a little more damage, though, right? Because it feels like you look at this lineup, you have an Axe, Nyx, Coddle, right? You don't really feel damage. Even Necro, it's not like it's burst until you get low. It feels like they're missing a lot of damage to me. And they banned TB, so.
Terrorblade was a good pick. Peel's actually not all that great versus Jug because he buys. Troll's their pick, almost certainly. I'll bet my non-existent mortgage on Troll being picked here.
Okay. I'll take the deal here. So what
Haven't
should they
you already
ban then?
lost that mortgage? I know it's non-existent, but you could still lose it. You can't just keep betting it.
Yeah.
I'm talking about my non-existent second home.
Oh.
Okay. The one in
damn.
Florida.
Yes,
My
yes.
bad. Yeah.
The one at the bottom of the
Them
Dead Sea,
streaming dollars.
next to
God damn.
PPD's second house. Or
You're down there with SpongeBob and Peter in the Dead Sea.
salting it up.
So what do you ban then? If you do think it's going to be a troll, what would you
Razor?
ban? Razor. Okay.
I would almost certainly ban Razor here. If I'm picking Troll, I'd ban Razor.
Okay. They do have tons of time, obviously. You get that ban into pick. Oh, it's still crazy, right? you look at all these teams and all their captains again. I mean, it's just 2 TI winners captaining, and I feel like we said that like a couple days ago again for another team. How does like winning TI honestly? It just I don't know. They just turn into captains. How so does that work, or does it? I don't know. It's just weird to me. It's just really weird to me. It's cool too that we have these 2 TI captains.
They're just the best of the best for a reason, and they also know they just have such extensive knowledge of the game. And S4 said it well himself. He's like, I know a lot about this game. I'm very confident about my thoughts, and I want to be able to share them with my team as well as really dictate what my team decides to do.
Oh.
And they go for the TA. I like to troll because it was single target physical damage. Sure. And TA is the mid lane version of this. I had absolutely no chance for my second home in the bottom of the Dead Sea here because they went for the safe lane Necro. I thought they might go like a more of a flex pick like the Troll just because if the Bristle's off lane, I think you want to put the Necro safe, but if it's a Bristle mid, you want to put the Necro mid.
So there's Viper and Batrider who are both banned, and Huskar against Necrophos and Axe doesn't feel that good.
And Nyx.
So a lot of the 3 different like really
this
good
is a well-covered
TA counters.
Pick,
yeah.
I think Razor's their pick 100% though.
Damn.
The
third house.
My house in Compton, in Cabo. I said Compton. Cabo.
Hey?
Hey,
Wherever you want to live.
Each their own.
Yep. You think it is Razor just because it has
so
good
good
lane
against,
matchups?
It's so good against
everyone?
all 3 of these cores.
And even Nyx Assassin, right? You don't mind linking that hero.
You do have Blinding Light though, like to push him away in the early, like mid to late game.
Is there anything to be said about needing some magic damage? Because you don't have a whole lot of it against Necrophos.
You Yules his ass when he Ghost Shrouds.
Okay.
It's a really good Yules game.
Yeah.
And you don't want a hero that's like in spell based because you could go Pugna as well, even though you're against Nyx. It's super good against Necro, Axe, and TA, and it gives you the magic damage. So if they're willing to pick it into Nyx, I think Pugna is super good here.
Mirana.
And we saw this hero get owned in lane against TA. Is this a mid Mirana?
I have to feel it. There's no way you put a. How does Bristle go against TA? Maybe it's. I don't know. TA just looks good.
Sounds hard either way.
I'm a bit shocked that they first off didn't last pick Nico Baby's hero, and I also think Alliance. My main concern for them going into the series or in general is that
it's S4 Mirana.
That he doesn't carry the game on limp. And so
it is middle Bristle.
I guess I thought this was going to be last pick Mirana mid, but I guess Mirana's probably pretty good off lane versus the Necrophos. You kind of just stand outside of his death pulse range and hit him. You also kill the Ignis Fadis if you want to.
So
I'm curious how you build. I honestly favor Ninjas in Pyjamas with a much more standard draft, but I see what Alliance is going for. Just a lot of single target is my only issue here.
Yeah, a lot of minus armor. Easy Roche taking cap. You favor NIP as well?
Yes, I do. Okay. I'm just excited that S4 is bringing. I mean, like, this is such a different draft first off, but he even kicked Nico Baby off the last pick, even though the second pick. He's like, get the hell out of here. It's a new age of Alliance.
Well, it indeed is the new age of Alliance. S4 versus PBD 2 TI winners. Game number 1, Alliance versus NIP. We're going to head on over to our casting duo of LD and Blitz.
Well, S4 is back, Blitz, but the question is he going to bring Alliance back? Last seen, kind of disappointing result at the minor, fell 1-3 to Aster, made a roster change, had a last-minute replacement for their stand-in. NIP also a little disappointing. I think they lost both their series at the We Play Mad Moon event and got knocked out right away.
Yeah,
so.
But they did qualify for the major in a very
true.
stacked EU region. But I'm really excited for this match. I really did not anticipate Alliance switching their roster. I felt like they were rightfully so, like probably like the 6th best team in the world. I know there's always like a lot of, hey, it's first or last. But there is such a thing as improvement, and I felt like they were a pretty good team. But with the addition of S4, I think things will be really interesting just because I think S4 he's a wild card. I have no idea what shape he's in. I'd imagine that he is a very, very good Dota player, so it will be okay. But you also lost your captain, and you have a new one. And it's never just like a one-to-one. S4 is a better player, and he won a TI, so therefore like he'll automatically be better than Fada. You should have some patience with this team.
Yeah, and he's playing that captain role, from the 3 position, which is a bit different, at least for now. We're just going to see him on the offlane Marana.
I think he was a mid-captain, which was
true.
pretty unique.
But now, nowadays I can't really think of too many teams who have like the actual captain in a core role.
Yeah.
Some teams will have a draft, potentially.
First you get to cast Endy, then you get to cast S4. Just familiar faces all around.
Well, hopefully it goes better for S4 than it did for Dendy yesterday.
Hey, he won game 1.
He got a game. That is true.
He got a game.
So how our lane's going to match up here? Looks like it will be that safe lane Necro up against the Marana, so they get the matchup that the panel was saying would be a little bit easier. Bristle is going to go mid. You called this right away. I'll give you a little credit for that as soon as you saw the picks. How does he do against TA?
Did you actually hear me say that?
Yeah.
Nice.
You said it like 4 times.
Well, because I didn't know if the panel could hear me.
Yeah.
But
you're just trying to assist them, alley-oop.
I think they were right. Like, there's no way that they're going to put Marana mid against TA.
That feels pretty unwinnable.
It's so unwinnable. I saw Chris Luck play it, and he just died like twice. And that's when I knew. And Chris Luck's a very good player. But I think Bristle's fine against TA. He doesn't die. He has a way to get the range creep without having to commit. The thing that sort of sucks is you can't really pressure her with your quills, which is one of like the huge benefits of playing Bristle mid. But I think like you'll just probably trade farm. I think you get farm, she gets farm. Like,
you both can
even.
Clear stacks as S4 is dropping low here in the top
He's
lane.
Just dead.
First blood to PPD.
Oh boy.
And Hanskin also dangerously low.
And that was a really nice blinding light by Peter. He pushed him to the left, so he had to run all the way around, which gets him killed.
Lil's also in danger here bottom. Almost went down. Just barely able to scurry away from Milan. So pretty hefty pressure on both side lanes. So far mid lane, pretty even farm trade. So definitely feels like an edge here early on to NIP.
Yes, I think they're doing perfectly fine. Like I said, mid will just sort of trade out. I thought that maybe TA will have a few more denies, but I guess it's really hard to deny versus the Quills.
Man, these blinding lights, like every time that Hanskin goes up to throw the magic missile, he just gets pushed away, and they can't get that chain stun combo off. So very nicely done by PPD. Well, relatively chill start here for both teams.
Oh, look at that again.
Yeah.
PPD is just being really annoying.
I don't know what you do. Like you can't really lead with the arrow from the lane.
No,
that's not going to work.
Right now, S4 only has 3 CS. They've done a very good job with these blinding lights, just kind of making his life really hard. But it's not like the Hawk is getting absolute free farm either. Only has 8 CS so far.
Yeah, Dahawk's been a really fun player for me to watch. Like, I've checked out his stream a few times. This guy plays, like, a very wide variety of heroes.
Oh, yeah, he's a very versatile carry. And I think this is a very good Necrophos game. There's not a whole lot that can burst him. He's playing against 2 physical damage-dealing cores, and he's Necrophos, right? Like, Ghost Shroud is excellent. Aghanim Scepter is going to be so value in this game.
This is just not working. Every time they step up, they get nuked, they get auto-attacked, and they got to run away.
Yeah, good news, though, is they are winning mid. And I like that glyph play by Limp. He's pressuring this TA pretty hard. But I will say a lot of his net worth is tied up in...
Is he winning mid? He's bought a lot of regen.
Yeah, that was about to say. A lot of his net worth is tied up in mangoes and salves. He's doing okay,
Tanner's stepping up here. Limp's got to be real careful. One more auto attack will do it. Wow. No, barely. Limp's dodges the stun from Milan as well. But he almost walks back into auto attack range. Limp is going to live on a prayer there. But
all right, he's getting bodied.
Now mid lane's all real hard.
He's going to have to buy another 2 salves just to live. And that's a creep wave.
Meanwhile, Blizzy being left alone, but that's fine. He's just pulling creeps. Already hit level 4 and change.
I think that he's okay against this Jug plus Snapfire. I don't think they can pressure him. We actually don't see Snapfire very much as a 5, and I feel like without boots, this hero really struggles to stop this from happening.
Yeah, these blinding lights top again and again. He's getting the denies on the range creep with them. He's preventing this chain stun combo. Now they're pressuring mid, and Blizzy's still getting what he wants bottom. Very, very rough start, and some ideal creeps for Blizzy. Lil's going to try to chill in the neighborhood.
Wow, this is pretty massive for Blizzy. He's getting huge. He's
so
got
much
boots,
XP.
Almost has phase boots too. He's about to hit level 5. He'll be...
They're going to make a go here on Lil. He gets the D ward, but it's shortly before the bounty runes are going to spawn, and Lil is going down.
He's got a cookie.
Auto attack cookie, not going to matter. So
Nice.
that secures both bounties, I would imagine.
Yeah, and that was really nice by Milan. He popped his Spike Carapace so he could catch him on the way down. So far, so good for NIP, who are off to a pretty good start.
What does Alliance adjust here? Like, I'm looking, it's a Bristle mid, not really a great roaming hero. Mirana top, pretty good, but really struggling to get any farm. And, you know, your Jug safe lane, it feels like out of all those heroes, Nico Baby probably the one who could make a move first, but you also don't want to lose this tower early back, so I just don't see a lot of options for them right now.
Yeah, I don't really know where he's going to rotate to on the Jug, just because it's not easy for him to move around this map and kill this Necrophos, especially when he gets Ghost Shroud. Like, they don't have, unless they hit like a 5-second arrow, it's not easy for this Necrophos to be taken down. And so I feel like this is going to be kind of like a static laning phase, like a farming war from both sides.
Mid lane, Limp is getting bodied here by Tanner. Tries to turn and fight, not going to happen. Great rotation from Milan, and again,
the pride of UK Dota.
Pressure.
The only
Dota.
UK Dota, I should say.
He just is UK Dota.
That's like him and OD Pixel.
Yeah.
OD Pixel counts as a
The
player.
UK. Yeah, they've got some great talent, you know. But on the fields of Dota, the pool is shallow.
But he's off to a really good start. They're going to make the rotation with the 2 supports. Can't really see the cores moving around, but maybe these 2 supports coming in can make the difference. Tanner's farming up the stack that the Bristle made for himself. If he could get the Centaur, he does. And he can find this Invis rune if he wants it.
Oh, no.
This is a lot of time.
And they're committing to this rotation, but Milan is hanging there. And killing the Nyx is not going to feel great for all this investment.
Yeah, I'd really like it if Milan just stood here. He's going to waste a lot of NIP's time, or Alliance's time. They can't really dive him either. He should be able to see the stuns coming too with his Spike Carapace. And in fact, Tanner's just going to go for the Ancients.
So they waste the entire smoke duration. They don't find a kill. Now they try to rotate top, but I mean, the leader in net worth is not even that TA. It's this Axe, 3,200 already, well on his way to a Vanguard. And I mean, how good of an Axe game is it? Because he's going to be massive.
I think it's an extremely good Axe game. He's good against Bristle because he forces you to face him. He's good against Mirana because Mirana doesn't have the best HP pool, but she has pretty good right-click damage, especially if S4 decides to go down that route. And he's really good against Juggernaut just because you get Blade Mail and Jug always kills himself to you.
Oh, Blizzy, living the dream. No attempts to pressure him. All the focus has been on mid, unsuccessful thus far.
And Nico Baby will also have a very good game, but it's not like S4 is doing extremely well top to sort of justify like both these offlaners being sacked like this. And I think the 2 supports from Alliance, because of the failed rotations, are going to be really poor. But maybe this will change with
Blizzy
S4
with
coming
the
here.
double wave here. They're going to rotate in, but do they have the damage to bring him down with the leap forward? The Starstorm follow-up gets one down to half, but now the call, it's going to be a quick turn, a quick chop, and he might
If
go
he
for a
gets out,
second.
that'd
They
be
had to
insane.
rotate Nico Baby as well.
He TP'd. He's going to
See
miss
ya
the wave
later,
too.
nerds.
And that was the TP from S4. There's 3 heroes down here. One of them dies, and Blizzy gets out.
S4 maybe shaking off a little rust.
I'm really surprised they decided to go for that play.
That was under a double wave versus an Axe.
Yeah, and he was full HP. And now it looks like Hanskin's going to die. If he pops the trap, this will be way more than enough damage.
Deleted.
And he gets the side blades to proc onto the next.
Well, it's only the beginning of the first game, but it's looking a little rough here for Alliance, gotta say.
If it follows all of the other games you've seen, whoever wins the early game seems to just snowball.
Raffle stomp their way to a quick GG.
And Blizzy is nigh unkillable. I'd imagine if they bring down like 4 heroes, they could potentially get a kill on him. Once he has Vanguard, it's going to be really difficult.
I mean, he's already got almost 19 HP regen a second, so if they want to go for him, they have to throw the kitchen sink at the beginning of the fight.
Yeah,
this
good
guy's
news
very durable.
Is that it looks like the Hawk has been missing some CS and hasn't had an absolutely free lane.
Well, just canceled a TP, it looks like.
Yeah, he only has treads right now. He's also got Greaves queued up, but he has treads. Looks like he's going to have double boots this game. And this is the second D ward from NIP. They're already off to a really good start when it comes to the warding game too. They're up 5-0. Their supports are more farmed, and there's more stacks in the jungle for them too. NIP have put a premium on stacking the jungle, whereas Alliance's supports went for the ganks, and it didn't really succeed. They had the Ancients. Don't call me out, Pop-Tart. He stacked the Ancients too. Yeah, and he just cleared out that. This TA is now at the top of the net worth chart. He's so much more farmed than this Bristleback.
Look at the position on Milan. They're actually going to try to make a go here on Lib, perhaps with the break. Looks a little dicey, but he's going to try with the stun initiation. Now they quickly retreat out. Milan might just tank this one for the team, but PPD comes in with the blinding light, pushes them back. Milan's still retreating. He's got another stun. Won't get to use it. The Omni Slash committed a 5-hero rotation down bottom. Got to get more than that to justify this, and they look for Blizzy. They're going to hop onto him one by one. NIP getting a little sloppy. Will the axe lift? The call, the armor, not enough. He goes down to the spin.
Nice rotation.
Some good old 5-man dotes from Alliance, and Tanner does have a blink here, so he could try to catch a straggler, but Bristle is not the hero to go for.
Yeah, they needed something to happen, so I'm not opposed to that, and it's not like the Hawk is taking too much advantage of this space. He is getting a little bit stronger. All right, so he had Greaves queued up, and I think he realized, like, wait a second, I have treads. And so now he swerved for the Lotus Orb.
He's just trying to make sure you're awake, you know. Tanner jumping in the bottom lane, gets the meld hit off on S4, forcing him back to the tower. So looks like NIP want to ramp up their own aggression. Take this tier 1 down. The Moonlight Shadow gets committed. S4, oh, he just faded away.
He's going to be just fine.
Will he be okay, though? The Courier's coming in. The side blade shot, one trap is available, detonates it. He's got about a couple more seconds here, and S4 will barely escape.
Did lose his Courier and almost died for that.
Yeah.
That would have been sick if he managed to catch him.
Well, you said you weren't sure what form S4's in. Obviously, just a small sample size, but does feel like there's some rust.
There's a long game to play, though, LD. Hopefully.
Well, lots of series too, even if this ain't their game.
Yeah, exactly. You gotta have some patience for a newer squad. That's what Zai said in the interview too that we just had with him. Give him a little bit of time, see what happens.
But Zai's a nice guy. Even if he thought they were bad, he wouldn't say that.
Yeah, I don't think so either. I don't know if he's just gonna come on and say, yeah, these guys are dog shit.
I don't know if that word is even in at least public-facing Zai's vocabulary.
Yeah, he's a good kid. Plus, I mean, if he said that to Secret, I imagine everybody but OG and like maybe Nigma are. Those guys, they have high aspirations for themselves, I'd like to think.
Just got to beat them to prove them wrong.
Very true.
And NIP
is looking slick right now, though.
Yeah. It does feel like just all the lane matchups were pretty easy to execute for them.
Yeah, they're getting really, really farmed here. And Blizzy, you know, last second stand-in is, at least so far in the laning phase, he's gone a ton.
Doing his best Seb impression, although the rest of the team's also winning the lane, so.
Yeah, he picks up the tower last hit. He's almost got Blink Dagger. There's almost a Blink Deso on this TA. I'd like to think they're probably going to go for Roshan next because they've taken this mid-tier 1 tower. Maybe they rotate top and take that tier 1 tower out themselves, but...
Alliance do get a tier 1 top, so Nico Baby, a little more gold in the bank for him, is rushing the Diffusal, it looks like.
You know you're ahead when you get to stack the enemy Ancients.
And farm them too.
He's got Blink Dagger now. They're going to get aggressive everywhere now.
And TA Deso still a little more gold for Tanner because he's been active on the map, not just farming stacks. But once he gets that, their burst potential is insane.
Yeah, just about has the Deso. Once he gets it, I think they're going to walk into Roche.
And then they're going to walk towards your tier 2s.
Yeah. And I think Alliance can actually fight a Roche Pit. They have Moonlight Shadow, they have Snapfire ulti. An open space Jug is a very good team fighter. And Bristle's still very tanky too. I don't know if they have the burst for him in a game like this.
Alliance are going to go for this top outpost. No defense being mounted bottom. They just want to play keep away. But as we've been talking about, NIP's not going to, take it slow here. They'll be going for the big objectives any second now. Just 400 more gold or so until that Deso. And all the other tools are ready. So smoke on Blizzy. Imagine we're going to see them use this any moment. The ping's coming out to the Roche. Yeah, it's go time.
It's Roche time. But 100%, I think Alliance should fight for this. I think
the
if they
pings are coming out. Lil's roaming in the neighborhood.
I think if you give up Roshan here, you're probably going to lose the game. Like, both supports are only level 6. They've been trying to play together because they don't have any kill potential by themselves.
See Milan here. Hanskin might be giving it away, though. He actually throws out the stun into the Carapace. And now the blink call comes through on 2. Do they have to follow up down?
The side blades from Roche!
Perfectly
The side blades from Roche!
Oh, that's sick. And they delete the Juggernaut down as well. Now Lil on the run. Man, that was dirty.
That was so cool.
I didn't even know they went that far.
Oh, that was so
like
hype.
that was max range.
Yeah, that was. And they get
man.
2 kills for their trouble. Hanskin threw the stun anyway. He's like, who cares about the
I think
spike
they were dying
carapace?
anyway, but yeah, it was dirty.
Oh, that was sick.
Now they're losing Roche, and they're losing heroes too.
Yeah, you can see Tanner just lines it up, hit after hit. Blinks out. This guy's a beast.
So, yeah, well, they have Snapfire ult still, you know? It's just...
He's level 6. It's 15 minutes in.
It's hard to see how they're going to take a fight.
I don't even really blame him because who is he supposed to play with? Like, you have a Bristleback that wants to farm. You have a Jug that wants to farm. You have a Mirana that wants to farm. Whereas, like, Blizzy's looking for kills. Milan's looking for kills. And so the supports on NIP are naturally going to be more farmed, right? Because they have purpose in the game. There's kills that are being executed, and they have heroes that can execute those kills.
Nice call here. Dragging Limp back. Arrow comes through. Not going to connect, and they start the chase. Tanner walking into his rear, though. That's not the ideal way to initiate. The Quills are stacking up. Juan keeps on chasing, and 2-hero trap detonation. They've got a blink call, but Blizzy's going to play it safe.
PBD was maybe a little bit closer, and he could have used the ult to cut off. They probably would have chased that. But as it stands, nothing really happening from that engagement anyways.
Blizzy looking to jump on mid. Limp's got a DD, though. This is a little risky. They're going to drag him back, and Tanner just not in position. He's going to go for Lil instead. Looks for the 2-shot. Not quite enough damage, though. Arrow connecting, but it's just a retreat here for Alliance. Another blink call, this time on Hanskin. Slowly trying to drag them.
Look at
the team.
The way that Blizzy, every single time he utilizes the call, is just like drag people back.
Yeah,
I enjoy it. And he has an Arcane Rune, so might as well just keep spamming it out, see what you can get.
The team just cannot keep up. Milan with the Meteor Hammer, gonna assist here in the push. Gives them a nice combo with that call and the Ignis as well.
Yeah, and for Alliance, you have to wonder, again, if you don't have playmakers, I anticipate they're just hoping that their Tricore is stronger than NIP's. Not sure if that's 100% the case. Maybe if Limp gets huge. Oh, the swap
Nice
into
swap
the arrow.
on Tanner, and they're just going to delete him. Aegis committed. Nothing really gained. They're looking for the second round of initiation here.
No tower denied.
Clean play by Alliance.
Yeah, that was good. They probably could have used that Aegis to get the other tier 2. And now that'll make NIP at least reconsider for the time being. They're going to farm out the jungle. There's a Lotus Orb on the Necrophos. And this could be huge for Alliance. This is a really good timing for a smoke. They're anticipating NIP to split up and farm the map because they lost the Aegis. And if they could get at least like 1 or 2 pickoffs here, I don't think Milan is the ideal target, because if you kill Milan right here, yeah, you'll get a kill on a Nyx Assassin, but you're not going to grab a tower after. Like, look how far the distance is and how pushed in the creep wave is. Like, this creep wave is about to die, so you need to wait another 30 seconds for the next creep wave to get there. And then it'll probably take like a full minute for your creep wave to actually reach the tower. So I think they should actually go deeper into the jungle and ignore this Nyx kill.
Well, now he's had a little time to assess the situation with the disconnect.
They don't know it, but they should check. Well, I have info, obviously, but I think they should walk into the Ancients to see if, for whatever reason, TA went around there or something like that.
Well, Milan is now scurrying away, TPing out.
So they're going to check the Ancients, see it wasn't farmed, and that should tell them, because once you confirm that info, you know where NIP is. Like, if they stuck around or how close things were.
Here comes the smoke from NIP. Traps getting planted down. Invis snagged by Blizzy. You'd like for him to be in front. And the Alliance smoke is going to expire, so they could walk into trouble here. That's the call on 4 heroes!
And
holy
the
crap, with the Ignis! See you later, Alliance. Time to go kick 2.
Oh my. Some of the combos that NIP are pulling off.
That is, ugh, that hurts. That just hurts to watch.
That was fun to watch, though. The Na'Vi series that we cast yesterday, or the bait, sorry, was so one-sided, and there weren't really a lot of combo plays. It was like a slow death, but look at this. The 4-man call.
Oh,
the 3-man stun into the Ignis.
Ow. Well, at least it's going to be a quick loss for Alliance. Not going to have to fester on this one too long.
Dude, Tanner's got this.
And your odds, probably more like 85 to 1.
It's getting real one-sided right now.
Yeah, just the mental damage done by that initiation.
Ah, nice. That's actually like the best thing that's happened for Alliance in the past like 10 minutes. They did get the Rax deny. So that is, that's something.
It is only a melee Rax. I guess the issue I'm seeing is I just don't really think this Alliance team is great synergy going later from behind. Like, you don't have a big team fight combo, really. An underfarm Bristle is just food for the TA and the Necro.
Yeah, it
like,
really...
Hero matchup-wise, they kind of need to be ahead to play.
It really, really feels like they don't have enough lockdown, and they don't have a playmaker from any of their 3 roles. Mirana doesn't really do anything when she's behind like this. She has a Maelstrom, but doesn't... she needs more items. Bristleback doesn't really come with a stun, and you need to be ahead with this hero too to utilize like the fact that you're tanky. And Jug, I mean, I feel like his job is really hard because his core matchups aren't good. Like, a lot of his Omni Slash is going to be wasted on Axe, TA, and Necrophos. Like, all 3 of them are really good against Omni Slash. You have one that comes with Refract and Meld, so if he doesn't carry Dust, that's going to be a difficult... and you have Ghost Shroud and Lotus Orb from the Necrophos, so if he's really fast. And Axe is just really naturally tanky. Plus he's got a Vanguard, so there's no easy Omni Slash targets either. Until Nico Baby gets... He needs probably like a Nullifier or something before he's able to make use of anything.
Meanwhile, NIP, they want to fight now. Went for the smoke. Not finding anything just yet. They're going to show the TA top. The TP's come back. Blizzy manages to breach high ground here. Now the smoke has expired, and he just continues moving forward. Alliance for the moment. Looking to back away. You can see all the sentries they've had to buy to try and deal with that Nyx.
One good thing about, I guess, silver linings here is they could potentially win if NIP just dive really far. That is like the one downside of having Axe on your team is he forces everybody so far forward when he does catch somebody. And if Alliance hit like some dream arrow combination with a swap, I could see them potentially win a fight. And maybe you don't turn the game around completely, but you could somehow salvage this into maybe like lasting another 10-15 minutes.
And then who knows?
Then who knows, yeah.
They got to win that first fight. Get that first pick.
Yeah,
so far, nothing has been going their way.
No, they haven't gotten a kill in quite some time.
And they're trying to take the outpost here, but Milan is prowling about, looking for Lil. He's going to find him with the stun, and now the Meteor Hammer follow-up. The team is rolling in. Tries to hop away with the cookie. He ain't getting out of this one.
Where was his detection? How did
that was just a guess, I believe.
I think I was maybe just... I don't see a sentry.
No, I think he just used his intuition.
Oh, wow, that's sick. He actually just guessed that. I didn't see a dust on...
Maybe the fade was still happening.
Regardless, he still guessed.
Still sick.
Yeah, just pure... He had the outpost, but I'm saying after that. He just predicted that he was going to go to the right. Oh, that's sick. I know he walked by the outpost, but I just figured maybe he had like a gem or sentries or something, but nothing.
Well... Good news is Snapfire's under-leveled, so she'll respawn in time for any sort of push. And NIP in no rush. Looks like they may just chill a little bit longer, continue farming. They have completed the BKB on the TA, as you mentioned. Now we're going to see the MKB coming out. The Necro's getting tankier. The Lotus into an Ags. Almost done as well. Axe, Blade Mail, and now potentially looking towards a Heart.
Yeah, and the 2 kills that we did see from Alliance was that time they rotated his 5 to kill Blizzy at bottom and Milan. But since then, they've been striking out.
Now going for some D wards. Milan's going to get one with Blizzy, so just caging up Alliance, who can't seem to leave their base. 15K gold disadvantage, and still NIP biding their time. Next Roshan is coming soon. No rush.
Yeah, they're scaling very nicely. All three of their cores are doing fine. Nico Baby is still sort of catching up, but are keeping up. He has such a hard job in front of him. Outlined already the amount that he has to do in this game. Limp has a BKB now, so maybe a little bit better at team fighting.
They are marching out of the base, just slightly, showing their pretty little mugs. But they are going to set up on this bristleback. Milan is there, forces out the BKB, now looks to back away with the protection of the Lotus Orb. The Hawk is also retreating. They're committing this 10-second BKB to maybe kill off the Nyx. They do get the stun. The follow-up is there. He is dead. On the backside of the fight, though, Juggernaut, Omni Slash committed, and just not enough damage to kill anything off. Now he's got to run away. The Ignis comes through, and that will secure the Vengeful Spirit kill. Limp also retreating, so a 1-for-1.
It's not bad at all for them.
Roche is coming to another blink call, though. Tanner lunging forward, and Limp in danger. The arrow clips again. This Venge Illusion just annoying Tanner, preventing him from getting any sort of blink follow-up.
Limp's getting really low.
And he will detonate and explode in the end to Dahak. So the mid lane shoved in, but that's already where the melee's been taken. They can go for a ranged.
Yeah, that passive, just way too good. And now they've lost the full set of mid-racks. Looks like they're pinging towards top 2. They should be a little bit careful. I think Roshan is a better objective. They use the Ignis and the Necrophos ulti. It's going to be up pretty soon, and the trap will see it when it spawns too.
No, there's no Omni Slash for 80 seconds here, and definitely feels like they need that to take fights. I mean, Alliance are playing pretty well, but it just feels like we're seeing some limitations of the lineup in this position.
Oh, 100%. It's because they don't have a playmaker, and that makes your supports weaker, which in turn makes your overall team fight weaker, and it just continues to snowball. And that's what we've been seeing so far in this tournament.
S4 does lob in an arrow, snipes PPD. Aegis and Cheese are claimed. Tanner will grab them both, and now the march down mid again. Milan out in front.
Tanner is massive right now. It's 24. I had to double check that. It's 26 minutes in. He has Deso, MKB, BKB, Blink Treads. And he's got 3K gold.
Oh, a two-shotting Handskin now. 1 decapitation down, 4 more to go. The call off the mark, though. Great juke by Limp, forcing Tanner back. Meanwhile, the Meteor Hammer, as they have pushed Limp onto the other side of the hill. Well played by PPD.
And the uphill miss on the healing ward. You know, they're getting some luck here. And they need it.
They got a buyback. So
they're playing against a 6-slotted TA at 26 minutes.
Still has the Aegis.
Yeah, once he gets rid of the Aegis, that's going to be a full other item.
And they've got the cheese on Blizzy, who, by the way, also has a gem. So Moonlight Shadow will not save you. S4, lurking in the trees, looking for that arrow. They've already committed the glyph. They're down 1 lane, and they're in danger of losing 2. NIP looking to KO Alliance in game 1. The blink call comes through. It connects on Limp. Didn't get off his BKB in time. Now the Ignis follow-up, and they delete him easily. Chasing on Nahanskin as well. He's got to back off. Tanner just biding his time, waiting for that right opportunity to come in. 1 shot, 1 kill. Easy peasy for him. Now the Omni Slash. It's just tickling. It's not doing anything. Nico Baby, it's like he's not even a core in this game compared to the damage that NIP can dish out. They get the Venge kill. Tanner's still alive, and he backs away to safety.
They've got to call it now.
Aegis popped, and, well, while there's any sort of morale left,
yeah,
they'll GG out.
And Tanner went off in this game. Since the beginning of the game, which I think happened at like 10 minutes, Alliance have gotten 1 kill. We almost hit 3-2-2. We were 1 away.
The meme is dead. And Alliance is dead, man. They get their butts whipped in this game. Not the debut that S4 was probably hoping for. I mean, he said he had low expectations in the interview, so I wasn't sure how to take that. But he knows it's just early days here.
Yeah, and maybe they've been practicing with Zibe, who was supposed to be their stand-in.
Until like earlier today.
Yeah, like maybe a few hours. So give them, as a fan, if you are a fan of Alliance, give them a little bit of time at least. But big credit to NIP because they looked clean in that game. Really good plays overall.
Beautiful stuff from NIP, and well, with that, we're going to break down this stomp and get ready for Game 2. It's back to Grant and the boys.
Indeed, NIP looking crisp and clean. Meanwhile, on the other side, Alliance a few, just a completely different draft than we've seen elsewhere. Tough play, and as they said, they are a completely new team. Give them some time, but that was a 20-minute GG. I can only, it's hard for me not to just say that was an ass whooping.
Yeah. S4, it's his first day at school. He's hair combed, dress shirt on, and good old Tanner from high school just here to bully him and.
Stop doing it!
Just slaps the milk out of his hand, takes carton,
the locker,
food
shoved
goes
into
flying
it.
everywhere.
All memes aside, there's just a lot of holes in that draft, I think, for Alliance, and you can tell that S4.
This was sick, by the way.
The side blades from the Roche was pretty insane. One of the unique things you've never seen before. But really? There are a lot of holes in the draft, and S4 has a lot of learning to do. I said I have faith in him that he will do it, but. Just seeing a last pick Mirana that was that underwhelming, you can just feel it, right? In general, I don't think Mirana's ever been a 10th pick hero. They probably had something along the lines of I don't really want to lane Bristle versus Necro. Are you okay to lane it mid?
Yeah.
And then he's like, yeah, sure. I am a bit concerned in this type of draft when I see this that a team may be too agreeable with S4. Oh yeah, you can have 10th pick. I'll do fine on Bristle.
Yeah.
And it just gives you a free farm TA. Pick Razor, pick something left that's going to at least heavily contest the TA.
Ooh,
but
those stats.
Yeah, let's not look at those. Almost to the 3-2-2, not quite.
Yeah, but you see hero damage, net worth, everything just going, and that's what happens. It was as you said, 21 to. It was where are the kills? 21 to 3. Yeah,
we got the 3-2-1 blast off kills going on here.
Cap, how you feeling? Is this just draft play, kind of everything?
What is there to say? They're a new team, so I can't blame them.
Yeah.
But there was certainly no signs of life in that game. How much of it comes down to draft? To Brian's point, were they too agreeable? I mean, I think that's something that'll just get figured out over
I'm
time,
saying,
right?
It looked like
he
it
just
in that
shows
draft.
up right away. It's like you're gonna give him his leeway to draft whatever you think, and then over time, maybe you're going to contest him a little bit more. But you got to give him a shot in the first place. What the biggest concern for me is that I don't want S4 to lose confidence.
Oh, absolutely.
Because in this game he last picked his hero even and stuff like that.
True.
I think you should be willing to do those sorts of things. I don't think you should craft Alliance into being the Nico Baby show. You want to be a more diverse team than that.
It's part of why it's hard to be a core captain, by the way. Is at some point, you're not if you're a 5 position, you're a neutral third party to which core gets last pick. And it actually does impact your mentality. It's not just us talking about S4. This is not the first time it's happened.
No. But it is odd to see offlane, right?
Yeah, it is.
It's 1 or 2 position is usually going to be your last pick almost always.
Unless you're on a Snake King team or something. They seem to be. Yeah. But let's talk about then. Obviously, that game was kind of a beatdown. What about the Dire pick then? Because Peter obviously made it look really good. Did we see any reasons why they did that? They look to control that bottom Radiant jungle very well. I don't know if that's the case.
I didn't see anything else in that game. I don't think there was enough. Go ahead.
Stacking for Coddle.
Oh, yeah, stacking for Coddle.
I think it's better to be on Dire's side, judging
those 3 camps in the...
Yeah.
You stack all 3.
He routinely was able to get at least 2 of the camps pretty nicely. The only one would be Dire Ancients. That's the only other possibility, because Dire Ancients is maybe a little bit better control than Radiant, but not a...
Does seem like the reason though, because the game was 2-0 at 12 minutes in, and if the kills are that low, but you're stacking the jungle and farming, that's why we saw it was an AK lead. So it does make a lot of sense. We'll see if they do that again, because other teams are picking Radiant. So now that they picked the Dire, all of a sudden, wait, should we pick Radiant and give them the one they want if they're doing this kind of all in? We're gonna beat you in lanes. So before we head away, what just straight up drafting, do you just want to see a complete overhaul of that first draft from Alliance? Are you okay with the Snapfire? Are you okay with the other heroes?
Hear me out. I don't think Bristleback's a first-round hero if you don't have Coddle with it. I think they just gave it 3 really bad lane matchups, and then where do you put it?
Yeah.
That's pretty much all I got. So maybe
just an
overreaction
to seeing Coddle.
Yeah,
you think?
Basically.
Okay.
Don't mind game yourselves. Just have your lineup have a well-rounded game plan, strategy, consistent heroes that we've been seeing in the meta in terms of ones that will get their game. The problem with the Bristle is maybe it didn't have a terrible game, but that TA absolutely free farmed, and that's not something you can afford to give to an opponent mid laner.
At the end of the day, very low expectations here. They have every excuse in the book to be able to give themselves. They have a stand-in that was a last-minute stand-in at
Last
that.
minute,
A stand-in
yes,
for the
sir.
stand-in.
Yes, sir.
And then their new team, they even lost the old alliance lost to Ninjas the Pyjamas the last time they matched up. So it's not even like there's a comparison of like, oh, old alliance would have beaten them or something, you know? So I think they should just be taking this very chill, just treat it like a
Just
scrim
learn.
and learn together.
Absolutely.
Just learn. We will see if they do that in game number 2. It is the TI5 champion, Peter, drafting up in the TI3 champion, S4. Who will come out on top? Well, you'll have to see right after this break.
My name is Jordan Gilbert, aka Nothing.
Hi, my name is Sue Lee. My handle is Smix. I think it's important for these initiatives to happen. Empathy really, really goes a long way, and it always means so much to us, and I think that's where initiatives like this really help.
I encourage everyone in the community, anytime they see bullying, anytime they see someone getting called names, I encourage you to step up and say something.
Good luck, have fun.
Good luck, have fun.
Multiple witnesses have reported mysterious shadow sightings all around the city. According to experts, the origin of these shadows is
You leave it to me. I'll get your taxes in an okay place.
What?
Well, just as soon as my audit is over, this gets my undivided attention.
Take a lot of trips to the islands, Phil.
Pretty great, right? Oh, Phil's legally dead. Fell off a boat. Going by Dennis now. Salary. Long story. Then we got, oh, no. You're not going to want to see this.
I don't think this is going to work.
Just okay is not okay. AT&T has America's best network, now with our best plans at our best prices, starting at $35 a line for 4 lines, new from AT&T.
Everybody loves an underdog. Who needs to be liked?
Mountain Dew Amp Game Fuel. Victory in a can.
We ain't sleeping on the floor again. We never sleeping on the floor again. For the ones who didn't make it out, for the ones that didn't see the life, for the ones that never cared, never gave a thought, found no happiness in that brand new car, or the house you bought. I see you talking about the love you lost, and it was gone like way before you ever thought it was. Yeah, I took my time, no quick ones, quick run, quick gas to get back there. Hot roads, I didn't think I come back fierce, cause I was running roads so many nations. Even when it's so sweet, I end up seeing red. Is it such a ghostly revelation? I may have fucked up all my chances. Fucked up all my chances. And we are never feeling cold again. And we are never feeling cold again. But I can't act like it's easy. It's hard to preach. Cause I've been burning trees and watching watching fall. If we cannot breathe out, we go forward. Sure, I was searching for cure, fishing a little wildlife. And when I'm low on fuel, I'll still be running till my back broke. Halfway, lost hope and I checked it. Hard roads, I didn't think I'd come back fast. 'Cause I was running roads so many nations. Even when it's so sweet, I ended up zero. This is such a ghostly revelation. I may have fucked up all my chances. Been around the globe, looked around, nothing fitted. Seen high and lows, but you won't even get it. Been around the globe, think it's time to admit it's not the end, but the road, and you won't even get it. Been around the globe, looked around, nothing fitted. Seen high and lows, but you won't even get it. Been around the globe, think it's time to admit it's not the end, but the road. I was running. I was running roads so many nations. Even when it's so sweet, I end up zero. This is such a ghostly revelation. I may have fucked up all my chances. Fucked up all my chances. Yes, I was running. I know.
Oh, I see the signs and I see we're there. And I feel the lies and I feel the sand. Forever hold, no matter if we cast away. A fire in the dark. I know that you won't be where we'll again. Right from the start, I see the end. A world torn apart, but I know we're meant. Forever hold, no matter if we cast away. A fire in the dark. I know that you won't be where we'll again.
ESL 1 Los Angeles is brought to you in part by Intel, Mercedes-Benz, AT&T, Mountain Dew Amp Game Fuel, and GG Bet.
And we are back. Alliance versus NIP, two of the biggest Swedish organizations around right now. And after game one, it looks like one might be a little bit ahead of the other currently, but as we said, there was a stand-in, and no longer will there be Lil. He's back out, and Zibe is back in, so the stand-in for the stand-in is gone. The regular stand-in's back.
One layer of stand-in. That's all we're at now.
And let's be real. It's tough because we don't actually even know how much they've played, how much they've scrimmed with him, but I'm sure they've done a little, right? And it has to make somewhat of a difference, I
kind
assume.
of don't think they have.
Okay. I mean, they just announced it like 2 days ago. You're not
yeah,
wrong.
the way they announced it, the way that he wasn't able to play because he had an official. The
way S4 came into the interview saying,
yeah,
we'll see how it goes.
we'll see.
Yeah, all those sorts of things. The fact, also Lil, the fact they had Lil, I guess was like, yeah, I guess so. I guess he's their stand-in. That says to me, they didn't have this very well planned out that Zibe wasn't going to be able to play and stuff, and so they had to kind of last minute
Just
grab somebody. So, I don't expect a massive difference, just because you're playing 5 position. What more can you really do?
True, but we are shortly going into the game. But let's talk about some of the other players we don't often get to talk about. We've talked about PPD. We've talked about S4. On another side of things, it is Blizzy. Currently, I believe, as Cap said, he is on Navi, but he is inactive right now. And he looked like an absolute monster on that Axe. Obviously, his most played hero we forgot to bring up during that draft. Did he impress you? And before this, did he impress you when he was active on the team? I always thought Blizzy was one of those guys I knew from CS, and he was good.
I thought
Can he be great? Sorry.
I remember thinking he has a very specific play style. That he looks successful on, but he never really stood out to me as super great.
Yeah, I never really noticed him as the player hey, I need to learn off lane, I'm going to study his replays, but I also never thought of him as a problem.
Yeah.
Back in Navi, I just think it's simply put, there's a reason why 9 Pasha took his place. It's not because he's bad. He's just not
maybe not
class.
the play style they wanted as well.
Yeah.
Stuff can change. And once again, I do want to say the coin toss, it didn't happen, obviously. Since Alliance lost, they get to choose. They chose first pick. Peter goes with Dyer again. They do. Damn. It is going to be the swap and pick, though, since I believe NIP had first pick. They did because they took Coddle. Are we going to see a team without first pick ban Coddle? Legitimately, are we?
That hero, isn't it 5-0 or something today?
Yes.
I don't think
I'm pretty sure it is.
I don't think it's lost. And it's been in every single game, I think. Maybe except for one.
What are the weaknesses to the hero? Impact and laning phase can be inconsequential.
You get every range creep, right? Which is just crazy.
Well, I think the self-sufficient safe laner is the important thing. We saw it lose Coddle Slark with Navi. We saw Coddle Slark lose.
You're right.
And that's just because in the laning stage, Slark benefits literally zilch from the chakra magic.
Yep.
While we saw Ember be extremely successful, 2 abilities that are mana intensive that he relies on the cooldowns being reduced. Bristleback, this game we saw Necrophos, who actually in the first few levels has really bad mana problems if he wants to use his Q. And so what happens is you pick this self-sufficient safe laner, you give him some mana, help them buff up, and then you leave and go stack. So he has a very clear formula, and the only time it's lost is when the team that picked it just didn't pick accordingly. It's not like the Coddle got countered. We heard it in the 9 Pasha interview. He's just we for whatever reason picked Coddle Ember, and then we just didn't lane them together.
He straight up admitted, he's well, we lost it because it was our fault.
Yeah, exactly. So I think the concept of the hero right now might just be too good. I don't know if they're going to nerf him. I think they're going to nerf him. But when you nerf him, it's the chakra magic is the problem, I think.
Okay. At another player we can talk about, let me paint you a picture first.
Yeah.
It's TI8. We already know that OG has won TI, but let's go back to the qualifiers. There was only one team that took a single game off of them. Can you name it?
Wind and Rain?
Wind and Rain, correct.
I almost called it Wind and Fire.
And it was crazy, right? Because it was the grand finals. It was Milan. It was Ritsu.
I remember that.
Ryle, I want to say.
I think so, yes.
I honestly forget the other two. And isn't that funny to look back and you're like, that's the one team that put a dent in in OG's armor, like
Didn't
in the
they
early
take
game.
2 games?
They
or-
only took one. It
Oh,
was
okay.
it was a 3-1. They were close to taking another game, but it just I go look back and I'm like Milan, like he's one of the ones who knows he gotta take a shot at him, and with a team like that, I mean that just goes to show Milan, he's good, and we'll see if he gets another team because it's been a little bit like almost the same amount as S4 maybe. Can't even remember the last team he was on. I probably should have checked, but
yeah,
it's been a bit.
Do your
Milan
homework, Grant.
has been on a billion teams.
He has.
He has been on a billion teams. His very first team was back in 2014 called My Insanity.
Yep, that was Lizard's first team.
And
BTW.
notable teams that he's been on. He's been
Nice
on
homework.
Kaipi. He's been on that Planet Dog roster.
Oh, yeah,
Planet Dog,
They
yes.
kind of made a run through.
Oh, they got to TI on Hellraisers, right?
Yeah, they
they
later
got
became
signed.
Hellraisers. Yeah. Wind and Rain, and then he was on J-Storm for a short period of time.
J-Storm, that's what it was.
Yeah,
Okay.
and then Windstrike, Chaos, Chicken Fighters most recently, and is currently standing in for Ninjas in Pyjamas. Quite the history, and I remember thinking when he was on that Wind and Rain team, like he looked so good. People are really holding up as like this is going to be the next like 4 position that will break into the Tier 1 scene, but he hasn't managed to do it fully. I feel like he ended up on J-Storm, not a super successful roster, and then Chaos didn't work out well for him, and now we'll see whether or not Chicken Fighters is a step backwards or forwards.
Without,
for him.
yeah, because they, as we saw, they've been looking pretty good. Obviously, we got to see them on this stream, but Chicken Fighters, you got to be careful. But we have a draft, and already the bands have completely changed.
Keeper Light is gone. Lycan's gone. DK's gone.
Are you surprised, though? It's Alliance banning Coddle, and they have the first pick.
Maybe they're just not confident to pick it.
Okay.
Maybe Zibe doesn't play it. Maybe S4 doesn't.
And maybe they don't.
I don't know.
They don't
have the
value it as
heroes
much.
that they want to play around it.
Okay.
I don't know.
It is just a little bit different, but
Like,
also
like,
a DK.
I'm just like, I'm not playing Bristol again, dog.
Yeah.
That's not happening.
Give me. I would play Tiny before I played Bristle. He probably said. And, well,
I don't think Bristle's
well,
the
there's
issue.
a good Coddle hero.
You can pick Bristle later on in the draft. It's just a hero that needs 1 or 2 good lane matchups, and then it's like really powerful.
but they countered him hard because they did first
Yeah,
pick
you
it.
picked it before seeing a single core, which so every hero in the game of Dota 2 has a distinct description of like what it needs, like the set of parameters it needs to be successful. And I think Bristle is the type of hero that he doesn't really crush any lane matchups, meaning like he doesn't hard counter stuff like Monkey King does, but most of the time he wins, and he just needs to make sure he has 1 winning lane. And did not get that last game.
Well, Mars goes out. That one's standard. But a Lycan ban, which we haven't seen, but it has been played by other teams. A DK ban, which has been seen a ton
In
in
China
other regions
especially, yeah.
and a little bit here. Don't often see it first phase ban, though, since it does have counters, like you guys have said.
Lost a little bit of reserve time, just because S4 probably isn't as experienced in planning out these first set of bans into what he wants for first pick. Mars makes me think Death Prophet is a better option for you. Like, I'm thinking, like, what hero do I want to leave out there in the pool that I can first pick? And it's like Timbersaw, Death Prophet.
And there goes the DP.
Phoenix, Coddle.
Death Prophet's pretty bad versus Lycan, so I think the Lycan Mars both enabled it, and that's why, even though it's getting banned a lot of games, I think especially here, Ninjas in Pyjamas was concerned Alliance would willingly first pick it after the bans that they did reveal. The Lycan is just so good against it because you can't really deal with the summons. It runs at you, and the Necrobook 3 can purge you out of your Yules. So.
Oh, yeah.
Centaur has been looking at like a pretty decent early core pickup.
It's had a few games that it struggled, and I think a lot of those had to do with Coddle. Coddle's really good against heroes like Centaur as well as like Slardar.
Yeah,
heroes that
Stampede feels not very useful.
Yeah,
right?
heroes that rely on walking around fast in the mid game, and then heroes that rely purely on right clicking for damage in the lane. It's like you pop Retaliate. Coddle just pushes his 15-second cooldown Blinding Light. Doink.
And you're useless.
Has Slim played a lot of Void Spirit? Because I imagine it's like it would be very good hero.
I know his brother has Chessie.
Yeah.
So I have to assume.
And you have a player from their team, OGC.
Yeah.
I believe Limp has. I know at least in pubs he has. Pro game-wise, I'm not sure.
Okay.
But he does play it.
It feels like right up his alley.
It does. It feels like the hero that'd be perfect.
Was
for
Alliance
something
at the
like him.
major? That may be a stupid question. Like,
No,
they didn't
Alliance,
qualify, right? They made it to the minor and
Alliance
got
lost
second?
to Ninjas and
Yeah.
Pyjamas to get knocked out of
And
their
then they
qualifier.
got to the minor and got second. That's what happened?
Yes, they
Okay.
lost to Aster.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We'll see. NIP. Well, they see the Void Spirit. They had to. Obviously, it was the one hero because we saw one team each banned a Spirit. Ember got banned, but not
Nyx.
Void. They'll go
No,
Grim
Earth
Stroke?
Spirit to complete the
The
trifecta.
Spirit.
Yeah.
We'll see.
It's not going to be Storm because we don't see that hero.
Grim plus. Are you
They might
looking?
Grim Riki at some point. I don't know if you're going to pick it up here. I like Nyx against Void Spirit a lot. But it's
Monkey King potentially could be safe lane or mid. You have absolute last pick. You're probably matching it against the Void Spirit, I have to imagine.
Yeah, it ends up being a 3 or 4. Then safe lane Monkey Grimstroke. Really powerful lane. If not, mid matchup. Easy.
God, what carries like not powerful with Grimstroke? That hero is so broken, I think.
Because he changes the lane, right?
Yeah, Inkswell
He
is
makes
just such an
anyone good.
ability. You pick like Pangoliers or something to get away from the Inkswell, and then they just pick Ricky or something that blinks on top of you.
I got a question. What happened to Monkey King 4 straight up? Like, why is it not even considered like 1% of the time?
They just nerfed his overall. It used to just be so broken that his skills were good enough to carry with no items.
Okay. Yeah.
And then they nerfed the numbers, I think, just too much to make it so he did need items to do his job. Phoenix, quite good against Monkey King in laning stage as well as in the game. You can find him in the trees. You slow down his attacks in the lane. Super annoying to play against. Your hero that doesn't actually want to hit the egg at all. You have Monkey King ulti, and then you throw the egg on the edge of it, and he either has to leave the Monkey King ult to hit it, or stay in the ult but like eat the egg. So it's
a good counter.
Yeah, you want
1-to-1,
you want to have the if you have heroes like Monkey King or Phoenix in the game, both teams want to have the whole. If we throw all of our circles on the ground, we control that area, despite anything they do. So. Both teams are quite capable of overtaking that or like taking it back from the opponent team. Like so, in this case, I wouldn't be surprised if Ninjas and Pyjamas pick some sort of AOE threat. Wouldn't be crazy if we saw, and I'm not saying Undying is the right pick, but something like that is meant to control an area.
I double down on Nyx.
Yeah, Nyx.
Even better against Phoenix.
Well,
I like Beastmaster as well at some point. Weaver.
That was an instant
Oh.
Weaver, and that's an instant Axe. All right, now we got some picks. Peter,
Yeah.
Axe
rebuttal.
into Monkey King?
Axe against Monkey King. Axe protecting Phoenix. All around kind of not loving it.
It was a snap pick, though, so they apparently really want to protect that
I
egg.
also don't really like Axe that much against Weaver. Most certainly going to be a 3 or a 4 Weaver. At least I hope it is, because that's where I think he's really good this patch. All the buffs to Weaver didn't make him a harder carry, but they made everything about his toolkit just feel better in terms of like the mana regen, as well as the movement speed on Sakuchi. So I've been seeing people occasionally pick him in pubs as a carry, but I don't think that's where he's going to end up settling in. We saw some sick 4-position Weavers, especially the one from Crit. In the finals for NA region. But the Ags, it's just too good, I think.
Yeah.
In the current meta, and you don't want to ever buy an Ags on safe lane Weaver. Will they make it a 3 or a 4? That is the question. It's going to be decided most likely with this pick. I think they want their mid to be a flex pick with this Monkey King to follow the Void Spirit. But since you revealed the Axe, you might just leave the Monkey King safe lane. But at the same time, there you go.
You wanted to see a 0 bit BSJ, and we're getting it now.
I was going to say that you also don't necessarily want to lane the Monkey King against the Axe because the Phoenix is super annoying. It actually tilts the matchup for the laning stage. You get Battle Hungered and Fire Spirited, and you just can't really hit them the way that you want to. So the way they wanted to solve that was to pick a hero that can hit you when he is Fire Spirited, and that is the Ursa. quite the... Is this TI-8 that Weaver Ursa were like super broken? This looks like a TI-8 meta.
Real runny. I mean, are you not scared, though? You now have an Ursa and a Monkey King. Can't you just do something like a Razor again, or...?
Ursa does not give a rat's
about him?
ass about
Okay.
Razor. Like, it's funny
At
because
all?
you just drain him and he's just friggin' hitting you, and by the time you've sucked enough damage, he's hit you 7 times, and his Fury
he's still
swipes.
doing 100
his Fury
anyways?
swipes
Yeah.
are doing the damage
Okay.
that you already took away from him.
That makes sense.
They might still pick something like that, but I would much more rather pick the like some kiting slows, disengage type heroes. You kind of have. I don't know. I just don't like Axe in these types of scenarios.
I don't like Axe whenever I don't know any of the safe lane.
Yeah.
Because I want to feel confident about being able to cut the creep wave, so I need to know the support matchup or being able to lane. And I'm not sure if he feels really good about either option.
I honestly think this Axe pick may be super draft losing.
We'll see. 40 Sands. Both teams took a lot of time for this pick, even including PPD for that Ursa. And now you gotta think. You still have to maybe think that Weaver could be support, but Monkey King and Ursa should be guaranteed cores, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Ursa's a core for sure.
Making sure. You never know. I remember there was 4 Ursas for a while, but...
As far as I know, they're telegraphing the fact that this last pick for NIP is going to be offlane. So the question is what they choose to go with there. They definitely need some just like aura builder.
It just needs some lockdown. I like lockdown aura. For me, that both
Pangolin?
fits Beastmaster pretty nicely.
Beastmaster,
Pango's
yeah.
pretty good, yeah.
I don't like Beastmaster as much against the Witch Doctor. I think it could have a really rough laning stage.
Yeah, that kills the boar.
Yep.
No boar.
Not the boar.
Not the boar.
That's why you just go the 404 build, you know? Just don't level boar. I tried that. Did not feel very good. I have seen people go like 3-3-0.
Yeah.
Where they are against like a high armor hero and they just say, hey, axes for the lane. We'll get aura later. But that hero's not even in the draft yet, so let's not worry about him. Witch Doctor, kind of like a lane dominating 5. I think he's pretty much a strictly worse version of Grimstroke in the sense that Grimstroke's also a very good hero for securing your safe lane, but in the mid game, would I rather have a cask or an Inkswell? I think we all know that answer.
Is
Cask.
it Inkswell? Damn it!
You're close. You're close.
Oh,
You're
I
close.
almost had it, man.
Yeah, I like the Void Band. That kind of goes along with the whole lay your circle on the ground, and our circle's better. But at the same time, I'm just super concerned for Alliance's overall game plan. They have no stuns.
I don't know
effectively.
what completes this lineup.
Like, you may say Axe is a stun, but he's a stun that forces you to attack. And Ursa and Monkey King, I don't know if you guys know,
They
but
don't mind
they
attacking.
like to attack.
They build up stuff while they attack.
Yes.
That's good for them. Not good for the Axe. So, guys, how do we finish this draft up? What do you need for Alliance? We need damage, right? You need a right clicker, right?
Yeah, I think something like Troll, but not Troll.
Is there a chance of a TB? We did see it last game.
You could do TB, honestly. TB actually looks pretty good here.
It is, as we said, and maybe you already learned from game 1. Hey, let's give Nico Baby the game winner. They go Spectre. All right, so they do give Nico Baby the
I liked your
game
TB
winner.
suggestion more than Spectre.
Yeah, me
Thought
too.
about Spectre, and I was like, that just feels hard. I'm going to get focused down by an
Ursa and
Ursa.
Monkey King. Yeah, I just that. I don't know. I'm sorry. I just.
Okay,
This
well.
one's tough for me. Sorry, guys.
So what do you think, 3 or 4, Weaver?
I think
I
3.
would rather it be. I'd actually rather it be 4.
But even in the how do you do the lanes? I feel like you actually try lane on NIP, and I don't know. We'll see.
There's gonna be some sick offlane pick that they go for, like a Pugna.
Let's see. Let's see.
Pugna actually looks sick.
8 seconds. Peter, what do you got in store for us? You won a TI. Can you win our hearts with this pick? That's the question. Omni Knight. Did it win your guys' heart?
I'm not actually in love with it,
Me
but I
either.
still like Ninja's Pyjamas lineup more. This is just
Very little stun though.
Yeah.
That's my only issue with their draft, right? Go ahead and finish your thought.
We were talking about we wanted an initiator / aura builder, and for this we went full on the team fight and / aura building, it's going to allow Ursa and Monkey King to run around the map nonstop, and they have another way of being able to deal with the egg. But
I just don't see how you ever kite Ursa in this game. Like,
yeah.
I look at this Ursa pick, and I'm like, this guy's going to run at you. And usually the fight condition for Ursa is if he's allowed to hit you, he wins. And I don't see how they stop him from hitting him.
And new status resistance with Omni Knight.
Yeah.
Well,
You're not stunned ever, it feels like. It's also the Hawk's third most played hero, by the way. So
I'm not a
he plays
huge
it a
fan
lot.
of either draft, to be honest, but I love playing Ursa in these types of games, and I can't see what they're gonna do to it. Like you could build like Orchid on Void Spirit, but even that doesn't feel good. You're gonna have to build Yules for the status resistance. It's one of the few items in the game things in the game that isn't affected by status resistance, but at the same time, like he has to get like Manta, Diffusal, Radiance, Abyssal on Spectre, otherwise he's just going to melt it.
They need S4 or Limp to have like a really good laning phase, which I don't think they're set up to do so, especially Limp in that mid matchup against Monkey King. So like one of those cores has to win their lane really hard and create space.
Well, we'll see. It sounds like both of you prefer NIP's draft, but there's definitely a way for Alliance to win this game. You've got the team fight. You've got that Nico baby Spectre. Can he farm enough to win him this game? Well, you'll have to see as game number 2 is right here.
What a change of pace with this draft, huh? From no team fight to massive team fight for NIP or Alliance. It's like a total 180.
That usually is what happens when you lose like really badly. Usually there's like a remix point where you're like, oh, okay, we lacked really hard on one side. They thought they had no team fight and they also had no initiation. And so they're like, we need to really solve that problem. And so they kind of have. I think Void Spirit is a very good initiator. Axe is a very good initiator. They finally have some ways to start a fight. I think in Dota, if you can't start a fight, and you get behind it all, it's almost impossible to win.
Meanwhile, on the NIP side, it is some classic, like, run-at-you, almost OG-esque Dota in terms of these picks, and they are already getting the running-at-you started nice and early.
Nice
Pass
cast.
coming through, though, should allow Alliance to disengage, but, man, this early pressure from NIP. Full-on jungle invasion. And the other two heroes on the other side of the map are also fighting as Axe now running for dear life from Fuzzy Wuzzy.
Doesn't have an Orb of Venom, though, so S4 should be
all
just fine.
10 heroes are battling.
All 10 heroes are battling. And this is what I want to see, LD. When it comes to Dota 2, I want to see two teams just duke it out and fight nonstop. That is what...
They're just going to farm for the next 20 minutes
that's
after this kill.
That's my real turn on, is to Dota teams fighting.
Zibe on the run. Oh, almost going down. So, yep, looks like they will pressure them off the lane entirely. They'll secure those 2 bottom bounty runes. S4 did get both top.
Okay, so it's not that bad then. Oh, wow.
Oh, maybe going to get a kill here. Tanner diving to the base.
Dude, this guy's insane.
UK Dota.
He leveled his tree dance
to level 1. Yeah,
wow.
You never see that.
And he actually sniped him.
Hope Thompson's taking notes.
That's Tanner, man. Although I don't even know how good that was. He gave up an entire full wave. And
you're also not going to have your 2 most important laning abilities
as
early as possible.
That was dope, though. I'll never hate on that.
But that's mental warfare.
Exactly. It was cool. It was cool.
So our lanes here. They mentioned it being a really good Ursa game. I do feel like, especially in this laning stage, like it's, there's some annoyances here with the Axe to disrupt you, the Fire Spirits to slow you down outside of Overpower.
They need levels on this NIP safe lane to win the lane. I think once they hit like level 3 or 4, they'll dominate it because you'll have more levels of Inkswell, and you really need Inkswell in this lane to do anything. Plus, Ursa needs levels to be able to fight. Like, he needs Overpower so that he can cut through the Phoenix Fire Spirits. It's really annoying for him.
Well, our mid lane, the result of that gank, 10-2 on Limp. Man, he's having some free CS so
Bring
far.
up the net worth, though. Monkey King still leads because of that first blood.
That's true. That's true.
So although his lane is kind of worse, I don't know. I think that was a little bit not great. I don't know how else to put that. But First Blood looks dope, so how can I hate?
Yeah. Swag points for sure.
Yeah, although you did lose the entire reason why you're supposed to win this lane, which is like the early...
Smacking him with the Jingu, yeah.
Yeah, but it's okay.
It's okay. He's level 3 now. He's got the 2 points of Jingu. He'll get the point in Boundless Strike soon. Meanwhile, our bottom lane, it looks like Milan keeping the pressure up here on Zibe. They want to dive this with Blizzy. And not going to quite get the kill, but with the heal coming through, Milan can chase if the Sakuchi hits. Gets that extra double auto attack. Should be enough. The Jukes, though, he's got the headdress regen as well. Zibe staying alive, and Milan, he's got to wait for the Sakuchi to cool down. Nico Baby chasing him. He does have the point in the dispersion. Not the Desolate, so Milan might be able to scurry away low, but not dead yet. The heal coming through Milan. He's overextended. He feeds a kill to Nico Baby. Not often you see a Witch Doctor juking, but pulls it off there.
That was really nice by Zibe. Really, really nice. And it looks like they're actually winning all 3 lanes right now on the side of Alliance. This is a much better start for them than they had in the last game, where they got dumpstered in the laning phase. This time around, you can see S4. He's abusing the fact that Ursa can't really fight him that easily. And I think his Grimstroke was even out of mana. So it's getting a little bit low here.
Gotta be careful, but Phoenix gonna swoop in. Not able to get in range for that stun.
This is pretty huge, by the way. Every single time they miss this, the cooldown on Inkswell is pretty significant. And also the mana cost of it is
It's a level
not
2
small.
battle hunger. Like, the chip damage from this Alliance lane is real.
Yeah. Plus he has Ring of Trask and boots. S4 is having a much better time than he did. It was so bad the first time around, but this time, no problem. Free farming.
They don't even really want to approach creeps. Dahak does salve up. He can come back in. But they can just keep on spamming these nukes and try to force him away. So, kind of an interesting way to play the lane. Nico Baby's courier will get snipe bottom. Power of the Weaver support. Overall, Spectre farming pretty well, though. Having a better time of it with that kill, as well as the lane so far than the Ursa. So, like you said, 2 of 3 lanes going well. This Tanner's diving mid. He's going to hop in. Gets pulled in. Goes for it. This is not a kill, but at least doesn't look like it. The tree gets eaten limp. Oh, man.
Nicely done. And at bottom lane, Blizzy does go down, and Nico Baby's chasing even further. He might have another kill here.
Tanner really wants this.
He's still going for it?
He's still going for limp all over the place. He is going to finally lose the Jingu, but he's looking to stack it up again while Nico Baby continues to get these kills down bottom. It's a killing spree for him. Tanner's still diving. Limp, he's forced him off the lane.
He's trying to he's trying to force him off the wave and force him back to base. Well done by him.
Well,
Nico
the lane's
Baby
pushing too. He might lose some CS here. But yeah, Nico Baby's having a great game.
Nico Baby's having a very good game.
And he is going for the Necrobook build.
And top lane is going extremely well. When we were at the summit, by the way, I saw an interaction where everyone was at lunch, kind of crowded around. And it was when Envy went for Necrobook Spectre. And everyone here was like, that looks terrible. And Ice asked him, like, why are you doing it? And then Envy was like, it's really good, trust me. And Ice was like, no.
Oh, Nico Baby. TP's out and is going to end up dying. That's unfortunate.
That's actually a pretty significant death.
And now he's got to walk all the way back.
Yeah. But the moral of the story is everyone thought that Envy was crazy here.
And now they're stealing his build.
Yeah, now everyone's doing it.
Must be good if Nico Baby's doing it.
Everyone's doing it nowadays.
Yeah.
It was just so funny because everyone dismissed it at the summit.
Well, the results speak for themselves, right? Envy's a pioneer. Nice scan here by the Dire. Is going to scout this one out, but it's a little too late as Tanner will go down. Can't mischief your way out of that.
Yeah, this mid lane, again, it all comes down to the fact that he decided to go for the tree dance.
While they're going on S4 top, can Dahak finish him off? Looking for the block. Needs probably 2 more auto attacks. One will do it with the Earthshock forward. Nice kill for him.
Yes, and that was the hero with the most CS in the game so far. And that's now going to be Blizzy's honor. But this mid lane did not go as well as I think NIP anticipated it going.
Usually when I've seen it, it does feel like the Monkey King tends to pull ahead around like that level 3 to 5 mark. But yeah, so far, so good for Limp. Did get a bit of help, in fairness. Well, despite the death, though, Nico Baby did get the 2 kills earlier, but his CS starting to struggle a bit now. Not having the easiest time farming. Tanner makes his move, does want to rotate early. It's hit level 6. And they are going to look for the pounce forward onto Zibe. They get the swarm on him. This is a lot of physical damage. The cast coming through is going to bounce, but doesn't slow him down enough as Blizzy snags the kill, deprives Tanner of his Jingu. Probably not happy about that.
Yeah, Limp is... I thought Limp would actually counter-rotate for that.
This is a tower, though. They're losing the mid tower for this.
Might even get a kill here. Does miss on the Aether Remnant, but secures himself a tier 1 tower mid, which is all important.
Seems not worth.
For a kill on Zibe, no, not at all.
And meanwhile, the top tower also being pressured, so they may lose their entire jungle control at this rate. Pouse coming through in the mid lane. They're trying to go after Limp. Both heroes diving for this, but just going to walk away. And yeah, there's still action top as well. Dahak now is going to tank the Maledict. Should be okay with the TP out. Looks like he'll make it.
Don't even think it was very close.
But the tower may not.
Yeah. I'd like to see Limp now rotate. Probably towards top. They already got a kill.
Yeah, Tanner's moving in. There is a sentry ward freshly planted down here. They are expecting this. But the angle he's coming from, are they going to see him? He's just outside of range. I don't know. This could be a good setup.
Doesn't have the ulti, but probably wants at least one more hero here before he makes this play. Nope.
Oh, he's going to find a freebie. It looks like with Zibe, one more auto attack should do the trick. Has the Boundless Strike, gets the kill. Now the chase on the S4. The heal coming through, but he's still got an extra Jingu. Is it going to be enough with the silence? Needs a tree dance and can't get it off. Just keeps on getting damaged by the Phoenix.
Well done by Hanskin.
Bounce away. But they're leaving Nico Baby undefended here, and he's getting bullied by Blizzy.
He only has 29 CS?
He's been left alone a lot. The Witch Doctor's been top for like, what, 3-4 minutes now?
And I guess he died without his TP up when he tried to TP out of bottom.
Yeah, that really set him back.
Ooh, that's pretty big.
Well, looking better for Alliance, that's for sure. They've gotten both tier 1s.
Yeah. Eventually, this kind of space will secure things for Nico Baby. Like, somebody's going to tank this game a little bit. Would like to see Limp rotate towards this top lane and just kind of get aggressive into the enemy jungle. He's already taken the mid tower, so there's no real reason for him to be here. It looks like he is indeed going to do just that.
OG Seed. Oh, sorry, not OG Seed. It's really looking for this outpost, but they're ready for this one. NIP also took the bottom one. They spring the trap. Milan is there, stays alive. Now Sakuchiing forward. More reinforcements arriving. The cask is good, but it's not enough. They will be deprived an outpost and have to run the hell away. Zibe getting chased down by that pesky bug. Already has the max Sakuchi. Gets off the urn. The chase continues. Gets the triple kill and denying them that precious XP. Nico Baby just farming all the while. Had the haunt, but didn't see an opening to use it.
Still has wand charges, too.
Has the stick.
Oh, he doesn't use it.
Oof.
Ah, that's pretty big.
That's a yikes.
With the way that the new kill streak gold goes, that's pretty significant.
The pressure continues, though. Tanner just diving towards bottom onto S4 under the tower. I don't think that's happening. We'll have to back away in the end. Have another look at this fight. See how annoying the support Weaver is. It's been so popular the last week. It's just kind of come out of nowhere.
Yeah, we saw Crate use it to great effect with the Aghanim Scepter.
That is like the cool thing about the, having like a more regional like league style system is like each region is trying different stuff. Whereas like most tournaments you see, normally there's just one meta that emerges, like lands. But we're seeing a lot of different experimentation around the world, thanks to ESL.
That's my favorite part of Dota. Everyone kind of just does their own thing, and eventually, at LAN, you get to see like whose style clashes best. And so much of it is determined by the pub scene, right? Like what you see your high-level MMR players do.
Well, they're going on Blizzy. This would be a big kill, and I think they have the lockdown to do it. Jumping through one more time with the Astral Step does secure it. Omni Knight down at the start of the fight. They do have the outpost. He doesn't have buyback as they commit the Monkey King Wukong's command, and Hanskin's going to walk right into them. Not sure what he's doing here. He tries to
the
swoop
trap.
away. Milan is waiting in the rear, and that is the death of the Firebird, as well as the Tier 1.
Nicely done by Milan. He had that trap set up really nicely. But they still don't really have the most catch on the side of NIP until they get something like an Abyssal Blade on their Ursa. It's actually going to be sort of hard to kill Void Spirit. And Spectre's caught up in a big way. Like, even though his CS was terrible early on, he's now up to 3 kills. He's caught up in CS. This Necrobook build is so good at catching up. You can just farm so much.
Yeah, you can tell NIP really just want to run at Alliance, but they're not really getting those multi-kills aside from the one top, and they're not shutting down the Spectre or the Void Spirit during this time. In fact, all 3 cores farming well. S4 near the blink. We've yet to see a Haunt. Yet to see Nico Baby really get involved. So overall, it does feel like Alliance should be pretty happy. They're holding the line while Spectre farms, as you mentioned. You see Dahak taking the outpost. And Limp with the Arcane Rune pushing him bottom. This is a very difficult kill. Not something Ursa Weaver can do.
I mean, I don't know what combination of heroes is going to bring down Void Spirit.
They don't have good... you need to get the Grimstroke silence off, I guess.
You would need to get that off with some other factors involved.
It's got to be a perfect initiation, as they will try to go on Milan
don't
here.
walk up
Just
there,
jumps
Milan.
away, creates some space while Monkey King moves in. Tanner's there, jumping forward onto Zibe. Can he get the kill? He does, but again, he's deprived of the Jingu.
And it's kind of worrying that Milan's getting all these kills. You don't want to build up the kill streak again on the Weaver only for him to die. I guess some kills are better than none, but ideally they are going on Tanner just because he has to catch up. I don't know how much value this Aghanim's Weaver is going to have if the rest of his cores don't have farm.
I mean, all of these heroes are just spending so much time running around trying to get kills, and none of them are amazing flash farmers, really, you know? So it's a bit concerning if you're just trading with the Spectre.
The smoke, they've got a blink on S4. They want to utilize it.
Oh, they're moving south. They know there's an Ancient stack there, and they want to take this fight. In position.
They're stacked up together right now. All 3 heroes on top
S4,
of each other.
Look for the leap. He gets it up. The call's there with all the Ancients hitting him as well. He doesn't get all that many spins, though. Now they look to back away. Limp's cleaning up in the rear, though. Gets the Grimstroke. Gonna secure the Omni kill as well. And Dahak on the run.
Oh,
you
are
it's certain
so
to be
dead.
3. And this is an absolute catastrophe. All the while, Spectre getting XP, staying alive. No trades of any kind, as Tanner is just trying to farm up his Echo Saber. Finally has it, but damage is done.
And we're going to see them all stacked up. It looked like they were trying to make a play onto the Spectre. You saw the Heavenly Grace popped, and then they just turned around and started farming the Ancients again. Then that jump.
And Limp is doing so much damage right now. And they're just not controlling the Void Spirit in the fights at all.
Yeah, they don't.
They don't have
no
the
control.
way to do it.
Yeah, they have no control.
Until Ursa gets like a Basher or something, and even then it's not very reliable.
They have 2 stuns right now. They have the Inkswell and the Monkey King Boundless Strike. That's not the best options to work with. And there's a really slippery lineup on the other side. You have Spectre that you have to nab. It's really hard to kill the Phoenix even. Like, the only target that I've seen them kill in a while is Zibe.
So what do you do now if you're NIP? Your game plan was just to snowball and charge at them. It's not really working. Do you just keep on trying that? Is there like a slow down and wait for an item? As I say that, Milan getting caught by the call. The cast coming through. Look at it go indeed, but it's not enough for the kill. He time lapses off, gets the Omni Knight heal. Now they secure 1 on the Witch Doctor. They're chasing onto S4. And Monkey King leaping in, but the tree sniped again. S4 showing off those veteran instincts is going to deny Tanner.
That was so fast.
He was ready.
He actually did that instantly. And S4, he might have a blink call here.
Tanner's just going in directly on top of their team. He gets called. He's pretty tanky. Now the Boundless Strike coming through, but he's got to be careful. This Void Spirit. Decent damage done by Limp. Has to back away now, though. He's used his Astral Straps. They're going to drop the egg, but there's an Echo Saber. There's a Weaver. You're not getting that off. Down he goes. No Phoenix
S4
in this
somehow
fight.
came in
no
here.
S4 in this fight. If they get one more auto attack, Dahak will kill him off, and this is the kind of chaos that NIP are really striving for. 2 kills. Phoenix ult blown.
And again, that Phoenix ult was really ambitious.
It's a
he
hard
set
Phoenix game now with the Echo Saber and the Weaver. Like,
yeah, but still, he set it in the dead center of all 5 heroes, and a heavenly graced Ursa. That was going to die really quickly, and then S4 walked into the Monkey King ult, and then just went down too.
It doesn't feel like they're going to be able to rely on that much longer. Really need like a clean axe initiation with the Void Spirit follow-up is how it seems.
Still, your Spectre's getting very massive, and Limp isn't dying. Those are 2 things that are going really well for them right now.
So what's like the critical mass for Spectre this game?
I think once he gets Manta Diffu, he's going to be really hard to kill. And I think he's going to... I mean, he should destroy NIP's lineup, I'd imagine. I wanted to see the replay for that, so that I could see why the axe ran in. I wasn't really sure what prompted that. I thought S4 was gone, and then all of a sudden he was back in the fight. Oh, we do actually have a replay. Sick.
We will take a look.
So they make the dive. And this looks okay-ish, but then Tanner finds a pretty nice initiation from the top. From the top rope. Gets a stun. Then the monkey ult gets popped, and Hanskin just eggs pretty much in front of all 5 of them, and there's no one to protect. Then S4 runs. Yeah, he just... Alright, so he tried to call.
Saw an opportunity that unfortunately wasn't there.
Not in the monkey ult, though.
Yeah. There's a lot of pressure on the axe at this stage of the game to make plays.
Yes, he has to just continue to tank some of these deaths for the Spectre. I mean, I've seen Nico Baby carry games from worse, so I think he'll be alright. He's got a lot of net worth built up. He's got absolute free farm. His team's done a really good job of creating space for him. And there's not a lot of pressure coming in from NIP. So even though it is NIP leading, that's also because Zibe is so poor. He's the only person that NIP can kill.
A moment of pause here. Both teams collecting themselves. Still dead even in terms of net worth. As Tanner sees an opening on Hanskin. He's got the Omni Knight in reserve as well. Does just commit the Boundless right away, and then Hanskin swoops away. So
you can see how difficult it is for them to get kills with no stuns.
Yeah, they need like the Ursa there, and he has to get a bash, basically. So the Blink call comes through. Speaking of that Ursa, Dahak is going to get caught out here. Looks like didn't connect with the Maledict, though.
There's an Aghanim Scepter on this Weaver.
And they want to take advantage of that. Milan's diving forward, searching for Nico Baby. Perhaps, actually, no, swinging back onto the axe. They silence him. They try to burst him with the help of Tanner. They get the kill. Very important. And now charging towards the north side of the map where Nico Baby is trying to farm, is trying to stay safe. The ward gets planted. They have the vision, and they can look to chase him. Very good dive lineup here. Pouncing in is Tanner. Now going to commit his ultimate. The TPs that are coming could be really
He gets
bad.
out of the ulti, though.
He does manage to jump out. He jumps away to safety. Where the hell is he? Nico Baby, he's juked them all. He's in the trees. They just can't find him. They've lost their Grimstroke. They buy back on S4 with the axe. Looks for the blink call. Just off the mark. Milan's going to snipe the bounty rune. Gets away. Blizzy also retreating to the north. It's a very scattered fight.
Blizzy should die for this.
Hanskin's isolated as Milan is time-lapsed back in, and Blizzy is going to fall in trade. Perhaps the Firebird Phoenix? No. Blizzy still running, staying alive, but Limp jumps forward again, trying to finish him off very low. Yules comes through, and that should secure the kill. It's a chop. It's a death.
That was the buyback, though.
It's a lot. They do save the Spectre, which is nice.
Yeah.
It's
I don't
really
even know
hard
if he
to follow him in that fight.
I don't even know if he needed help. Like, that was a pretty sick juke from Nico Baby. He was just haunting around. He gets himself out of the Monkey King ultimate. But still, they get a kill. Not the worst thing in the world for them.
It is overall, though, item-wise, it feels like a big power spike right now for NIP. They have the Weaver Ags. They just got a Deso on the Monkey King coming out momentarily.
Yeah, they're going to get a Abyssal Blade pretty soon on this Ursa. And once he gets it, they want to start pressuring cores.
Yeah, you want to like get that core kill, transition into Roche, and then try to take some objectives. That will be the plan, but Alliance are looking to disrupt it as they try to hold the bottom lane. Limp finds the setup here on the Grimstroke. Very nice with the Yules to start. The Witch Doctor's there. He'll just go for the D-Ward, and Limp collects a kill with his own Deso now complete.
Yeah, now they want to get out.
They're looking to fight this. They're going to start this off with the Boundless Strike, leaping forward, but Limp just jaunts away. They can't pursue. And speaking of heroes who have a relatively free game, you know, we've been talking about how there's not lockdown for the Void Spirit, but there's not much for this Weaver either.
Yeah, Milan has, he's been a skittery beetle. Just kind of runs around. It's really just the axe call that's the easiest way to kill him.
But they need a follow-up with that.
Yeah. The thing about the Aghanim's Weaver is it's still a lot of stats.
Yeah.
Like, you have a good amount of HP. Anyone earn, any has a wand. He's got 1,500 health almost.
Alliance are going to use this opportunity to walk into the pit with the Deso. Can they do it in time? Doesn't seem like NIP are in any rush to get there. They're heading north, but I think it's going to be too late. They don't have the outpost. They have to hoof it.
This is massive.
By the time they get there, it's going to be an Aegis on Nico Baby.
Good call by Alliance.
Instant smoke, and now they want to take the fight.
I didn't think it was going to be that easy for them to get that Roche.
Deso made all the difference there. Setting up on the Weaver now. Can they burst him? They've got the follow-up here with the Axe, the 2-hero chain stun. Easy kill. And now Alliance, they can look for the tier 2. All the momentum in their corner.
Yeah, I think Alliance, despite the fact that they're behind in gold, they are ahead in this game.
And it is apparently a dead even game, although I think that was probably right before the Roche fight happened.
Yeah.
I'd definitely favor Alliance right now.
I think it is Alliance's game to lose. I'd say it's closer to like 70-30 in favor of Alliance. I think the Spectre is really massive. He hasn't died since that one time he tried TPing out of bottom in the laning phase. And the Limp also hasn't died. Like, Limp has gone off in this game. They have no counters to him. They have no instant setup stun, which is the best way to deal with Void Spirit. Because Void Spirit doesn't have that much HP, only 1,800. So normally what ends up happening LD is like you get one stun on him and he dies. But he has a Eul's to deal with the Grimstroke. He has Dissimilate to deal with the Monkey King. So not the best options for this hero.
Little offensive maneuver here from NIP, but they realize there's a ward in the area. They get the D ward. And they just cannot seem to slow down Nico Baby.
No,
Diffusal basically ready at this point.
He's going to be really hard for them to lock down and fight. And now there's going to be a Shiva's coming out on this Void Spirit. He continues to get bigger and bigger.
Do you think they can take it late versus the Spectre? Like, these are pretty good man fight heroes, right? Ursa, Monkey King, with an Omni backing them up. Like, can they just slow down and play for late game?
I think the... Oh. Is he dead? This is nice.
No, gets the time lapse off, but can he run away though? The dust is there. They patiently held it, and he is going to tick down. It looks like TPing out. Not going to happen.
Dyson, look, he even bought a Fairy Fire. That was pretty smart by Milan, but
small investment for a potentially big result.
Yeah, he needed like a quarter of a second longer. If he was able to eat that, maybe he lives.
Well, Nico Baby still farming. They still have this Aegis available. The whole team fight combo ready with the egg if they want to try to make something happen.
Yeah, and S4 has more farm now than this Omni Knight, who has just been kind of running around with the rest of his team. They're afraid to get anywhere on the map right now.
But what do you think about their late game chances? Like, is this just a Spectre GG if he just keeps on farming, or do you think NIP have the tools to deal with him later on?
I actually think they have decent tools to deal with him. Just, they're not really getting a lot of farm themselves.
So if they farm more, they could, but...
If they win a team fight, it'll bring it back to like 50-50, maybe slightly in favor.
Okay.
But right now, I think it is Alliance's game to lose. And now, like, the net worth is starting to tick up.
And the push is ramping up. Nico Baby going for that tier 1 bot. And meanwhile, the team fighting elsewhere as Limp gets caught out here. He's silenced up for the moment, but they need to burst him down. He's too tanky. They haven't finished him up. The Omni Knight ult comes through, keeping Blizzy alive as they drop the Wukong's command.
They can't fight in the Wukongs.
And they're trying to, and they're losing this one. Nico Baby's come in as well. They kill off the egg, and now they can turn back for the Spectre. Zibe is forced to TP away, so it's going to be the whole squad just ganging up on him. Don't think he gets out of this one, Blitz. They get the swarm off. Look at the damage. That's a full team wipe, essentially. Only the Witch Doctor escaping.
And Alliance are not setting up their fights properly. 2 heroes go in without the help of others. That makes it so that the egg is really underwhelming because Hanskin's just kind of placing it because he has no options at that point. They're not really setting up around like their call into the spec haunt. And you had Zibe, who had a really nice ulti, but fighting into Wukong's command is nearly impossible.
They need a great initiation, and that one was only okay. Like, if the Omni Knight gets his full combo off, you don't burst the core, it just feels like you're not going to win the subsequent fight.
Yeah, and S4 just got bursted. I thought he was fine after the Abyssal hit on him, but then he got soulbound up. Not sure if he got his Yules off. I think he was a little bit greedy with it, and then he got bashed by the Ursa and died. And that's massive for NIP. That was the Aegis fight, and that was a freebie too.
Now Tanner has a BKB. Very scary. He does get Hanskin here, and he's just going to chunk him. Doesn't quite get finished the kill. They force him back. Now they look to turn this around. He's not used the BKB yet. He's holding the line. He's not going to get it off. Chain stunned for days. It does go down, and the chase goes back the other way. Blizzy with the TP. Do they have the burst?
He's gone.
You betcha. With the help of
Goodbye.
Lip, they cancel that TP. Now PPD scrambles the retreat. A moment of hesitation there by NIP. Cost them 2. And swings the pendulum a little bit back the other way. They could be a third. They've got the call follow-up here. They need a little more burst. The blade mail's up on S4, and the kill is secured. Make it 3. Alliance right back in it.
Yeah, and it really goes to show, like, whoever gets the jump properly, because NIP, they try to make that jump, but Tanner was really far ahead of everybody else. By the time they got there, the Weaver time-lapse didn't really heal him too much. And by holding his BKB, you don't really want to use BKB in that position because you don't see the rest of the heroes. But you're blind jumping there. So I think that was the bigger issue. You're putting your team in a really awkward position. Like fighting on that high ground area.
He has gotten an Orb of Destruction now, so this Wukong's is real scary.
It is, but they still have to set up their fights properly. There's an Aghanim Scepter now for this Phoenix. Mindbreaker picked up by S4. That could be pretty big too. Silence is very good against Ursa and Omni Knight. I don't think they have ways to dispel currently anyways. Like if the Omni, he doesn't have a Yules or anything for himself or Greaves. So maybe if he gets the first hit off on the Omni.
He's a beefy boy with the craggy coat and the pipe. Feels like it's all going to come down to vision with the way the game's developed. Who gets the jump? Who is the better initiation? And so far, not a whole lot of vision for either team. Looks like NIP is trying to correct that. They are going for the outpost here. Solid 40 seconds to go before the XP bonus comes in. I wonder if Alliance are going to head north. They're sort of ambling around that way. But the last time they did this, they got ambushed by NIP at the 10-minute mark with 5 heroes, so they may just forfeit it. Let's see. S4 now smoking, now committing for this. Nobody from NIP waiting there, so looks like the teams are probably not going to fight. So a moment of respite here. Blitz, how's life?
Yeah, it's good. I mean, I'm enjoying watching you, Dota. Everything's pretty chill.
The true Dota.
I was having some like really weird thought right now.
Is it broadcast friendly?
Yeah. I was thinking about like time lapse as an ability, and if I had it like in real life.
I thought you meant like existentially.
No. And then I was thinking like,
so if you had an Ags, you can time lapse your friend back.
No, I had some really weird thought. I was like, what if you could, relive. Like, you could see into the future, but you had to live through it, and then you had to go back and live it again. And so you'll have aged mentally in all this, and gone through the stress of whatever, like, decisions you made.
But is it only 5 seconds ahead?
No,
or
you
is
would have
it
to
like
do
this
a
is like
minimum
years?
of a year.
Okay.
So you'd have to essentially live a year over again if you wanted to use that ability.
Do you remember what came before it?
Yes.
Okay, that sounds exhausting, man.
Exactly.
Mentally grueling. I don't know if I want that ability.
Weird thought. But smoke up from NIP. Both teams just kind of floating around each other as Limp is in the river here. They're going to see him right now. Milan.
Nico, baby, up on the high ground. This is a bad position for him to be stuck in. And S4 can't save him. Blink wasn't ready, I guess.
They still want to take this fight,
They're
though.
going to lose Limp. Hanskin's now also in an awkward position. He does have the egg. The call comes through. They lock down Milan. Can they finish him off? The Guardian Angel, it's not enough. Weaver, no buyback. They don't have him for this fight. NIP scrambling the retreat. PPD caught out of position as well. Limp's going to go for that extra kill potentially, but where's the team? Where's the follow-up? They're all backing away. Nico, baby.
Tanner
He's
gets his
chasing
TP
the
canceled.
back line. Not Tanner with the BKB trying to fight. Has the Wukong. Doesn't want to commit it.
He's 1v4 right now.
I don't think it's happening. He's going to try for it, though. pretty scary with the Orbit Destruction Deso, but they get the call. They're kiting him nicely. They'll chop him up. That's 3.
Really nice
the Roche
buyback.
is up now, too.
Really, really nice buyback from Limp. He gets caught there. It was a cool move by Milan. He just waited outside the Roshan pit once his smoke broke. He was signaling his team over. But they used everything there, and they were caught in such a weird position from there on out once Limp used his buyback. Alliance had the high ground advantage for the rest of their heroes.
Weaver's really been getting caught out a lot in these fights. And, like, when we saw him played, was it Arteezy was on Troll or something, right? He'd sit, like, really far back behind the team, make sure, like, there's no way they could jump him first.
I think Milan is trying to, like, get in a little bit too much and be disruptive.
It feels like he just needs to be there for the save.
Yeah, but one axe call gets him killed every single time.
And I credit to, you know, the Alliance draft, like, they're always going to have vision when they use the Haunt, so it's not the easiest Spectre game. Or Weaver game. Aegis now picked up. This one going to Limp. PPD's Courier. Trying to go for some shenanigans, but Spectre does have the cheese as well.
This is going to be an Aegis for Limp because he used his buyback to win that fight. I think NIP can still potentially take fights. They just have to, again, you want to set up properly, try to get to the supports. If you all in on this Void Spirit, it's a little bit scary.
You best kill him, and now he's got a Shiva, so doing that's even trickier. They go for Hanskin instead. He's got the Supernova. The chase is there. He swoops, but it's not over the cliff. He's silenced. Can they finish
burst
him?
him before?
Can they burst him? He gets the egg. Oh, not like this. Now the bash coming through as Dahak tries to finish that egg. BKB committed, but the kaboom comes out. Dahak's on the run. Milan's forced back. It's absolute chaos for NIP. They stay alive. They're all alive.
Nico Baby didn't get cheese off.
They're fighting through. Tanner's chasing forward. He leaps towards the axe, but the axe blinked to the right. He can't get the kill, but he seems like he might be the strongest hero left in the fight, but the team is congregating. They're converging. Tanner can't do it 1v3. They're slowly working him down. I don't see how he gets out of this one, Blitz. And they will chop him. It's a double by S4.
He's got to get out. Oof. He TP'd in, thinking maybe Tanner will live long enough to have some impact.
And they all end on that egg, and they just could not kill it.
He abyssal. I could instantly see that going badly. The rest of his team wasn't quite there. If he had one more person hitting it with him, though.
Nico Baby definitely made sure that egg went off. Use the abyssal on the Ursa. You know,
yeah.
If he gets that one extra auto attack off, completely different fight. Instead, it's going to be a dieback on PPD. And at least a lane, it looks like. Limp
that's 7k gold now.
Hitting pretty hard.
Oof. So you see it, NIP can still potentially win fights. And a nice stun from Zibit. He barely gets to the high ground, and he's desperately trying to kill that bug.
This looked like a huge blunder from Hanskin. Instead, it was like the fight-winning play when he didn't swoop down to the low ground.
Nah, they needed like 2 more hits.
Yeah. Without the Abyssal, he gets it off, but...
If he's not able to kill the Phantom, maybe, and that perma-stun doesn't get his cheese.
And during this time, Milan's like running away to the north. It seems like he's having to use his time-lapse to try and keep himself alive instead of being able to use on one of the cores. And
yeah, that's why he's getting a Yule Scepter. I think he realizes his...
We're just not feeling the support Weaver impact.
Yeah, he had such a fast Ags.
Oh, they've got a ward. They're in position. Dahak's going to walk up the cliff. Limp going for the backliners. Doesn't quite connect there with the Aether Remnant. Now they're chasing Dahak back the other way.
Isolated.
He's got the BKB. He uses the Abyssal, but now he's just trying to walk away. Actually, sorry, that's just a bash. He's manning up, though. Engage onto S4. The Wukong's commanded a good position. Nico Baby probably can't fight in here. The egg is excellent, though. Locks down Blizzy, finishes him off, and now Dahak on the run. No BKB, no Abyssal. Not a whole lot to offer. The dagger's coming through. PPD's rejoining this fight, though. Can they finish off Limp? He's got Aegis. He's coming back for round 2.
They don't really want to be in this position.
They're in deep, and Nico Baby wanting to save that cheese.
Dude,
They're going to sack Limp.
He
Yules. Not enough.
Milan was waiting.
Out for 2 minutes.
All right, that was the
That's
buyback.
a dieback.
Yeah.
Is it right back the other way?
I think so.
They only got arranged.
I thought that was going to go a lot better for Alliance, especially with the egg.
Yeah, got the Omni kill. The rest of the team was farther away, I suppose.
A DD on Nico Baby. He does have buyback.
Tanner, look what he's got queued up, Blitz.
It never feels good, by the way, playing into Wukong's command. Even when you have an advantage. You saw right there, the rest of the team couldn't really follow up.
God, if he gets a Rapier, I think they can win this game.
I mean, they're in an okay position right now if they can at least claim.
He's had second thoughts.
One set
Come
of racks.
on, Tanner. Show us what UK Dota is really all about.
Also, that was a sick time lapse. Tanner was about to die, guaranteed. And Milan finally, you can see if this Weaver doesn't just immediately die first.
The fight's so different.
Yes.
And this is where he's strong, when your team's applying the pressure so he can sit back and they have to go on the frontliners. Committing onto Tanner, he's got to get in range though. Actually, looks like Tanner's okay for the moment. BKBs, and they time-lapse at the same time, not the ideal combo. And IP also missing on the Boundless Strike. They're going to have to back away now. This is an opportunity. Hanskin sweeping in.
He's
With
got
the
to be
Void
careful,
Spirit
though. It's
dead,
4v5.
though, they don't want to chase.
Yeah.
But they do hold them back. Only a tier 3 lost here.
So NIP gets a little bit of ground, but Alliance are still in control of this game. 8K up, but the immediate smoke up. And you've got to be careful here about leaving the base. There's still 25 seconds.
Oh, no. They've trickled out bottom. 3 of them, in fact. And these are definitely killable heroes.
They don't know that they're
but
down
there's no
here.
vision down there.
Yeah, they have no idea. And now they're going to show themselves because somebody has to push out top. And it's going to be Tanner's job. He's got the full AC if he wants it. Weaver's going to go for an Aeon disc because I think Milan has realized he can't die in fights. Like, his impact is too important. The Spirit Vessel, the Aghanims, like, all of it is too big.
Even has the Strength of Embrace, so quite a bit of extra HP. Item progression has slowed down a little bit here for Nico Baby. Did complete the Abyssal, saving his gold for the moment for that buyback. As they find the opening onto Milan, and boy, he'd really love to have that Aeon disc right about now.
Yeah. I just saw from the VOD really fast, they were so close to killing the Phoenix that one time. They got him down to like 100, 150 health.
Rough.
But it doesn't matter, LT.
Dota's a game of inches, you know?
It is, especially at the professional level.
Well, I guess it's centimeters if we're casting Europe, huh?
Mm-hmm.
The one true measurement system. Nico Baby getting to work here. Melee racks being slowly sieged. But they're in position. They do have PPD chilling under cover of Shadow Amulet, but doesn't want to go in just yet. The split push is happening top, but that's still a tier 1 alive there. Are they even going to defend this? They don't want to blow the Weaver buyback. So they're just going to sack a melee, it appears.
Don't think they can fight 4-on-5. Weaver, we talked about how instrumental he is to the team fights. There's no way that NIP don't know that. So they're going to give this up. It's just one set of racks. But Alliance grow their lead. They get a little bit more map control. And what matters probably most is the third Roshan.
The wards have now been planted down. One in the mid lane, quite a few over towards the right side of the map, so gets a little trickier for NIP to get that clean initiation. And they are huddled in the base. Smoke now comes. Are they going to just walk the same direction is the question. They're eyeing up the Radiant side of the map, maybe hoping to catch a hero going for bounties.
Oh, they were thinking like maybe they'll run towards Rosh or the bounty runes at top. Like, they're hoping that somebody does, but their timing is going to be pretty late. Like, somebody's going to have to deal with mid-wave at some point, so they probably have another like 10 seconds of this. And Alliance are very smartly grouped up near the bottom half of the map. They're going to play as 5. Very good by them.
Well, doesn't end up securing them any kills, does allow them to get a couple bounties. And now the waiting game for Roche begins. Definitely a team that can ninja the Roche pretty quickly, so got to be careful if you're Alliance. 41 minutes in. Still feels like it's anyone's game. They're going to make a move. Once again, streaming towards the top side of the map. Tanner's in the trees. He's going to show himself. Milan parked to the right.
Milan has finished the Aeon disc, so no jump on him will kill him instantly like before. Illusionist Cape. He's going to go back for it.
That's a pretty good item.
They don't really have anyone that's amazing at
with
holding it. Yeah.
The stats are nice.
They are 14 and 14, but I think I'd prefer Orb of Destruction on Tanner. And your Ursa doesn't like love that. I don't.
Yeah, you want Paladin Sword.
I think Paladin Sword's probably better here.
They're going to make their move though, pouncing towards S4. He gets up the call for the extra armor, but they're looking to burst him. he's committed a lot, but it's not going to happen. Nico Baby, meanwhile, is being forced back out of the fight while they isolate.
Oh, they found an illusion.
The illusion escape, and they're not going to even kill that off very quickly.
And they're going to die for that.
Now Tanner charging in. The Wukong's command is there. S4 just walking out of it, though. It's not really the best Wukong's. It does prevent
NIP's gotta get out
easy
now.
chase. Now their team fight's over, it feels like. They do have the Omni ult in reserve. Hanskin still holding on to the egg. He's going to drop it like it's high in the middle of the entire team. Can they burst it down? Everybody focusing
they got it!
And they are committed. They get the kill. The whole team's alive. The Phoenix buys back. Now they've really blown all of their ultimates as Guardian Angel dropped. Nico Baby thinks this is his time to move in. Dahak has the Abyssal. Can they focus Nico Baby down?
No
Do
one's
they try?
dying.
Nobody's dying yet. The Cas coming through. The burst is there. Lips died. Lips buying back. They might lose Nico Baby. He stays
pops the
alive.
cheese.
He pops the cheese. He's still at half health. Chasing forward. Dahak's on the run. Out of mana. Tanner out of options. The auto attacks are okay. They get the kill, but it's just not enough. Meanwhile, jumping back into the fight as Limp lunges forward. He gets 4. The whole team's buying back. NIP throwing body after body, but they're doing it one by one. Now they'll have to reset. They have the Ursa buyback. The Roche is up, and boy, do you need it more than ever.
And he's just going to buy out. They're all going to buy out here. It's only the Spectre that has it left, and he almost went down.
Oh, God, what a hero to have it on. Doesn't have the haunt for 30.
And just barely got that cheese.
This feels like it has the makings of a disaster for NIP. You walk into the pit, the Spectre charges in, dies, buys back, haunts in.
Only 2
no
people did not
buybacks
buy
on
back
your
there.
team. Oof.
And
they're going to find their opening. Ursa getting hexed up.
Nico Baby does have buyout, and that's why he's just running in confidently. Tanner,
he's got a
the
B-fly
ink
now,
swab.
too. They don't have those MKBs yet, which they desperately need to deal with this evasion. As Tanner, on the backside, he's committed to BKB just to run away. That's going to open up this Roche.
Yeah, but both teams are all in for this.
Alliance
They used
really
8 buybacks
feeling
for this.
it right now.
8 buybacks. And Dahak goes in.
He's just walking up onto the high ground while Dahak does go in. The axe is alive for the moment. S4 is going to go down, out for 2 minutes. Maybe they can do this. One by one, looking for the pickups. The Phoenix swooping all across the world. Does tank some auto attacks from the Wukongs, and on the backside, PPD. Oh, that's not where you want to be. He's isolated. He's going to fall. Now the egg gets dropped. What a great position with the Witch Hunt! The Cas coming through. Massive damage, forcing them back, killing off Dahak. He's done for. No buyback on the Ursa. Now they charge forward. Blizzy retreating. Tanner retreating. A scramble back. And it's going to be a 4v3 power play. Blizzy, he's got the spider legs, just tries to scatter himself away. Milan also there. Good setup. Can look to bring him low. There is a time lapse in reserve, though. I don't know if you want to focus. The Omni Knight Zippe also dropping dangerously low. They might lose another.
If they kill Tanner.
Cast. Blizzy low, not dead yet. Hanging on, trying to keep him alive. They've got another Omni ult. They keep on going. They kill off the Witch Doctor. Still, though, it's too much damage from Limp. It looks like he's brought them all so low, but he hasn't finished anyone off. The help is there
That's
from
gotta be
Hanskin.
game now.
There's 4 dead. No buybacks. Just that pesky little bug trying to scurry away. Do they have the lockdown? No mana on Limp from now. He does have an Aether Remnant. No Yule Scepter. They're chasing for the kill. Feels like they could just be walking for buildings, and now they're going to let him go. Walk down the mid lane.
Just ignore him and run down mid lane. He doesn't do anything.
Woo. Well, thrown it.
He does have buyout, but there's a creep wave. He's trying to cut.
I think you just thrown it, right?
I think you thrown it. This game surely has to be over at this point. They're dead for so long.
Absolute madness as they are taking down the tier 4s. First one, then the other. Weaver is trying to stall. I don't know what he can really do, but somehow they managed to pull this game back. A game of, I don't know if you want to call it throws, but definitely a topsy-turvy one as they catch out the Weaver. The call is there. The follow-up lockdown. I don't know if they have enough damage, though. Milan, he's able to scurry away. They're not hitting the buildings. They just need to kill up the throne. They're going for the kills and buying a little time, but there's just no damage.
Oh, the support saved them there. When S4 died, that was actually a winnable position for NIP. But then they walk into the high ground trying to chase the Phoenix. They get cast infinitely into the egg. Oh, what a great game.
That really was an infinite cast, huh? The perfect bounces. They get the egg off. They get a full duration Witch Doctor ult, and that's just the supports.
Yes.
Great teamfight execution.
When you get Cask on 2 heroes, it feels like it's a perma-stun. When it's like 3 or 4 or 5, the impact is, of course, still pretty good. But when you get that 2-man cast, nobody's got BKB, no one's living through that.
Well, you put Zibe in, you change up the draft, and all of a sudden, now Alliance look like a real threat. Yes. Beautiful Dota from them. Beautiful European Dota will continue after this. We're going to hand it back to our panel. They're going to break it down and get you guys ready for our deciding Game 3.
Wowzers is all I have to say. What a game. It looked like Alliance leading in that middle, and then all of a sudden NIP, they're running a Monkey King and Ursa, but Alliance, they never back down. They never have backed down, and they take that game 2 with a crazy third Roche fight.
I was honestly surprised that Ninja the Pyjamas was able to still fight back against Alliance this late into the game.
Yeah.
We kind of assumed that for the last like 10-15 minutes it was like, okay, Alliance should win the game, and then there would be a glimmer of hope. There would be a buyback used, or like the dieback that happened on Limp. That was a critical point that could have turned it. Then the last team fight, that kill on S4, like, oh, maybe they can still come back from that. But yeah, the supports bailing out that last team fight was very huge.
Yeah, I think NIP's draft might have just been too hard to play. I think you just have no stuns.
If you don't win the lanes, especially.
Yeah, that's
right. If you have no stuns and you don't win the lanes, you basically lost. Not like lost 3, but I feel like Alliance got better results out of all 3 of their lanes than they should have.
Yeah, I also think Alliance played way better this game than they did the previous game. A little bit of slip-ups from both sides, but overall, they had a draft that made sense. Alliance, like Spectre, like Axe Phoenix, a lot of team fight, mobility on the Void Spirit. You have the heal and sustain coming out from the Witch Doctor. It all lines up well, and I like this draft a lot better than the first one. I didn't think the Axe pick was good when I saw it, but they made it work. The lane went way better than I expected against the Ursa. I don't know. There's a lot of weird parts of this game, right? Like every time you thought somebody was out,
yeah,
they won the
like
fight.
right here, this was a big one. Can they kill the Phoenix? The Abyssal, even before the egg came off, it was a good job. Zibe from the low ground got the last hit on that Phantom with 1 HP, and then boom, you get it off. A great Abyssal Blade, as we saw, to protect the egg. That was just a sick team fight, team play from
Game
Alliance.
of inches, man.
Yeah, it really is.
Zibe was beast too. Like he had that clutch play. He was also the paralyzing cask at the end of the game, basically.
We'll see soon, hopefully.
I feel like his positioning was always on point to be able to break smokes at times.
Yeah.
Yeah, he did really well for himself. And S4, man, good old S4 Axe showing up. It's really nice to see him just like have a great game like that. I think he did great on the Axe.
And once again, we were like every other fight, right? The other team wins. This one is the one we talked about. He has Aegis, but he just dies. And guess what? Look at how long he's dead for after he comes down from Yules. Boom, 120 seconds, no buyback. And then this one, was this the one where they ulted without the level 25 Monkey and I got mad?
Yes.
Okay. He was, by the way, 80 experience from level 25 on Monkey King. You see that? That would extend all the way to the Raxes, which maybe it wouldn't have changed that fight, but it makes it a lot easier to run away because
it's a
they have
pretty
to stand
big
farther
power
back.
spike.
Yeah.
Either way.
I was actually mad.
This is the egg that forces them all to turn, and while they do kill the egg, and that's great, forcing the team fight, I think, was the most important thing. Like, once they have blown and grouped up like that, then the Spectre will eventually just kill almost everyone else.
It was close because the Spectre was really close to going down. Ate the cheese with Spirit Vessel, but it was still enough. Had to eat the cheese. Got just enough. Ooh, what a game, though. It was fun, right? Because you would see a lot of these games going into the late game.
Oh, here's
Probably
the
what happened
paralyzing
here. Here's
cask.
the cask. We'll see. I think they're chasing over right now. Yep, there it is. And actually, the egg didn't even hit anyone. It just saved.
Yeah.
And that's all that mattered. You held them in place, and yep, the game is yours. What a game. It was fun because it did go into the late game, right? And usually you sometimes see, oh, one team's going to sit in their base while the other one suffocates. No, both teams were just running, going at each other, wanting to have that advantage.
So going back to the very start, like even in the draft, Brian and I both thought that they needed a stun to round out their lineup. Instead, they went to this Omni Knight. And what happens when they didn't go this stun was that Limp had a really free game because he, in part, there was less disables for him to worry about, but also because of the fact that Monkey King gets first blood. Sounds good in theory, but he levels up. Yep, he levels up his leap thing, whatever it's called,
Tree
and
jump.
as a result, like you need 102 to really be able to dominate that matchup against any melee hero. So right away, Void Spirit starts off with like 11-2.
I think it's 11-2 in 3 waves. So he had
Yeah.
all but 1 CS, and Monkey King ends up winning it anyway, but just shows he wins it anyway after starting poorly.
Yeah.
And even though you get that 280 gold, it's just not worth it.
Yeah, because for Limp, all he wants, he's like just trying to get by in the lane.
Yeah.
Get level
right?
6,
so
go do
the fact
stuff.
he gets really good CS at the start is great for him because all he's trying to do is get level 6 and run around and kill things.
Yeah, your timing is
Which he did well.
ridiculously sped up by that maneuver from Tanner. So it looks really stylish. Something that's hard to say, I shouldn't do this.
I
Like
shouldn't
that's a
get a
kid,
first
it's a
blood.
kill right in
Yeah.
front of me here, but it's kind of like leveling Maleficus on Enigma at the runes.
Yeah,
to get a
you
kill,
think
you're
it's
like,
good, and it's
and
never
then,
good.
then you just get zoned out because you can't pull the creep wave back, all that kind of stuff.
Well, that was a tiring game 2. I'm especially sure for the teams as NIP and Alliance. Well, they got to get in the lobby. They've got to get ready for this game. It is game number 3. It will be the last one of the day. Who is going to win? It looked like NIP was just going to steamroll him, but no, Alliance is back. Game 3 right around the corner.
You love it, you wear it. What's your style? Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
Dota's the kind of game where you kind of know you're going to win before it's even over. I was having a down day, and I decided to revisit some good memories. My name is Peter PPD Dager, and these are my moments of brilliance.
Multiple witnesses have reported mysterious shadow sightings all around the city. According to experts, the origin of these shadows is
You leave it to me. I'll get your taxes in an okay place.
What?
Well, just as soon as my audit is over. This gets my undivided attention.
Take a lot of trips to the islands, Bill.
Pretty great, right? Oh, Phil's legally dead. Fell off a boat. Going by Dennis now. Solari. Long story. Then we got, no, you're not gonna want to see this.
I don't think this is gonna work.
Just okay is not okay. AT&T has America's best network, now with our best plans at our best prices, starting at $35 a line for 4 lines, new from AT&T.
Everybody loves an underdog. Who needs to be liked?
Mountain Dew Amp Game Fuel. Victory in a can.
I fell apart when I saw you look at me that way. It broke my heart to see. It was a moment of darkness, a moment in time that I regret for being so heartless. It was a moment of darkness. Moment of darkness. saw you look at me that way. It broke my heart to see. It's too hard, it don't come easy. I went dark, I lost it right away. And when it starts, God knows what I'll say. In my head, I had good reason. I went red so unexpectedly. I should have said that sometimes happens to me. It was a moment of darkness, a moment in time that I regret for being so heartless. It was a moment of darkness.
I was running road so many nations. Even when it's so sweet, I end up seeing red. Is it such a ghostly revelation? I may have fucked up all my chances.
And we ain't sleeping on the floor again. We never sleeping on the floor again. For the ones who didn't make it out, for the ones that didn't see the light, for the ones that never cared, never gave a thought, found no happiness in that brand new car or the house you bought. I see you talking about the love you lost, and it was gone like way before you ever thought it was. Yeah, I took my time, no quick ones, quick run, quick gas to get back there. Hot roads, I didn't think I'd come back fierce, cause
I was running roads so many nations. Even when it's so sweet, I end up seeing red. Is it such a ghostly revelation? I may have fucked up all my chances.
And we are never feeling cold again. And we are never feeling cold again. But I can't act like it's easy. It's hard to preach. Cause I've been burning trees and watching fall. If we cannot breathe out, we go forward. Sure, I was searching for cure. Fishing a little wildlife. And when I'm low on fuel, I'll still be running till my back broke. Halfway, lost hope and I checked it. Hard roads, I didn't think I'd come back fast. Cause I was running roads so many nations.
Even when it's so sweet, I end up seeing red. Is it such a ghostly revelation? I may have
ESL 1 Los Angeles is brought to you in part by Intel, Mercedes-Benz, AT&T, Mountain Dew Amp Game Fuel, and GG Bet.
I wanted nothing more than to hear this hype song to get us into Game 3 of this hype matchup. People said NIP an absolute destruction in Game 1, but Alliance, they come back and take a very well and hard-fought Game 2. Now a Game 3 is right upon us, guys. What do you expect? Honestly, this is one of the first times I'm actually asking you, who do you think's favored going to Game 3, and I actually want to hear it.
Nip.
Yeah,
Wait, you didn't want to hear it before?
Yeah, Nip,
well, usually
for sure.
I know, but this one I'm actually, it is Nip for sure, though. Why?
I just think that was a little bit of a step up from Alliance, but I think it was also a big step down from NIP's performance in Game 2. And you can just tell that Alliance has a lot of kinks to iron out, and that's expected. It's not something that's going to come as a shock and anything they should be too troubled about. But NIP, on the other hand, they looked very like their Game 1 performance looked way better than either of the two teams' performance in either game. You know what I mean? Like, yeah.
Well, I anticipate Grimstroke to be banned.
Yeah.
I think that hero is. I think that hero might be more valuable than Coddle.
Oh,
that's saying
not go
something.
crazy. But wait, what if they both go through? That makes the
We're gonna find out what they think too. Yeah.
Because it is gonna be NIP has that first pick. Alliance obviously on Radiant.
Well, specifically in that matchup, Coddle is probably favored, right? Put somebody away from the Inkswell. Your ultimate is more impactful in team fights. Like, it's another way to deal with Inkswell as well.
But you saw, even in the late game, right, though, when Dahak just jumped over into the Roche pit with Inkswell on, all of a sudden this hero that shouldn't be doing that can do that. And they banned the Mars, so it's looking like we might get the Grimstroke Coddle. And so far, Peter's shown he does like the Coddle more because he could have picked it in the first game as well, but takes Coddle, so...
Alliance was banning Lycan before.
Ooh.
They added in Void Spirit as a ban this time around.
Curious.
So they're afraid of the reverse first pick Void Spirit because they first picked it overall last game on Alliance.
They're like, this hero looks dope on Limp.
Yep, it looks like a Grim pick coming in hot.
Centaur.
Ooh.
Okay. So why do you
plain
take a
open.
Centaur here instead of a Grim? Like, what's the idea here? You just think this is the only off-laner that's good, possibly, after you tried the Omni Knight?
On off lane, we have S tier, Timbersaw, Mars, and Centaur.
And Timber's a little lower now, I feel, in my personal view. We haven't seen it. It hasn't been banned or picked, BSJ. How can it be top tier?
Timbersaw's literally right there.
Grant, you want to, like, clean off your glasses real quick?
Indeed, my bad. The Timbersaw cut down my head instead
Hold
of
up, let me
the
check.
trees.
Last game,
I think I got first round banned that game too.
Timbersaw was not banned.
Booyah! Scrub.
He got you.
I didn't think it was. I was like,
he got you. You don't believe me, do you?
Yeah, you're just trying to make
you think I'm just making
it wasn't
to
banned in the last series either, 2 games, and that's why banned or picked, and I was just a little bit curious.
Yeah, it was banned in game 1, though.
So Grant's suffering from blindness, and I'm suffering from
Delusions
amnesia.
of a grandeur, yeah.
Delusions of grandeur.
Whatever that word, yeah. There's words and stuff.
We're going deep in time. I think Centaur
Grim one?
leaves your lineup really open. Void Spirit, if you get a mid matchup that's bad for it, I don't feel like super great about it as a
Shadow
4.
Demon? Shadow Demon seems to stand out to me here.
Yeah.
If you're going to pick Mirana.
It's a good way to like really make sure you hold somebody on the Centaur Stampede. It means Phoenix isn't really a viable pickup for Ninja's Pyjamas, and I think Phoenix is really valuable with Centaur.
Yeah, definitely a block pick to the Phoenix here with the Mirana.
I would say if you do take the SD, you got to be careful, because that makes it a pretty damn good Rubik game already, and Rubik Centaur in the lane. And getting some of the best steals. They do go Shadow Demon. I'm curious. If they do pick Rubik, I would agree.
No, I don't think you're...
I think they just pick Grim.
Okay.
I don't think they are dissuaded from Grim because of last game. Grim was not the problem.
Yeah,
that
Peter
Inkswell still looked ridiculous.
Yeah,
That
really
ability is just...
So good.
Well, they just get locked in place, and then you hit both of them with the Inkswell. So
Yeah.
his ult plus Inkswell is effectively like a 4-second stun.
And it's because it's good, right, at 1 minute, and it's good at 50 minutes. It's
Yeah.
always good, which a lot of heroes don't have spells that scale like
Just
that.
imagine Ion Shell and Darkseer stunning people. It's a pretty cool concept. And they somehow listen to Grant. I don't know.
I mean,
That
why-
seems
Hold up,
like
let me check. Timbersaw was indeed not banned last game, Brian.
I mean, it's Rubik Centaur, one of the best lanes in the game. You have an easy Shadow Demon, and Mirana Arrow for Rubik is 100 times better for the Rubik.
Yeah, no cast animation and longer stun duration is pretty nice.
And the Grimstroke's still there. Who has the first pick
True.
coming out? It is Alliance,
There's no
though,
way
so you gotta be
Alliance is going
careful.
Grimstroke, right? Like,
So you
this
force
is
them to
most
ban it,
likely.
maybe?
I guess they played 3-position Mirana the first game, but it didn't really go too hot.
Yeah.
And maybe if you want to pick like Tusk, I could see it being good. Like if you go Tusk Mirana lane, because Mirana in lane just has damage issues, and we saw them pick Necrophos previously on Ninjas and Pyjamas, and even though it was picked first before the Mirana, you just see the Mirana like,
Yeah, it doesn't.
and yeah, it's like 48 damage base, and just something that solves that problem. I think you could either do that, or like a Shaker type hero that like takes over the lane and gives you the good lane equilibrium and the kill threat of the arrow combo, something like that, you know. But what was the laning partner when they had it first game? The Mirana.
They had was
They
it with
had
the
Venge
Venge?
and Snapfire.
Oh, yeah,
It's the
Venge,
Venge or Snap. Either one of those doesn't feel great with a Mirana either way.
Right now in this meta, I think it's pretty strict that unless your support's like Ogre or Tusk, you have to like in terms of 2 melees, you have to have 1 melee and 1 range in almost every single lane. I don't really see any exceptions to that. We saw Coddle Necro the first game, but then we also saw like the Venge Mirana on the other side, so that was a bit odd. Heroes like Necro kind of function like a melee hero, and they're on the safe lane because they're very tanky, very durable, sustainy. But yeah, like Venge Mirana, I don't think that's like a
weird
lane
lane,
right now. Yeah.
With the Morphling ban, Ember was banned. Oh, Ember is already banned. Sorry, I'm losing it.
Yeah, yeah.
Grant, it's all right, man.
It's okay. Everyone just calm down. That game, too, is sorry.
I
Too
think
much
you
hype
need
for me. It
some
overhyped me.
Mountain Dew game fuel.
I do. I
I
will
said
get
that.
one.
Call, good call.
Alliance.
Looking tasty over there.
Man. So why do you ban a Morphling here? What, like, is it just because it's good in lane against the Centaur? Or because we've seen that lane before? Is there like setting up for something?
Yeah, it goes well with Shadow Demon. I think it's just a good hero to pick second, I think, because it can go mid or safe lane.
Ricky gets banned out. Obviously, Grimstroke.
Yeah, the
still
Grimstroke
in the
Ricky. Yeah,
pool.
the Grimstroke Ricky combo is a threat. So instead of banning the Ricky, or instead of banning the Grim, they choose to ban the Ricky.
I still, after that game one, I was just so worried for Alliance, and after that comeback, now it's anyone's game. Good opening, too. You have a lot of aggression with that Shadow Demon Mirana. Good dual combo. Even though we did see S4 play it, we have seen it played mid a lot, too. They go Beastmaster, so the pace is getting quicker already.
I said I don't like Beastmaster against kill lanes, so if they go Grimstroke +1, it scares me for this Beastmaster's future. Like if they go like Grim Troll, I don't actually know how this Beastmaster plays the game of Dota 2, so I'm willing to be proven wrong, or I'm happy to be proven wrong here. In my experience watching replays as well as trying out the hero, if they can threaten to kill you, you just don't do anything for the first early levels other than sustain trade on Beastmaster with the boar and right clicks. It's just scary that you haven't seen any support or core that you are laning against. He's like another one of those highly sought-after offlaners later on in the draft, but he's usually picked later on in the draft because of what I just said, where he's not like Centaur where you just put him there and he's going to have a decent lane.
He can get run at.
Yeah, he can get not only ran at, but also just owned, you know?
Yeah. You can do a Lich lane as well.
Yeah, Lich works too. Lich is good.
The only reason I say Lich is I would like some assistance. Not Oracle, but some sort of single target save would be nice.
Oh, that's a hero we
against
forgot
the boar.
about.
Yeah, against the boar it's nice, but you do have the Mirana, so the arrow is decent against the Chen creeps in the early game.
Yeah, a lot of people have been picking this Chen against Mirana.
Yeah, it's kind of odd, right?
We kept on saying
it's not like a perfect
yeah.
one-to-one counter later on.
Sure.
But in the laning stage,
It is a big deal.
it
You
is-
just
yeah,
lose
yeah.
a creep. You lose a Centaur.
Usually you run this, 1,000 HP small camp creep at them, and there's not much they can do about it. But instead, Mirana's one of the few heroes that can.
Arrow. All right, what are we looking for? Are you looking
Gyro,
for
maybe?
your 5 on Alliance? You still, or Shadow, you might be. Are you looking for your other support possibly, or is there a chance this does get moved to Mirana since you have a Beastmaster now?
Yeah, I think it's Mirana 4.
Okay.
I'm pretty sure you want to pick a flex mid / carry role. So Gyro comes out. Troll once again.
This were another region, DK.
DK would be a reasonable pick as well.
DK was first banned in, was it the last game or the first game?
Yeah, it was last game.
It was last game, okay.
I would be down for DK right here. I just think in the second pick, it's really important to not telegraph your lanes.
Yeah.
Because if you have 2 lane options, it effectively doubles the amount of gotcha picks or really good picks that you can have going into that last one. And it also makes it more difficult for the opponent because usually what that means is if you pick a flex hero right here, they're probably going to give it 2 bad lane matchups. So they're going to focus on that hero exclusively. And they're forced to do that. So technically that does not fit that description.
No.
But it is very good with the lineup they have. So it's good against Chen. The cleave against the creeps.
More
you don't really
combo.
die to the ganks of Chen. You know, you're not like a squishy int range hero like Lina or something that if it gets walked at from behind by Chen creeps, it's going to go down.
They definitely need some AoE damage.
Is Bristleback in the
They have
pool?
More combo.
Yeah.
Oh, Bristleback I think is really good here. Hear me out.
Okay. I'm hearing you
I
out.
already said it. I just did it in the wrong order.
It's fine, but I am hearing you
You
out.
got to switch it up on them sometimes.
Yeah.
Remix it, you know?
I don't know what. Cap. Say what they're picking right now. It's going to be a PL.
It's a PL.
It's okay
Nice
against
call, nice
Kunkka.
call.
Really good in lane versus Beastmaster Mirana.
Yeah.
I think it's fine. I think against Kunkka, he's going to have to go Radiance now. And you're almost certainly going to buy a pipe on the Centaur.
Any of those high agility heroes make use of Chen's presence in lane pretty nicely.
Is it weird that you do pick this Kunkka with the Beastmaster even though you all have last overall pick? Now that I see that they
No,
have
that's
the
what
PL?
I'm saying. Is
Yeah.
like you're revealing your lanes too much.
Yeah.
It's not something that's terrible, but it makes it much easier to draft. And I have to imagine, because I can't even try to fathom being the level of drafter that PPD is, but I have to imagine it's like almost easy mode when you
He's
see
happy,
you see those heroes and you're like, okay, they're going here, pick this. When I watch the secret drafts, by the last pick, even after they picked all 3 cores, they could have like 4 different lane orientation combos.
Yeah.
That you still don't even know what it is until you see the player pick it. And even then, they had a mid Morphling on Matuma Man and a safe lane Bristle on Nisha. Like it's like
We could have done mid Leshrac for, if it ends up being a good Leshrac lane. If you still had that open, then you could have made that swerve.
Yeah,
right,
exactly.
Against the PL. But you
Leshrac
don't
would have
that
fit,
option.
DK would have fit. Like all these heroes, you can put them mid or side lane. It's not actually that small of a pool of heroes that do that, but it's like Kunkka is fine with their lineup. It's just, I'm just critiquing based on what I've seen all the best teams and best drafters do, and they go for the DK. Not particularly amazing versus Kunkka. Like you didn't pick some lane stomper. Kunkka's lane is going to be just fine. But it is a frontline bruiser. It gives you some tower push, early momentum. The 4-man from Ninjas and Pyjamas is really good.
So scary.
Yeah, it's very early, very fast paced. Centaur is naturally going to be able to have the DK rotate to him. Now, do they look to shut down this Centaur? Is there a pick that shuts down the Centaur?
I mean, just in general, what Nico baby heroes are left? Spectre, Slark, what heroes are left that can carry this game?
Jug against DK?
Jug against PL?
Jug against PL is not as bad as most people paint it to be as long as you go Battle Fury, but
Is that too slow in the game like this? You're against a Dragon Knight Centaur Chen.
They might aggro tri-lane. I think they're going to aggro tri-lane and put Beastmaster solo safe lane.
Okay.
And we talked about this. I don't remember what team it was, but somebody picked Jug, and I'm like, that's a really good aggro tri-lane hero, and then they did it because their offlaner was going to be set up for a rough lane, which in this case, Chen PL kind of owns Beastmaster. In that case, you have Shadow Demon Mirana, very scary in a tri-lane scenario. So if they manage to do that and get the lanes they want, I like Alliance a lot here, but I think Ninjas and Pyjamas draft is once again easier to play. It's just a matter of, I think the lane orientation is going to matter a lot.
Cap, how
I agree. I think I'm still leaving for Ninjas the Pyjamas just because I do think that they put themselves in a position where they didn't need to have a lane dominator against Kunkka because they would have had the best late game hero when they grabbed that Phantom Lancer. There just wasn't a whole lot of options left. So I think they just need to be able to kind of get by for the first 20 minutes, and eventually PL will come online. But we'll see. Nico Baby's done some incredible stuff in the past, and I'm looking forward to see how his Juggernaut matches against PL DK.
I think if they go Radiance, Kunkka, Spirit Vessel, Mirana, they have all the tools they need to deal with these NIP heroes. So if they get off to a good start on Alliance, I like their draft a lot.
Okay, everyone, game number 3, NIP versus Alliance. Who will get that first W? Who will get that first L? Well, you'll have to see as we go into game number 3.
Who's going to take that game number 3? That is the question, Blitz. We've got some unproven teams looking to make a name for themselves with their new lineups in the uncertain new Dota ecosystem. Topsy-turvy series so far.
I think this is good for, or this is important for both teams because they have new-ish rosters. As we see the odds reflected, I believe Alliance still favored. And
do you agree?
I don't know. I think NIP have shown a little bit more, but who knows? I will say I think this series or this league means a lot to both teams because I said like they're playing with newish rosters, especially Alliance. They have a lot to prove. You've got to prove to the fans like this S4 decision was made with all the best intents to be even more competitive.
As opposed to being made with bad intents to be less competitive.
Like, I said that wrong. I'm an idiot.
No,
you get to deserve to call me out.
I'm teasing. But yeah, I mean, it's hard to say, right? Because Izibe, we're unclear that he's like their new 5th. He's at least officially a stand-in for the moment. So no matter how it goes, it's like, well, how will they do whenever they do get that permanent 5th? Hold on. Arrow set up. Nicely tanked by PPD, but he might just take the wrong end of this Blade Fury. No, Nico Baby not wanting to commit. Body blocks coming through from Milan, but somehow Hanskin just worms his way by. He'll get back to safety. And we'll calm down. So we're going to see an old classic here, the Shadow Demon Mirana support duo. How does this fare nowadays?
It's still very strong. I mean, it's a kill on most heroes. And BSJ recommended the aggro tri-lane. In fact, they're going to go for the defensive tri-lane. And this matchup, I think, goes in favor of Kunkka, the first early levels, because your Tidebringer is so strong. But once the DK gets to a certain amount of regen, he can just spam out Breathe Fire, and the amount of HP he has and armor is very good. Does get a bunch of creeps denied and misses a few. Tanner not off to the best start. And this is a build, LD, that we've seen often from Beastmasters. Max axes versus illusion-based heroes.
Yeah, how do you feel about this build versus the Boar? Do you think it's the better build in this situation?
I think against illusion-based heroes it's better.
So like PL Naga mainly?
PL Naga TB, better. He's going to TP back to base, get the send back from the Chen.
We did see Milan doing some creep pulling shenanigans to kind of reset the equilibrium here in the bottom lane. Centaur been one of the more popular offlaners. He's been banned in a few of the games. Do you think this is a good lane for him?
If he doesn't die early, and it doesn't look like he should be able to die early. He has really good base stats. He's already got 13 Retaliate stacks. It's really hard for Jug to fight him one-on-one.
Pretty slow start here overall. Looks like Zibe wants to do some pulling. Milan is in the neighborhood to maybe stack or disrupt. We'll see how he wants to play this. Does go for the stack.
I think Milan's game is really important. Like, there's a lot of really important spells he can steal. I think he's really good against Jug as a hero, as long as he doesn't just straight up get Omni Slashed. Like, oftentimes you can steal the spin, so Jug can't kill you when he decides to spin on you. Healing Ward is never a bad thing to have one in your arsenal. But Torrent, Disruption, Arrow, Beastmaster Roar, all excellent.
Well, for now, they are just going for some cheeky disruption plays. Zibe proving a bit of a nuisance, but it's free farm for Nico Baby. And it's in this mid lane, Kunkka with a sizable lead, Limp having a good time.
Yeah, Limp.
As you normally expect, Kunkka versus almost any melee.
Yeah. It gets better, again, once the DK gets levels.
Yeah, once he gets to
there's a
level
point-
3 and 4 Fire Breath.
Yeah, there is a point where he no longer dies. And that's... And the Kunkka no longer pressures you, and then you win the regen battle. Which is what you want to get to.
And you outpush him pretty hard.
Mhm.
So he'll bide his time, wait for that moment to come. Kunkka will enjoy his advantage while he can. But yeah, pretty slow and calm game overall. No real rotations. Our PL is not farming great. That's maybe the slight concern here. S4 has been able to CS effectively and put some pain on Dahak. But it's all relatively minor advantages thus far. Limp and Tanner going blow for blow here in the mid lane. Zube just keeps on spamming that Shadow Poison bottom. Everyone just kind of CSing, chilling. How about you? You chilling well? You look pretty relaxed.
I'm reading the chat right now, and they're talking about who's going to uncross their legs first on the couch. They're putting bets, and Grant apparently locked in the entire time.
Oh.
Heart of a champion. Good resolve.
I mean, has Grant ever lost anything in his life? This guy beat Fear 1v1.
True. He also beat BSJ.
What have you guys done with your lives?
He beat BSJ SF on SF. Oh, this was a reactionary spin. Not really going to connect on anything.
Oh, that's a lot of Shadow Poison stacks. Blizzy losing about half his health. And Limp living the dream. He'll get the regen, which Tanner also would have loved to have.
Oh, tilted.
Yeah.
That's pretty
Lane
tilting.
is bad.
And Zibe actually dies to neutrals. Not sure if that was intentional or not, but he's going to be dead for 22 seconds. Pretty long time. That's for getting gone on. But has axes if he wants to throw him out. He's got a soul ring and a bunch of tangos, so it's unlikely that it'll go back to base.
PPD is posting up. A confident Chen with going for a stroll. Try to slow down this Handskin Moran a little bit, secure his bounty rune. Might be able to get 3 by the looks of things. Some juicy gold. Handskin will just rotate, grab that 1 bounty, and then take out a Centaur. So a little bit of a gold lead being eked out, and maybe more as S4 is getting slowed down. Dahak does have another Spirit Lance. It's only level 1, just cooldown.
And he steals the boar.
Got him.
Hello, boyfriend.
The double slow.
This is why you usually kind of struggle as Beastmaster versus Chen.
So it's a 45% move speed slow with both of those.
That's insane.
Yeah, you ain't going anywhere.
Don't go there, S4. You don't want a part of this. This life's not for you. Hanskin, though, he's fine. He's got leap. He's chill.
So do you continue like leveling up the axes and max them out, or is it just the 2 early
You
points?
max them out, baby. All axe all day. You understand, LD?
I do now.
This man is dead.
Yeah,
trust me, he's dead.
He's real dead. Nice kill. Nico Baby does get the gold. And Tanner, though, meanwhile in the mid lane, he's pressuring Limp here. Got his Dragon Form, trying to keep his Catapult alive.
Tanner's a very aggressive mid player.
I mean, this guy skilled Tree Dance level 1 to get a first blood on support.
My man's really likes to fight. He wants to throw them hands.
Well, it's, you know, it's the proven way to win.
And the deny by the DK on his own catapult. That's hardcore.
It's it's OG's world, and we're all just living in it well.
True.
Oh my god, he's got a Purge creep now. If the slows are out of control here.
I really like how Tanner's using his stun rather than the breathe fire to harass. You get like 4 more right clicks in almost.
Especially when your ult is up. It's pretty value, it feels like. They are going to find Zibe again, and now could be in a little bit of danger.
No,
actually, no double edge yet, so he's fine. And no Stampede.
They're going to do this every single time they go on him. Just the easy reset. And he's going to TP back to base. No problem.
And these two cannot really threaten a Jug unless he's somehow gotten extremely low. Can always Blade Fury TP out. So when are we going to see some action, William?
I think it's actually a pretty passive game to start. I don't really think either side really gets anything out of this. They just sort of chill. Everybody farms. I think this is going to benefit Radiant a little bit more because they have the mid-game lineup. So, yeah, just a little bit more of the status quo for now.
PPD wants to change it up. Smoke play. He's got the Ghost in tow and the Harpy Stormcrafter.
I'm not really sure what they want to go for here, unless they force out the spin. And he's going to run into
Zibe. Zibe has boots.
And Nico Baby's just going to run away too. Well,
it's done. Coming through. The slows are there. The disruption. Nico Baby is
he's
low,
not going to die,
he's
LD.
got stick.
Again, I don't really know what the play there was. It's going to be really hard for them to kill.
They even brought the Hawk for this.
Oh, they did.
It's a 4-hero rotation, and S4's like, all right, well, I'll just take your tower top.
Yeah, and this is the dangerous part about playing against Beastmaster. He takes it in a hurry. Just his boars are so strong. Like, you get double boars, you kill the wave really quick, and then you'll take the tower with the next wave. And he's pretty much got it already.
They do go again on Nico Baby, who just spins and walks away, but the chase is there. They're looking to pursue. He's got Omni Slash. They've got to be careful about this dive. With such a big creep army, though.
And this is
as long
4
as they
heroes
stick
down
together.
here.
I mean, they're still committing for this. There's a Beastmaster TP and a bit low on mana.
There's 5
it's a
heroes
long
right now.
TP. It's the whole
It's 5 on
damn
5.
squad here. Beastmaster does get off the roar. The boat crashing through. Blizzy getting completely sliced up. Will end up falling. And now PPD low on the run. It was a telegraphed 5-man rotation with 4 there for ages. And they will end up losing 2.
It's rare that I
Shadow
see
Demon.
a straight-up 5-on-5 at 9 minutes.
Let's brawl, baby.
And the Hawk is kind of stuck down here. He doesn't have a TP. Onskin is
He's
not
got a
gonna see
TP
him.
cooling down soon.
Yeah.
So he'll be okay.
What a weird maneuver.
And what a weird time. I guess it's like if you take that, you can maybe get both outposts. I don't know.
Yeah, they're not even going for the outpost right now.
Instead, they may just lose Milan
yeah,
top, who
Milan's
gets
100%
spinned,
dead.
and he's dead. The trade also bottom as Houndskin gets chased out. He'll fall too.
Okay, so
but
we're going to
this
lose 4
tower's
for
full
4.
HP.
Yeah, they'll grab it anyways, but this has to benefit Alliance because it's going to take an IP a little bit longer, and they've devoted 2 cores to this.
The old swapperoo with the outpost now. We'll see Zube likely going for this one. Actually not. Oh, no. Sorry, he's too late. So
He's got it, doesn't he?
No, they already have it.
Yeah, he's got control.
I don't have an excuse either. I've only done 1 series today, so.
Honestly, the series just blend together for me. I feel like I've done 100 in the past week, and I've got 150 more to go. Let's get it, baby.
Well, aren't you just leveling up? You know, reps are how you get better.
That's very true. I mean, I'm an ass caster, so I could use the work. I'm not even.
Does that mean you cast asses a lot, or does that mean you're ass at casting?
I'm ass at casting.
Because it could be misinterpreted.
I'm like G tier.
All right. Well, let's look for some A tier clashes coming any moment now as Blizzy just marches over towards mid.
The TP cancel. They're afraid of maybe setting up for like an arrow or something.
As far as Roar, he really wants to go on top.
And maybe
Looking
he can
for
get
Milan,
something
who's
here.
revealed his position. They're going to clear out these trees. They get the vision.
Milan,
the
you's
lift
dead.
is there, though. Milan with the stolen Blade Fury.
You're not
and the
dead.
Stampede. The Roar comes through. They keep on chasing. I don't think they have the damage for S4, though.
That stolen spin, though.
Some space created, but they did rotate 4 heroes, so then again, maybe not.
I think it's still good for them to have defended him up there. Like, I don't think you can let that kind of aggression stand, LD.
Yeah, assert dominance.
I really like Limp's move, though. Skip the wave, put some more pressure on the tower, bring some NIP heroes here. And the question is, do they have enough damage to take them down? No, they're not even going to try. They were smoked up, maybe looking for some stragglers top. But Alliance right now, I feel like, are out-rotating them on the map. They're out farming them. Keep in mind, they did pick the PL into this Kunkka. Kunkka is still very decent against PL. He can build Radiance, which I think is really, really good against PL. He's, of course, got the built-in cleave. He can eventually get
Do you like the BKB rush that he's going for?
It's very safe. I think they have a really mid-game oriented lineup, so I think it makes sense. But it does mean that he might be like slightly worse against the PL when it comes to like the ultra late game. But I think Alliance doesn't want this to go to that point. I don't think they want to go ultra late game against this PL.
Okay. Let's see how it works out. For now, that PL is down bottom farming. As a hasted Limp moving in, just fishing with the Torrent, not going to connect. Daha has the TP. And reinforcements on the way as the Rubik rotates in. They'll just pull him back with the Chen. And IP continue to make maneuvers. They're trying to turn that defensive rotation into an offensive one. Nice boulder toss. DeHawk trying to get closer. Charging forward with the Phantom Rush, but can't quite get in range. So they'll converge on this tier 1 in the mid, but meanwhile, that top lane is being split pushed as well by Nico Baby. So
he's
looking
just
for the
cutting
trade
waves.
here.
And I don't know.
They have boat. They have roar.
I think they should try to defend this
This is
tower.
going to be scary for an IP, I think, if they try to commit here.
Yeah, I think Alliance should definitely try to defend this tower. And Milan actually gets a kill onto the Mirana during this time.
What did he have stolen? The leap, it looks like.
Okay, so I guess he just leaped after him and killed him.
Interesting.
I didn't expect that to happen, but that's fine.
That delays the mech, which is obviously a big item for them to be trying to get with this timing they're going for. They will set up on Blizzy now. They have the X into the Torrent. The Roar is available. They're hanging onto the boat for now. Probably want to reserve it for when the kill is guaranteed, and it's just not enough damage. Now DeHawk arrives. The whole NIP gang is rotating in, including Milan, who's under Radiant Observer Ward at the moment.
They're going to lose their mid tower for this. I'm surprised they decided to go for that play. That's the tankiest hero. But without Roar, without Boat, it's very unlikely.
Do they go tier 2 now?
No.
No.
I think they need to push out top. They're giving this Jug way too free of a game.
He's already got Battle Fury. I mean, he's 25 CS up on the PL.
Mm-hmm. He's got Battle Fury, absolute free game. They're not punishing when he goes for these split plays. He's 1k ahead of everybody in net worth. And it's just because NIP feel like they have to be together to make these plays. And that's going to cause them to struggle here.
Blink Dagger is coming out on Tanner. They already have one on Blizzy, and he's going to get the jump onto Zibe. Follow-up is there. They're trying to bring down the Shadow Demon on the backside. He gets off the disruption, but he will go down. Nice catch.
And the Sandwich is coming. They've got to run. They do have...
As we saw, Limp was trying to pressure the tower, but they just don't hit buildings quickly without the Jug. Maybe if the Beastmaster's there. And IP super aggressive now as they converge on the bot lane. Tier 2 being chipped upon. Does force out the glyph.
And bounty rune by Hanskin. The shovel dig. It's so hype.
The value. Benwu is smiling somewhere.
He's real happy about this.
Is there a shovel cooldown bot? Remember how there used to be the Midas reminder?
Yeah.
Back in
I think that was just Grant on an alt account, honestly. He would just post like,
just
hey, use your Midas,
dedication.
idiots.
I miss Midas reminder. Yeah, Midas not really a thing anymore. It's always so boom or bust, you know. It's either like everyone's building Midas on everything, on every hero, or no one's building it at all, it feels. There's no in between. Well, Mech now comes out on PPD. The Mirana Mech very close. But Blizzy's in position on the high ground. Oh, does get the stun, but the Mirana managed to leap in time. Has another leap.
He's got one more.
One more, and the Moonlight Shadow wants to breach high ground to get back to safety. That does secure the tier 2. The split push is there, though, as S4 is shoving in the top lane, and with the help of Nico Baby.
And Nico Baby has just been untouched in this game.
This guy is, to be fair, PL still somewhat keeping up.
I just think he's getting too many levels.
But that is with a significant tower advantage.
Yeah, he's getting a lot of levels, a lot of XP. He's a full level up on this PL. He's got so much more money. And he's still 1,000 gold ahead of the PL.
They
and
want to
it's
fight
16
top.
minutes.
They have the Chen. So he is able to bring in the Rubik.
Nico Baby just kind of finds space.
Now, Diffusal is online. So they've pretty much got all their key fighting items. PL Diffusal, the double blinks, the Chen Mech.
Yeah. I think they want to take a 5-on-5, but if Alliance is smart, they'll go back to the old standby of just splitting the map. The old Alliance. S4's back. The style is here.
I don't know. There's not enough rat to call this the old Alliance.
Yeah, it's 4-4 at 17 minutes. I mean, both teams are kind of just... You have NIP who are content to push out lanes as 5, and you have Alliance that just has this Jug that's free farming. I do think they have ways to deal with him. They have the Chen creeps. That'll soak up some of the damage. They have high armor and high HP targets. PL is very strong at some point against them.
Do you agree with what BSJ was saying earlier, that like Jug can deal with the PL later on with the Battle Fury?
Battle Fury is going to be okay.
Okay.
And the idea right now is that Jug just gets much fatter than the PL. And he's had this Battle Fury for a while now.
Yeah, PPD adding since the 12-minute mark, I believe. PPD now adding a boar back to the arsenal as the teams start dancing around the north side of the map.
Yeah, they want to protect this outpost, it looks like. Wonder if Alliance will just make their way down towards bottom.
Tanner did go back for the Sanj, so everything is very mid-game here. For now, I guess a Vanguard coming next on Blizzy. No attempt to go for anything greedy as Alliance are smoked and rotating onto mid. Looking for Tanner. The X comes through the Torrent. Not connecting, and I think the Jig might be up. No, with the X back into the arrow, it could be enough damage. The bow crashing through, hits the backline PPD. He got off his ultimate.
He's still alive.
The mech as well. For the time being, he lives. Blizzy comes in, and Tanner's going to survive through it all. Blizzy
unbelievable.
Keeping the team alive, but is it going to matter? They've lost the Chen. Blizzy on the run. All that effort and still 2 dead. Meanwhile, Alliance standing strong, looking to shove in this lane. Nico Baby still has Omni Slash even. They can maybe go for another.
And he's got BKB. I'd like them to just clear out the map and set up the next fight for the Roche, if anything.
Yeah, they get the D-Ward, and they're not even going to set up. They're going straight in.
Yeah, they used a lot on Tanner, and he didn't die, but the rest of the heroes had to commit for that. And they're taking Roche pretty quickly with Beastmaster, of course, and this Jug being so farmed.
It seems like NIP has real damage issues without the PL. Like,
Yes.
if he's not there, they
they
cannot really
know they're
fight.
roshing, but can you stop it? It's getting pretty low here.
Boat's already off cooldown. The disruption, though, well played. Milan is going to keep him alive for the moment. Now the Omni Slash coming through. It's onto all 4 heroes, and he's doing good work. PPD may die again. He will out of the fight. And perhaps right back into the pit for Alliance. There's no buyback, but the Centaur stomp connects on.
They've got to run.
PL's got an opportunity. He charges in. S4's got to back away, waiting for his ultimate to cool down. Blizzy will fall, though, purged up and finished off. Now Dahak moves in for round 2. Once S4, can he get him? He will. Limp with the BKB, but not off very much. The chase continues. On to Hanskin, up to the high ground as they isolate, try to finish off Zibe, but the beautiful 2-hero torrent almost kills them off. It's just Dahak running them over. He's gotten 4. He's looking for the last man. It's Limp with the cleave, but I don't think enough damage. I don't know if Dahak can kill him off. He's going to try. DK Blink
That's a full 5 wipe.
That's a full 5-man wipe. A Roche denied. Some bounty runes to be snagged. And even a DD
I think,
here.
yeah,
Can
there's a
they go
DD
for
rune
it
in a Roche.
themselves?
They have plenty of time.
There?
They can do this. It's about half HP. Tanner still has his ultimate. And Alliance, they just waited around too long. They used the majority of their spells onto Tanner, but they missed.
That stolen disruption by Milan
That was so sick.
clutch.
And then the Omni Slash goes out, but all of the hits really just land on PPD.
Poor guy.
And he used the spin for that, too.
Well, while that was happening, Limp did buy back.
Oh, no.
Dire manages to get the Aegis, though, and they get the hell out.
That
so
buyback's huge.
that cost them a lot. All they get is a courier for
And
Dahak. Not the
tip.
biggest deal.
Milan tips him.
Oh,
Congrats on your
get
buyback.
under that skin, you know?
So full 5-man wipe, Aegis, and a buyback from Limp. That was the result of that fight. And really all it cost you was PPD.
He'll take that trade every day.
Every day of the week. It was unlucky for him, but incredibly lucky for his team. And then it was the spin that was committed by Nico Baby right after. Blizzy reads the situation. He knows that his PL does enough damage. PL is still very farmed. And because of this BKB first build by this Kunkka, he's going to feel like he's lacking for damage a little bit.
If you go that build, it's like you have to win that first big fight with it, you know?
And that was the first big fight. And they did not win it.
Not only did they not win it, they then gave up a Roche and a 5-man wipe.
Yeah,
So.
I really feel like he could have gone away with getting something a little bit greedier, like the Radiance. He's really tanky. He would have had it by now.
Top lane, they are going to get the catch out here onto Hanskin. He's got the triple leap with the mech.
There's one.
Hop, and he's barely out of there. Almost enough damage from Dahak to bring him down. Meanwhile, in the mid lane, Omni Slash out of the Chen army. Not what Nico Baby was hoping for. Now they're going to commit a Roar. PPD is just soaking up all the ults.
Roar, Omni Slash.
They did get the Chen army, you know, to slow him down a little bit.
The Purge.
The hate.
The hate. That's the cat. Tip him back, dude.
But, you know, it only makes PPD stronger. Like,
The
this
hate-
is not the Han PPD who would actually let that stuff bother him.
I'm sure he just watched that happen and he was just like, okay.
Yeah, okay, fine. Now my
Cool.
team's going to take a tower.
Really well done, guys.
Great work. Well, they'll farm the enemy jungle now, NIP. They'll take that tier 1 top. Try to flex their now 2k gold advantage. As Limp with a haste rune bottled up is looking to delay this, shoving out the lanes mid. So creep cutting from both teams. We see towards the bottom side of the map, S4 is split pushing. So
I didn't realize how poor this Beastmaster was. He has drums. It really looked like they were trying to go for this like really sick mid-game timing.
He's saving his gold. He has the blink, but it's like, do you really even want that?
I almost feel like he needs Vlads.
Like, you already have a Kunkka for catch. You know, you've got your disruption into arrow combo.
Yeah, I think he might need Vlads or... Like, X-Torn is good enough catch right now. I don't know who he wants to find in the backline with this Blink Dagger. I think his team needs to get tankier.
Quick pause. And we're back underway. Oh, how the worm turns. Suddenly NIP in the driver's seat. PL just dead even with the jug. Was quite a bit further behind before that previous fight, but no longer. Now a Basher snagged. Definitely the strongest hero in the game, it feels. And Alliance are just playing keep away. They don't want to fight into this Aegis. Nico Baby just farming enemy neutrals. Probably going to try to cut the wave here and delay this impending push, but the whole army has arrived. They don't have any creeps, though, because Limp managed to kill them off.
And during this time, Nico Baby actually caught up in farm. He's now again at the top. He's almost got a butterfly. S and Y, he's really strong. But we did see what happens when he gets caught without spin.
They really want to make something happen with this Aegis. They've now got the creeps where they want them. No more cutting. Just split push. It is the jug, though, so that's probably going to be a tier 2 down bot. NIP staying committed. Waiting for this Blizzy initiation. They've got a sentry down on the low ground. Feels he's safe with this Invis snag. No vision up the cliff, and he jumps in. He whiffs. Is there a counterplay? It's also Tanner going in. He gets rode on the high ground. Meanwhile, Milan sitting back behind him. Trying
Gets
to keep
brought to the low
safe.
ground.
And Zibe is going to end up going down. Nicely played there.
And that was the Roar committed, so I think with the Aegis and the Roar committed, maybe they feel good enough to go high ground. No. In fact, they're just going to go back, pick up some bounty runes.
Seems like they're afraid of getting caught with the boat combo. And as you mentioned, there are bounties to be grabbed, so they'll keep the lane shoved in.
I don't think it's easy for them to go high ground anyways.
It's a relatively slow siege. A lot of ways to clear those PL illusions. DK puts himself at risk if he's hitting the tower. But they are going to move in. Send the illusion army for now. Try to get some vision to set up a follow-up stomp. And Tanner moseying forward as well. The illusions taking away all of S4's mana. Now he can't really participate in this, but Aegis gets reclaimed as the glyph is forced out. So they managed to accomplish that. And then NIP will get away. Meanwhile, top lane, Hanskin, he's been isolated, picked off. He wanted the tower. It's denied to him by Milan, and the kill goes the way of Milan as well. Really styling on Hanskin this game. He's killed him off multiple times. He's denying the tower. He's killing the couriers.
Yeah, Milan's been insane.
He's making plays.
And that stolen disruption in the Roshan fight, where he saves his DK from the boat, that was really sick. They're going to smoke up, get aggressive on the Alliance side of the jungle, and Alliance have to be careful about this. If they lose a fight so close to their base, this could just be the game for them. And they're going to run into Limp here. But he is far enough away, and Alliance knows that something is up. The TP out from Nico Baby. They're going to instantly know that he is down there, but he is already TP'd from the smoke breaking.
Head straight top. Just wants to keep the split push going. Trying to snipe this courier, but it barely survives, and now delivers a Yules to Milan.
Yeah, Zibe also grabbed a bounty rune. I think they might have gotten like 3 or 4 of those.
They might have another courier snipe attempt.
Oh, they got all 4,
in the mid lane.
Yeah, I think they got all 4 bounty runes, LD. That's why if you...
Courier Slayer, my God.
If you notice the gold, it's actually just a 1k lead now.
They are trying to play this the old Alliance way, you know?
Yeah, split
little
the rat,
little split push. dodge the fights, but NIP are determined. They're going to keep on beating their head on the front door. As Nico Baby sits back on the high ground, and they do have their initiation here. It's on to Hanskin. Double leap, but still the stomp coming through, connecting on S4. Can they bring him down before he gets off the roar? Not a chance. Marana does fall, however.
And the dodge, S4 wisely holds
And they stole
that
the healing ward. Ooh. That is a great tool to try and go high ground with.
S4's job is really hard this game because he's like their main disable, but if he uses it too early or defensively, you get run over. So I'm glad that he didn't try to use it right there.
Milani's hunting in the trees. He's going to find Zibe. Walks right by him. The team's pretty close. This should be a Shadow Demon kill.
Look at this. He's
Just
using the
healing ward
to
to scout
scout
him out. Oh, my God. And perhaps to taunt him a little bit as well. Kill secured. Goes the way of Milan.
Milan's
hell of a stand-in performance in this game 3.
Oh, yeah. He's feeling himself for sure.
Yeah, he's chat wheeling.
I almost feel bad.
The tips are coming out. The BM ward drops.
Another DD rune.
But it's still only a 2k gold lead, you know?
Oh, Paladin sword by Jug. Nice item pickup. This is really good
now,
for him.
do you, like, given that it's a kind of even game on paper as far as the gold goes, like, do you think Alliance scales as well as NIP with this PL?
No. I think if anything, NIP... Yeah, I think NIP is going to win this late.
Okay.
Sorry.
So, like, what's the timer here? Like, when do you have to go?
I think for Alliance, you want to fight for the next Roche, for sure. I think if you give up another Roche and you have to deal with an Aegis PL, they don't have enough control to kill him twice. And I think it's going to be... Because there's... Everybody from NIP is already pretty tanky, and then they have Chen Heal on top of that. And they have this Rubik that can just sit back and steal spells at leisure. I think that's why S4 decided to go Blink, maybe so that he could catch this Rubik. Because it's not easy for him to get on top of the other cores. They're really slippery. And he doesn't really want to roar the Centaur or the DK, I feel.
There's so many saves, though. The Stampede, the Chen Heals. Like, even if you catch him, you need all the follow-up in position.
Oh,
to
for
kill
sure.
him. And he's got a Yules as well, so he's got a way to
This is good smoke
interrupt
timing, though.
the combo.
And if they can run into Tanner here, this would be a massive pick
Oh,
off.
they just miss him. However, Marana's in position. Tanner is going to be
Look
pulled
at that
back.
timing.
Oh,
He didn't even
no.
know.
See you later, guys. I'm out of here.
That's so rough. Maybe if he gets caught there.
Space created.
They have roar and everything. They can kill him from full.
That
easily.
felt planned almost, you know.
I don't think it was. The timing of that was way too risky.
Maybe if we get an interview with these guys afterwards, we can.
You want to ask about that? Hey, at
29:40 or whatever it was.
Did you mean to bait them? Did you know that they were there? They're going to get double outpost, though. And Roshan is respawning. Alliance, do they have another smoke? Because they just used one to try to go for that play, and they need another one. And
They do. They pop
didn't get S4 in it, though.
And there is a lane ward.
All right,
daytime. Yeah, this is going to be a tough one, Blitz.
How to do this?
The Roche is fairly slow as NIP are going to counter smoke, charge back out of the pit, and they initiate here onto Tanner. No follow-up.
I'm looking for that roar, though.
Now the jump forward is Dahako straight onto the backline, straight onto that Shadow Demon. Wants to blow him up, doesn't have the detection. S4 almost dead as well. He's just smacking him down with that big bad spear. The boat comes through, looking to finish off the Centaur. They've got the Chen heal, still trying to stay alive through this.
He's really
big
tanky.
commitment from Limp, who does just no damage. This BKB is a faux BKB. Now Dahak tanking the entire
He finds an
Omnislave.
Invis rune.
Can he do it? Can he hero away this kill? Dahak's gonna live. Not enough damage, not enough burst from Nico Baby. The PL survives, and now the turn. Kunkka without the BKB. Shadow Demon buying back, but going to be super late to the fight. He's TP to the tier 3, and he's hoofing it out of there. They're still chasing them back. Tanner goes back in. Finally, the Kunkka's going to fall. It looks he will drop, and now the chain stun.
The stolen torrent.
Up. Milan's unstoppable, and Alliance are
At
in
the body
shambles.
block.
Oh, they're looking
He's
for
blocked.
more. Zibe. Disruption not going to help him. He falls as well. Milan just keeps on
March
racking up
down
the
mid.
kills.
Get some
the
racks.
tips are there. The Ice Dragon is coming for Alliance. And from the north, oh, they fall.
NIP with a dominant team fight. Good smoke by them. They were able to get on top of S4. He can't backpedal. He's not tanky enough. And he buys back, but it takes him a little bit too long to get in that fight. And they try to all in on Blizzy, but look at how tanky the Centaur is. 2.4k HP. He's got a Chen mech and an ultimate.
And even
that
if you
Essence
do
ring,
kill him, he's already used Stampede.
Yeah.
You know, he just got off his stun. So
and he's
it's
got
not,
a plate mail.
It's not the biggest kill.
They do have a buyback on Jug, but this would be all in at this point. NIP, they're going to back up. They should just fight around this Roshan pit.
Well, they use that buyback. Can they make something happen? They catch out Who else?
Oh,
the King of Salt himself.
TPD's
Who's
actually just
TP'd
got
out the arrow,
no!
just catching him. Oh.
The instant buyback. He knows they have to fight over this Roshan pit, and there's a DD rune waiting. How fortuitous for NIP.
Still, they have boat. They have roar.
This is the all-in fight right now.
Nico Baby's going to shove in that lane.
Alliance, this is the last fight for them potentially. They used all their buybacks. There is no buyback on the PL.
And it's going to start with initiation here. Catch out the Kunkka. Follow-up stop coming through. Can they burst him down? They're locking him down with the Rubik. He's got that arcane supremacy for the extra slow. PL, though, on the backside.
He doesn't have buyback. He doesn't have buyback.
He does it. 80 seconds, but he manages to pop the buyback right away. Tanner's chasing forward. Nico Baby running for dear life. No Omni Slash.
He
and
just
Tanner
got the gold
just keeps on hunting. That
he was like
should be the Roche. No boat. But they're still trying to dance around like they might come back in. PL into the pit. It's just a slow Roche. They don't have any minus armor. They're marching back down. They're going to have a boat up relatively soon. The Roar's going to take a while. I don't think they can go for it. And they're heading south. They're going to go look for bounty runes. They're going to forfeit the Aegis.
Whew. He was like 200 gold from buyback. And then he had it on PL. As we're going to watch this fight. Dude, the stolen torrents are sick.
They're just investing so, like, it takes so long to kill anybody on this NIP side, right? Like, the combo is just hard to pull off with all the interruptions they have, the stampede, the heals, and you could just see the swag, play after play. They keep on finding these pickoffs with Milan.
The PL, all right, he was 10 gold from buyout. And then he just barely got it.
Yeah. I mean, I guess he probably would have had it in time anyway. But regardless, NIP coming out on top. They now get the Aegis. They get the cheese. Still jugging the lead in net worth. Still, I mean, at this stage, 8K gold lead. Doesn't feel like that much, but it's just more the way the fights are playing out, where, like, they struggle to kill anyone on NIP.
Ooh. So how do you kill this PL twice? They did isolate him last time.
They got the perfect combo on him. Like the roar, the follow. I think there's a follow-up arrow in there.
That was really well done by S4. He was super patient.
But if PL goes with this team and now he's Aegis cheese,
then it's very difficult.
How do you get that kill?
Yeah. I think Dahak is just too used to not dying in these fights that he sort of just went in, expected the rest of his team to be able to back himself up, but then the real one got roared.
Oh, they both have the 56% win rate after 30 minutes. It definitely feels like the odds are going to be more in favor of NIP here. As
100%.
They're feeling themselves. How much do they want to commit for the second lane? Just the illusion spam trickling in. The PL on PL genocide.
Only people with buyback. Mirana and this Centaur.
NIP have smoked. They're trying to worm their way into the base here. Look how far back Alliance has to sit to ensure they don't get caught.
And Tanner and this Phantom Lance are just beating on this tower.
Illusions keep on coming in. And now they've taken down the tier 3. They're looking for the melee racks. Tanner just lunges in, blinks forward, threatening to go. Not going to commit just yet. They keep him nice and safe with the Lotus.
Then X into an arrow. Soul Catcher does a lot.
But it's a Dragon Knight with a BKB and a Halberd. They don't want to go for it.
Yeah, what's your play here?
It's to give up one lane. They got to defend bot, surely. Well, they'll shove in mid on the way, rotating down it, but they've got a lot of pushing to do. This ranged Rex, very low. Illusion's not focusing it, though.
Now they have almost 2 sets, just the range racks in mid. They still have Aegis, and I think they still want to go for this too, but Tanner doesn't have his dragon form up now. This is going to be a little bit dicey.
I think if they just wait for the creeps to push in, I'll have it back up by the time they get there. Like, it's only, what, 45 seconds to go? It seems to be the plan for an IP.
PL is a little bit low on mana.
Got a cheese.
What was stolen? Blade Fury, not the best spell. Milan, though, he's got an Aghanim Scepter. There's so much
And like
could
you,
steal.
as you mentioned at the start of the game, it is a pretty dream Rubik game.
Yeah, he just gets to sit back, and his team is so tanky, and they have Stampede to disengage. It's really important that he just doesn't get roared. I think if S4 could find him, like in terms of priority targets, like real PL, of course, is #1, but right after that is this Rubik.
The creeps come marching in. The dragon form is ready, and Tanner makes his move up onto the high ground. He's the siege engine. PPD giving him that little buff from the medallion. Nico Baby rotating back, but creeps also shoving in the mid wave, and now they're going to get that first stun on Nico Baby. Interrupting it with the torrent. Having a little fish, but the tower's dropping. They're going to have to commit pretty soon if they don't want to lose this extra lane.
Tower's
they
down.
get another stun on Nico Baby. The chain stun comes through from the Centaur. Bit of overlap there. But it's the buildings, Blitz. They're just melting.
Yeah, and IP don't want to full commit for this, and neither do Alliance without the buyback.
They
but
have the
stun!
silence. Nico Baby, is he going to be able to get off anything here? For now, he's alive, very dangerously low, though. Blade Fury out with the BKB combo. Everything committed to get away to the fountain. Meanwhile, Dahak is manning up, and he's diving into the midst of the enemy team. Maybe a little too far. They've got the X. They've got the Torrent.
And this is just the Aegis?
And they don't yet have the kill. Oh, that's so damn annoying. Meanwhile, look who is dying. Hanskin finished off.
He has buyback, though.
Jug spinning again, just getting auto-attack during this time. He does have Omni Slash ready. He's been very patient with it. They have that second life on Dahak. They just need to finish off the melee. Trickling down, but it's going to be some counter illusions from the Shadow Demon to try and force them back. They have found the Rubik with the arrow setup, but they can't burst him down. Trying to go in, and they just can't do it. Dragon Knight initiation, but where's the follow-up? They get the Rex. Now they just need to get out. Tanner starts marching away. Will they be able to pull him back to safety? There's too much damage going into him. It looks like spinning forward with the Marana nukes, and they finally get the kill. Rest of the team, though, they're out of there, and they've gotten the Megas.
Nice and easy. Don't think they're going to be able to push in 80 seconds. And if they do, it's an all-in at that point. And pushing against Megas with their lineup, it's okay. They have Juggernaut and Kunkka.
Oh, Mawani sees an opportunity. Nico Baby, he's so far away from the rest of the team. Where's the
what?
help? He's just dead.
He was nowhere near the rest of his team. There wasn't even really a creep way for him to go to. Gets caught out near the Ancients.
I think that might be it. Megas.
He doesn't have buyout for 30.
And they're going to just keep on finding more, it looks. Milan with the Yules. Gets off the steal.
Milan has been sick so far.
What a Rubik performance.
He is more than made up for his Weaver.
I guess they're not going to go for it.
He's got buyback in 10 seconds. So does Kunkka.
Yeah,
So
Nico Baby's buyback is almost off cooldown, so they may not know that when it's coming back exactly.
Yeah, and the PL doesn't have gold for it, and he can die.
Yeah, the cheese is not enough to save him. Like, they have the burst to bring him down, but
No, I think you want to just play map control right now on the side of NIP. You don't have to rush things too hard. If you get another pick like that, then sure. But you want to ensure that the PL has buyout because Kunkka plus Jug will take your base pretty fast. And you can grab all the bounty runes. You pretty much have complete map control right now. You should utilize it.
And Alliance showed that they can come back. This is a much bigger hole to climb out of than game number 2. But NIP don't want to putz around. So for now, they're going to play it safe. Just defend the base. Or let Alliance defend the base, I should say, while NIP just chills. Maybe they just wait for the next rush. It's not too far away.
This DD, though.
Could be the game winner.
30 seconds for Juggernaut. I think at this point he really doesn't want to have to buy back.
Hanskin up top, out of position. Going to get caught. Going to get bursted. He did buy back earlier. Out for 90. That might just be thrown. Let's see if they go for it. Moving in. Jumping forward on the backside. S4, he's been picked off by Dahak with the double damage and with the Abyssal. Shreds him. Has the buyback. And is going to have to use it immediately. Still, creeps are marching in. And they're chipping away with Tanner. Not really overcommitting. They do have the Centaur Ags now as well if needed. Gives them some extra durability in these fights. Tanner going for S4. If they can kill him off, that might just be the game. He can't even get off the roar. He's being chain stunned and controlled. The boat comes crashing through. Milan, he's stolen only the exit, looks like, but that should be enough to secure some additional kills. On the backside, Daha, he's got the cheese. Will he get it off? All the saves come out, and he will survive.
The healing ward.
Everything gets thrown at him, and they just can't
Milan
do it.
has the
now
healing
the base
ward.
is falling, and Nico Baby is crumbling. Alliance in shambles here. Down 3 heroes, down a throne, and out of the series. NIP pull it out. PPD wins the duel with S4.
2-1 though, they did make it very competitive.
good series. A lot of different drafts. Some interesting play. Not the cleanest Dota necessarily, but you could definitely tell like the teams are evolving very quickly and trying to like find themselves.
Yeah, the cleanest Dota is not always the funnest.
No, we want messy. We want sloppy joes.
That was entertaining. I had a good time. I thought for a second NIP was actually going to lose when I thought the Hawk didn't have buyout, because all I saw was like the Hawk no buyout, and I didn't read that he was like 10 gold away. And I was like, oh well, no, he instantly bought out, and then he just Roshan won the game.
Yeah, if he didn't have buyout though, that might have cost them.
Yeah, then it gets really...
I think it's at least like a close game then.
Yeah, then it gets really spicy. Because then maybe Alliance get to go in for the Roche, but...
this one ended up being a little more of a jalapeno than a ghost pepper, perhaps, but,
I think the fight, though, that went really bad for them was the initial one by the Roche, where they all-ined, and then Nico Baby also used his spin to finish off PPD.
Yeah.
Then he tried to walk back to his team. They all got stunned together.
And there's some lucky things that went their way, which I'm sure the panel will talk more about, like that Invis rune for the PL down bottom. But
yeah, that was hype too.
They'll break it down further. They'll get you guys ready for tomorrow's action and recap the day. So it's over to Grant, Cap, and BSJ.
What the Omega Pog was that, boys? It was a good game of 3. You look at the kill score, 26-12, and it was pretty slow for those first 20-25 minutes, and then all of a sudden, we can't be the one who misses that Roche fight. You can't be the one that misses that Roche fight. And all of a sudden, you just start brawling in between. But NIP does come out on top. Tanner on DK, 2-1-18. Pretty damn impressive. How do you guys feel about that performance by NIP?
Yeah, they looked, in a brawling game. You definitely saw some individual plays, and really goes to show why Tanner and Dahak are held pretty highly right now. I think these are... people have been looking at them, 2 new up-and-coming players, and they both really proved themselves here in this matchup against Alliance. But Alliance did a good job standing toe-to-toe against NIP, who I think is a pretty strong team. I would guess that NIP's in, the top half of their group.
Yeah, I think most
I don't know who else is in their group, but I'm going to guess they are.
Yeah.
I think both teams are going to have to step it up moving forward if they want to contend with the top-tier teams that we have predicted, at least as the top tier teams going into this tournament.
The Secrets, OGs, and such.
Those type. But by no means do I think either of them played terribly. Alliance definitely just kind of gave away a game at the start of the series, and then basically made it a normal series after that. I really do wonder what had happened if we just removed that game from the picture and went to a game 3 from here. But either way, I think I'm a bit concerned because the Nico Baby hero pool, I can't imagine Jug is just the best pick against DK PL.
Yeah.
I said Jug's fine against PL. I'm not exactly never going to pick Jug into PL if it's really good against the rest of the opponent's lineup, but you have this 10th pick. It needs to be just better. I don't know.
It needs to be game winning, right?
Yeah. It needs to be the perfect pick or something that's really good at least. And in both the games that they had 10th pick, it was the S4 Marana first game, and then the Jug here.
Yeah.
I think that's going to be moving forward. They have to figure out for them who's going to be prioritized in the core roles and what they're going to do with that priority. Maybe have more of a flex pick going into the last pick. We talked about that during the draft. It's just a bit telegraphed. At the end of the day, if that 4th pick is a carry or a mid, maybe there's just no good carry to pick last. Maybe that's just what it is, and that's why it's so important to give yourself that option. And obviously there's a lot more things that went wrong than just a Juggernaut pick. I'm not saying it was game-losing by any means, but
it made the game harder.
Yeah, it just didn't look like he had that much impact as a Jug with so much farm. He had a lot of creeps. Yeah, he had a Battle Fury to deal with the PL, but at the end of the day, Dahak was the one that truly carried his team. And the DK, you can see that this last pick Jug just didn't do anything to the DK. The DK
he's just sitting up front, just, hey, thanks, hit me.
I've played that matchup myself from the Jug perspective. It just doesn't. You're like, whack, whack. Okay, do that 100 more times, and this guy will die.
Yeah, and we saw they set in stand-ins with some good performances on that Rubik, Milan, a bunch of saves with that Shadow Demon Steel and the Disruption, dodged a ton of boats with it.
Yep.
And, we said it is pretty much 2 stand-ins on each team. S4 is not a stand-in, but I kind of consider it like one since it is his first professional game. And, I think those 2 on NIP performed a little bit better than S4 and Zibe.
Yeah, we talked about being able to show off your value when you are standing in for somebody, and I think Milan definitely did that. since I don't think he's on Chicken Fighters anymore, so he's probably teamless for now.
Yeah, I believe so.
So, yeah, it was a really good showing from him. He had a sick Rubik. We had that what else? There was some other like really good play from the support, but I can't remember what it was. I think it was mostly just the Milan show, right?
Yeah, it looked pretty good. I mean, obviously, especially on the other side when you have a Chen, like what plays are you going to make
He
there?
had a wolf following the PL around, you know.
That's a play. He did get that one save. Remember when they were smoked up and he just like summoned him to
Oh.
him and like they were actually getting ready to set for the kill. And he's like, nah, Blizzy, you're good. Come on over. They're going to watch that replay and be like, oh, we were really close to having a 4v5 team fight we did not want. And hey, sometimes that's what it takes. What did we learn from today? Obviously, Secret is very good.
I don't know if I learned that. You know, and kind of already
Reinforce
knew
that knowledge.
What else?
Just a reminder.
What about the other teams we saw today? We saw Liquid, obviously a little bit tougher because you were going against Secret, but they showed signs of life in the 1 to 15 minutes. They looked good in the lanes. It's just hard, right? When teams start running at you, that's when the pressure's on.
It just felt like there was like one mistake that they would make in a movement, and like Secret would capitalize on it, and then they would just take more and more of an advantage with that.
Yeah, I think what I learned today is Coddle's pretty good. But Slark's not very good.
Yeah, Grimstroke's really good.
Yeah, Bristleback's a good hero as well.
But not first pick.
Yeah, like later on. He's like the Rickies and the PLs. You want to have a good game for it. And
maybe Axe is viable.
Yeah,
maybe.
I think
some good games.
Yeah, I like just the diversity of the approach from these teams today. A lot of different. There's always the core 5 to 10 broken heroes, but every team had its own little twist on the meta.
Yeah.
And then on the CIS side of things, how good do you think Navi is? Because they looked pretty good in their series. Besides obviously that one game, it seems like every team has like a throwaway game. It's like whatever, but it is a problem. You don't want to have like a game like that against Secret, and you're probably not beating them twice in a row. Exactly. But how could they look? I guess with Ilias and whatnot, they seem to be pretty good after that one loss.
I think Crystallize could have been better, like in a way. I don't remember exactly what it is, but something about like this game 1 performance. I remember thinking, like, just being a little bit disappointed because this is somebody who, again, this, like, org has held on to. And I thought he was, like, really, really good 2 years ago. And I was like, oh, this guy's going to be sick. And he has yet to, like, really tip his skill into that, like, oh, this guy, you know, like we always have to watch out for this guy.
Well, you know what? One sec. Sorry, BSJ. I know you're one of the godfathers of NA Dota, but it's time to bring back the OG godfather of NA Dota, PPD. Damn. You there, Peter?
I'm here.
Yo, what up? You know, congratulations on that win. A pretty scary series for you guys. A lot of brawling back and forth, but you take it. You feeling confident with that or a little shaky?
I think that we're probably some of the weaker teams in our group. So I mean, it's great to start off the league with a W, though.
No, it is. These 5 heroes, you went with the Chen in game number 3. You had a Coddle in the other one. When do you decide to be a team fighter or more of a lane dominating 5?
Well, Coddle is like, I think Coddle is just like a little bit too good. I think. I don't know, like. I think the Chakra Magic is just like really insane ability for a lot of heroes like Bristleback, Ember Spirit, even like Terrorblade or Ricky, or there's lots of good combos with the Coddle, and I think it makes it just a really well-rounded hero. It's like strong, it's decent in lane, but if you pair it with a good partner, then it's really like pretty good in lane, and then it also just has team fight, and it just offers like a lot. So it's a really good just like overall first pick without seeing anything. And then we picked Chen because they picked Beastmaster.
Okay.
He just can't summon Boars against Chen. But the Mirana was kind of annoying, but I think eventually we just kind of took over that lane.
Oh.
So I was curious what your teammates are like. You've got this new team, and you managed to pick up both Tanner and DeHawk, 2 of the newer players that are like really look like they're up and coming. And I was just curious about their personalities.
Well, Tanner's a pretty quiet guy, but he can get a little tilted. He gets a little mauled, as we like to say.
Okay.
He says he doesn't like playing Dragon Knight because classic mid player attitude.
Yeah, you have to be the show off. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, they're not the center of the attention on the DK, so they they get all angry and stuff. But Tanner's a pretty chill guy. We played COD Warzone together once. He's a real zoomer. He's actually good at that game. Where my boomer hands, I can't even figure out what's going on before I die.
No, I feel that.
DeHawk Dahak is just like he Dota player, man. He streams all the time. He plays Dota all the time, and he like communicates and basically like a lot of times he leads in the game. But with Milan now, Milan's a little bit more of a leader, so his voice is a little bit louder. So every time we bring in somebody new, the whole dynamic changes, and we just need to like figure out, who's just new team. You got to figure out who should be talking at what time.
Sure.
Yeah, moving forward from here, obviously you guys don't have your full roster, but like playing with Tanner and everything, what are you looking to get from this league? Like, is there anything in particular you're going into this with the mindset of?
I think that we are here for the fans. To be honest, I think
Hell
that's the
yeah.
reason why we're doing all this. Like, land Dota has been suspended. Our livelihoods has been changed for the foreseeable future. But Dota must go on. Our fans must be entertained, and our players, our staff, our casters, everybody needs to get paid. So we're gonna keep it going. I'm excited to just play and get better. Like I think we all know this by now, but EU is like the strongest region, and this
Debatable.
is really like the place where you can grow as a player and grow as a team. And this league is going to be great for that. We're going to be playing nonstop Dota the next like 2 weeks, and it's not just the official matches. Like, we're scrimming multiple games every single day, and we're just getting tons and tons of games in. So when the international competition does kick back up, I expect EU and CIS to be, or maybe not CIS, but I expect EU to be near the top.
Thanks, Peter. You got any shout out for your fans out there before we let you go?
Yeah, big shout out to the fans, and shout out to my girlfriend. It's her birthday today. So
Happy birthday.
Happy birthday.
Yep. Thank you very much, Peter. Congratulations again on your win, and hopefully we'll talk to you again soon.
All right, see ya.
Always good to hear from PPD. And yeah, for the fans, right? Here we are. Dota. Love it.
I kind of just love his brutal honesty of, why are you here? Yeah, we all need to make money. It's our job.
Yeah.
It's true, though, and I like the fact that he's not shying away saying, yeah, we just grow as individuals. But yeah, the team dynamic, we're all trying to just mesh and do our best, but it doesn't really matter about the 5-man past the next 3 weeks or so.
It doesn't, but guess what? We can see the groups, my friend.
Damn.
Let's see the picture that has been painted for us in these early 2 days. And that picture is, well, one of the teams up there, Chicken Fighters, 1-0. Obviously, we didn't get to see their game, but hey, up there with the Secrets, the Navis, the NIPs. On the other side, another one, Viking.gg, Cyber Legacy as well. Now that we see these groups and kind of how some of the teams have performed, which group is just stronger? Is it Group B, would you say, looking at the teams, or maybe not?
I initially thought it was Group E, but Peter actually said that he thought they were like some of the weaker teams that they were just playing. So if he doesn't think they're in the top half, which if I just were to place the top half real quickly, it's Secret Liquid, and then I actually think Chicken Fighters might be able to make it up there. And then it's like Navi, Ninjas of Pyjamas, and then maybe Spirit. They're all going to have to fight over like those third and fourth places. But I feel like the top two, especially the number one, are really strong.
Yeah.
Maybe Group A might end up being more competitive depending on how good Cyber Legacy ends up being at the end of this group stage.
I agree with everything you just said.
In like the middle zone, right? It's like I think Group A might actually have more competition in that like 4th, 5th, 6th area.
Yeah, I don't know who. I hate to say it, but Beta is pretty much the only team I would put. Maybe Hellraisers. I didn't get to watch them, but they seem like the weakest teams of Group A, and the rest of them are strong contenders for 3rd through 6th.
There's just so many question marks about all of these teams.
Yeah.
Like Ninjas of Pyjamas, weaker because they have stand-ins and stuff, and that can apply to multiple teams in both groups. So just who comes out in some of the stand-in games and who's able to adapt better, that really drastically changes what the groups look like by the end. So
it really does. Well, my friends, we come to the end of day 2 of CIS and EU. It's been a great day. But you know what? The day gets brighter. We have more Dota tomorrow. We have more Dota the next 2 weeks. So make sure you're tuning in and make sure you're just having a good time and enjoying some Dota, because we are as well. And we hope to see you tomorrow. Goodbye, my friends.
we took. That's how we know when we level up. Hey, that's how we know when we level up.
Level up. All we know about is level up. Are we ready not to level up? You know we fall and we get up. Level up. All we know about is level up. Are we ready not to level up? It's time, get up.
Back against the wall, still I'm standing tall. Know about the ball, I got my fan with me. All we know is ball to empty out the mouths. The chosen one they call, I take my fan with me. Know about it if you tell, know you're breaking codes. What your credibility and all fall like dominoes. Can you really take a stance? All I wanna know. Need me real ones when it's time to go. Stepping in, elevator. Deuces to all the haters. That's all we know when we level up. Yeah, that's all we know when we level up.